Chapter 87, Pom. Interesting ones, she whispered as she inched closer to his lips. You little minx, what are you trying to do? Lucas asked with a smile as he placed his index finger on her forehead and gently pushed her head backwards. I didn't do anything. Why? You don't want to kiss me because I look like this? He gently grabbed her face with both hands, dragged it closer, and kissed her on her forehead. What are you talking about? I just feel like if I kiss you right now, I won't stop at just kissing you. You don't hear me complaining, do you? What about your parents, though? They could be back at any time. Ruben is still awake, too. Who knows how long he'll stay in his room? Arg. Fine. So where are we going for dinner? He pecked her on the lips. You look so cute when you pout. I had booked a restaurant for us, but I don't know if this weather will be good for a date. They both looked at the window in Joanna's room. It was very windy, and although they weren't outside, they could both see how cold it could get if they went out. Cancel the reservation. Luke, I prefer to just stay in with you. Let me heat up something for us to eat. You have to go back to Frankfurt tonight, right? No, I'll be going first thing tomorrow morning. We have a few sessions to prepare for the match against Holstein Kiel. I'm sure you'll do well. Score a goal for me. I'll be watching. I don't even know if I'll play, though. I'm sure you will. The coach will want you to get some game time before the matches against Munich and Leverkusen. So, who will you be supporting next week? Your family are Bayern fans, right? Will you support them or us? Of course I'll support. My baby, she responded as she hugged him tight. Won't your dad be angry? Lucas asked as he hugged her too. He wouldn't dare. Don't worry, I'm going to help you convert everyone in this house to an Eintracht supporter. I'll be counting on you then. She broke the hug, took his hand, and walked out of the room together with him. They both went to the kitchen, where she started heating up some food. By the way, did you bring it? Bring all of that? Yeah, I did. It's at my dad's place, though. I'm going to come with you to see it later today. Fina, I already sent you dozens of pictures, though. I want to hold it in my hand. After all, it's the first of many. Yes, it is. Lucas responded as he thought about what happened 3 days prior. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was around 3 p.m. on a cold and cloudy afternoon when he stepped onto the training pitch. He had just gotten back from school. Since he got injured, he had been going to school daily since he only did minimal training. At this point, he had already rejoined the team in their full training sessions, but there was no match until the weekend, so school was the priority, with him joining them after his classes. He had on a red and white Nike tracksuit with the Indeed logo drawn boldly across the front of the training wear. That's weird. Wasn't training supposed to be by 3 p.m.? No one's here, he thought as he looked around the empty training pitch. He took out his phone from his pocket and opened the first team group chat to see if there was a change in schedule he was unaware of. Nothing's changed. What happened then? He texted in the group chat. Was there a change in the training time? Where's everyone? Captain, turn around. Lucas turned around after he read the message from Trapp. Surprise. Congratulations. The team, both players and staff, rushed out of the lobby, all smiles. Oh damn, that scared me. Lucas screamed, startled. Lucas, who wouldn't be scared when so many people come out to surprise him? Wait a second. What's the surprise for? It's on my birthday, though. Assistant, Coach Zembrod. Congratulations on winning the Bundesliga Player of the Month award for January 2025. Lucas, wait, really? Ekatike. Yeah, it's unbelievable for us, too. First month of debut, and winning Player of the Month already. I guess we should all just retire. Another round of chuckles filled the pitch. Topmaler walked out of the crowd towards Lucas and handed him the trophy, which he accepted with both hands. Lucas looked at the trophy with a soft smile. The Bundesliga Player of the Month trophy was a sleek, cylindrical award with a modern silver finish, mounted on a solid black base. On its front, the Bundesliga logo, the red silhouette of a footballer striking the ball, was prominently displayed above the engraved words Player of the Month. It wasn't overly large or heavy, but its clean lines and polished surface gave it a distinct, professional look, making it a simple yet prestigious symbol of recognition. The players dispersed after congratulating him, as it was time to start the afternoon training session. It's unbelievable, right? Larson asked as he tapped Lucas on the shoulder. Huh? Oh, yes, Lucas responded, completely buried in thought as he admired the trophy. I didn't know the trophy was that enchanting, Knopf said as he laughed at Lucas's response. No, I'm just surprised, really. I didn't think I stood a chance. Did you see the other nominees? Yeah, Alice, Wirtz, Kimmich, Simons, and Schmid, Larson responded. Exactly my point. Who will look at that lineup of players and think I stand a chance? I knew you'd win it, though. None of those players had anything close to your output last month. 5 goals and 4 assists in 4 league games is not a joke. The closest to you is Wirtz with 2 goals and 3 assists. So it's not really close. Yeah, but it's not like goals and assists are all it takes to win the award. Not all, but it sure goes a long way. I see you guys don't want to join us for training today. Lucas, now you've gotten the Player of the Month award. Have you achieved everything you set out to achieve in football and are now thinking of hanging up your boots? Is that why you're not joining us for training? Assistant Coach Buck asked. Ha ha. Of course not, Coach. Give the trophy to him and get over here, then, he said as he pointed to a man with a camera standing beside Lukas. After this session, you have some duties with the media team. You'll get it back after that. All right, coach. Lukas responded as he handed over the trophy and jogged to the center of the field to join his other teammates who were stretching. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I'm so proud of you. Luke, winning the Player of the Month award on your first month after your debut. You've got to be the youngest ever winner. Yeah, I checked. I am. Lukas responded as he nodded his head. He took out his phone and opened Instagram, where there were already floods of posts. The official Bundesliga and Eintracht Frankfurt accounts already uploaded a video in collaboration with his account showing his goal contributions for the month of January. Youngest goal scorer in Europe top 5 leagues. Youngest Player of the Month winner in Europe top 5 leagues. Lukas Brandt. He opened the comment section, and the ongoing debate was if this was the greatest debut a player had ever had. Even Messi and Ronaldo's debut campaign didn't start off so great. Numbers-wise at least. He looks so lethal in front of goal, and his end product is just outstanding. Imagine playing 6 games and having a goal contribution in all 6 of them. And they're your first 6 games after going pro. If this happened in a story, the audience will say it looks unrealistic. But it's happening right in front of our eyes, a comment from a Frankfurt fan read. His following count had already gotten to 350K as the number of likes and views on his post skyrocketed after his nomination for the Player of the Month alongside names like Ollis and Wirtz. Fabrizio Romano, Liverwego, and Pletigol were having a field day as they published posts about Lukas's award along with clips of his games. The goal against Hoffenheim, in particular, went viral with the amount of players he beat before scoring. A comment under Fabrizio's post read, "There's just a way he moves with the ball like he has seen what the defender would do even before he does it. The composure is just beautiful to watch. Unheard of for a player this young." He scrolled through the comment section with a smile, careful not to like any comments. There were a few people hating, but who doesn't have haters? You have to be prepared to be hated by some people almost as much as you're loved by others, he thought as he shook his head at some of the hating comments. Chapter 88, Holstein Kiel. Hello, and welcome to the Waldstadion as we wait for kickoff in what is poised to be an unlosable game for Eintracht Frankfurt. But this is the Bundesliga, and anything can happen. I am your host for today, Elmar Pock, and I am joined by the commentator Frederick Harder and expert analyst Moritz Vols. And you're watching DAZN Germany Sunday Live Football. Thank you for having us, Elmar. Eintracht Frankfurt are clear favorites in this tie, and they would cherish a win. Winless in 2 Bundesliga matches and 3 in all competitions now. If they are unable to secure a win here, they could end up going 5 Bundesliga matches without a win because their next 2 games are obviously against teams that are objectively better than them. This match is kind of mood setter for them, so they have to win it. They travel to Bavaria next week to face Bayern, then host Leverkusen the week after that, and in those 2 games they're going to be the underdogs. Harder, the play-by-play commentator, stated. You're right to point that out, Moritz. A win today is not just important to break the winless streak and build momentum in anticipation of the next couple of fixtures, it will also narrow the gap between Frankfurt and Leverkusen to just 2 points. They will also want to widen the points gap with clubs below them, like Leipzig and Freiburg, to keep themselves in contention for the Champions League spot next season. The Deutsche Bank Park was packed full. Over 57,000 fans in attendance as they cheered their team on. They had been on a run of suboptimal form, but they were 3rd in the league table. And most of all, their very own academy player had been recognized as the best player in the league in the first month of his debut. It was a source of great pride. Lukas received a round of applause as he stepped onto the pitch with the Player of the Month award. He raised it up as the fans clapped, and he applauded them right back. His teammates patted him on the shoulder as he took in the moment. He later handed the trophy to a staff member and went to join his teammates in their warm-up routines. Hawk, your Bundesliga Player of the Month for the month of January 2025, 16-year-old Lukas Brandt. Vols. There never has been a more deserving winner for this award. And to do it in his first month of professional football, that is just unbelievable. Harder. I believe Eintracht Frankfurt has a wonderkid in their hands. It's their job to nurture him into a superstar. He has all the qualities, he just needs the proper guidance. Hawk. Frederick, do you think he will get into the current German squad? Harder. Well, with the form he was in last month, who would keep him out of it? We do have a lot of attacking midfielders, which is his official position. But if you watch him on the pitch, he plays almost everywhere. He's 2-footed, very fast, leaves defenders perplexed in 1v1s. I don't think there's a reason he wouldn't make the team. Hawk. Moritz, do you share the sentiment? Vols. I am taking a wait-and-see stance. I think Nagelsmann will want to try out the established names first. Wirtz, Musiala, Havertz, they've been playing at the top level for their clubs for some time now. I do think he will make the squad. I just think he might be used primarily as a sub. But that all depends on if his current form continues. He's still 16. There is no rush. Hawk. Yeah, Having too many good players in a position is always better than having too few, I guess. I'll assume Coach Nagelsmann thinks the same. Anyway, kickoff in 10 minutes. Lukas Brandt back from an ankle sprain that sidelined him for 2 weeks. He's back on the bench right now, and Topmaler will be so glad to have him fit and ready to go. We will be back for kickoff after the short commercial break. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lukas walked towards the bench with a bottle of water stuck under his arm and his red training bib on as the fans just by the edge of the pitch clapped while he walked past them. He was on the bench for the day, but that was not unusual since he had just returned from an injury. And we're off to this game with a huge cheer from close to 60,000 fans. Topmaler has fielded his best fully fit players in this game with a 3-4-3 formation, which we will expect to switch to a 5-2-2-1 when Frankfurt have to defend, the commentator stated, listing the starting lineups for both teams as Holstein Kiel kicked off the game. Eintracht Frankfurt had this starting 11. Goalkeeper, Trapp. Defenders, Collins, Tuda, Midfielders, Christensen, Hodgland, Larsen, Brown. Forwards, Uzun, Gotze, Ekatike. For Holstein Kiel, they went with a 3-1-4-2. GK Don, DF, Komenda, Zek and Nikic, MF, Remberg, Porath, Holpe, Jigovic and Becker. Forwards, Arp and Hars. In the first minute, there was already a foul by Gotze in an attempt to win back possession as quick as possible. Holstein Kiel was a team in the relegation zone, so it started as expected. Frankfurt kept the ball, cycling it around with possession stats hitting 75% in just the opening 15 minutes of the game. In the 18th minute, they opened the score. A cross from Christensen from the right flank towards the left-hand side of the box met Brown's head. Brown gently nudged the ball towards the middle of the box where Larsen needed the ball passed on and into the back of the net. It's 1-0 for Eintracht Frankfurt, a well-deserved lead as they've been undoubtedly the best team on the pitch in the opening 20 minutes of this game. Lukas, on the bench, clapped as the fans cheered to celebrate the goal. After the first goal, Eintracht Frankfurt did not take their foot off the gas. They knew a win was needed, and they were prepared to do everything they had to do to extend the gap. They moved the ball quicker from the back to the front. Ken Uzun proved to be a revelation in the game. He took on defenders, picked up passing lanes, and made darting runs. He wasn't on the score sheet, not yet at least, but he was the most dangerous player on the pitch at that moment. In the 36th minute, Eintracht won a corner. The corner was taken short as the ball was passed to Uzun just at the flank. Becker tried to close the crossing angle, but after a couple of dummies, Uzun sent a great lifted cross into the box and Tuda volleyed it into the ground. The ball bounced over the goalkeeper's head, through his hands, and into the net. Ta-ta! It's 2-0 for Frankfurt. The perfect half. Topmaler pumped his fist as the bench players, including Lukas, celebrated the second goal. I want to get in on the action, Lukas thought after the game was restarted. He had not played a game of football in 2 weeks, and he was starting to feel weird. In the LTC, he had been swamped with special training that left him at utter exhaustion after every session. It was so horrible that each session only lasted 10 hours. He spent the remaining 86 hours of his time at the LTC just recovering from the 10 hours of training. Even though he hadn't done the special training for long, he could see his stats gradually start to rise. He could also feel himself getting better. But now, he was ready to put that improvement to the test, to see just how much faster the training had made him. The first half continued in a similar vein. Kiel to get some chances, but they were few and far between, and they couldn't make any of them count. In the 45th minute, Frankfurt had a chance to seal the deal in the first half after a penalty was awarded when a Kiel defender inadvertently blocked Ekatike's shot with a flailing arm. Ekatike's penalty, however, was saved as the goalkeeper guessed the right way and the shot lacked the power. And that's it for the first half. Larsen with the opener, Tuda doubles the lead. Ekatike has his penalty saved in the final minute of the first half. It should have been more, but Frankfurt has a comfortable 2-goal lead going into the second half. You expect them to see this game out. The home team's players walked into the tunnel, all smiles as the fans applauded them. That smile, however, was completely wiped off their faces when they walked out 15 minutes later to begin the second half. Chapter 89, Return in Style. What the hell was that? Topmaler asked angrily as he walked into the dressing room, unbuttoning his coat. You think a 2-goal lead is comfortable, huh? What was that in the final 10 minutes of the half? Topmaler was pissed because of the team's performance after the second goal. It was like they stopped trying to move forward and just passed the ball around the midfield. Ekatike's shot, which led to the penalty, and the subsequent penalty kick were the only 2 shots taken by Eintracht Frankfurt in the last 10 minutes of the first half. It doesn't matter who we are playing, how many goals we lead or trail by. You all have to remain switched on. A 2-goal lead with still an hour of football to play. And you think the game is over? Not on my team. Topmaler knew his team didn't just need the 3 points. They needed to get it in emphatic style in preparation for the next 2 fixtures. What he had seen on the pitch after the second goal was a kind of mentality he wanted to rid from his team. Oscar, he said, turning to Oscar Hodgland. I need you to move the ball forward quicker. If you see Uzun making a run, try and find him. Hodgland nodded at his coach's words before adjusting his shin pads. Hugo, you already know the drill for a missed penalty. 50 conversions from the spot in tomorrow's session. Ekatyke gave a bitter smile, still unhappy about his miss that should have sealed the game in the final minute of the first half. After a few tactical adjustments from Topmaler, Buck clapped his hands. All right, boys, we go out there, and we put 2 more through them in the first 20 minutes of the second half to seal the game. The players walked out of the tunnel with very serious expressions, while Lukas headed to the bench. Lukas, go warm up, Coach Zembrod said just as Lukas was sitting down, and he stood right back up with a smile. And off we go for the second half. Eintracht lead 2-0 at home, but Kiel will be bolstered by their performance in the last few minutes of the first half, Harder said as Ekatyke kicked off the second half. Oh, you can hear the noise in the stadium as their teenage sensation comes out for a warm-up. Sidelined for 2 weeks due to a knock to his ankle by the end of last month, these fans will have said their thanks when they saw his name in the match squad. He's had arguably the best debut month of any player in living memory, with 7 goals and 6 assists in 6 games in all competitions. They have absolutely fallen in love with him here. You're right, Moritz. They will hope he maintains even just half of last month's output, but I think that's a tough ask for anyone, let alone a 16-year-old in the Bundesliga. Lukas applauded the fans back occasionally as he jogged and stretched to prepare himself for the match. On the pitch, the situation hadn't changed. Holstein Kiel, after having regained hope from the last minutes of the first half and an even more fiery speech from Marcel Rapp, their coach, were pressing like their lives depended on it. They fought the battle in the midfield fiercely, and they weren't losing as heavily as they did in the beginning of the first half. In the 48th minute, Don launched the ball into the midfield from a goal kick. Jigovic and Hodgland both went for the ball, but the Bosnian was able to head it towards Holtby down his right. Hodgland went down, but the referee waved play on, as the player wasn't clutching his head. Holtby sent a pass down the right-hand side to Porath, who was already in Eintracht's final third. The Frankfurt players on the pitch, as well as the staff on the bench, threw their hands up as they pointed at Oscar Hodgland, who was on the ground. They were claiming a foul in the build-up of the goal. The VAR is taking a look. But for what we're seeing on the replays right now, it seems Hodgland just lost his footing as he fell rather than Jigovic pushing him. They both went for the ball legitimately, and he was unfortunate to land with the side of his foot. The on-field decision of no foul is going to stand. The goal will stand. The away fans celebrated again as the medic attended to Hodgland, who was lying on the ground. Tell Lukas to get ready to come on, Topmaler said to Buck, who called Lukas back to the technical area. Oh, you can hear the applause from the home fans. Lukas Brandt is going to come on for Oscar Hodgland, who has been ruled unable to continue. We hope it's nothing too serious, but I believe the applause is more for the incoming player rather than the outgoing one, Harder said. Down on the touchline, Gogim, Hodgland said as he and Lukas tapped each other on the back before Lukas ran onto the pitch for kickoff. Lukas Brandt, the youngest Bundesliga player of the month, back from an ankle injury. Oh, how much this crowd must have missed him in the past couple of games. Yet to not win a league game he has featured in. Uzun dropped deep to cover Hodgland's position while Lukas took his position. The whistle blew, and Ekatyke kicked the ball to Götze to restart the match. Götze played the ball back to Christensen due to the Kiel midfielder bearing down on him. Christensen rolled the ball to his right foot and sent a chip pass towards the edge of the Kiel box, where Ekatyke was already waiting. Ekatyke, with his back to goal, jumped, and with his chest, laid the ball perfectly for Lukas, who was running towards it. But just wide. You can see why they missed him. First touch after coming on, and he almost volleys the ball into the top left corner. Harder said as Lukas shook his head with a smile, slapped hands with Ekatyke, and ran back to the midfield to prepare for the goal kick. I thought I caught that well. He thought as he backed up. He was so sure the ball was heading for the top corner when he hit it, but it veered just so slightly off course, scraping the crossbar as it went out. He didn't dwell on the missed chance, though, as he was completely immersed in the game a second later. It was like he had injected extra life into the pitch. Frankfurt's passing became crisper and seemed to gain purpose. The midfield became almost unplayable as Lukas occasionally dropped down to link up play with Larsson and Uzun. One time he received the ball from Christensen with 2 players bearing down on him from behind, and without even looking to see where his teammates were, he used the outside of his boot to redirect the pass. The ball went through Jigovic's legs to find Uzun, who tried to thread a pass to Ekatyke, but it was overhit as the goalkeeper comfortably collected the ball. Harder, you can almost feel the change to the game since the 50th minute when Brandt came on. You try to press this kid in the middle of the pitch, and he just embarrasses you. It's insane the amount of composure he has on the ball for someone so young. Voles, the awareness too. To play in the middle of the pack, you have to know where everyone is 360 degrees around you. It's like he has eyes at the back of his head. In the 67th minute, Collins played a pacey ground pass right down the touchline to Götze, who had to run to stop the ball from going out of play for a goal kick. Gatsa managed to keep it in, but he soon had company in Porath and Kominda. Just behind Porath, he saw Lukas in space and raised the ball over Porath's foot to Lukas. Lukas received the ball with his back to the penalty box, but turned swiftly. 2 touches later, and he was just at the right edge of the box with Kominda and Zek trying to close the shooting angle. He feigned a shot, but only nudged the ball, and Kominda fell for the fake. He raised his leg to shoot again. This time, Zek fell. Brandt, he can shoot. Wow, beautiful. Chapter 90, not my day. He was already getting to the penalty arc and looked to shoot from there, but Kominda had already recovered and was ready to block the lane again. So he just used his studs to roll the ball backwards and got out of the way. Lukas heard the shout from Uzun when he was still at the edge of the box. He looked and saw him sprinting down the middle towards the penalty arc, so he sneakily used his hand to signal for Uzun to slow down. So when Lukas got to the penalty arc, Uzun was about a couple of meters behind him. 1 back pass and 1 curler later, and it was 3-1 to Eintracht Frankfurt. Oh, beautiful goal. Uzun curls it around Kominda and down into the bottom corner. Wonderful setup from Brandt, beautiful finish from Uzun. Frankfurt's teenagers linking up once again for this goal. Uzun was doing his celebration when Lukas hooked his hands around his neck. Great finish, bro. Uzun looked at him. You, man. It's always you. He responded as he faced the crowd and pointed at Lukas. The game resumed soon, and Kiel decided to stay in a low block. There was still time, enough time for 2 goals. But Coach Rapp knew if they conceded again, then it was a wrap. He organized his team to just defend and launch counterattacks instead of trying to beat Eintracht in the midfield like they were previously doing. Frankfurt piled on the pressure. Uzun, Gatsa, Ekatike, Brown, Lukas, all hitting shots on target that were either deflected, blocked, or forced on and making brilliant saves. In the 84th minute, Lukas took a short corner from the right side to Gatsa. Gatsa to Uzun, and Uzun returned the ball to Lukas just at the edge of the penalty area. Lukas, with his first touch, slammed the ball with the inside of his foot. It had an almost perfect dip and curl as it evaded the block from Porath and headed straight to Don's top right corner. Brandt, a world-class save by Don. I hustle, I grind, don't get in my way. I'm pimping my hose, I'm checking my foes. As I spit at police and duck my POs. I ain't going to court, you can call a judge. Tell him kiss my ass cause I ain't gone budge. And I ain't going back to lock up. You try and the Glock will pop up. Lukas lay on the LTC gym floor as the music bumped through the walls. He had just completed 18 kilometers in 1 hour on the treadmill. By the end, he could barely move a muscle. Every breath scraped like sandpaper, and the taste in his mouth was sharp and metallic, as if he'd been sucking on iron. It coated his tongue and throat, impossible to ignore, the kind of taste that only came when he had wrung every last drop out of himself. He stared at the system window hovering above his face. Speed and endurance special training in progress. Rest time, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. He had 30 minutes to rest before he had to move on to the next session. This was what he had been going through ever since he started the training. He was steadily running, both on the treadmill, underwater, on the pitch under different weather simulations. With and without the ball, he kept on running. He could hear his heart beat through his chest and could not even think about another thing except running. It made all the previous training he had done, both in LTC and in the real world, look like child's play. Just 2 days until the match against Munich. I've currently gained 2 stat points for both my speed and stamina. By the end of this special training, I might reach my current limit, he thought as he remembered the thought about the date. The team would have one last tactical training session as they've been working extremely hard all week to prepare for their visit to Bavaria. Bayern Munich, who? I really can't believe I'm playing FC Hollywood in 2 days, he thought as he forced a smile. The amount of popularity/notoriety Bayern Munich had among football fans in Germany, which was virtually every single German, could never be understated. And Lukas, who had only returned from the future for about 8 months, was now expected to be one of the first names on the team sheet against such a club. It was an achievement that just dawned on him as he was sprawled on the floor looking at the system window with its timer, which seemed to count down a bit too fast. His lips curved upwards, ever so slightly, as he congratulated himself. Rest time, for minutes and 59 seconds. With 5 minutes left, Lukas forced himself to sit up on the floor. His thighs moved up and down like they had gained a pulse, his hamstrings stretching and contracting as he touched his toes slightly. Arg, let's do this. Chapter 91, Preparations GT. Move back. Move back. Tuda, Kevin, you have to give directions to the players in front of you. Scream at them to block the spaces. Remain compact because the shots are going to come flying in once they notice any gap in the defense. It was Friday morning. Topmahler and Buck were organizing the defense. Everyone, including Lukas, was back defending. A complete contrast to their normal training. Koch, the heart of the defense, was unavailable, injured during the match against Wolfsburg a couple of weeks ago, and the coaches knew his absence would be dearly felt in the defense. It had not been obvious so far as they hadn't yet played a really attacking team since his absence, but the match against Bayern was sure to expose the instability in their defense. Tuta was good, but nowhere as good as Koch in serving as the last man before the goalkeeper and the one in charge of organizing the defense. Later, several combinations of 5 defensive players worked together on positioning, setting the offside trap and communication, while the attacking players drove at them. The forward players weren't spared from the training either, as they sprinted up and down the pitch as fast as possible to mimic the match situation where a counterattack opportunity presented itself or when they had to track back to help the defense after a failed attack. The counterattacking sessions required Lukas to send long passes from deep to players on the flanks or up top, and then sprint forward himself to join in the attack. 2 hours later, and most of the players were lying on the floor, catching their breath. Uzun was on his knees, his hands on his thighs as he took deep breaths in, with his training kit soaked in sweat. Larson was in an even worse condition, lying face up as sun shone into his eyes. It wasn't a very hot day, but you couldn't tell that to the players who felt like they were in a melting pot. "Bro, Luke, how are you never tired?" Uzun managed to ask in between deep breaths. Lukas, who was sitting on the grass with both hands supporting his upper body weight on the ground behind his back, turned his gaze from the sky to Uzun. "What the hell are you talking about? Don't I look tired to you?" he asked. Sweat beads were dropping from his forehead, and his kit was also drenched in sweat, but he still didn't sound or look tired. "No, you look like someone just poured water on you. Your breath is steady. Your gaze is like you can go for another 2-hour session with no problem." "Bruh, so because I don't breathe like I'm on my last breath, you think I don't feel tired? Why do you think I'm not standing? My legs have given out. But I'm fitter than both of you, so I'm not surprised that my breath is steady," he added sneakily. "Oh please, don't flatter yourself. You just didn't run enough," Larson responded, rolling his eyes while still on the ground. "Really? How about we talk to Coach Dino, so I can take your role, and you take mine in the next session?" "Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. Hugo, you'll take on Lucas's role in the midfield in today's evening session," Coach Topmaler said as he walked towards the boys chatting. "Coach, I was only kidding. I don't have lungs of steel like Lukas. I'm going to faint if I run that much." "I stopped protesting. You're not that bad. We all believe in you. What have I gotten myself into?" Larson said as he placed his hand on his head, and some players chuckled. "Enough with the jokes for now," Topmaler said, calling their attention. "You guys take a cold shower, we'll have lunch, and watch the Europa League round of 16 draw at the same time. At 2:30 p.m., we move on to video review and analysis." The players dragged themselves up as they knew there wasn't time to waste and headed to the bathroom. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yes. Uzun pumped his fist as the man on the screen opened the paper from the ball and showed it to the camera. Fenerbahce. Eintracht Frankfurt would face Mourinho's Fenerbahce in the round of 16 and either AS Roma or Athletic Club in the quarterfinals. "Are you really that happy?" Lukas asked as Uzun recorded the TV with his phone and quickly sent the video to someone. "Of course I am. I've always wanted to play either Galatasaray or Fenerbahce. It'll also be nice to see some relatives when we go for the away leg." "I'm happy for you then. As long as you remember we're going there to knock them out of the competition, then all is well," Topmaler interjected. "Aye, coach, what do you take me for?" Of course there will be no holding back. Lukas just stared at the TV as the names kept coming up and the ties were laid out. "It's like we just switched places with Rangers. If we manage to beat Fenerbahce and Athletic Club, we'll most likely face Manchester United in the semifinals." "Wow, this is exciting." Asterisk, slow your horses. You've got a lot of games to win before you can get to the semifinals. Asterisk. "Yeah, I know. Can't I just be excited?" "Damn. Enough watching. We've seen our next opponent. But before that, we have an extremely important match to prepare for. We start tactical analysis in 15 minutes, Topmaler said as he walked out of the room with a few of his staff. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lukas stared at the golden screen while lying on a soft bed. The white sheets wrapped around him, still warm from sleep. The system window hovered quietly in front of his eyes, the numbers steady and sharp. Stamina +1. Speed +1. 6:48 a.m. Match day. A faint smile spread across his lips as he closed the window. He had successfully completed that day's special training. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face with both hands, and looked around. The room was calm, almost too quiet. Pale walls with gold edges, a thick carpet underfoot, curtains drawn shut except for a thin line of light sneaking through. The air smelled of clean linen and wood polish. A large desk stood across the room, yesterday's notes and a bottle of water left where he dropped them. An armchair waited by the window, turned slightly so he could see the rooftops if he opened the curtains. From outside, faint sounds drifted in. Cars moving, trams rolling somewhere in the city, but here it felt muted, like the walls kept the world at arm's length. He was at the Hotel Bergischer Hof, a five-star Grand Hotel in Munich where Eintracht Frankfurt had lodged the day before. It was comfortable, almost too comfortable, a stark contrast to the day ahead. I don't feel as tired after today's special session. Well, granted I did spend 70 hours recovering in the LTC. That's shorter than the 86 hours after the first time. I guess my body's getting more used to it, he said as he started a light stretching session to loosen his muscles. About 50 minutes later, at 7:30 a.m., Lukas barely stepped out of the shower when his phone rang. He walked up slowly to the phone lying by his bedside, but picked it up immediately after seeing the name on the screen with a heart emoji right next to it. Hello, Joe, you're up already? Yeah, I really couldn't sleep much last night. What's stopping you from sleeping? You're playing Bayern Munich today. That is a huge deal. Why do you sound more excited than me? You're the weird one for not sounding as excited as me. What do you mean? I'm excited, but I also need to sleep or I won't be able to perform well, so I had to force myself to get 7 hours. I'm happy for you. I could barely sleep for 5 hours. You're looking forward to it that much? You've got to understand, Bayern is more than a club in my family. It's a culture. My father was a huge fan, even all the way from Portugal. So we grew up watching their games. To think my boyfriend will be starting against them later today is unbelievable. I hope you didn't tell anyone I was included in the starting lineup. This is information I'm not supposed to share. Of course not, babe. I'm not dumb. What did you call me previously? Babe. Not that. Before that. What did you refer to me as? My boyfriend. Is that what I am? You don't want a title? No. Why would you think that? If you don't want the title, just let me know. I will not force it on you. I want the title. It's only natural for my girlfriend to refer to me as her boyfriend. It just felt nice to hear you refer to me like that. Well, get used to it. You'll be hearing it a lot. For a brief moment, all worries about the match were wiped away as Lukas could only think of the girl on the other end of the phone. Chapter 92, Allianz Arena. I won't want to have it any other way, hon. I know you're a Bayern fan, but don't forget to support me today. Don't worry. I have a jersey ready. I wish I could come see you live, though. I wish so, too. But it's going to end late, and you've got school tomorrow. You can come to Frankfurt next week for Leverkusen's game. All right, babe. Make sure to score a goal for me today. You promised me last time and didn't score. Not for lack of trying. It's going to be even harder today, but I'll try to get something for you. I will be watching. I gotta go now. Bye. Bye. Lukas ended the call. He was ready for a tough match. But at this moment, he couldn't imagine how this match would put him on the radar of some of the biggest clubs around the world. Asterisk. Allianz Arena. It's always an experience to come here as an opponent, Götze said as he passed the ball to Lukas just a couple meters away from him. That's right. You spent a few seasons here, right? Lukas asked as he passed the ball to Özcan by his right. Yeah, I did. 3 seasons. Absolute mad club. The pressure is unbelievable. But really, though, the atmosphere is suffocating, Özcan said while sending the ball to Larsson. He was trying his best not to look around in amazement. Today's your first time here for the 3 of you, right? Götze asked. Both of them. Yeah, I was here for last season's game, though. Even came on as a sub. Larsson responded. Yeah, today's my first time. And just listen to the crowd. It's insane, Özcan said. I've never seen anything like this before. I can barely hear myself speak, Lukas added as he trapped a pass from Larsson under his feet and looked around. The roar of the Allianz Arena pressed down from every side, a packed wall of red and white that seemed to close in the moment he lifted his head. His eyes swept across the tiers of seats, banners hanging, flags waving, and a restless sea of Bayern supporters shifting with anticipation. For a second, the pass, the warm-up, even the ball at his feet faded into the background. What filled him instead was the sheer weight of the place, the immensity of playing here. Then the ball rolled forward again, tugging him back to the pitch, to the rhythm of the game as he sent a pass to Götze. I know it can be intimidating, but don't think about it too much. Play your game as you usually would, Lukas, and I promise they will absolutely hate you here. Then I gotta try extra hard to earn their hatred. I can't exactly let them down. The players laughed as they continued their warm-up session. Meanwhile, in the other part of the pitch, Sane, Muller, Alice, and Musiala were passing 2 balls across the 4 of them as a few other players stretched and jogged for a light warm-up. Is that him? The youngest goal scorer in the Bundesliga? Muller asked as he trapped a ball and used a nod to gesture towards Lukas, who had his back facing their direction. Not just that, he's both the youngest debutant and the youngest player of the month winner, Sane responded. Is he really that good? Musiala asked. I guess we'll find out today. He plays down the middle, so I'm sure Joshua will have him covered. Alice just played the ball silently, rarely one to talk, but he occasionally glanced towards Lukas's direction. I watched some of his compilations. He's really calm on the ball, and able to both start and finish attacking play. He has had a goal contribution in every single match he's featured in since his debut about 7 weeks ago, Pavlovich said, joining in the conversation as he stretched behind the group. It's time for that streak to come to an end, then, Leinmeier replied. Seeing him in person, he does look really familiar. Where have I met him before? Musiala said as he saw Lukas turn around to receive a lob pass from Ekatike from the other side of the pitch. You met him? Maybe in the youth level with Germany or something? Muller asked. I don't think so. I haven't played at the youth level for a while now, but I think I've seen him somewhere a lot more recently. No need to think about it too much. Just ask him after the match, no? Yeah, you're right. All right, boys, let's go in, Kimmich said as he clapped his hands to draw their attention. They had to wrap up their warm-ups and go prepare for last-minute pep talks from company. The crowd cheered them as they stepped back into the tunnel and headed to the dressing room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Good evening to you all, and welcome to undoubtedly one of the matches of this season. Bayern Munich host Eintracht Frankfurt in a clash of two teams at the top end of the table. I am James Thorogood, and I'm joined here by Stefan Freund. Yes, this is poised to be a tough game. Obviously, you'll expect Bayern to win it. You expect Bayern to win every single game they play here, but this feels like a fixture they will have to work that bit harder to get the win. That's right, Stefan. 3-3 draw when both teams met a few months ago at the Deutsche Bank Park, and there are some changes in both teams to the players who started that game. Omar Marmish, with 2 goals and an assist for Frankfurt in that game, is now a Manchester City player, but his absence hasn't really been felt as much as we thought it would, has it? A good performance won't hurt, though, would it? That never hurts. As Lukas stepped out of the tunnel for the second time that evening, the energy was even more intensified. The sea of red and white seemed ready to drown him. A sold-out Allianz Arena with 75,000 people all donned in a combination of red and white. It also didn't help that even majority of the away supporters had on the same red and white jersey as the home fans. Lukas mindlessly completed the pre-kickoff routines, and a few minutes later, Thomas Muller was ready for kickoff. FWE. As soon as the referee's whistle blew to kick off the match, Lukas's attention was drawn back to the pitch. It was like a feeling that still surprised him no matter how many times it happens. Once he hears the referee's whistle to begin a game, it's like his brain shuts off any outside distractions that's not helping on the pitch, and his whole attention is redirected to the match. And off we go. Kickoff for match day 23, Bayern Munich versus Eintracht Frankfurt. Kompany deploying a 4-2-3-1 formation he so frequently uses with Neuer in goal. A back four of Leimer, Dier, Kim, and Ito. Pavlovic and Kimmich as the double pivot just in front of the defense. Alice, Musiala, insane in attack, and Thomas Muller leading the line. No Harry Kane today as he starts on the bench. Eintracht Frankfurt with a 3-4-1-2 formation. A quite interesting choice with Trapp in goal. Veit, Tuta, and Christensen as in defense in the absence of Koch. Hodgland and Larson in the center of the park with Knopf and Collins as wingbacks. Ekatike and Bahoya as a front two, with Brandt sitting just behind them. It seems Topmaler is giving the title of chief orchestrator to his wonder kid for this game. Will he buckle under the immense pressure that is the Allianz Arena? Or will he rise to the occasion? We will see in exactly 90 minutes. From kickoff, Eintracht pressed conservatively. Bayern passed the ball around their defense and Neuer. Ekatike and Bahoya led the press with Lukas sitting almost at the center line for when the ball was inevitably brought to their own half. It didn't take too long for him to get his first sniff of the ball, neither did it take as long to notice the caliber of the players he was up against. In the 3rd minute, Collins intercepted a pass from Ito to Sane down the right flank. His first pass sent the ball to Lukas. Lukas received the ball on a half-turn down the center line and tried to drive at the back line. He raised his head to look at the position of his forward players, and when he looked back down, the ball was gone, poked away by Kimmich. He tried to challenge for the ball back, but Kimmich had already sent a pass to Pavlovic, who found Musiala at the edge of the Frankfurt penalty area. Musiala took one touch before hitting a ground shot that was only inches off target. This is going to be a very long night, Lukas muttered as he jogged back to help his defense. Chapter 93, Gather Round. The game began with total domination from Bayern. They kept the ball, picked off Eintracht Frankfurt when they pressed, and had some attempts on goal. Compared to his previous performances since his debut, Lukas was fairly quiet in the first 20 minutes of the first half. He had been so successful at receiving the ball, holding possession, and drawing the opponent's attention to himself before finding his free teammates with beautiful passes. But today, he was unable to do any of that. So far, he hadn't held possession for up to 5 seconds without being forced to pass back to avoid being dispossessed, something he almost never had to do in his career so far. Kimmich and Pavlovic had him covered. The few times he had received the ball on a run, he had either been cleanly tackled off it or a shoulder-to-shoulder challenge by one of the 2 center backs, saw him destabilized, or sometimes even hit the ground. In the 19th minute, Bayern punished him. He received the ball down the left flank and turned sharply, beating the press from Leimer as he tried to drive up the pitch. Dier, however, had the space covered as he toe-poked the ball out of play just as Lukas started his run. The ball barely touched Lukas on its way out, and the crowd cheered as the assistant's flag pointed toward Frankfurt's goal, even as Lukas claimed the ball never touched him. A quick throw from Kimmich to Alles began the attack, as the Frenchman first took Knopf, and then the bait for a spin. He got to the byline quite easily, but the resulting cross was overhit as it went past the 6-yard area to the other side of the pitch. Oh, lovely footwork by Alles. Unfortunately, the cross was overhit. Sen can get there on time. He does. He has Collins and Larson for company. Can he send in a better cross? Oh, beautiful. He escapes from both players. He sends the ball in the box. Michael Olise and Bayern Munich take the well-deserved lead. They have opened Frankfurt up and tapped the ball into the back of the net. Wonderful pass by Sen to find Alles for the tap-in. And it's Bayern 1, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. That's right, James. And if you watch the replay, this all started from when Lukas Brandt was dispossessed in the middle of the pitch. The quick throw from that is what initially put Alles on an easy run down the flank. We also have to applaud Alles' pure instinct to get into such a dangerous position, even after his initial cross into the box wasn't the best. Exactly. I've got to say, it hasn't been the best start for the 16-year-old tonight. Kimmich and Pavlovic have done a wonderful job of taming him, so far at least. Yes, Topmøller would definitely have noticed that. Will he take him off at halftime and introduce someone with more experience in that role? Maybe Götze? Or will he stick to his guns? We're not halfway through the first half yet. There's still over 25 minutes plus any stoppage time to play. As the commentators gave their comments on the goal, Lukas was bent over, his hands adjusting his shins and his socks as the stadium announcer screamed, "Yabada Badu," and the song blasted through the speakers in the stadium while the packed fans cheered and danced to the tune. After the goal, it was like something switched on for him. He had been getting slightly frustrated with the way the game was going in the opening quarter of the match, but it was like the goal reminded him of something. This is Bayern Munich. Right now, you're not better than a lot of players on this team. You've spent the past week training for one particular thing, and you're not even using it here. It was like his arrogance in trying to play against a team like Bayern the same way he played against one like Holstein Kiel or Ferencváros had just dawned on him. Hugo, Jean, Lars, Ansgar. One by one, he called together the players on his team, including the goalkeeper, as they gathered just by the edge of the penalty box. Guys, I'm sorry for what has been going on so far, but if we keep on going like this, it's going to be a blowout even by halftime, Lukas spoke. The players knew he was right. They hadn't had a single shot on goal in the opening 29 minutes while Bayern had already managed 4 on target with Trapp, having to make some significant saves already. Jean, Hugo, once we kick off now, both of you should start running at the back line. I will send the ball your way. Also, whenever the ball gets to me deep in our own half, you guys should start your runs and expect the ball, he said to Ekatike and Bahoya, the 2 strikers playing in front of him. Lars, Oscar, don't give Muller and Musiala time to link up play. You've seen how fast they can pass the ball around. And once it goes out to the wings to Sane or Alles, it becomes so difficult to stop the cross into the box, he said, looking at Larson and Hodgland. Cap, take the goal kick long towards Ekatike. If we try building up from the back and make a mistake, they will punish us for it, he advised Trapp. His teammates nodded their heads, no one questioning him. He had said what most of them were thinking and articulated it perfectly well. They didn't even realize they were receiving advice from a kid who had just made his debut less than 2 months ago. What were they talking about? Was what he was thinking as he stood with his hands crossed. Fui. The referee's whistle blew, and Jean Bahoya kicked off the ball to resume the game. The pass was sent to Tuta near Frankfurt's penalty box, and just as Lukas had told them, Bahoya and Ekatike both started running towards Bayern's defense after the kickoff. Lukas, however, ran back to his own defense to receive the ball, and Tuta obliged, laying the ball off for him. He glanced over his shoulders as the ball was coming to him, and just like he thought, Muller and Musiala were already bearing down on him. Muller was right behind him, while Musiala was arching his run to cut the passing lane to Hodgland. Lukas moved his body weight to the left, his hips facing the direction of his turn. Muller read that and stuck his left foot out to dispossess Lukas when he turned. The ball didn't go Muller's way, though, as Lukas planted his left leg at the last second and used the outside of his right to turn into the empty space. Without giving Muller or Musiala the time to get closer to him, he lobbed the ball over the entire midfield into the run of Ekatike. Great turn from Brandt to evade the press from Muller. He clips a pass towards the Bayern defense. Ekatike and Bahoya are already up front. Ekatike up against Deer. He's able to lay the ball off for Bahoya. Chance. Bahoya hit the ball first time on the bounce after Ekatike flicked it to him, but Kim got a block in as the ball deflected out for a corner. Eintracht Frankfurt almost drawing level immediately after conceding. All started by Brandt deep in his own half. Was this what he called his team together to discuss after the first goal? Seems like it, James, and it's almost paid dividends so quickly. Eintracht have a corner and a chance to move the game out of their half where it has been since kickoff. As Lukas walked up the pitch from the center line, he didn't walk towards the corner area. He had been the only corner taker for both corners whenever he was on the pitch so far. So even the Bayern coaching staff, who had analyzed Eintracht Frankfurt's recent games, were surprised when Knopf strutted towards the left corner flag and Lukas jogged to the edge of Bayern's penalty box opposite the side the corner was being taken from. A change-up in corner kick routine from Eintracht Frankfurt. Surprising cause, Brandt has been delivering them whenever he's on the field, and he's rarely delivered them wrongly. Knopf raised up both hands before whipping the in-swinger towards the back post. Neuer, crowded out in the middle of his post, tried to go for it, but it evaded his hand ever so slightly as it headed towards Christensen at the back post. Lukas, by the edge of the penalty area, calmly took a few steps backwards as his eyes remained glued to the ball, which was now being fought for between Christensen and Kim. Kim came out on top as he got a strong head to the ball, clearing it out of danger. Or so he thought. Chapter 94. Danger. Kim gets there before Christensen as he clears the ball out of the penalty area. Bayern Munich could break on the counter. Wait a minute. The ball bounces perfectly in front of Brandt. Brandt. The ball looped up off the turf, hanging for a split second in no man's land. Lukas had already judged the bounce, timing his stride to perfection. As the ball rose just inches from the ground, his body coiled like a spring, left foot planted firm, right leg swinging through with controlled fury. The strike connected flush, leather smacking against boot with a sharp crack. The half volley rocketed forward, skimming low but with venom, skipping once before tearing toward the bottom left corner of Neuer's goal. Even with the number of bodies packed in the box, the shot evaded almost everyone. From Musiala, who sensed the danger and came out quickly to block the attempt at the last minute, to Deer, whose legs were outstretched just in front of Neuer to deflect the venomous shot. Almost everyone. There was a wall in goal for Bayern Munich, though. Neuer got down hard and fast, his arms fully stretched out as he got the slightest touch on the ball, tipping it out of target and out of play for a corner. Neuer with a lightning reaction and a world-class save. Topmöller threw his hands up to celebrate the almost certain goal, but turned it to an applause after the save. He was very pleased with the response he was seeing from his team. Christensen jogged to the opposite side to take the corner, while Lukas positioned at the edge of the penalty area like he did previously. This time, however, he had Musiala for company right next to him. Christensen's corner wasn't of the same quality as Knopf's, though, as it was clear by Müller right at the front post, and Bayern launched the counterattack. Musiala, who was initially standing next to Lukas, was off to the races. Alles and Sane also joined in the counterattack as they both flew forward. Müller was running with the ball close to the right flank with Christensen, who took the corner, chasing him closely. Waite and Hodgland followed Alles and Sane down the middle and the left flank respectively. Or they tried to. It wasn't a close race, as the Bayern players pulled farther away with every stride. Müller sent a through pass to Sane at the other end of the pitch once they got to the center line, and suddenly, it was a 3v2. Alles, Sane, Musiala, against Lukas, the only player keeping up with the trio in pace, and Larsson, who had stayed back during both corners. This is a dangerous situation for Eintracht Frankfurt. Sane with acres of space to run into and options to choose from. Will he go all the way? Fine pass to Alles at the edge of the box. Alles to double the lead. No, he's been brought down by Lukas Brandt, or so he claims. And the referee concurs. Penalty for Bayern Munich. Sane put Alles through on goal at the edge of the penalty area. Alles took a touch to steady himself and raised his left foot to take a shot. In the blink of an eye, however, he was on the ground as his boot seemed to have hit something akin to a brick wall instead of the ball. He looked to his side and saw Lukas get up quickly and Trapp collect the loose ball without wasting any time. He then turned to the referee with his hands raised as Sascha Steegmann put the whistle to his lips, blew it, and pointed to the penalty spot. Immediately, Trapp, Lukas, and Larsson ran towards the referee. I didn't even touch him. Lukas protested. The referee did not say anything. He just put his hand in his pocket and showed Lukas a yellow card. It was his first booking in his career. "Levier, take a look," Trapp said to Lukas and Larsson as he tried to get them to stop surrounding the referee so he wouldn't book them again. He turned to the referee. He blocked the shot cleanly. He did not touch the player. Steegmann, the referee, put his hand up to tell Trapp to pause as he put his other hand to his ear where the communication earpiece was connected and listened to the communication from the VAR. After the replays, the on-field decision is not going to stand. I don't think so. Brandt's tackle is clean, almost too clean. Alles hits the ball onto his tackling leg. It's a fair tackle. The video assistant referee today is Robert Schroeder with Holger Henschel as his assistant. They are currently communicating with the referee. I think they're going to ask him to come see the replays. Just as the commentators thought, Steegmann was asked to come to the on-pitch screen to see the replays by the VAR. He blew his whistle, made the VAR sign in the air, and jogged to the touchline. The jeers and boos from the Allianz Arena could not be understated. Even as the tackle was replayed over and over on the Jumbotron, the whistling just kept getting louder with each iteration. It was clear to them that the penalty was not going to be awarded, but they tried to create an atmosphere where the referee would be hard-pressed to go against them. But it was such a fair tackle, anyone could tell the decision was about to be overturned. It wasn't one of those that could be left to the referee's interpretation. So there was no surprise as Stigmon blew his whistle and canceled the penalty. He then jogged to Lukas, brought out his yellow card from his pocket, and canceled that too. Lukas smiled and gave Stigmon a thumbs up as he put the card back in his pocket and whistled for the continuation of the match. From that point onward, Lukas became public enemy number one to all the Bayern fans in the stadium. Some 60,000 plus people. The match resumed with an Eintracht Frankfurt goal kick. This time, however, they were in the game. Not as much as Bayern, but more than the first 20 minutes of the game. They pressed in perfect rhythm, and although Bayern still maintained their quality, they were being forced into mistakes. One such mistake came in the 34th minute. Ito received the ball from Kim after a Bayern goal kick taken short. And immediately, Lukas pounced. He had read the pass Kim was most likely to make, and once the ball left Kim's feet, Lukas closed down Ito immediately. The fullback was caught off guard, and before he could find a pass to beat the press, Lukas poked the ball away from him near the touchline at the left edge of the pitch. Ito tried to recover the ball quickly, but Lukas didn't linger in possession as he threaded a through pass into Ekatike's run in the box. Ekatike hit the ball first time, but it was just off target as it blasted into the side netting. Neuer berated his defense as they almost conceded the lead twice in less than 15 minutes after going 1-0 up. He had to pull out a world-class save once, and had to rely on luck the second time because Ekatike's shot was aiming for the roof of the net from his near post. If it was on target, he knew he wasn't saving that. The resulting goal kick this time was launched into the midfield, but the Bayern defenders had now recognized the threat that was called Lukas Brandt. His ability to turn a situation around with one pass and his eye for goal was not lost on them. Kompany on the touchline, the ever-so-calm manager, was now screaming for his team to control the game. It felt like the game had been slipping away from their tight grip after the first goal. Do not give him space on the ball. Keep possession. Control the game. Those were the instructions he was screaming to his midfield and defense as the game went on. Topmøller, a few meters away from him, had a completely opposite mood. He stood calmly, his arms crossed behind his back as he watched the game unfold. They were one goal down in the Allianz Arena, but it did not feel like it. The situation all changed after the youngest player on the pitch gathered his teammates after the goal and gave a speech. He still didn't know exactly what Lukas said, but whatever it was, it obviously had an impact on his teammates. In the 41st minute, Bayern got a chance to double their lead before halftime. And by halftime, some Bayern fans were probably wishing they never had that chance. Sane received the ball from Pavlovic down the flank. With his first touch, he beat Collins as he curved his run into the box. He had Müller, Allis, and Musiala for company in the box with him, but Sane decided to go for glory himself. Sane, Chapter 95, Gentlemen. Sane hit the ball with power as it headed for Trapp's near post. Trapp, however, threw his legs in the way as the ball struck them and deflected back into play. Tuta and Müller both went for the ball, but the Brazilian got there just a second before Müller and thumped the ball up the pitch, clearing the danger. Bayern's defense thought it was just another clearance and that they could receive and recycle the ball to go for another attack. But just as Deer steadied himself, waiting for the ball to land, his eyes glued to it, he heard a scream, "Man on," from Kimmich. He looked down to see who they were warning him about, but a blur of white was all he could see as Lukas jumped, heading the ball away from Deer's reach into the space in behind. Empty space. Deer stretched out his arms to drag him down, to grab hold of something, anything. But the wind was all he could catch. Lukas was gone. The ball bounced just past the halfway line as the Bayern defense had pushed so high up the pitch. He didn't have to look behind him. He could feel defenders closing in on him. Kimmich, Ito, Deer, Pavlovic, they were all chasing him like their lives depended on it. As the ball bounced in front of Lukas, he pushed it forward with his forehead as he kept running. He took one look forward and saw Neuer, who was originally near the penalty arc, backtracking to his goal. Kim was the only one between Lukas and Neuer, and he too was running back, his body angled, so he could keep looking at the ball. Due to having to control the bouncing ball while running, Lukas knew it was only a matter of time before the defenders got to him. So this time, as he got to the ball again, just past the entrance of Bayern's final third, he decided to lob it over Neuer from there. Lukas raised his leg, and just as he made connection with the ball, bang, Kimmich clattered into him. Topmøller's heart dropped as Lukas rolled on the turf. Please, not another injury, he thought as he ran to protest to the fourth official. Kimmich was adamant that he got the ball fairly, but Stigmon brandished a yellow card. The Eintracht Frankfurt players were livid when they saw the yellow. It was a clear, goal-scoring opportunity. He was about to shoot the ball. The goalkeeper was out of his line. Christensen argued with the referee. Number 3 was the last man. It is 30 meters away from goal. The chances of scoring from out here were minimal. That's why only a yellow card was given, Stegman responded as he explained his decision to Christensen and the other Eintracht Frankfurt players. Kimmich, who had been pleading his case, sat on the floor clutching his left hamstring. It looked like he had pushed himself a bit too far during the recovery run and injured his hamstring as the biomedics ran onto the field. Lukas, on the other hand, stood up with help from Larsson and stomped his feet on the ground. "Are you okay? Do you need the medics?" "Nah, I'm okay," Lukas responded as he fixed his shin guards while he watched the medics work on Kimmich before escorting him off the pitch. It seems Kimmich cannot continue this game, and Kompany is forced into a substitution. The hero who just might have kept Bayern's fragile lead will have to leave the pitch prematurely. "We hope it's nothing serious, because he is an integral part of this Bayern team." Leon Goretzka to come on for Kimmich, the commentator announced as the crowd clapped loudly for Kimmich, who limped off the pitch. Lukas turned his attention to the distance from the position of the foul to the goalpost. It looked to be about 28 to 30 meters away and a bit to the left of goal, and he set the ball directly at the spot marked by the referee. Neuer organized his wall with screams of instructions as the players obliged, setting themselves up perfectly right in front of the penalty area. Sane was tasked with lying behind the wall in case the free kick taker decided to go under it, and he begrudgingly accepted. "Let me take it," Vate said as he walked over to Lukas. "Isn't it a bit too far out for you?" "It's not. Let me," Lukas responded, his eyes still locked on Neuer's goal. Ekatike and Vate both stepped out to the side, while Goretzka joined the wall being formed. Brandt to take the free kick. 28 meters away from goal. It's best if he hangs in the box for players like Ekatike and Christensen to attack, rather than trying to beat Neuer from out there. The referee's whistle blew, and Lukas looked at the ball, then the goal, before he started his run-up. The wall jumped as soon as he hit the ball, but it was higher as it went over Pavlovic's head and then dipped. Neuer sprang into action as soon as the ball was kicked. He took one step and dived at full stretch towards it as it approached his goal. He had saved it. At least, he thought he had. "I think it's too far to try and beat Neuer from there. He's better off playing it into the Bure Indicati." The commentator screamed as the ball flicked Neuer's fingers, hit the inside of the post with a bang, and settled in the back of the net. The shot was violent. Lukas struck the ball with venom. This was something he didn't usually do, as he always preferred caressing balls into the back of the net and placing them through angles impossible for the goalkeeper to get to. This time, however, the power was there too. It was still placed perfectly as it headed to Neuer's top right corner, but the power was the main component of the shot. Oh my word, what a goal! Lukas Brandt, from 30 meters out, has put a world-class free kick through Neuer's goal in the Allianz Arena. And we're back level. The stadium roared with fury as the ball rippled the net. Lukas didn't sprint to the corner flag or leap into the air. Instead, he slowed to a regal calm, turning deliberately toward the sud curve, where the most passionate fans were. With a flourish, his left hand slipped neatly behind his back, his right arm extended outward in a sweeping gesture. Then, lowering his upper body in a slow, courtly bow, the kind of gesture an English gentleman might make before royalty, he offered the sud curve their due. A bow not of respect, but of defiance delivered in the heart of their fortress. For a brief moment, the crowd didn't know what to make of his celebration. Was he paying homage? Was he thanking them? Was he taunting them? What is he thinking? Topmöller muttered to himself after he briefly celebrated the goal. He had spent a long time at Bayern Munich, so he knew the fans in and out. Even some of the Bayern players and staff were watching with surprise. The ultras at the sud curve could be some of the most dangerous in all of German football. Chapter 96, Watching On. For a brief moment, the crowd didn't know what to make of his celebration. Was he paying homage? Was he thanking them? Was he taunting them? The outcry a second later was massive as they concluded it must have been the latter. Lukas raised his head from the bow, smiling as they booed him. He could see the anger in their faces as they piled on the metal railing in front of the stands. Bahoya was his first teammate to get to him as he hooked his hands around Lukas's shoulder and pointed to his chest in front of the crowd. Larsson, Ekatike, Hodgland, and the rest joined soon after as they screamed at Lukas. "I really should stop doubting you," Dwight said as he shook hands with Lukas. "You really shouldn't. Else how do I prove myself? I need someone to prove wrong." The two laughed as they set out for their half of the pitch to resume the match. "There will be 6 minutes of stoppage time," the stadium announcer said, prompting cheers from the fans with hope that their team could regain the lead before the first half ended. The game restarted, and this time, the flow was flipped again. Bayern played like a team possessed. Topmöller, who had gone to take a seat after Lukas's wonder free kick goal, had to come back to the technical area to help organize the defense. For the next 6 minutes until the end of the first half, Lukas did not get to the center line. He was pinned back to the edge of his penalty area as he stood as the first line of defense together with Bahoya and Ekatike. In the 45 plus 6 foot minute, Musiala went on one of his trademark runs through the middle of the pitch. He danced with the ball at his feet, always looking like the ball would be lost at any moment, but never actually losing the ball. Lukas stuck his leg in to dispossess him, but Musiala glided through the challenge with a La Croqueta. Lukas turned, but he was gone. He went through Hodgland and Larson too, but his shot was blocked by Tuta, and the deflected shot was easily collected by Trapp, which he held under his chest while lying down. FWE, and it's halftime. 45 minutes of thrilling, scintillating football. Alles opens the scoring for Bayern Munich in the 20th minute with a tap-in after a beautiful cross by Sang. Lukas Brandt restored the tie for Eintracht Frankfurt, the world-class goal. Nothing separates us at halftime, and we will be back in 15 minutes. As a referee's whistle signaled halftime, the roar of the Allianz Arena dipped into a low hum of chatter, whistles, and claps. On the giant jumbotron above the stands, the broadcast camera panned across the executive boxes. There he was, Julian Nagelsmann, the German national team coach, seated in one of the glass-fronted booths. Dressed sharply in a dark tailored jacket over a light turtleneck. His posture was casual, but his eyes betrayed intensity, following every replay on the monitor in front of him. His arms rested lightly on the rail as he leaned forward, lips pressed together, giving the impression of a man already dissecting each phase of play for future reference. The crowd reacted instantly when his face appeared on the big screen. A wave of recognition swept through the stadium, a mixture of applause and murmurs. Some Bayern fans rose to clap, while a few Frankfurt supporters whistled in playful defiance. Nagelsmann, unflustered, acknowledged the attention with the faintest of nods before turning back to the pitch. Up in the commentary booth, the broadcasters picked up the moment. Well, there he is, Julian Nagelsmann, the Bundestrainer himself, watching on from the executive boxes here at the Allianz Arena. And you can be sure he's keeping a close eye on a number of players tonight. Of course, Bayern are packed with internationals, but Frankfurt too. Lukas Brandt, for instance, what a first half he's had. You wonder if Nagelsmann is making notes about him as a potential option for Germany in the near future. Exactly. With the Nations League quarterfinals against Italy in a few weeks, and the World Cup qualifiers coming soon, every performance matters. And when a national coach is in the stands, the players know it. The camera lingered for a moment longer, catching Nagelsmann tapping his chin, deep in thought, before cutting back to replays of the first half highlights. As Lukas walked into the dressing room, assistant coach Buck tapped him on the shoulder. "Great goal, Luke," he said as he handed him a bottle of hydration drink. Lukas was getting taps on the back and silent nods as he drank the drink. "Good response out there today, guys," Coach Topmaler said as he stepped into the room. "I love the immediate response after we conceded, and that's what I want to see from the start of the second half." He looked around the locker room with some players being attended to by the medic for bruises and nicks from tackles, while others were getting their hamstrings massaged as they had done a lot of running in the first 45 minutes. His eyes settled on Lukas, who had a medic checking his foot, especially his left ankle in case of any signs of resurgence of his ankle injury from that tackle by Kimmich. "How's he?" Topmaler asked as the medic stood up from his squatting position. "He's okay, coach. There are just slight scratches from when he hit the ground. He's able to continue." "Good. I need you at your best in the second half, Luke." "I'm good to go, coach," Lukas replied. Topmaler then turned to Hodgland. He had also just returned from an injury and was still gearing up to 90 minutes of fitness. "Oscar, you played well today. Can we come on for you in the second half?" "Yes, coach." Hodgland knew his minutes were still being monitored, so he didn't complain. Uzun had also been warming up since the 35th minute, so he could already guess who was coming off for him. "I know it's been a difficult game. I know it's been frustrating, but I'll need you guys to keep pushing. We're level at halftime against league leaders Bayern Munich in the Allianz Arena. We already showed we're not so far behind them in terms of quality when they came to our home last year. As long as we stay disciplined and in the game, there's a chance of leaving here with something. This is our chance to send a clear message to every other team we'll be facing both domestically and in the Europa League. For most of you trying to make it into the German team, this is also your chance to impress Julian Nagelsmann. I'm sure you're all aware he's in the stadium. He probably is here for Bayern Munich, but show him why he should pick you too. Even the rest of you from several other countries, a performance against Bayern Munich will not be overlooked by your national teams." Topmaler tried to encourage his players by any means necessary to keep them sharp and able to pull strength out of the depth of their souls. He knew they would need all the motivation they could get if they wanted to hold their own against this Bayern team for another 45 minutes. The fact that the highest goal scorer in the Bundesliga so far, Harry Kane, was still on the bench and would definitely be introduced sometime in the second half was also in the back of his mind. The players looked energetic and focused after Topmaler's motivational talk as he moved on to specific tactical demands for the second half. Lukas was dazed throughout the speech, though. "Coach Nagelsmann is here," was all he could think about after the first time Topmaler mentioned him. Chapter 97, Outclassed. The players for both teams stepped out onto the pitch with contrasting responses from the fans. The Bayern players were applauded and cheered as expected, while the Eintracht players were welcomed with jeers and whistles. A slight grin tugged at the corners of Lukas's lips as he stepped onto the pitch to that welcome from the crowd. The Eintracht Frankfurt players, including Lukas, were ready to put in another 45-minute shift in the Allianz Arena after Topmüller's halftime talk. But Bayern Munich were ready for much more. From the referee's whistle to start the second half, Bayern Munich pressed like madmen after the kickoff. Ekatike passed the ball to Lukas, and like they discussed in the first half, he and Bahoya started running forward. The Bayern defense was ready for it this time, however, as Kim and Deer kept a close eye on the strikers. Lukas, on the other hand, was closed down much more violently than in the first half. He had been singled out as the danger man, and they had been instructed not to give him any space to find passes in the game. He clipped the ball again over the midfield into Ekatike's path, but the flag was up already. The resulting indirect free kick was launched to Alice at the left flank. Alice dribbled past Knopf and they before cutting the ball back into the box for Musiala. Lukas threw his body at the ball as Musiala struck it with power. The ball struck Lukas in the abdomen as it deflected out for a corner. There was a muted call for handball and penalty, but the referee paid no mind to it as he gave the corner. Alice to take the corner. In swinger. Trapp cannot get hold of the ball. Ito. Hiroki Ito has restored the lead for Bayern Munich. Lukas watched on from the edge of the penalty area as Bayern Munich celebrated their second goal. We're down just a single goal. There's still enough time to come back, he thought to himself as the Bayern players walked to their half of the pitch. But just 10 minutes later, and Bayern had already doubled their lead to 3. It started from an attacking sequence, which Lukas started. In the 57th minute, he received the ball from Tuta down the right midfield. His first touch put the ball through Sain's legs while his second pushed it down the flank as he got into a foot race with Pavlovic. He got to the ball first, but Ito had already come for support. Now tried to take on 2 players himself. He sent in a cross into the box before Ito could completely close him down, but Ekatike's header was straight at Neuer. Ekatike should have done better with the header. At least make Neuer work for the save. After the hard work by Brandt to send the ball into the box, something should have come of that. Eintracht Frankfurt won't get many more chances in this game. Immediately Neuer got the ball. He launched a throw at Goretzka towards the opposite side of the pitch to where Lukas was. Goretzka evaded the pressure from Özil before playing a through pass to Musiala down the middle, just past the center line. Jamal Musiala. Oh, beautiful turn. Still Musiala. He beats Larson, glides past Özil. Jamal Musiala dances past late. He's clipped by Tuta, but he gets back up. This is what the fans come to see. Musiala goes through 4 Frankfurt players and beats Trapp to make it 3-1 for Bayern Munich. Lukas shook his head slightly as Musiala ran to the corner flag doing his trademark celebration, tapping the side of his head with 3 fingers. Although not lacking in grit nor determination, Bayern had outclassed Lukas's team in the second half. After conceding the second goal, Lukas had tried to inspire another comeback goal, but there wasn't much he could do alone. The fact his teammates were missing chances, like Bahoya's one-on-one chance with Neuer in the 53rd minute after Lukas threaded a through pass to him, only for him to sky the shot under the faintest of pressure from Deer, did not help matters. After going 2 goals down, however, something in him clicked. He started holding the ball for longer times, only releasing passes after successfully drawing the attention of at least 2 Bayern players. This meant there was always someone free to receive the ball. He also started playing more directly, taking both Pavlovic and Goretzka for a run. He had already noticed that he was faster than those 2. Not by a mile, but enough to make it nigh impossible for them to catch up to him if he got even an inch of a head start over them. In the 61st minute, he received the ball from Knopf on a half-turn. With the ball arriving from his left, he feigned like he was about to take a touch with his left foot and go into the space in front of him. Pavlovic covered the location the hypothetical first touch would have left the ball, but Lukas did not touch it. With a quick change of body angle, he let the ball roll past his left foot and onto his right. And just when Goretzka stuck his foot out to poke the ball that was rolling directly towards him, Lukas used his right foot to push the ball towards the space Pavlovic had just vacated and slipped through that same gap to get to the ball. In just one touch, Lukas had left 2 of the best defensive midfielders in the league in a ditch and was driving at the back 4. It was a variation of a move he had watched Ryan Gravenberch do a lot for both Ajax and Liverpool, but none of that was in his mind right now. His body just moved. Deer and Kim had their eyes glued on Lukas, trying to bide for time from the midfielders. They also had to be wary of the runs from Ekatike and Bahoya. The fullbacks Ito and Leimer had Knopf and Özil advancing forward, so they couldn't exactly come in to help. Lukas kept going, and the back line kept dropping down until he entered Bayern's final third. Deer picked this moment to step out and attempt to tackle, and that would prove to be a bad decision. Slowing his speed on the ball, beating Deer with a simple sidestep, and accelerating immediately into top speed was all it took to take Deer out of the equation. Lukas. He heard his name from his right-hand side, and could already tell why Ekatike was calling him. He looked up, and he had only Kim to beat before he could face Neuer one-on-one, but he could already feel Pavlovich and Deer's boots stomping into the pitch as they struggled to get close to him. With his eyes locked on Kim, Lukas slowed down once more like he was about to repeat the same trick he just used on Deer. He threw his left foot over the ball like he was about to start a step over. But instead of trying to beat Kim, he just threaded a pass into Ekatik's run inside the box with his eyes still glued to Kim. This caught even Neuer in his box, off guard as he expected Lukas to try and beat Kim or maybe try a shot on goal from outside the box. He had to think fast, though, as he was now facing Ekatik one-on-one. A great pass by Lukas to find Ekatik, and Eintracht can cut the deficit in half. Yes, they have. Hugo Ekatik makes it 3-2, and it's game on. This is an extremely exciting game. Eintracht Frankfurt are not going down without a fight. You're right, James, but this goal is wholly credit to Lukas Brandt. The kid has proved to be a talismanic figure for Eintracht Frankfurt in this match, gliding through players like Goretzka and Deer before threading a perfectly weighted pass to Ekatik. Ekatik had to score from there. Lukas ran to Ekatik behind the goalpost and jumped on the striker. They were all smiles as they celebrated the goal shortly before returning to their half with the ball to try and keep the momentum going to inspire one more goal. FWE, the whistle blew and Kane, who had come on for Muller just after the goal, passed the ball to Goretzka. Goretzka to Ito, and Ito back to Neuer. Bahoya and Ekatik closed Neuer down from both sides, but the goalkeeper gently clipped it over Bahoya's head to Pavlovich. Pavlovich passed to Goretzka, who in turn found Sane down the left flank. Sane on the move. He beats Christensen, takes on Collins, great cutback for Kane at the edge of the box. Harry Kane, Chapter 98, Worldy. Sane on the move. He beats Christensen, takes on Collins, great cutback for Kane at the edge of the box. Harry Kane, great save by Trapp. He was at full stretch, and he had to get a touch in. That ball was heading into the bottom corner. But Bayern have a corner and a chance to regain their 2-goal lead. Alles strutted over to the right corner flag to take the corner as the Bayern Munich players, including the 4 defenders, gathered inside Eintracht Frankfurt's box. The only players outside Frankfurt's penalty area were Musiala and Sane right at the edge of the box. Lukas watched the group as he sneakily stepped backwards to the edge of the box. He could feel it. Something crazy was about to happen. Alles launched the corner, an outswinger that landed in the middle of the 6-yard area, and Trapp jumped to punch the ball. He mistimed his punch, however, as the ball scraped the side of his gloves and bounced in the midst of a host of bodies who all stretched to get the first touch. Larson, fortunately for Eintracht Frankfurt, got the all-important first touch as he toe-poked the ball out of the box. Sane rushed to collect the loose ball just outside the penalty arc, but as he swung his boot, all he could hit was the air right above the pitch. The ball was gone. Lukas had picked his pocket cleanly from behind and was now running towards the center of the pitch, literally unmarked. Musiala was the closest to him, but Lukas had so much head start, he was never going to catch up unless Lukas slowed down. As Lukas got to the halfway line, he glanced up and saw Neuer running back towards goal. The sweeper keeper had wandered all the way out of Bayern's final third when they won that corner, and was now scrambling back while silently praying Lukas wouldn't hit a worldie from midfield. At that moment, however, God turned his ears away from Neuer. Hit it, Lukas muttered to himself as he saw Neuer getting to his penalty area, and he listened to himself. Bang! Without hesitation, Lukas steadied himself just a step past the halfway line. He let the ball roll in a stride, then angled his body ever so slightly to keep balance. With his eyes locked on the empty frame, he struck through it cleanly with the top of his instep, just where the laces meet the ball, the part made for both power and lift. The connection was crisp, sending the ball soaring in a perfect arc. For a moment, time seemed to hang with it in the air. Most of the crowd had their hands on their heads as the white blur curved toward goal, Neuer still retreating, helplessly glancing upward. The ball spun high into the evening sky, carrying with it every ounce of daring from that strike. Neuer sprinted backward, his long strides eating up ground, but even he knew he was chasing a shadow. The away end, located beside where Eintracht were attacking for the second half, erupted. Some 6,000 plus fans in jubilation even before the ball dipped under the crossbar and rested in the back of the net. Oh my word. Oh my word. Lukas Brandt has just scored a world-class goal. From the middle of the pitch, with nothing but instinct in the laces of his boot, he has punished Neuer's adventure out of goal with a strike that will be replayed for years to come. He has brought silence upon the Allianz Arena. Lukas wheeled away to the away end with his arms outstretched as they went crazy for him while his teammates flooded on him from behind. After shaking and hugging a few teammates, he turned to a camera behind the advertisement board, pointed right at it, blew a kiss, and made a heart sign with his hands. Brandt with a lovely celebration for the viewers at home. Wonderful goal from a youngest goal scorer in the history of the league. He's made it 3-3 at the Allianz Arena, and it's still only just over 20 minutes plus stoppage time worth of football to be played. This game is far from over. Lukas took a look at the giant scoreboard before the game was restarted. 70:34. 3-3. There was still enough time for anything to happen, but for the next 20-plus minutes, nothing much happened, in terms of changing the scoreline at least. Bayern piled on the pressure, as usual, but they just couldn't break down the back five Topmaler switched to after Lukas's second equalizing goal. Eintracht Frankfurt hadn't had a single shot on target since the third goal, but Trapp had faced over 5 shots on target and many more blocked shots over the same period. Lukas was a core part of the front line of that defense, closing passing lanes, tackles, disrupting play, all at the edge of his own box. There was nothing he hadn't done in this match. In the third minute of the 5 minutes of added time, a slight crack formed in the back line. Kane was with the ball outside the penalty area and sent it to the left flank for Koeman, who came on for Alice about 10 minutes ago. Özil and Brown, both substitutes, were tasked with marking the Frenchman, but Özil was just a second too slow in closing Koeman down. And in games of this magnitude, a millisecond is all it takes for you to be beaten. Koeman hit the ball down the line and slipped through the gap between both players and immediately put a pinpoint accurate cross into the danger zone. Kingsley Coman beats his man and puts a great cross in a box. Too many bodies in such a congested area. It lands at the far post for Gnabry. GLLL. Serge Gnabry has won it for Bayern Munich in the dying minute. Not the cleanest of contacts, not the prettiest of goals, but the ball is in the back of the net, and that's all that matters to the fans. The stadium exploded with cheers as the fans celebrated Gnabry's goal. This game had been so much tougher than they ever anticipated. Topmaler put his hand on his head as a bitter smile crept up his lips, while Kompany hugged his backroom staff, and the players on the bench celebrated with each other. This game was supposed to be a relatively easy walk in the park, especially with the talisman for Eintracht Frankfurt's draw in the first fixture, Omar Marmish, now out of the club. But what they had just witnessed was a completely different beast. About a minute after the restart, FWE Fui, the referee's whistle blew to bring the match to an end. Goals, goals, and more goals. This is definitely a game of the season contender. Bayern opened the score sheet with a goal in the opening 20 minutes. Then a beautiful free kick from Lukas Brandt brought Eintracht Frankfurt back level just before the end of the first half. Bayern were ruthless at the start of the second half with a goal from Ito and then a mesmerizing run by Musiala to put them 3-1 up. But just when you thought it was over, this young man, Lukas Brandt, proved once more that it wasn't. A run of his own to set Ekatike up for Eintracht Frankfurt's second goal, and a wonder strike from the middle of the pitch to drag them back level. They made Bayern dig deep for the 3 points today before Gnabry snatched the lead at the death. It's full time at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich 4, Eintracht Frankfurt 3. Have a good evening, everyone. The commentator rounded up while the players shook hands with each other. Lukas was sitting on the pitch, inside his own penalty area, his eyes tearing up slightly as he thought about the game. This was the first match in his senior career that he had played to the end and not won. Granted, it was against a side like Bayern Munich. It did not make losing feel any better. Come on, get up. You did great today, Larson said to Lukas as he grabbed his hands and pulled him up from the ground. Look over there. He pointed to the opposite end of the pitch where the away fans were gathered. They were all applauding him, while some waved the club's flag. The applause grew louder as Lukas walked the length of the pitch to where they were, as even some of the home fans joined in the applause. They could tell they had just watched a star in the making, with some already envisioning him donning the Bayern shirt, something that seems almost inevitable for any star player produced by the Bundesliga. And they weren't the only people thinking that. Up in one of the executive boxes in the Allianz Arena, 2 white-haired old men in their early 70s watched on as Lukas applauded the away fans. I guess you're also thinking what I'm thinking, Herb, the older-looking of the two said as he looked at the man sitting beside him. Chapter 99, Post-Match Press Conference. As Lukas finished applauding the fans together with his teammates, he walked down the pitch with Özil, Knopf, and Larson as they headed to a group of Bayern players near the center of the pitch. Muller, Sane, Alice, and Musiala were chatting about something. Well, 3 of them were talking. Alice just listened. Lukas walked up to the group and shook hands with them. Great game, man, Muller said as he shook Lukas's hand. Thanks. You too. Can we exchange shirts, please? Of course, Muller replied as they both peeled their shirts off their backs and handed them to each other. Sorry, but have we met before? Musiala asked, seemingly unable to hold back his curiosity anymore. Lukas looked at him for a second, then smiled. Yes, we have. During the Euros. You gave me your shirt after the game against Switzerland. Oh, that's true. No wonder you look so familiar. Wait, the game was at the Frankfurt Stadium, right? Yeah, it was. I see. So you were with their academy back then? I was still on trial to join the academy at the time. What? Musiala, Sane, and Muller said at the same time. Wait, you mean you were transferring from another academy at the time? Sane asked. No, I had just been dropped from my previous academy. I was on trial at Riederwald. You were dropped. For which academy? SV Darmstadt. My hometown. It's a long story. But yeah, my dad brought me to the Deutsche Bank Park to watch the game, and you gave me your shirt there. The Bayern players were speechless when they heard that the kid who had just caused them massive headaches for 90 minutes was dropped by a 2. Bundesliga academy less than a year ago. It's their loss, I guess. You had a wonderful game. Keep it up, and I'm sure I'll see you very soon, Musiala said as he tapped Lukas on his shoulder. Musiala himself playing scout? Knopf asked as he raised his right eyebrow. Well, as much as I won't mind having you in my club, I was actually referring to another team, Musiala said as he discreetly used his head to point to one of the executive boxes. Lukas followed his eyesight, and he saw Nagelsmann up high looking directly at him. I guess Coach Julian is already thinking what I'm thinking, Musiala said with a smile as he tapped Lukas on the back and walked out of the stadium. Lukas looked at the Bundestrainer for a brief moment before breaking eye contact and walking out of the pitch too. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Lukas walked down the tunnel with his Man of the Match award for his 2 goals and an assist in the game, he had Muller's shirt hanging on his shoulder and an unreadable expression on his face. You played well today, Lukas. We were unlucky not to at least come out with a point. Don't let it affect your mood too much, Larson said as he attempted to console Lukas. I know. I just don't like losing, Lukas responded. None of us do. We'll get him next time, Knopf said from Lukas's left. Yes, we will, Lukas said as he cracked a little smile. I've got to say, no matter how many times I hear it, it never ceases to amaze me how far you've come in such a short time, Luke. Your journey so far has been nothing short of awe-inspiring, Larson said as he tried to lift the mood. Ha ha. Thank you. It hasn't been easy, but we keep pushing, I guess, Lukas responded. I can't remember how many times I felt I was going to die during an LTC training session, though, he thought as they walked into the dressing room, where Coach Topmaler was waiting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why did he bring me here? Lukas thought as he looked around the packed conference room. Lights flashed occasionally from the photographers behind the reporters as the moderator, a middle-aged lady, started the question-and-answer session. We'll be taking 3 questions, each from the Bavaria and Hesse-based news agencies. Okay, she said as she pointed at a male reporter in the front row. Hello, I am Thomas Leitner from Süddeutsche Zeitung. Coach Topmaler, how do you evaluate the way the Bayern team played compared to what you were expecting? Was it above or below your expectations? Ahem. You know we lost the game, right? I obviously wasn't going into the game hoping to lose. So I would say they obviously played above what I expected. But I believe my team also played above expectations as they made the win extremely difficult for a club like Bayern. The next reporter to be given permission was a blonde female. Miriam Vogel, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Lukas, congratulations on winning the Player of the Match award. How do you feel about the performance today? Thank you, but I'd rather not win it if it means getting some points from the match. The Bundesliga table doesn't rank teams based on how many Man of the Match awards the players on that team have won. Like the coach said, though, I think we played well, and we made life very uncomfortable for the Bayern players in the Allianz Arena, a location where they're almost always dominant. That is not easy, and we will look to build on that performance. Another reporter was selected to ask questions. Patrick Schmid, kicker. Beautiful goals today, Lukas. Unfortunate not to come out with a point. I want to ask about your celebrations. The first one where you bowed to the fans, and the second where you faced the camera. Is there something behind those celebrations? The first one, I don't know. I just felt I needed to give the crowd a response after the noise they were making whenever I held the ball. As for the second, it was a promise to someone back home. They asked me to score a goal for them, and I told them I'd try. Both times, the goals were equalizers too, so I just did the first thing that came to mind at the time. Final question now, the moderator said after a few reporters asked Topmaler about the game and his plan moving forward. Sabine Meyer, Munchner Merker. A question from Mr. Brandt, please. Do you ever see yourself playing for Bayern? The reporter, a bald middle-aged man, asked. Up till this point, there had been no transfer rumors or links between Lukas and any other club. Not even talks on Instagram or X comments telling him to come to XYZ club. But this reporter had just opened the floodgates of rumors with one question. Cameras flashed as the photographers tried to get Lukas and Topmaler's exact expressions at the time of the questioning. Excuse me? The words came out of Lukas's mouth without him having to think about it. I didn't quite understand your question. Did you just ask if I'd play for Bayern? Lukas asked with a deadpan expression. Yes. The reporter answered, equally serious. I am an Eintracht Frankfurt player. At no point have I considered playing for another club. Please don't ask a question like that next time. So, is that a no? I think that will be all for today. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Topmaler said as he abruptly cut in the middle of the conversation and stood up from his seat. Lukas, let's go, he said as he turned to Lukas before heading for the exit, while Lukas got up and followed his coach out. What kind of question was that? Coach Topmaler said to his assistant, irritated as they walked to the dressing room. He had let Lukas head to the dressing room first in order to talk to Zembrod. You think Bayern is lurking? The question seems so out of nowhere. What's the probability he was asked by someone to ask that question? It's not very unlikely. I wouldn't put anything past them, Topmaler replied, as he entered into deep contemplation on the idea of losing Lukas. With every passing game, it was becoming clear that Lukas wasn't a player Eintracht could keep for a very long time. He was a player that was bound to be snatched up by a bigger club sooner rather than later. It was just a matter of when. Topmaler had hoped to be able to keep Lukas for one complete season after the end of the current one. But with Lukas's current exponential growth, and especially after his performance against a club like Bayern, his stock had just skyrocketed, and it might prove a hard task for the club to stave off the interest from big-name clubs, especially when they can ask for astronomical amounts if his current form continues. I guess I need to speak to Krosh, Topmaler muttered. Huh? Were you talking to me? Zembrot asked. No, I just realized something I needed to do. Okay. The men walked to the locker room in silence. Asterisk. Ich an Eintracht Frankfurt plie. At no point have I ever considered playing for another club. Lukas Brandt's response to wearing the Bayern shirt as per a kicker. Chapter 100. Back home. Ich an Eintracht Frankfurt plie. At no point have I ever considered playing for another club. Lukas Brandt's response to wearing the Bayern shirt as per a kicker. Lukas scrolled through the comments on the Fabrizio Romano post. He had been flooded with notifications of being asked to come to several clubs after his performance against Bayern. So much so that he turned off his Instagram and X notifications after he got back to the hotel after the game. It was a day after the match, though, and he was now at his apartment at the Profi camp and scrolling through the comments. At Man Samia, we don't need him. Who would he bench? Musiala? No way in hell. The kid is having a decent string of form and now thinks he's Messi. At Frankfurter for life. We aren't selling him even if you give us Musiala and 100 million euros, so keep your statements to yourself. The kid was asked a question, and he gave a factual answer. At Bayern_blood. When Bayern knocks, no player in Germany will not answer. Just watch and see. Rekordmeister for a reason. PFFF. These guys are funny. I'll give them that, Lukas said as he scrolled through the comments. As he scrolled through the comments, his phone rang. Hello, Marco. Oh, Mr. Wonderkid. How are you doing? Ahem. I'm doing all right. It sure is such a pain having the white lights on me. To be a superstar, you have to be capable of handling those lights. I know. Doesn't mean I can't complain, though. What's up? Quite a lot. I've been working on a few things since the last time we spoke. I think we should discuss them in person with your dad. Okay. We were given 2 days off, so no training until Wednesday. I'll be heading to Darmstadt today. We can go together if the meeting doesn't have to be done here in Frankfurt. Sure, that works. It doesn't matter where it is. When do you want to leave? In a couple hours. Okay. I'll see you in a few. The call ended and Lukas stood up from his seat and stretched his body while standing on the tip of his toes. Arg. Even after the real-life recovery session and the LTC1, I still feel sore. I guess it is Bayern Munich for a reason. He had been looking at his heat map and stats online from the game against Bayern, and he was everywhere on the pitch. He covered the most distance, made the joint second most attempted dribbles tied with Alice. Only Musiala attempted one more. Completed the most dribbles. Was fouled the most. He was by a country mile the best player on his team in that match, but his body was now feeling the pain. TT, the special training is not going to pause until I'm 100% fit again, right? Of course it won't. That's what I thought. You've done your post-match recovery session. You've been determined to not have picked up any injuries. Don't worry, the training won't induce any injuries on you as long as you do them properly. Can I take a day off, though? Oh, that you definitely can do. As long as you don't go sulking after losing again next week. Ugh, fine. I'll be there tomorrow. The thought of losing back-to-back games made Lukas feel sick to his stomach. No one likes to lose, but it's a fact of life that not all losses can be avoided. This is even more pronounced in a team sport like football. It doesn't matter how good you are individually, your team has to be at a certain level for you to win games. Even the best player on the planet could not single-handedly drag his team to the biggest trophies all on his own. He'd have come close to doing that, though. There's no use thinking too much about it. Let me go prepare to head home, Lukas said as he walked to the bathroom. Asterisk. The time was 3:48 p.m. when Marco's car parked in the garage of Javi's apartment building in Darmstadt, and Lukas came down from the car with Marco. Dad, why are you out here in the cold? Lukas asked, surprised when he stepped out of the car and saw his father sitting on one of the seats in the parking garage. Looky, I watched yesterday's game. I'm so proud of you, Javi said as he hugged his son tightly. Dad, you're going to suffocate me here, Lukas said as he went from hugging his father back to hitting his arm to release the tightness of the hug. My bad. Marco, thank you for bringing him home. It's nothing, Javi. I'm his agent. This is my job. I do have something to discuss with you, though. Come in, both of you. It's cold, Lukas said to the two men as he headed for the stairs. You were literally playing in colder temperatures less than 24 hours ago, and you even took off your shirt after the match. Now you can't handle simple cold weather. Javi teased. It's not the same when you've been running for 90-plus minutes, though. I didn't even feel the cold except for the first few minutes after the match started. The men chuckled as they walked to the apartment. Knock, knock. Huh? Is there someone else in there? Why are you knocking? Lucas asked Javi as his father knocked on the door. Before Javi could respond, the locks turned and the door opened. Joe. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes for a brief moment. He hadn't told her he was coming back as he planned to surprise her, but he had been surprised instead. What are you standing out there for? Come in, Joanna said to Lucas, who was staring at her dumbfounded while Javi and Marco walked into the apartment. She grabbed his hand, pulled him in, and closed the door behind him. Did you miss me that much? You can't even speak. Lucas gently took the hand she was holding him with and interlocked her fingers with his. Yes, I do. So much, he whispered as he looked in the direction where the living room was and saw Javi and Marco had their backs towards them. Swiftly, he leaned in and stole a peck from her lips. I'm a mem, that's strawberry flavor. I missed it. Oh God, stop it. Someone might see, Joanna said, smiling as she hit Lucas's arms gently. Ouch, that hurts. Oh no, are you okay? I forgot you're still weak from the match. Ha ha, I'm just kidding. I'm all right. See how worried you. OUCH. That hurts. Lucas winced in pain as Joanna grabbed his ears. Don't play with me like that again. Yes, Your Highness. Forgive me. Is everything okay over there? Anne's voice came from the living room as she walked towards the door. Yes, it is, Joanna replied as she immediately let Lucas go. Anne, you're here. Yeah, I spent the weekend. We all watched yesterday's match together at Joanna's. You played really well. Thank you. By the way, where's Joao? I tried calling him when we got close, but he didn't respond. Is he at home? Lucas asked Joanna as he sat down on the sofa. He's at the academy. Oh, that's right. The U19 Bundesliga season has started already. I keep forgetting that. How's he doing? He's doing really well. They haven't lost a game yet, and he's started all 3. Yeah, I remember the first game. He was terrific. I should go see another game soon, Lucas said as he pulled out his phone to check the Darmstadt U19 schedule. He had attended the first game of the U19 Bundesliga season, where Joao started at center back and put on an impressive performance in a 0-0 draw against Gansenheim U19. He was able to attend that game, despite Eintracht Frankfurt having a game on the same day due to his ankle injury, which sidelined him. Their next game is on the 1st of March. That won't work. It's the same day we play Leverkusen. 8th of March. We have a game the next day. Huh? Why are all his games either the same day or just a day before or after mine? Don't worry. We'll make something work, Javi replied. I have to go now, Luke. I have a lot of studying to do. All right, take care. I'll stop by to see Joao later tonight. Okay. He will be expecting, Joanna said with a slick grin as she sneakily winked at Lucas and walked to the door. She's already left. Why are you still watching? Marco asked, bringing Lucas, who was staring towards the direction Joanna had just left from, back to reality. Ahem. Yes, what are we talking about? Lucas asked as he sat upright on his chair and tried to play it cool. Look at you. Things like these are what reminds me that even though you're making top defenders sweat, you're still a kid, Javi said with a smile. Okay, let's talk business. Lucas, there's a reason you haven't been able to see me for a while. Yeah. Yes. I've been busy with something. Huge sponsorship offers from few companies came in for you a few weeks ago, and I've been reviewing them. A few? More than one? Lucas asked as he tried to mask his surprise at the news. Volume 2. Chapter 101. The Cat. A couple weeks ago, February 10th, 2025. The afternoon sun slanted across the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach, casting long shadows through the glass offices. Inside one of them, Martin, a regional scout, slid a tablet across the desk to Ingrid, head of athlete partnerships. Watch this, he said, his voice low but urgent. The screen lit up with clips of Lucas, dancing through defenders, finishing with clinical precision, celebrating with a composure that seemed far beyond his age. Ingrid watched silently, her brows tightening. When the clip ended, she set the tablet down carefully. Lukas Brandt. I've heard about him. He's impressive, she admitted. Too impressive for someone who just turned professional. Exactly, Martin pressed. He's polished already. It's not hype, it's real. We should move now, before anyone else does. But Ingrid shook her head, leaning back in her chair. A month into his senior career, Martin. That's all. Do you know how many talents we've seen burn bright for 6 games, then vanish? If we commit too early, and he falters. She tapped the Adidas logo stitched into her blazer. The stripes don't gamble. Not like that. Martin tried again, frustration creeping into his voice. Nike will look at him. Puma too. We'll lose him. Then let them be reckless, Ingrid replied firmly. She pushed the tablet back across the desk. If he's real, he'll still be shining in 2 years. Then he'll be ours. Martin left the office with a highlight reel still looping in his hands. Out in the corridor, through the glass, he caught a glimpse of the Puma campus in the distance. And for the first time, he wondered if hesitation might cost Adidas more than just a player. Over 5 kilometers away, though, a completely different conversation was going on. The Puma headquarters hummed with its usual creative chaos, design sketches on walls, sneakers laid out like works of art donning the black cat in all of its valor, and murals of Pelé, Maradona, and Neymar reminding everyone that the cat had always found its stars. Inside the round-table boardroom, the air was focused. On the wall, Lucas's highlight reel played again. Goals taken with calm precision, clever passes, the kind of composure you'd expect from a veteran, not a 16-year-old barely a month into his senior career. Davide, the scout, gestured at the screen. Look at his body language. Look at his decision-making. He plays like someone who's been here for years. He's polished, too polished for his age. That's not luck. That's mentality. Lena frowned, pen poised over a notebook. Polished, yes. But 1 month in senior football is not a resume. Nike will hesitate. Adidas will say, let's wait 2 seasons, see if he lasts. And maybe they're right. Jamal, the lifestyle lead, leaned back with a grin. Which is exactly why this is our chance. They'll wait, we move. By the time they realize he's the real deal, he'll already be ours. And if he keeps playing like this, he's not just a footballer, he's a statement. He has already won the Player of the Month award in just his first month of professional football, and his performance hasn't dropped the slightest in the second month. How long do you think it'll take before those two realize he might not just be a flash in the pan and give him an offer that'll be hard for him to turn down? The reel paused on Lucas's face after scoring against Hoffenheim. Calm, confident, not a trace of nerves. Marcus, the veteran executive, finally spoke, his voice low but steady. Pelé was young. Neymar was young. All of them had people saying too soon. But those who move first don't just sign players, they shape eras. If we let the stripes or the swoosh have him after he's proven, we'll always be second. This, he nodded toward the frozen image on the screen, is the moment Puma wins by believing first. The room went quiet. Then one by one, heads began to nod. Lena sighed, but closed her notebook. Davide smiled faintly. Jamal's grin widened. I will contact his agent right away and set up a meeting as soon as possible, Davide said as he walked out of the conference room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Puma, Javi asked, his eyes wide open as he listened to Marco explain the call he had received a while ago. Yes, they seem serious. They want to meet soon to discuss concrete terms, but it seems they're trying to get your signature before the big two start circling. Marco responded as he stared directly at Lucas, causing Javi to look at his son sitting beside him. Lucas sat in silence as he listened to Marco talk about interest from Puma. He already knew it was only a matter of time before a sponsorship offer from a sportswear brand came, but he never quite expected how soon it would be. Although they were undoubtedly third in the sportswear business behind the hegemonic presence of Nike and their ill-fated neighbors, Adidas, they were still a huge company. There is no need to not hear them out, Lucas said after about a minute of sitting in silence. When do they want to meet? They had wanted to meet during the international break, but after your performance yesterday, I received a call this morning urging to push the meeting date forward. They're probably in a hurry to open concrete talks before Nike or Adidas decide to come in. They know you have an important game against Leverkusen on Saturday, so they suggested meeting over lunch or dinner on Sunday in Frankfurt to open talks. The father-son duo listened attentively as Marco went on about the details of the scheduled meeting. Puma had already prepared the preliminary proposal, and it would be shown to Lucas, of course in Javi's, on Sunday, and the negotiation phase would start. That works. We'll be there on time, Javi responded after Marco's instructions. In the meantime, don't worry, Lucas. I'll look up everything relevant to Puma and their endorsement deals that I can find online. Just focus on your game, Javi said to his son. Well, that's part of my job. I'll send you the information I have so far. The help is always appreciated. Marco chimed in. Thanks, Dad, Lucas said with a smile, confident that he has trustworthy people with his best interest at heart while he focuses on what really matters. By the way, you said multiple sponsorship offers? What other offers came in? Javi asked. Puma is by far the biggest company that has shown interest in having Lucas on as an ambassador. There are a few Frankfurt-based businesses that have inquired about the possibility of a sponsorship. You're basically a star in Frankfurt, and with how fast your stock is rising, it wouldn't be very long before some of these businesses are unable to afford you. There are a few clothing companies, although one of them is neither small nor Frankfurt-based, a beverage company, and a company that describes themselves as a fintech company. Marco started bringing out some documents from his bag and placing them on the table. There were some proposals from companies looking to get Lucas's signature. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the same time the business conversation was going on at the Brandt household in Darmstadt, another business-related conversation was just about to start at the top floor of the Profi Camp administrative building. Please have a seat, Dino, Krosh said as he shook hands with Coach Topmaler and pointed him to the sofa. Coffee. A cup of tea will do. I'm cutting down on the caffeine. For now, at least, Topmaler replied as he sat down. That's a good choice. Unfortunately, I cannot follow in your footsteps for now. Bring in a cup of tea and a cup of espresso, please, Krosh said into the telephone on his desk after pressing a button, then stood up and walked to the sofa opposite where Topmaler was sitting. To what do I owe this pleasure, Dino? I'm sure you have seen the post-match press conference after yesterday's match at Bavaria. Bayern Munich is already lurking. I saw it, but there's no real proof that Bayern was behind. Is there? It could just have been a reporter fishing for headlines or quotes. It can be nothing at all. You know well enough that something like that doesn't happen at a club like Bayern Munich for no reason. It is quite likely that was done to sow a seed in Lukas's mind about his prospects of playing in Bavaria. Krosh looked at Topmaler for a few seconds without saying a word until a lady dropped the cup of tea and coffee on the table between them and left. He then broke the silence with a deep sigh. Honestly, wouldn't it be better to sell him as soon as possible? Krosh said as he unbuttoned his jacket and took a sip from his coffee. You can't be serious, right? Topmaler asked, completely surprised at the words that just left the CEO's mouth. Chapter 102. One season. I know what you're scared of, and you have a point. But not a lot of players in Germany can say no to a club like Bayern Munich when they come calling. It has been stressing me out all morning, Krosh revealed as he took off his glasses, took a sip of his coffee, and rubbed the spot between his eyes, trying to ease the headache the situation was causing him. But he's only on a 3-year deal, and with the way he's improving, by the next renegotiation, we might be unable to offer half the terms other clubs would be willing to offer. So if we can sell him for a massive fee, that'll be a lot better than letting him leave as a free agent in 3 years, or even worse, putting him on massive wages and he falls off a cliff after half a season. As Topmaler listened to Krosh speak, it dawned on him. The club's financial interest would always come first. Krosh opened the folder he had placed on the desk between him and Topmaler and brought out the file. It was Lukas's current contract with the club. I've been looking through it all morning, but it is already so clear that he is currently underpaid, even though he only just signed the contract less than a couple of months ago. Once clubs get a whiff of his contract details, he will be snapped up in the blink of an eye. Marcus, Topmaler spoke up. I am no magician. Look at the team we have right now. Pushing for a Champions League spot in the Europa League knockout stage. I watch him train every week and play every weekend. I know his quality more than anyone else. With Lukas in this team, cementing our position in third this season or even catching up to Leverkusen isn't impossible. Going deep in the Europa League is guaranteed too. If we can keep him for one more season, a title is basically guaranteed. But you cannot expect the quality of the team on the pitch not to drop if our best player is being snapped up every transfer window. Krosh looked at Topmaler intensely as the coach laid out his complaints. This was one of the main reasons his relationship with the previous head coach, Oliver Glasner, fractured. But he knew Topmaler's concerns were not unfounded. In the last 2 years Topmaler had been at the club, they had consistently lost one of their best players in almost every transfer window. Whether it was Kolo Muani, Pacho, Lindstrom, and even more recently, Omar Marmish. There were even rumors coming from England that a few clubs were monitoring Hugo Ekitike's performance, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't receive a massive offer once the transfer window opened. If they were to lose both players in the same window, it could be devastating for the club if they were unable to find adequate replacements. After a few minutes of sitting in silence and contemplating, Krosh spoke up. There is a €75 million clause in his contract. Is it a release clause? No. It just states that if a club offers at least €75 million for him, we will open negotiations in good faith. It's not valid for German clubs, though. So don't worry. We won't be selling him to any of our domestic rivals, he replied. At least not unless they fork out an eye-watering fee, he thought. I understand. But just give me a season in the Champions League with him, and I promise by this time next year, you will scoff at an offer of €75 million from any club, anywhere, Topmaler said, his eyes focused and filled with intent. With the way things are going, we will most likely have to renegotiate his contract by the end of the season if we want to keep him for one more season. When that time comes, as long as he maintains his current form, I'll make sure the offer is substantial. I am counting on you, Marcus. I promise you won't regret this decision, Topmaler said as he stood up and shook hands with Krosh before leaving the office. The CEO watched his head coach leave and kept standing, staring at the door long after he had left, before slumping back down on the sofa. This is not an easy decision, but if we get this right, my position will most likely be cemented. A player they had gotten for nothing less than a year ago had turned out to be one of the brightest gems in the league. Selling such a player just off the back of a phenomenal season in the current transfer market would be a massive windfall for the club. But in the same vein, sitting on him and trying to increase his value before selling him also has risks associated with it. It really isn't an easy decision, he said as he picked up the copy of Lukas's contract and read it once more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back at the Brandt apartment, Lukas and Javi had just finished going through the proposals from several brands seeking sponsorship. I'm surprised about you wants me as an ambassador. I don't know anything about modeling, but I would love to work with them if possible, Lukas said as he dropped the contract proposal from the e-commerce company. I will set up that meeting after Pumas. I'll let you know when it's done, Marco said as he placed the files back into his bag and brought out another folder. This is from Henry. He's been busy with setting things up like you asked. They just need both your signatures. Read them and sign them so I can send it back to him. Oh, I almost forgot about that. It took him a while. Yeah, I don't know the exact details, but apparently quite a lot is happening in the world of business and finance right now with the trade wars. He's been busy trying to navigate that. Oh, that's right. It's around this time that the tariffs were just announced, Lukas thought. No problem. We'll look through it and sign it, he said as he handed a copy to Javi, who started reading the document religiously. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lukas wore a sleek, dark hooded parka, its water-resistant fabric glinting faintly under the overcast February sky. The hood was pulled low over his head, casting a shadow over his face to keep him out of sight from any curious fans. He had become somewhat of a celebrity both in Darmstadt and in Frankfurt. Underneath, a soft cashmere sweater in muted gray peeked out, offering warmth against the lingering winter chill. Slim, black jeans tucked neatly into high-top sneakers gave him a casual, yet purposeful look. A lightweight scarf wrapped loosely around his neck served both as an extra layer against the wind and an extra barrier for anonymity. In his hand, a small leather backpack held essentials, leaving him hands-free to navigate quietly down the quiet streets, blending seamlessly into the ordinary, rainy February afternoon. About 10 minutes later, he got to his destination. Hey, Joe, I'm outside, he typed and sent to Joanna, and almost immediately, the front door unlocked. You came? It's raining. I thought you wouldn't come cause of the weather. I said I'd be here. Always keep my word. Lukas responded as he gave her a peck before walking in. Joanna smiled widely and closed the door behind her. Who else is home? Ruben is sleeping. He loves sleeping when it rains. Honestly, who doesn't? I know, right? Mom and Dad are still at work. They should be back anytime soon. Joao is taking a shower. He came back from the academy about 15 minutes ago. Joanna, who is there? Joao's scruffy voice echoed through the apartment from the bathroom in his room. It's Lukas, Joanna responded. Oh, Mr. Superstar Wonderkid. I will be right out. Joao was out about 2 minutes later, wearing his pajamas, water still dripping from his hair as he sat beside Lukas and hooked his hand around him. Bro, you're a superstar already. Ahem. I know, right? Already in the Ballon d'Or conversation. Rafinha who? Mbappe who? What nonsense, Yamal. It's all you, bro. Okay, let's calm down now, Lukas said as he and Joao burst out laughing while Joanna sat opposite them looking at them. You're friends for a reason. I can't tell who's crazier, she said as she shook her head while smiling. I saw Coach Nagelsmann on the pitch. Do you think he'll call you up for the Nations League quarterfinals next month? Joao asked after the jokes ended. I sure hope so, but I honestly don't know. I haven't represented Germany at any youth level. To the DFB, it probably looks like I appeared out of thin air. That makes sense, but that shouldn't be their focus. They should focus on the fact that you're probably the most informed player in the world right now, and definitely the most informed German. Chapter 103, Love. That makes sense, but that shouldn't be their focus. They should focus on the fact that you're probably the most informed player in the world right now, and definitely the most informed German. Well, thank you, but I don't know what they would do. It's going to depend mostly on the coach. But let's not forget, I'm 16. Even the football media are already talking about how I'm too young to make my international debut. Coach Nagelsmann will most likely want to avoid controversy too. It also doesn't help with the amount of attacking midfielders Germany has. What does your age matter? Anyone who saw how you ran the Bayern defense ragged yesterday can't say you're not ready. I think I'm ready. I just don't want to raise my hopes only to be let down when I don't get the call. Don't worry about it. Luke, even if not this window, you will definitely be called up soon. They cannot ignore you forever, Joanna said as she looked at him with a loving gaze. Thanks, Joe, Lukas replied with a smile. Huh, what is going on here? Joao asked as he alternated between Lukas and Joanna. You, get a room, both of you. On a more serious note, though, you're so lucky, Luke. I wish I was the one being touted for a call-up to the national team. I don't even think the FPF knows I exist. Even if they don't know, they will find out soon enough, Lukas said as he tapped Joao's shoulder. He knew the kind of player his friend would grow up to be. He's already fast and strong. He just needs more game time to really let his talent shine, Lukas thought. Thanks, Luke. So when do you head back to Frankfurt? First thing, tomorrow morning. Gotta be in school. Then training ground after classes. Yeah? You should probably go get some rest then, Joanna said. Yeah, I just wanted to come see you guys. It's been a while since I saw Joao. Yeah, right. I totally believe you came here for me, Joao said sarcastically. What does that supposed to mean? Of course I did. Yeah, sure. Come on, let's go. I'll walk you home. Sit down, you're not going anywhere. I'll walk him home, Joanna rebutted as she stood up. Go get some rest or something. Training must have been difficult. Lukas, Joao said, turning to Lukas who was standing quietly. You heard the lady, man. Get some rest. We don't want you to be injured just for escorting me home. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Damn, that's how it is now, huh? Okay then, y'all have fun, he replied as he laid back down on the sofa and crossed his hands. I'll be back soon, okay? Cover for me if Mom and Dad come back before me, Joanna said as she grabbed Lucas's hand and dragged him towards the door. Keep dreaming. I'll tell them you left with a man I couldn't recognize. And you slapped me when I tried to stop you. Joao screamed at his sister as the entrance door slammed shut without her replying. H.A. Those two, Joao said as he shook his head and smiled before taking the remote to switch the TV station. Outside, Lucas and Joanna had their fingers interlocked as they walked down the street of their neighborhood. The rain had just stopped falling, but the cool evening breeze occasionally blew past them as they walked in silence. Lucas could feel his hand being squeezed tighter and tighter as they got closer to his apartment. How's school going? He asked, breaking the silence. It's going all right so far, I guess. It's really stressful, though. I hate physics. It's such a stressful subject, Joanna replied as she wrapped her free hand around Lucas's arm and hugged it tightly as they walked. It's going to be all right, babe. Just a few more months and you'll be done. Have you decided on what you want to study? Yeah, I was going to tell you later. I want to study biochemistry. Even though I don't like physics, I quite like biology and chemistry. I also want to work in a lab and do research on cells, drugs, DNA, just life in general. These things really interest me. That's great, Joe. Always pursue your passion. I'm sure you'll do well. You will always have my unconditional support. Joanna stopped in her tracks without saying a word, causing Lucas to stop with her. What's wrong? Lucas asked as he turned around to face her, looking straight into her eyes. I love you, Lucas, she whispered shyly as she broke eye contact with Lucas. Wow, what did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. The evening air was crisp, their breaths mingling in small clouds as they stood close, shivering slightly in the cold. I said I love. She began to speak, her voice soft against the hush of the night, but before the words could fully form, he leaned in, closing the space between them with a sudden, tender kiss that stole her sentence away and left only the warmth of the moment to fill the chill around them. Joanna stood frozen for a brief moment before gently closing her eyes, her arms slowly wrapping around his neck as she kissed him back. I love you too, Lucas whispered after he released her lips and placed his forehead on hers while looking into her eyes. A huge smile appeared on Joanna's face as she looked at him with a soft and tender gaze. I don't want to let you go, she said as she hugged him tightly. I will see you this weekend, all right? I'll send you tickets for the game against Leverkusen. All right, I'll be there. Should I score a goal for you? Since you're planning to study biochemistry, maybe I should go easy on them so I can ask Bayer to hire you after you graduate. OUCH, why are you punching me? You punch a lot. Lucas winced in pain as he grabbed Joanna's hand, which was now pinching the back of his neck. Yeah, because you talk a lot of nonsense. Come on, let's go. It's getting late. Wait, he'll be here soon. Who? Just as Joanna asked, Lucas pointed to a figure walking towards them. He's here. Lucas, you haven't gotten home yet? I waited 15 whole minutes before I left the house. João, what are you doing here? Joanna asked, surprised as she saw her brother. Don't look at me. Ask him. João responded as he pointed to Lucas. I was worried about you walking back alone, so I told him to wait a bit before following us. Did you see anything? She asked her brother. Small, you're not really trying to hide the fact that you guys are dating, right? If you are, you're doing a horrible job so far. Don't tell Mom and Dad. At least not yet. I'm not in the business of talking about other people's relationships. Just make sure you don't slip up and start drooling when you're watching a play, or they will find out. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't drool. Yeah, right. She turned to Lucas. Don't listen to him. I don't drool. It's okay, babe. Drool or no drool, I still love you. I don't. Lucas and Joao laughed as Joanna pleaded her case while they walked closer to Lucas's house. At times like these, transfer rumors, sponsorship deals, or big matches on the horizon seemed secondary, as spending quality time with both family and friends helped keep Lucas grounded and in reality, pulling him away from the sea of red and white that is the Allianz Arena and all the noise that had been caused by the press conference. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1st of March, 2025. In the LTC, Lucas was sat on the lone chair in the theater-like room where he got to review matches from any angle like he was on the pitch. This time, instead of a particular game, though it was something entirely different. He sat quietly, eyes closed shut, but not asleep. He was in deep contemplation about what he had just finished watching. Over 8 hours of footage of footballers both dribbling and driving down the pitch with pace. Kaka, during his first stint with AC Milan, gliding through defenders with pace like they weren't even there. Henry, at Arsenal, with long, elegant strides as he ran with the ball, while making it look like he wasn't even trying. Even as defenders struggled to catch up. Even though he had been there for a long time, he didn't feel bored at all. They made running look so effortless, so beautiful to watch. It was part of the special training for speed and endurance. The The final part. I have no idea why TT would make me watch this. It was fun to watch, sure, but it's not like watching Henry and Kaka run for hours will somehow make me able to run like them. He thought to himself away from the prying ears of the system. Chapter 104. The Warm-Up Zoo. I have no idea why TT would make me watch this. It was fun to watch, sure, but it's not like watching Henry and Kaka run for hours will somehow make me able to run like them. He thought to himself away from the prying ears of the system. Special training. Speed and endurance completed. The system window appeared in front of Lukas while he was still contemplating what TT had just made him watch for the past 8 hours. At least it's finally done. TT. Open player profile. Profile, Lukas Brandt, footballer. Date of birth, December 30th, 2008, 16. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Career status, Eintracht Frankfurt first team. Position, attacking midfielder. Current limit, 85. Rating, 82. Player stats, attack, off. Awareness, 82. Ball control, 81. Dribbling, 81. Tight possession, 80. Low pass, 82. Lofted pass, 81. Finishing, 80. Header, 80. Set piece, 81. Curl, 81. Defense, def awareness, 76. Tackling, 74. Aggression, 71. Def engagement, 70. Strength, speed, 85-4. Acceleration, 84-4. Kicking power, 83. Jump, 80. Physical contact, 80. Balance, 80. Stamina, 85-5. A wide smile spread through his lips as he looked at his stats. After almost 3 months of training till near death, the results are well worth it. Asterisk, the pain is always going to be proportional to the gain. Asterisk. Lukas didn't respond as he knew TT was right. He could already see how fast he was a week ago against Bayern Munich. He could tell he had gotten even faster in the week since then. Well, for others it might be a week. For me, it's a whole month already. He had already been listed on the match day squad of players to face the reigning Bundesliga champions later that evening, and already couldn't wait for kickoff. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The packed crowd cheered as Lukas jogged out of the tunnel with Götze and Larsson to either side of him. They had on their training bibs and ran onto one side of the pitch for warm-ups. It seems with every game the crowd has no option but to love you more and more, Larsson said as he stretched beside Lukas. Can anyone blame them? I have literally left them with no other choice. You and your smart mouth. You're lucky, I just don't like the spotlight. I like being low-key. If not, you won't even have a chance to shine. Of course I know that, and I am eternally grateful for your humility, Sir Larsson, Lukas said as he jumped out of the way while Larsson tried to kick him. The players around them were all laughing, and even the fans were appreciative of the air surrounding their players. They looked like a team who were together and ready to face whatever Leverkusen were willing to throw at them. Lukas, Trapp called out from inside the penalty box. Come help me warm up, he said as he gestured for Lukas to come over. Are you sure you want me to? Are you saying I cannot catch your shots? How many are you able to catch during training? That's only because I go easy on you when we train. Is that so? Do not go easy on me this time, then. All right, then. I won't. Show me what you got, Trapp said as he stepped back toward his goal while Lukas trapped a ball Ekatike had rolled to him just outside the penalty arc. Ready when you are. Trapp screamed as he slapped his gloves together and crouched slightly, his eyes glued to Lukas. Lukas eyed his goalkeeper for a brief second as the crowd in the stadium quieted down to watch the show he was about to put on for them. He took a couple steps back from where the ball was lying, and without taking another glance at goal, ran up and struck the ball cleanly with his left foot. His usual style. Not much power. It always seemed like he was caressing the ball. Trapp dived at full stretch towards his right as the ball headed for the top corner. He could already tell, however, that his dive was getting nowhere near the ball, as this had happened countless times in training, and despite his earlier bluff, he always gave 100% in training. Just as he accepted his seemingly inevitable fate. Bang! The ball crashed against the woodwork, right at the intersection between the crossbar and the right post. Ugh! The crowd sighed simultaneously as the ball deflected back to the outside of the box. It looked like it was definitely heading in, only off by inches. Any more to the left, and it would have rustled the goalpost before nestling in the back of the net. Even Lukas's teammates were a little surprised. During training, from just outside the box, his shots were rarely ever off target. It was either a goal, or he forced whoever is between the sticks to pull off an amazing save. Under no pressure and no actual wall between him and the goal, the amount of times he had managed to hit a dead ball off target could be counted on one hand. I guess you were human after all, Trapp said as he laughed after Lukas's miss. Lukas did not say a word to him. He just flashed a wry smile as he walked over to where the ball had deflected to and moved it back to the same position he took the first shot from. Same routine. A glance at the goal, 2 steps back, a run up, and a curled shot with his left foot. Bang! The routine was the same, and so was the outcome as the ball crashed into the woodwork at the same spot it did previously. Now a lot more teammates, and even Eintracht coaching staff were surprised. This was basically unheard of. Lukas did not say a word, though. That faint smile still on his face as he walked to the ball and repeated the same thing. Again and again and again. The woodwork kept on rattling right at the same spot. By the fourth time, the players and staff already caught on to what he was doing. There's no way Lukas would take 4 shots from that position and miss all 4 of them. He's doing this on purpose. Just look at that cheeky smile. I'm getting pissed off, Trapp thought as he shook his head while Lukas ran up and hit the ball. He stopped even attempting to make the save. He was getting nowhere near them, and he had already figured out they were all part of Lukas's crossbar challenge with himself. The other players had gone from surprise and concern at Lukas missing multiple shots to laud his ability to hit the ball with such accuracy on such a consistent basis. The crowd, meanwhile, were going crazy every time the ball struck the crossbar. They had now understood what was actually going on. Even some of the Leverkusen players at the opposite half of the pitch were watching with hands on their waists as Lukas hit the crossbar over and over again. It took until the 10th trial for his shot to be misplaced. The ball still hit the bar. This time, however, instead of deflecting back into the pitch, it rattled the back of the net. Lukas walked into the dugout with the fans applauding him for his showpiece. He just put on a pre-match show for the fans to watch, and they were now ready for the main event. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The sheer brilliance of this young man. Lukas Brandt keeping the fans entertained. He is undoubtedly one of the reasons why this stadium is currently packed to the brim with supporters. Eintracht Frankfurt hosts the reigning Bundesliga champions. I am Wolf Fuss, and I am joined here by Didi Hammond. Thank you, Wolf. It's a pleasure to be here. Lukas Brandt, what a pleasure to watch. The accuracy, the composure, to put on such a show in the presence of some 60,000 fans at such a tender age. This is something I have never seen before. Eintracht Frankfurt have a generational player on their hands. It is not crazy to say his relationship with the club might prove to be what propels them to heights they couldn't even begin to imagine just this time last year. You're right, Didi. But how long do you think they can keep him for? There's already news coming out from Bavaria that Bayern Munich is interested. With Muller's contract set to expire this season, and the future of players like Sane and Koeman in doubt, he would definitely be one of their prime targets for the summer window. That's right. But it's not just going to be Bayern Munich keeping tabs. With the way he's playing, he can make the list for almost any super club on the continent. Even if he ends up leaving, which I highly doubt Eintracht Frankfurt would allow so early into his career, he's going to fetch them a hefty transfer fee. He has another chance this evening to increase what that fee could end up being. Leverkusen might not have been able to replicate their sizzling form last season across the board, but they're still yet to lose an away fixture this season. This will prove to be a tough one. Chapter 105, Disoriented. The fans are ready. The players are ready. We are ready for kickoff. Eintracht Frankfurt face Bayer Leverkusen with 6 points, currently separating the two after Frankfurt's close loss to Bayern Munich last week. Eintracht Frankfurt will want to close that gap, while Leverkusen will look to narrow the distance between themselves and Bayern Munich above them. This is going to be an interesting match. The referee's whistle blew as Ekatike took the kickoff for Eintracht Frankfurt. Topmöller employed a 3-1-4-2 formation with Trapp, the captain, in goal. Christensen, Koch, back from injury, and the late in defense. Larsson as the pivot sitting right in front of the defense. A midfield containing Knopf, Skiri, Gotza, and Brown. With Lukas and Ekatike up top. There were a lot of attacking options on the pitch, but the defense was sorely lacking. Xabi Alonso went with a 3-4-3 formation with Radecki as the number 1. Hermoso, Ta, and Mukiel as the back 3. Frimpong and Grimaldo as wingbacks with Xhaka and Garcia in midfield. And a front 3 of Tella, Schick, and Wirtz. It did not take long after kickoff for Leverkusen to register their first shot on goal. Ekatike took the kickoff with a pass to Larsson, who passed it to Late. Fiat's first touch left much to be desired as the ball rolled an inch too far out of his control. Wirtz, who was closing him down quickly, didn't let that mistake go unpunished. He stretched his leg out and nicked the ball out of Fiat's reach. Wirtz took one more touch as he got to the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a shot from range. A horrible mistake by the 8. Chance. Great save by Trapp. Florian Wirtz almost opening the scoreline right after kickoff. First corner of the game in the first 15 seconds alone. The game continued in a similar vein. Eintracht Frankfurt were seeing less and less of the ball as the first half progressed. The match was unlike the one against Bayern Munich, though, as much of the play was taking place in midfield and on the flanks rather than in and around Eintracht's penalty area as at the Allianz Arena. Lukas, however, barely saw the ball. 15 minutes had gone by, but he had only touched the ball 4 times in total. Twice he was dispossessed on the turn by Granit Xhaka, and twice he was bodied out of possession by Jonathan Tah. He was given a license to roam, but it was as if Leverkusen were intentionally playing around him. When he pressed on the left flank, Grimaldo sent the ball to Frimpong or Wirtz down the right flank, and vice versa. Unbeknownst to him, Xabi Alonso had specifically ordered his players to deny Lukas the ball as much as possible. It worked, and it worked perfectly. He was in essence out of the game, and before he could actually figure out what was going on, his team was already in a hole, about 3 goals deep. It started in the 25th minute. Leverkusen dominated possession in midfield as they always had done, playing short passes as they snuffed out whatever pressure the home side applied. Wirtz got the ball in Eintracht Frankfurt's final third with his back to goal and Larsen bearing down on him. He feigned a turn, but simply passed the ball backwards to Xhaka at the edge of the center circle. Neither Skiri nor Götze, who were closest to Xhaka, attempted to close him down or put pressure on him. The Swiss midfielder calmly moved a meter forward before spotting a run up top. Xhaka saw Tella making the arched run just outside the box, and, from about 40 meters out, played a perfectly weighted through ball right through the entire Frankfurt midfield and into Tella's path. The Nigerian took the ball beautifully with his first touch. With his second, he cut to his right, slipping between Date and Koch, who looked lost. With his third, goal. Leverkusen has taken the lead. You had the feeling it was a long time coming. Xhaka cutting through the midfield with an incisive pass, and Tella, who doesn't normally score many goals, beats Date and Koch and buries it past Trapp into the back of the net. It's Bayer Leverkusen 1, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. Trapp fetched the ball from the back of the net and launched it up the field. The team had left him unprotected, whether from the lack of pressing upfield or the defense allowing themselves to be beaten with just one touch. Lukas was on the opposite flank to where this was happening. There was nothing he could do about it. The second goal, however, started with him on the ball. About 3 minutes after the opener, Date launched the ball up the pitch towards Lukas. With his back to goal, Lukas tracked the ball's trajectory, head high. Ta was also tracking it, charging forward from behind him. The two met just at the edge of Leverkusen's final third, but the 6 feet 5 inches defender was always favorite to win the aerial duel. Lukas, however, wasn't one to give up easily. He leapt as high as he could together with Ta. Fortunately, Lukas judged the ball's position slightly better as it landed on his chest despite the pressure from Ta. Before the ball could hit the ground, Lukas was already swiveling with it, rolling past Ta and looking ready to burst into the space behind. Before he could get a second touch, though, Mukiel slid in out of nowhere. The Frenchman got the ball, and a bit of the man, as Lukas rolled on the floor before springing back up immediately. The ball was already out of Leverkusen's half, though. Mukiel sent it into midfield to Xhaka, who once again was given space and time to pick out an almost identical pass to Tella, this time just outside the penalty area. Tella took a touch into the box with his right foot and went for a near-post finish. Trapp, however, was able to cover the angle, pulling off an unlikely point-blank save. Eintracht Frankfurt are being picked apart with consummate ease. They need to plug a hole in that midfield, and they need to do it fast. Corner to be taken by Garcia. In-swinger into the 6-yard box. Trapp isn't coming off his line. Lots of bodies in the box. Chaos in the box. Mukiel pokes it in, and Bayer Leverkusen doubles their lead. Just half an hour into the game, and they lead by 2 goals already. Lukas, standing at the edge of the box in case of a counterattack opportunity, shook his head as he watched the Leverkusen players run away to celebrate their second goal. The stadium, except for the 5,000 plus Leverkusen fans at the away end, was silent. They were being rocked in their own home. But the worst was yet to come. Chapter 106. The Wake Up by Demian Vandersverhiller. The stadium, except for the 5,000 plus Leverkusen fans at the away end, was quiet. They were being rocked in their own home. But the worst was yet to come. The worst came 4 minutes later. Started by Granit Xhaka again. He was having the time of his life. Garcia had just won the ball off Götze in the middle of the pitch and passed a Wirtz to his left. Florian Wirtz easily skipped past the challenge from Brown before passing the ball back to Xhaka. Once Xhaka got the ball, Lukas, who was behind him, closed it down immediately. But he didn't try to keep the ball as he lobbed a pass from his own half over the entire midfield and back line into the path of Grimaldo towards the left side of the penalty area. Grimaldo took one touch into the box, one glance at the middle of the box, and cut it back perfectly for Patrick Schick. Schick, arriving in the box, struck it cleanly through the crowd of bodies and past Trapp as he ran to celebrate with Grimaldo. Like a hot knife through butter, Eintracht Frankfurt is being sliced through by Leverkusen. 3-0 in the 33rd minute. Still over an hour of football to play, this could get nasty. Patrick Schick just can't seem to stop scoring at the moment. He makes it 14 goals in his last 16 Bundesliga matches. There is someone else on the pitch with a record very similar to that. Lukas Brandt with 7 goals in 6 Bundesliga matches, but he has generally been kept quiet, at least for this opening half hour. That's right, Wolf. We haven't really seen the Lukas we saw at the Allianz Arena last week. That ability to pick out a killer pass or hold the ball even under immense pressure. Even his speed, which we know he has in great quantity, are all things we haven't seen. So far, at least. But what does it say about this current Frankfurt team that literally a 16-year-old is who they're looking at for invention, for spark? A teenager with less than 2 months of professional football. I think it says more about the talent of the kid and the numbers he has put up right from his debut game. Looking at the numbers, even his half-season at the reserve level was unimaginable. But I think it'll be horrible to judge someone like this based only on their stats. He will never be able to keep putting up such outrageous numbers as time goes on. As the commentators discussed Lukas's game so far, Lukas was having a discussion with himself. What on earth is going on? Xhaka keeps getting the ball in lots of space. Should I drop deeper? While he was still thinking, Coach Topmaler had already finished thinking. Hugo, Topmaler screamed out for Ekatike, who was walking up to the center line, and gestured for him to come closer. Tell Lukas to drop deeper into the midfield and help Gatsa and Skiri. If he gets the ball, you start a run. Tell him not to bother with the flanks. Tell Ellie to follow Xhaka. Do not give him too much space, especially not when he is in our half. Ekatike nodded his head as he jogged towards Lukas, then Skiri, to relay their coach's instructions. They both nodded as he told them what the coach had said before walking to the center line. Lukas, especially, glanced at Topmaler's direction as they exchanged a tacit nod. I guess we both think alike, Lukas thought as he took a few steps backwards. The referee's whistle blew, and the game resumed with a fourth successive kickoff by Eintracht Frankfurt in only 33 minutes. Ekatike passed Larsson, as he did the previous 3 times, but this time Larsson had Lukas right in front of him, telling him to wait. The Swede left the ball for Lukas, just trapping the ball and getting out of the way. He knew if Lukas was with the ball while facing the Leverkusen players directly, the chances of losing it were close to none. Lukas collected the ball, and once he glanced up, he saw Schick arching his run to close him down from one side while Wirtz did the same from the opposite side. Schick was the closest and was by far the easiest to beat. Lukas feigned like he was going to move in the direction Schick was coming from, causing the Czech to check his run as he slowed down to block the escape route while throwing his foot forward. The ball rolled from Lukas's left foot to his right, and then forward into space as Lukas leaped above Schick's foot to receive it before passing to Gatsa at the halfway line, right as Wirtz closed in on him. His run, however, didn't stop as he lost Wirtz, his marker, and got to the halfway line. Gatsa flicked the ball into Lukas's path, and although he had to slow down a bit and stretch his leg backwards to get it, one touch was all it needed to be perfectly in stride with him, and he broke through the middle. Alex Garcia was the next victim in the casualty list as he came to stop Lukas's run, while Xhaka followed Skiri, who was now making a run alongside Lukas. Lukas, with his left foot, cut the ball to his right, then his left, then his right again, and just as Garcia stretched his legs to try and nick it, the ball went through his legs as Lukas skipped past him too while he turned and tried to grab him to no avail. Lukas took one look forward and saw Ekatike in space just between Ta and Hermoso, and with the inside of his right foot, he played a De Bruyne's pass. It was something he did over and over in the LTC session when he summoned the KDB ego. The ball rolled on the pitch as it curled around Hermoso and straight into Ekatike's foot right at the edge of the penalty area. Ekatike didn't take a touch, didn't look at the goal, just blasted the ball right into the top corner. An instinctive finish. Frankfurt have one back. What a pass. Oh, what a pass. Lukas Brandt has provided the very much needed inspiration to put Eintracht Frankfurt back in the game. You can keep him quiet, but not for long. Ekatike ran into the net, picked up the ball, and ran back down the pitch with the Eintracht Frankfurt players, high-fiving Lukas on the way as they both jogged back. Lukas had provided the very first spark Eintracht Frankfurt needed to get back into the game, and from here onwards, they were in the ascendance. Chapter 107, Pen. The game resumed, and Eintracht Frankfurt were starting to apply more pressure on Leverkusen than they had in the entire opening 35-plus minutes. They pressed high with speed as a unit and almost caught the opposition off guard right after kickoff. Lukas stuck to the role Topmaler had instructed Ekatike to tell him about. He stopped wandering about and started trying to read and dictate the game from deep. He never crossed the halfway line, even as Ekatike, Knopf, and Gatsa pressed high, because he knew if Leverkusen managed to beat the press, one pass to Xhaka and Eintracht's defense would be in deep trouble. His job from now on was to stop Xhaka from getting too much space to pick out passes like they were the easiest thing to do on the pitch. In the 38th minute, Ta and Mukiel passed the ball around to beat Ekatike's press before sending a clean pass to Xhaka down the middle. As Granit Xhaka received the ball right at the edge of the center circle and turned, Lukas was already an inch away from him. Before the Swiss could take a glance to find a player to pass to, Lukas stretched his leg and poked the ball away from Xhaka and into Skiri's path, and immediately the counterattack was on. Skiri was under pressure from Garcia, so he passed the ball to Brown on the right flank. Brown looked at his marker, Jeremy Frimpong, and knew he couldn't outrun him, so he passed the ball back into midfield to Lukas with his back to goal, who was between Garcia and Wirtz. The ball came at Lukas with speed, and he could feel Garcia's presence behind him and Wirtz right in front of him. Lukas moved his body ever so slightly to the left, the direction the ball was coming from, as if he was getting ready to turn that way. But when the ball got to him, he didn't touch it at first, letting it roll across his body as he turned to his right while the two players were covering his left-hand side. He didn't dwell on the ball after beating them. He took a look up and lofted it over the defense into Ekatik's path. The final shot, however, was not as clinical as the first goal, as the ball sailed over the bar and Ekatik put his hands on his head. Missed chance by Ekatik. This game should have been 3-2 now. Eintracht Frankfurt are growing into this game by the minute. Even the fans can feel it, the commentator said as the fans were starting to chant some tunes to raise the spirits of their players. It seems those chants did the magic they were meant to do, as Eintracht Frankfurt got a chance to score their second just before the halftime break. It started with a small stint of possession in the first minute of the 4-minute stoppage time inside their own penalty area. Trapp received a back pass from Knight and sent it the opposite way to Christensen. Christensen turned, shielding the ball from Tella before launching it down the line to Knopf, who was being chased down by Grimaldo. On your right was all Knopf needed here to flick the ball with his right foot into the midfield, where Lukas received it right at the entrance of Leverkusen's final third. Lukas looked around calmly as he trapped the ball and saw the entire play develop even before his second touch. Knopf had continued his run after passing the ball, and that was all Lukas needed as he floated the ball over Xhaka and Grimaldo to Knopf, who took it down brilliantly. Lukas sprinted up the pitch immediately after playing that pass as he breezed past Xhaka, then Garcia, and got to the edge of the penalty area even before Knopf could send a cross in. The Leverkusen midfielders tried to get close to him, but they were nowhere near as fast as he was. Knopf, coming down the right flank with the ball, glanced into the box and saw Lukas with his hands pointing to the space in front of him right at the edge of the penalty area, while Ekatik was already making a run into the box. He decided to cut it back for Lukas before Grimaldo could get close, as the Spaniard was closing him down at top speed. Knopf in possession. He has several options in the box. He cuts it back for Brandt. Chance. Brandt goes down the box, and the referee points to the spot. Penalty for Eintracht Frankfurt. The crowd went crazy with cheers as Lukas picked himself off the ground with a sly grin on his face. Everything had gone according to plan. Once he received the ball from Knopf, he knew any hesitation would make Garcia and Xhaka close in on him from behind, while Tell was already coming to block the shooting angle inside the box. With his first touch killing the momentum of the pass completely, he dragged the ball slightly past the line and into the box, and once he threw his left foot back to shoot, that foot got caught between Garcia's legs as he ran onto him from behind. Once he felt his leg get stuck, he just hit the floor. It wasn't a dive. He wasn't looking for the penalty when it happened. He had planned to take Tell out with that first fake before slotting the ball in the back of the net. But once he was caught, there was no reason not to go down, especially since the penalty would be given once VAR intervened. He got a pat on the back from Larson and Gotza as he fixed his boots and retied the undone laces on the foot he was caught on. You should take it, Ekatik said to Lukas as he handed the ball to him. Are you sure? Yeah, you're the best penalty taker during training and you won the penalty. I think you should take it. Lukas looked at Ekatik for a brief moment before nodding and collecting the ball from him. There were slight gasps among the crowd as the supporters were both surprised Lukas was taking such a penalty and worried that he might miss it. Ekatik has handed the ball to Brandt. He has won the penalty, and now he has been tasked with converting it. Topmøller doesn't look too worried. His teammates too. We haven't seen him take a penalty in his senior career yet, but there must be a reason why they're confident enough to let him take one even in a high-stakes match like this. The crowd held its breath as Lukas set the ball down at the penalty spot, which Christensen and Koch had been protecting from being scuffed by the Leverkusen players. He raised his head to look at Radecki, and the goalkeeper was staring right at him, employing every play in the book from clapping, bouncing on his feet, moving right and then left, anything to try and destabilize Lukas. Lukas Brandt against Lukas Radecki. Which of the two Lukases would come out on top? Brandt to put this game right on a knife edge just before halftime, Radecki to help his team hold on to their 2-goal lead going into the half. Lukaes, Chapter 108, Halftime by Demian Viller. Lukas looked at Radecki, then at the bottom left corner, then back at Radecki, then the top right corner before taking about 3 stride-long steps back. Fui. The referee's whistle blew, and Lukas did his run-up. No stutter, no faking, just a calm, steady run before hitting the ball with the inside of his left foot. Lukas Brandt against Lukas Radecki. Which of the two Lukases would come out on top? Brandt to put this game right on a knife edge just before halftime, Radecki to help his team hold on to their 2-goal lead going into the half. Lukaes. The crowd erupted as the ball struck the inside of the bottom right goal post before nestling into the net, while Radecki dived to his left, completely wrong-footed. Lukas ran straight into the net, picked up the ball, and pumped his fist in the air as he ran back to the touchline. The referee blew his whistle a couple of minutes after the restart by Leverkusen to bring the first half to an end as the crowd applauded their team while they went down the tunnel and into the dressing room. And it's halftime. Eintracht Frankfurt are back in this game in the final 10 minutes of the half. A 5-goal thriller, and it's still only the first half. Brandt creating the chance for Ekatike a minute after Leverkusen's third, before sending Radecki the wrong way to cut the deficit in half for Frankfurt. He's been one of the standout players on the pitch so far. Definitely the best player in the home side right now. Still 45 minutes to play here at the Deutsche Bank Park, though. At halftime is Eintracht Frankfurt 2, Bayern Leverkusen 3. Lukas sat on the bench, quietly catching his breath as he drank from the bottle he was handed when he came in. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he could feel his heart racing. A mixture of the excitement due to the frantic end to the half, as well as the sheer amount of running he had to do during the half, sitting at the heart of both the midfield and the attack, and sometimes even the defense. He was always lauded for his stamina, but this time it was showing something unimaginable, especially for someone his age. Topmøller walked into the room with urgency, as if he was about to explode. But once he got into the room and looked at the faces of his players, he just took a deep breath to calm himself. They had conceded all 3 goals either directly or indirectly because of the amount of space Granit Xhaka was granted in the midfield. Lukas had managed to plug that midfield perfectly once he was told what to do, even managing to cut the deficit down to just a solitary goal completely out of his own brilliance. But the question was, how long could Eintracht Frankfurt possibly expect him to keep doing that? How long could the club even afford to keep him? I don't have the leisure of worrying about questions like those, for now at least, Topmøller thought as he looked at Lukas. He knew his topmost priority right now was to complete the comeback in the next half, or, at least, to stop Leverkusen from extending their lead. After about a minute of silence in the room, he finally spoke up. First half an hour or so, I could not recognize the players on that pitch. After all we worked on during the week, you allow Leverkusen to boss you around in the midfield like that? That was a disgrace to watch. But we responded expertly. Even though we threw goals down, we didn't let our heads drop. And that's the spirit I want you to take into the second half. He then turned to the substitutes who were still in bibs. Oscar, Collins, you're coming in for the second half. Then turned to Larson and Knopf. You both are coming off. For this second half, we have to win the midfield battle. Don't allow Wirtz to turn. If he looks like he's going to get in a dangerous position, bring him down. A yellow card is all right. We cannot afford to concede a 4th goal. You both coming on will drop back just in front of the defenders. Lukas, keep causing their backline problems. Make them wary about stepping up too much. But also keep an eye on Xhaka. If they're in possession, make sure he doesn't have too much space for the ball to be played into him. Topmøller continued giving his tactical instructions, sometimes using the whiteboard behind him to explain the kind of changes he wanted to implement in the second half, while the players nodded when it was their turn and kept listening. This is our home ground. It doesn't matter what team comes here. It doesn't matter what they've achieved. We are not going to bend over for them. So go out there and show them that a 1-goal lead against Eintracht Frankfurt at the Waldstadion is the most fragile lead in this league. Some teammates clapped to keep the energy up, and they stepped out of the tunnel and onto the pitch to the warm welcome of the supporters. Lukas looked up into the stands in the direction where his family would most likely be, and smiled as he jumped and looked back at the ball, focusing his attention for the start of the second half. Pfui, and we're off. A first half of 5 goals. Now 45 more minutes of what the neutrals at home will sure hope this second half provides as much entertainment as the first. Leverkusen kicks off with a pass to Radecki and a long shot into Eintracht's half. The ball found ahead of Schick, who knocked it to his left for Wirtz. Wirtz, with his back to goal, brought the ball down expertly with his first touch, and after scanning his shoulder once, he swiveled past Oscar with ease and kept driving forward. Just as Wirtz glanced up to see the passing lanes developing in front of him, 2 feet slid in from his right-hand side, taking both him and the ball as the ball was kicked out for a throw-in. Look at the energy and intensity from Lukas Brandt. He needs no time to settle into the half and is already firing at all cylinders. The last touch was off Wirtz, so Lukas took the throw, a short throw to Højlund just in front of him. Højlund's first touch passed the ball back to Lukas, and immediately, Wirtz closing on him with force, looking to exact his revenge as soon as possible. As the saying went, though, revenge is a dish best served cold, and Wirtz would prove to be lacking in the patience required for that dish to cool down. So naturally, he wasn't getting his revenge. Wirtz's momentum and direction into the challenge was all Lukas needed to flick the ball the opposite direction and jump to avoid the contact as the Leverkusen starman was left tackling grass. And before he got up, Lukas was gone. Chapter Osutano, Krasistat. Wirtz's momentum and direction into the challenge was all Lukas needed to flick the ball the opposite direction and jump to avoid the contact as the Leverkusen starman was left tackling the grass. And before he got back up, Lukas was gone. Nice bit of trickery there by Brandt to beat Wirtz. Starman against Starboy, and the latter is currently on top. This is what the fans come to see. Lukas got to the halfway line in the blink of an eye as the Leverkusen defense retreated while trying to keep their shape. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Collins calling for the ball as he darted down the right flank, and he obliged. With the outside of his right foot, Lukas played the pass to Collins, curling the ball around Grimaldo, who was also chasing him. Grimaldo stretched his foot as the ball passed in front of him, but it was just a couple of inches too far for him to get a touch. Collins took one touch to push the ball closer to the byline, looked inside the penalty area, and hit a cross into the box. The ball sailed high and looked like it was going out of play for a goal kick as it crossed the entire penalty area, but Brown was able to stop it right on the line. He took a look into the now crowded penalty box and spotted Götze peeling back from the crowd in the middle and heading towards the penalty arc, and he subsequently passed the ball to him. Brown does well to keep it in. He has Frimpong for company. Can he get across into the box? He cuts back for Götze. Shoots. Goal. Mario Götze has leveled the score for Eintracht Frankfurt. Leverkusen has blown a 3-goal lead in less than 20 minutes of playing time. Radecki is unsighted, and it takes a massive deflection off Garcia, but Götze is claiming it. As he should, Mario Götze ran to the fans, fists in the air as he screamed at the top of his lungs while his teammates, Lukas included, rushed him. They had fought valiantly to draw a level after being 3-0 down. Lukas wouldn't be on the score sheet for that goal as the goal scorer or assist provider, but his part in starting the attack could not be understated. A stat just came in. This third goal against Leverkusen is the first goal Eintracht Frankfurt has scored while their 16-year-old wonder kid is on the pitch, which he neither scored nor assisted. Keep in mind that since his debut, he has played 8 games, with this being his 9th. And when he was on the pitch for those 9 games, until this goal, Eintracht Frankfurt had scored 19 goals. And he was involved in all 19 of them. That is an insane piece of statistic right there. This, so far, has been a debut campaign like we've never seen before. For Christ's sake, he's averaging more than 2 goal contributions per game. Even for this third goal, although he didn't score nor assisted, he won possession high up in his own half, and then threaded a pass for Collins to ignite the attack. Let's not forget, he's only 16. I repeat, he is 16 years old. We are witnessing the debut campaign of a superstar. While the commentators talked about Lukas's feat, he and his teammates ran back to their half to continue the match. They knew Leverkusen was going to come at them with full force once the whistle went. They knew they would have to do a lot of defending. But at that moment, they couldn't quite understand the magnitude of the waves of attack Leverkusen was preparing to launch on them. Right for the kickoff, Wirtz got the ball, went through 3 players, including Lukas, and played a perfect through pass for Schick, whose low drive was saved by Trapp at full stretch. They had almost regained their lead as soon as they lost it. The intensity of their attacks never waned. Their wingbacks, Frimpong and Grimaldo, were causing an unimaginable amount of headaches down the flanks. Grimaldo in particular was unplayable. From pinpoint deliveries into the box to hitting a free kick that missed the target by the closest of margins as it struck the crossbar, while Trapp was rooted to his spot, all in the first 10 minutes after they lost their lead. With 6 shots on goal and 3 on target all in that 10-minute period, Leverkusen were unfortunate not to score. There were no pushovers either. The initial waves of attacks had caught them off guard, but after coming out relatively unscathed, they were starting to grow back into the game. They started stringing some passes together in midfield and gradually moving the ball away from the edge of their penalty area. Lukas, once again, was instrumental to the turnaround, acting as one of the first lines of defense together with Götze, while Ekatike stayed higher up the pitch just to keep the center backs on their toes. He made sure the Leverkusen midfield were not granted the time and space they had in the first half, even receiving a yellow card for a foul on Garcia in the 54th minute. In the 67th minute, for the first time in the game, Eintracht Frankfurt were about to take the lead. Lukas nicked the ball off Xhaka at the halfway line as the midfielder took a second too long to pick out a pass. As he tried to run with the ball in his possession, he felt a tug on his shirt strong enough to bring him down. The referee ran up, showed Xhaka a yellow card, and gave the free kick which Skiri took. The ball was floated to the left flank for Brown. The defender managed to bring down the ball, even while under immense pressure from Frimpong. Brown looked into the box and could see Götze and Ekatike making a run in there, but he couldn't push the ball down the line to cross as he knew Frimpong was definitely faster than him. He looked to his left and saw Lukas making a run towards their location with his arms pointed to the space behind Frimpong close to the byline and just passed the ball into the space. Frimpong turned to chase, while Xhaka also ran with Lukas, but he was quicker than both, getting to the ball just ahead of Frimpong. He held the ball tight to his boots, shoulders hunched, back almost brushing the corner flag. Frimpong and Xhaka boxed him in, Frimpong stepping sideways to shut off the byline, and Xhaka edging across to close the angle inside. They left only the smallest of gaps between them, just enough to tempt him. With a quick drop of his shoulder, Lukas feigned a run toward the byline. Frimpong bit, lunging to block him off. In the same instant, he dragged the ball back with the sole of his right foot, snapping it across his body. Xhaka shifted late, and that hesitation was all he needed. He threaded the ball through the narrow space, squeezed his body between the pair with a burst of pace, and burst free into open grass, leaving both men off balance and glancing helplessly over their shoulders. The crowd sitting around the corner flag gasped as they stood up to witness what could come of this. Chapter 110, Insane by Demian Thriller. Zaka shifted late, and that hesitation was all he needed. He threaded the ball through the narrow space, squeezed his body between the pair with a burst of pace, and burst free into open grass, leaving both men off balance and glancing helplessly over their shoulders. The crowd sitting around the corner flag gasped as they stood up to witness what could come of this. Breaking free down the flank, Lukas darted toward the edge of the box, the crowd rising with every stride. Jonathan stepped across, towering and certain, his arm outstretched to force him wide. But the ball was glued to his feet, and with a sharp step over followed by a sudden cut inside, he wrong-footed Ta completely. The big defender stumbled, lunging at air as the ball slipped past him. No sooner had he escaped than Nordi Mukiel closed in from the right, covering the penalty spot. Timing it perfectly, he flicked the ball just out of Mukiel's reach with the outside of his boot, then burst around the defender's other side to collect it again. A single touch steadied him, the goal opening up before his eyes. Lukas let fly with his left foot, the strike rising and curling toward the far corner. For a heartbeat, it looked certain to ripple the net. The fans behind the goal were on their feet. They had just witnessed a moment of sheer and utter brilliance. But Radecki was having none of that. He flung himself at full stretch, fingertips grazing the ball, just enough to tip it wide. Ugh! Gasps and roars merged into one as the chance slipped away, his moment of brilliance denied by a world-class save. The fans got on their feet and applauded him as he strutted back to that left flank to take the resulting corner kick. Up in the stands, Joanna sat there, mouth slightly agape as she clapped with the fans. João had his hands on his head. Javi was all smiles and had an expression of slight shock. They had all known Lukas was a terrific player. They knew how talented he was and how highly rated he was. But this was their first time watching him in person, against recognizable faces in the Bundesliga. Players who had gone unbeaten in the Bundesliga the previous season were being toyed with by Lukas right now. It was such a bizarre feeling to them. They had seen on TV against Bayern Munich last week, but seeing it in person was such a different feeling. Hearing the supporters around them sing praises of Lukas made them proud, especially Javi. But instantly, as if something struck him, his smile faded as he went into deep thought. With how popular he's getting, it's only a matter of time before she sees him. I guess I should have a conversation with him soon before she tries to contact him, Javi thought as he watched his son receive a pass from Koch, skip past Garcia, and release a through ball for Brown down the wing, to the cheers of the fans around him. The smile returned to his face. I guess I'll worry about that when time comes. For now, I've got to enjoy this show he's putting on. On the pitch, completely unaware of the thoughts his father was having up in the stands, Lukas was causing all sorts of problems for the Leverkusen players, especially the midfield. The clock steadily ticked past the 75th minute and was entering into smash-and-grab territory. Anyone who scored now would almost definitely win the game. Leverkusen got the chance to do just that on the counter in the 78th minute. Lukas had received the ball at the edge of the penalty area from Hodgland, but immediately the ball was played to him. He had already been crowded out. Garcia, Zaka, Hermoso, Grimaldo, 4 players surrounding a 16-year-old. He tried to dance out of the encirclement, a drag back with the sole of his boot before flicking the ball to the left, avoided the tackle from Grimaldo, but 4 at once seemed far too great a task at this stage, as Hermoso managed to poke the ball out of possession, and Zaka immediately hit the ball high up the pitch without even looking to see if anyone was there. Unfortunately for Eintracht, there was someone. Schick, who was hugging the halfway line as his team defended, keeping the Eintracht defense on their toes while providing a way to release pressure for his team when they wanted to clear the ball up the pitch, was the one the hopeful clearance got to. Koch was caught off guard as a fortuitous first touch from Schick saw the ball go through his legs, and all of a sudden, Schick was through on goal with only Trapp in front of him. Topmöller had his hands on his head as the Czech Republic international bore down on his team's goal, while Koch and Mukiel tried, to no avail, to keep him contained. Oh, horrible mistake by Koch. Patrick Schick could give Leverkusen the lead in this tie. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Just as Schick got close to Eintracht penalty arc, Trapp made the decision to rush out of his line to face Schick. The goalkeeper went low and hard, timing his run perfectly to destabilize the center forward. But Schick was in too good form to miss a shot on goal while one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Luck also played a huge part in that, though. The 2 players collided. Trapp sat on the floor, his legs and arms spread as wide as they possibly could, while Schick tried to lob the ball over the goalkeeper. The ball hit Trapp's head before he clobbered into Schick and ricocheted out of the penalty box. Schick raised both hands asking for the penalty, but the referee allowed play to develop first as the ball landed directly in front of Wirtz right outside the penalty area. Florian Wirtz, The commentators screamed as Wirtz lobbed the ball over a helpless Trap struggling to get up, and an already jubilating Schick sitting on the ground with his hands in the air, switching from a penalty shout to a goal celebration, while some fans directly behind the goal placed their hands on their heads as they watched the ball looping into the net. Just when they thought the goal was all but confirmed, a figure seemed to appear right at the goal line as white and red-colored boots thumped the ball out of the air as it flew right back into the pitch. The Leverkusen players, half of whom already had their arms in the air, couldn't believe their eyes as they rested those hands on their heads. Oh my word, what have we just witnessed? Chapter 111, Final Moments, GT. When Lukas lost the ball after he was encircled by 4 players in front of the Leverkusen penalty area, he got up, turned around, and started running back to his half. He burst past the halfway line at top speed when he looked up and saw Trap coming out of his goal to tackle Schick. It looked like a goal for sure, but he never stopped running. By the time the ball bounced in front of Wirtz, Lukas was right behind him. He had to decide if he would stop to block Wirtz's shot or keep running towards the goal. He knew the best and easiest way for Wirtz to finish this move was a side-footed lob over the goalkeeper into the empty goal. Trying to decelerate at that moment was almost impossible. Because of his speed, he would either clatter into Wirtz and get sent off, or stop a lot farther from Wirtz's position due to his momentum and just get lobbed. He had to think fast, and that was what he did, running past Wirtz without slowing down as the Leverkusen star did exactly what Lukas had predicted, lobbing the ball over Trap towards the empty goal. Lukas was fortunate that it wasn't a volley with power, else he would have stood no chance whatsoever no matter how fast he had gotten. But the nature of that lob made the ball's airtime a couple of seconds longer. And after his past military-level special training in the LTC, a couple of seconds was more than enough to cover the ground from the edge of the penalty area to the goal line as Lukas jumped, his body twisting in the air as he ballooned the ball back into play. The ball flew into the pitch, going even past the halfway line. That was the sheer amount of power behind that clearance. Oh my word, Lukas Brandt with an almost impossible goal line clearance. The commentator screamed while the crowd cheered in a mixture of surprise and admiration as Lukas fell. That cheer suddenly dampened into a sense of gloom once Lukas hit the ground. Instinctively supporting himself with his arms as he landed, Lukas's left ring and middle fingers seemed to bear the brunt of his weight as his hands were placed awkwardly while hitting the ground. Lukas let out a sharp scream, clutching his left hand in agony. The referee waved the medic on as his teammates backed away. Dropping to a crouch, the medic carefully examined his swollen middle and ring fingers, twisted awkwardly at the joints. "Hold still," the medic murmured, gripping Lukas's wrist firmly with one hand. With the other, he steadied the 2 bent fingers, gave a quick, controlled pull, and push, pop, pop. Both joints clicked back into place. Lukas gritted his teeth, his head snapping back, then exhaled hard as the pain dulled. Reaching into his kit, the medic swiftly wound layers of white tape around the injured fingers, binding them snugly together for support. He tugged at the wrap once to test it, then held Lukas's hand up for him to see. "Stable enough. You gonna finish?" he asked. Lukas flexed his hand, clenched a fist, then nodded. The medic signaled to the referee, but protocol meant Lukas had to be led off the pitch. With his arm raised and the taped hand on show, Lukas walked off to the sideline, greeted by cheers. The game resumed with a drop ball for Leverkusen, who were in possession before the whistle, while Lukas was waved by Topmaler to come closer. "How's it? Does it hurt a lot?" Topmaler asked once Lukas was beside him. "Just a bit. It won't affect my game," he replied. "That's good," Topmaler responded as he proceeded to give Lukas some tactical adjustments to relay to the team once he got back on. Lukas was waved back on a few seconds later and had a slot directly into his defense as Leverkusen mounted another attack. Under Xabi Alonso, Bayer Leverkusen had never played like a team that was content with a draw. It didn't matter who they were or where they played. They pushed for the win by any means necessary. It worked spectacularly last season as they were unbeaten in all competitions except the Europa League final, which was their only loss that season. But so far this season, it had produced mixed results, at least compared to the previous seasons. This game, too, was about to be included in the section titled Mixed Results. As the clock ran down, Leverkusen pushed harder and further up the pitch. They were relentless. Trap had to pull out his inner Buffon with 4 saves in the final 10 minutes of the game, including a double save where a shot from Wirtz outside the box was parried into Schick's path, before Schick's attempt was also blocked with Trap's widespread legs. Moans and groans could be heard around the stadium when the board went up with 5 minutes of added time, mostly due to Lukas's treatment. The home fans were more than willing to take a 3-3 draw against the reigning champions. Topmaler, too, was praying for the final whistle. 1 point out of a possible 6 could be uni deal for a team competing for a Champions League spot, but if that was in the 2 hardest games his team would play that season, it could be seen as a major success, especially if their goal difference only dropped by 1 after those 2 games. It could be way worse, Topmaler thought. We could have lost 4-0 to Bayern, and then 3-0 to Leverkusen. Please hang in there, guys, he thought before walking around the technical area screaming for his players to remain compact and keep their heads in the game. Lukas was just in front of his team's penalty area when the ball went out for a Leverkusen throw-in just beside the corner flag. Grimaldo rushed and picked up the ball, cleaning it with his shirt before running forward and launching the ball into the box. For some reason, Jonathan Tah, Leverkusen's central defender, was in Eintracht's box jumping to attack Grimaldo's cross together with Boniface, who had come on for Schick about 10 minutes ago, while Ekatike and Koch marked each of them respectively. Tah got a flick on the ball, which caught Trapp off guard. The Eintracht Frankfurt captain reacted late, diving to his left at full stretch as Topmöller had his hands on his head. It was starting to look like a repeat of the game against Bayern Munich just last week, going down, fighting back level, and then losing the lead during stoppage time. But it would seem the goddess of luck had other plans that evening. Trapp's gloves grazed the ball ever so slightly, but that was enough to change the ball's direction ever so slightly as the ball hit the inside of the left post and rolled across the goal line. Both Koch and Boniface went for the ball, but it was the former who thumped it out of the penalty area and back into play. The referee checked his watch both to see if the ball had crossed the line and to see how much additional time was left on the clock before confirming that the line was not crossed. However, the ball was still in play. For a brief moment, it looked like the Leverkusen players at the back, all in Eintracht's half, switched off, thinking the ball had crossed the line. Mario! Alex Garcia screamed at the top of his lungs at Hermoso, the last man in the Leverkusen team who was standing just in front of the center circle inside Eintracht's half as the ball bounced a couple of meters in front of him. The Spaniard was staring at the referee, waiting for the confirmation of the goal, completely unaware of his position as his team's last man and the location of the ball. As his fellow countryman's scream brought him back to his senses, he looked at the ball bounce and saw a figure closing in behind it and panicked. Lukas was there, his eyes glued to the ball as it bounced. He had started his run, walking away from his penalty area when Trapp got that all-important touch to stop Tah's header, and was in full sprint immediately after the ball met Koch's legs. He didn't even spare a glance at the referee while a few players around him looked to see what the verdict from the goal line technology would be. Garcia was the first to actually notice Lukas running through the midfield. That was when he turned and screamed at Hermoso. Hermoso ran forward and swung his foot at the ball, but missed. Lukas had already nudged the ball to the left with his head as the ball came up from the bounce, while Hermoso's boot grazed his ear. But he just kept running. The Spanish international threw his hand around Lukas and tried to drag him back, but Lukas shrugged off his hands, swatting the defender, who fell face-first on the ground. Then he turned on the afterburners. Chapter 112, The Bounce. Lukas picked the ball up just past the halfway line, the pitch stretching open before him. Every Leverkusen defender had been caught upfield, scrambling to recover, but none close enough to intervene. The roar inside the stadium swelled as he surged forward with long, powerful strides, the green grass unfolding like a runway beneath his boots. Closer and closer he drove, each touch measured, carrying him past the last traces of resistance until the white lines of the penalty area rose to meet him. Radecki, realizing the danger, abandoned his line and came charging out, arms spread, body set to smother the ball before Lukas could finish. But Lukas never hesitated. At full speed, with the keeper bearing down, he shaped to strike hard. Then, with a deft flick of his left foot, he disguised the effort. Brandt with a chance to win this for Eintracht Frankfurt, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He has Garcia and Mukiel on his tails. Watch this. Watch this. Will he make this count? Lukas Brandt, of course he will. At the death, Lukas Brandt has just single-handedly won this game for Eintracht Frankfurt. What a run. What a finish. The ball skipped off the turf with a subtle bounce, the kind that wrong-footed goalkeepers dread. Radecki lunged, his timing undone, as the ball hopped gently over his outstretched leg and rolled into the back of the net. The stadium erupted as Lukas ran to the advertisement board near the corner flag, all signs of calmness shed, his veins bulging from his neck as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The fans, the substitute players, the teammates on the pitch, they all crowded around him as they celebrated. Just look at what it means to him. A win against the reigning champions in the dying minute. Take a bow, Lukas Brandt. As the players gradually dispersed, Lukas turned back to face the fans, grabbed part of the shirt where the badge was, and kissed the Eintracht Frankfurt eagle again and again. The cheers got even louder as Lukas showed his dedication to the club. The fans already loved him, but he was gradually turning into a cult hero, and it hadn't even been 3 months since his professional debut. The game resumed with a last-ditch effort from Leverkusen to salvage a point as all 11 players were right on the line, while Wirtz kicked off with a back pass to Radecki as the entire team ran into Eintracht's final third while the goalkeeper launched the ball down the pitch. They had successfully achieved last-minute wins or comebacks in several games the previous season as they went on their unbeaten run with more than 10 match-deciding goals scored during added time. This game, however, was not to be one of those as the referee's whistle blew to end the match after a struggle between Hodgland and Teller resulted in the former thumping the ball out of Eintracht Frankfurt's half. And it is over. Eintracht Frankfurt has handed Leverkusen their first loss away from home in 1.5 seasons. And the man of the match, Eintracht's player of the moment, is none other than Lukas Brandt. With 2 goals and an assist, including the winner in the 3rd minute of extra time, he has single-handedly put the reigning Bundesliga champions to the sword. The whistle was like music to the ears of both the crowd and the players as they celebrated their unlikely win. Lukas received tight hugs from his teammates, especially Larsson, who ran out to the pitch immediately the final whistle went and leaped on him. "Lukas, that was a beautiful goal," Larsson screamed as he climbed on Lukas's back in the middle of the pitch. "Bro, come down first. You're going to pull me to the ground," Lukas replied as he shrugged off his friend and teammate before smiling. "How did you score that goal like that? I have never seen you do that in training before," Larsson asked as he jumped off Lukas's back. "You haven't seen me do it doesn't mean I haven't been practicing it. I was watching Ozil's compilation on YouTube the other day, and it looked so sick, so I decided to practice it. And now, one-on-one, in the dying minute against the reigning champions, that one occurred to you to try it, huh? What can I say? I have nerves of steel," Lukas joked as he gently flicked his nose with his index finger. As they stood and looked around the stadium, a middle-aged man in his early 40s walked up to Lukas. "Lukas Brandt, right? Good game today," he said as he stretched his hand for a handshake. "Mr. Alonso, thank you," Lukas replied as he shook his hand firmly. It was Xabi Alonso, a man who had a stellar career as a player and had already amassed a huge reputation in his relatively short stint as a coach. It would not be an overstatement to say he was the most sought-after manager in world football at the moment, with solid links to Real Madrid. "I hope to see you again sometime soon," Alonso whispered as he tapped Lukas on his shoulder and walked out to greet other people. "See me again? What for?" Lukas thought as he watched Alonso walk away. He would be moving to Real Madrid at the end of this season anyway, he concluded as he turned his attention to his coach who had come over to give him a hug. "How are your fingers?" Topmøller asked for the 2nd time that day. "They're fine. Maybe it's because of the adrenaline, but I don't feel the pain at all," he responded as he looked at his left hand. The bandage wrapping his ring and index finger together, now stained brown as he tried to wiggle the fingers. "Make sure you get checked tonight." "I will." "Good. For now, go greet the fans. They're itching to see you up close," Topmøller said as he tapped Lukas on his back and walked away. "Come on, let's go," Larsson said, grabbing Lukas's uninjured arm as he pulled him towards the fans. The fervor in the stands grew to a thunderous crescendo as Lukas walked closer to them. Fans waving the scarves and the mini flags, shirts twirling in the air. This was an atmosphere he had never experienced on this ground before. Sure, there had been huge celebrations after every win, but there was just something about this. Beating the reigning champions, Bayer Leverkusen for that matter, and handing them their first loss away from home in over 25 games was something to celebrate. Something to celebrate wildly. As he walked down the advertisement board applauding the players, his eyes met a young boy, about 7 or 8 years old, sitting on his father's shoulders and waving at him as hard as he could. "You want this?" Lukas mouthed at the kid as he pointed to his shirt. The kid nodded frantically, and Lukas pulled his shirt off his back, balled it up, and threw it to the kid who was starting to bawl his eyes out in tears. The long-sleeve vest he was wearing under his shirt, due to the cold weather, was now his outermost garment. The stadium applauded the gesture as Lukas continued his walk with his teammates. After a few minutes with the fans, Lukas looked behind him, scanning around the pitch as if he was looking for someone in particular. "Who are you looking for?" Knopf asked, noticing Lukas's movements. "Florian Wirtz. I really want to talk to him." Chapter 113. Reactions by Demian Filler. "Who are you looking for?" Knopf asked, noticing Lukas's movements. "Florian Wirtz. I really want to talk to him. After what you did to him during the match, I doubt he will want to talk to you, though," Knopf responded, causing some players who were around them to burst out laughing. "I don't think he's still here, but isn't the international break in 2 weeks? You'll both probably meet up there," Larsson said after he had stopped laughing. "I haven't received any call-ups yet. I might not even be in consideration." "Bullshit," Koch interjected. "They will most likely notify the club tomorrow or the day after. You will definitely be called up." "Coach Nagelsmann isn't blind," he added. "How can you be so sure that he's not?" Lukas thought before looking up at the stands. Up in the stands, in one of the corporate hospitality boxes, a group of people, 2 men and a woman, watched the crowd sing Lukas's praises in silence. They witnessed everything. Lukas pulling his team from 3-0 down to a 4-3 win in the final minute of extra time. The scenes after the 4th goal as the crowd embraced him. The cheers as Lukas peeled his shirt off his back and handed it to a young fan. Everything. They kept watching in silence as he now walked around the pitch, applauding the fans for their support. They could feel it. The fans adored him so much. A brief moment after Lukas left the pitch, the man sat in the middle of the group, donning a dark blue suit, spoke up. We're going to have to review our offer considerably if we want to have him, the man said. I was just thinking the same thing. And once we initiate contact, it's only a matter of time before word spreads to the others. We could still be deliberating, and one of them would snatch him up without blinking, especially after his previous performance and now this masterpiece. The lady by the right responded. Doing this at only 16? Where have we ever seen something like this before? I have never seen anything like it. Maybe only Pele was putting up numbers like this at that age. We had Pele. It's only right we have Lukas Brandt too, the man said with a smile. You know what that means though, right? Midnight shifts. Exactly. Midnight shifts. The man and woman by his side both made a grumbling face, but none of them uttered a single word from then on. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bro, you're disturbing me. I need to sleep, Lukas said, grunting as he turned on his bed. Use a headset or something for God's sake. Sorry, man. It's just crazy the amount of press you're getting. Especially that last goal. They're gushing about it online, Joao responded as he reached down for his headset. It was the night after the match, and after Lukas had gotten his fingers checked and cleared, he went with the gang who came to watch him play, and they headed to the hotel they usually stay at. As usual, he was sharing a huge room with Joao. Joanna had a room to herself, while Ann and Javi had their own room. Let me see, Lukas said as he stretched out his hands to Joao. He scrolled through his Instagram and arrived at a post from 433. Scenes at the Deutsche Bank Park as 16-year-old Lukas Brandt scores the winner against Leverkusen in the 93rd minute. Was the caption of the post with a front picture of Lukas screaming at the top of his lungs while grabbing the badge on his shirt. He swiftly opened the comments section and immediately a smile engulfed his face. At bed. This gotta be, hands down, one of the most dominant solo performances a teenager has put up this century. At Frankfurter for life. I've been trying to tell you guys for the past 3 months, but you wouldn't listen. Lukas is the truth. At Neverlosen, I was at Frankfurt for the match, I can't lie. It was peak, can't hate the kid. TF am I saying? Of course I can hate the kid, he's trash. At Mansamia, this is the player we want this summer. And whoever we want, we are gonna get. At SG Life. Keep hallucinating at Mansamia, he's not leaving the club. Already in the Ballon d'Or conversation after 3 months. Our own star. Okay, give me back my phone. Any more of that, and your head would explode from all the praise, Joao said as he snatched his phone from Lukas and walked back to his bed. There are still enough haters to keep me grounded, Lukas responded. I guess that's true. There are always going to be people that hate you no matter how good you are or get. Yeah, by the way, how was your game yesterday? Sorry I couldn't make it. That's okay. It was a 0-0 draw. Even with the defense, we couldn't score. You kept a clean sheet, so that's good. It's not your job to score. I will try and attend another match soon. That's okay. Come whenever you can. The local news would probably go crazy if you attend an under-19 Bundesliga match, Joao said as he laughed while imagining such a scenario. You think? Of course. I don't think you understand how big of a star you are in Darmstadt and Frankfurt. I don't even know how your time at the Darmstadt Academy is still not a big deal outside the town. Everybody in there knows, though, that's for sure. Thankfully, it hasn't. It probably won't be long before it becomes news, though. Thinking about how my time in Darmstadt went, I can't even believe where I am now. Imagine how it must feel for me watching from the sidelines. It felt like you went from being dropped to becoming Maradona in the blink of an eye. I still haven't been able to wrap my head around how you did it. What can I say? It all just started to click one day. The years of training didn't go to waste. I'm so proud of you, man. I hope mine clicks too. You'll be great, bro, trust. I hope so too. Anyway, I should let you sleep. Have a good nig. Ring asterisk. The sound of Lukas's phone ringing cut Joao off mid-speech as Lukas answered the call in lightning-quick speed. Hey, yeah, I'll be right out, he said as he ended the call and got up from the bed immediately. Where are you going? Joao asked, sitting up from his own bed. Where do you think I'm going? Lukas asked as he threw on his shirt, which was lying on the chair. Weren't you just complaining about being tired and wanting to sleep? Now you're off to see my sister. What can I say? All of a sudden, I'm not that tired, Lukas responded as he grabbed his phone from his bed. Aren't you taking your jacket? It's cold outside, no? I'm not leaving the hotel, Lukas said as he walked to the door. Where are you meeting, then? Her room? Motherfuck. The door was slammed shut before Joao could complete his sentence. Hey, Jay, I can't even get a full sentence in. They're in love. I just hope they don't break up. And if they do, I hope it's not too messy. Arg, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. Chapter 114, Sleep. The door was slammed shut before Joao could complete his sentence. Hey, Jay, I can't even get a full sentence in. They're in love, huh? I just hope they don't break up. And if they do, I hope it's not too messy. Arg, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. As Lukas closed the door, he walked down the hallway to a room 2 doors over, on the opposite side of where his room was. He stood in front of the door for a brief moment, ran his hand through his hair, and blew air into his palm to check for bad breath. Yeah, I'm good to go, he thought as he raised his hand to knock. The door swung open just before Lukas could knock, and there she was, Joanna with a bright smile. looking at him with loving eyes. She'd slipped into a soft, silky night dress, a pale blush color that seemed to catch the light with every small movement. The fabric flowed gently over her frame, stopping just above her knees, the thin straps resting lightly on her shoulders. A touch of lace lined the neckline, not bold, just enough to add a quiet elegance. It wasn't revealing, but there was something about the way it moved with her, graceful, effortless, that made it impossible not to notice. The faint rustle of the fabric followed her as she walked across the room, her hair falling loosely around her face. She looked comfortable, yet there was an undeniable charm in the simple beauty of it, the kind that made him forget whatever he'd been about to say. "Are you going to stand there staring, or are you going to come in?" Joanna asked, turning around to walk back into the room after what had been almost a minute of Lukas looking at her with his mouth slightly open. "Yeah, yeah, I'm coming in." Lukas stumbled over his words as he got caught, walked in, and closed the door behind him. "You can't blame me. You look so sexy. Delicious. That's the word I'd use," he responded as he hooked his hand around her waist from behind and kissed her on the neck. "How's your finger feeling?" Joanna asked as she took Lukas's left hand from her waist and rubbed it gently. "They don't hurt a lot. It was just a dislocation." "Yeah? Here, have this. It'll make it not hurt anymore," she said as she kissed the fingers again and again. "That is working a little too well, babe." "Is that so?" she asked, giving his hand a kiss after every word. Babe, wait a second," Lukas said as he hurriedly pulled his hand from her grip. "This is dangerous. The pain isn't going away, it's just transferring somewhere else. And that could be even more dangerous and painful for me." "Where's it transferring? I could help reduce the pain there too." "Huh? Do you know what you're talking about?" "I'm older than you, Luke. Of course I know what I'm talking about." "What? You don't want me to?" "You don't want me anymore?" she asked as she turned around to look at Lukas, her facial expression changing to disappointment. "Of course not, babe. That's not true. It's just that I'm very tired right now." "Is that so? Then why did you come then? You could have gone to bed." "Humph," she said, puffing as she turned back around, facing away from Lukas and folding her arms. "I'm sorry, I wanted to cuddle with you. It'll help me sleep a lot better," Lukas replied as he wrapped his hands around her waist again. "Let's just go to bed tonight, okay?" "Okay, fine." "I know, it was a very tiring game," Joanna finally conceded, smiling as the two shuffled over to the bed. "Did my brother know you were meeting me?" she asked as she lay on the bed, placing her head on Lukas's chest. "Wow, your hair smells amazing, babe. What scent is that?" "Cocoa butter. Yeah, you like it?" "No, I love it," Lukas responded as he sniffed her hair. "Noted. I'll use it more often." "You haven't answered my question, by the way." "Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't say it outright, but I'm sure he guessed it immediately." "Then won't it be a problem if you spend the night?" "What's he gonna do? Beat me?" "That's definitely not improbable. You know that, right?" "Yeah, of course I do. But we're not doing anything bad here, though. It's not like he doesn't know we're dating." "Well, not for lack of trying," she muttered. "What was that? I didn't quite get you." "It's nothing, you're right. He has to come to terms with it at some point, I guess. Yeah, besides, I'm not that easy to beat. So don't worry about your brother beating me up and go to sleep," Lukas said as he gently stroked her head, which was resting on his chest. "Yeah, you too. Have a good night. I love you. I love you too. I guess I'm not going to be getting much rest tonight. Asterisk, don't be weird about it and go to sleep." Asterisk, I'm not being weird. She's just so cute. Asterisk, he says after turning down her advances. If you can't sleep because she's lying on you, why did you turn her down then? Asterisk, come on, don't act like you don't know why. Although I agree there's nothing wrong with dating her, but it's still kind of weird thinking about taking it that far now. At least until after her next birthday. Asterisk, well, like I always say, I don't really understand the dynamics of your human relationships. Do as you see fit. But for now, you need to sleep. Don't forget the meeting tomorrow. Asterisk, you're right. I'm going to try and sleep. Tomorrow, huh? I'm already looking forward to it. Lukas thought as he gently kissed and stroked Joanna's hair before drifting asleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The private suite at the Steigenberger Frankfurter Hof was quiet and businesslike. A polished wood table sat in the center of the room, surrounded by comfortable chairs and a sideboard with bottled water, coffee, and a small plate of pastries. The windows looked out toward the city, but the heavy curtains were partly drawn to keep the focus inside. Lukas arrived with his father, Javi, and his agent, Marco. He wore a navy blazer over a crisp white shirt, charcoal trousers, and clean white sneakers. Smart enough for a business meeting, but still casual. Javi chose a dark gray suit with an open collar shirt, while Marco went for a black suit with a slim tie, carrying a leather folder under his arm. The Puma team was already there. Marcus, the senior executive, stood as they entered. He wore a charcoal suit with a white shirt, no tie, and a silver watch. Davide, the scout who first spotted and recommended Lukas to the company, had on a light gray jacket over a black turtleneck, looking slightly less formal. Lena, head of football marketing operations, was dressed in a cream blouse tucked into black tailored pants, her tablet resting on the table. Marcus stretched out his hand towards Lukas. Mr. Brandt, it's nice to meet you. I'm Marcus Keller, Vice President of Global Sports Marketing at Puma. I oversee our athlete partnerships, and I'm excited to discuss how we can work together. Hello, Mr. Keller. Thanks for coming all the way here. I'm excited for our discussion, too. By the way, he pointed at Javi beside him, is Mr. Brandt, my father. Just call me Lukas. Ha. Is that so? Lukas it is then, Marcus said before turning to Javi, then Marco, greeting them one by one while Lukas and his group did the same with the other two Puma representatives. After quick handshakes and greetings, everyone took their seats. Marcus started the conversation, thanking Lukas for making time and explaining that they wanted to outline Puma's plans and hear Lukas's thoughts. Coffee was poured, notebooks were opened, and the meeting settled into a steady, professional rhythm. Lena was the one who gave the presentation on Puma's plans for the partnership, outlining how Lukas could become one of the brand's new football ambassadors and possibly their foremost ambassador. She spoke about their commitment to supporting young players, the global campaigns they were preparing, and the opportunities for personal branding and exposure that a partnership would bring. There were mentions of performance bonuses, custom gear, and the chance to develop a signature look in future collections. But the emphasis was on a long-term relationship and the flexibility to grow with Lukas's career. Lukas, Javi, and Marco listened attentively as they flipped through every page of the presentation. A copy had been given to each of them. Not bad. They seem to really want him. But these are all things he can get from Nike and Adidas, Marco thought as he got to the end of the presentation. Marcus, sitting at the other end of the table, looked keenly at Lukas, who was still flipping through the slides, and then Javi, who was doing the same. Finally, his eyes landed on Marco, who seemed to be in deep thought, and immediately his eyebrow furrowed. Chapter 115. First Sponsorship. Marcus, sitting at the other end of the table, looked keenly at Lukas, who was still flipping through the slides, and then Javi, who was doing the same. Finally, his eyes landed on Marco, who seemed to be in deep thought, and immediately his eyebrow furrowed. He knew they needed convincing. He couldn't afford to not spark their interest in this meeting because, no matter how secretive they'd tried to be in setting it up, it was inevitable that someone at Adidas had already found out about it. I guess there's no other choice. Lukas, we are ready to make you the face of our brand for the next generation. Marcus started speaking, drawing the attention of the group. I'm sure you already know how good you are, and definitely by the end of this season, Adidas and Nike will be rushing to get your signatures. What am I even talking about? After your last two performances, they're probably putting together a proposal as we speak. But there's something they currently cannot offer you. Nike and Adidas have incredible rosters, but that also means you can get lost in the shuffle. At Puma, you won't be one of 100 athletes on a spreadsheet. You'll have a seat at the table when we design your boots and campaigns. Lukas stared at Marcus for a few seconds. After the man had finished his monologue, he sounded sincere and the arrangement wouldn't hurt. But I'm not that naive to think that's not all for the profit. If I fell off tomorrow and get promoted to the reserve team, I doubt an executive will be coming all the way to discuss anything with me. Let's discuss the financial package first and see where we go from there, he whispered to Marco beside him. Marco smiled when he heard what client was thinking. I'm glad he understands what this means, he thought. We see your vision and we like it. But first we need to know, what are the proposed terms of the deal? Marco asked as he sat up, placed both elbows on the table, and supported his jaws with his fingers. Yes, of course. That is the important part of the meeting. These are the proposed terms, Lena said as she opened a folder and handed the copies of the proposed contract to the three of them. As you can see, Lukas will be properly remunerated. Lukas looked through the contract. Length, 4 years with optional 2-year extension triggered by performance milestones. Annual review. Bonuses and media commitments reviewed yearly, with opportunity for renegotiation based on career trajectory. Base salary/stipend. Guaranteed €6 million for the first year. Paid quarterly as Puma's guaranteed ambassador stipend. Covers on-field and off-field representation. Signing bonus. €1,500,000 up front upon contract execution. Performance bonuses. €25,000 per first team appearance. €12,500 per goal or assist. €75,000 bonus from monthly awards. €250,000 bonus for major international recognition or top global awards, Golden Boy/Ballon d'Or nominations. Other forms of compensation included royalties from sales on signature personal branded lines, full insurance for career-impacting injuries. His obligations were also listed. Maximum 8 brand appearances per year, up to 10 social media posts per year. Inclusion in seasonal campaigns limited to 2 per year during the first 2 years. Total potential year 1 value, 9 to 9.5 million euros. Renegotiation opportunity, expected to more than double base and bonuses if performance milestones continue. I guess they really are serious. It's not at the level of top-end superstars yet, but it's definitely above what someone would get for their first brand deal, Marco thought as he looked through the contract. As you can see, we are not skimping on compensation, and I believe by next year, you will be looking at double this amount, if not even more. We made the renegotiation yearly, so it grows with your worth instead of tying you down to a fee that would no longer represent your worth after a year or two, Marcus added, trying to give a last push. Yeah, but the opposite is also true. If I fall off by next year, they will most likely slash the amount to pennies compared to this. Asterisk, good thing that's never going to happen, yeah? Asterisk. Indeed, Lukas thought as he smiled. I see he likes the financial package. Well, it's understandable, he's still so young. Marcus thought as he watched Lukas smile. By the way, the media appearances and campaigns, I hope they won't hinder my training? I can't have that, Lukas pointed out. Of course not. We will monitor your schedule closely and plan everything around it. Your football career is the basis of this partnership, so it will be detrimental to us if we turn out to be the ones who hinder your growth, Lena responded. Lukas and Javi nodded, satisfied with the response. We like what we see here. We will go through it carefully and communicate any proposed adjustments as soon as possible, Marco said as he stood up and extended his hand to Marcus. Expect our call sometime during the week. I will be hoping to hear from you. We are really looking forward to this partnership and joining Lukas on his journey through the future, Marcus replied as he took Marco's hand. The farewells were said, and Lukas's group were the first to leave the private hotel room. So what do you think? Do you think they'll sign? Or make outrageous demands? Lena asked after making sure Lukas's group was out of sight. We'll never know. We have to get his signature, though. I have a feeling that signing him will be a real coup for us. Nike has Mbappe, Holland, Vinicius Jr., among others leading the future. Adidas has Bellingham and more recently Lamine Yamal to carry them into the future. I believe this is our own future icon. We have to get him whatever it takes. I know, but still, isn't 9 million euros a bit on the higher end for a player that has less than 3 months of professional football? He has had 20 goal contributions in 9 games in that 3 months, though. That is unheard of for players at the peak of their powers. You saw the game yesterday, and we watched last week's own together, too. He's a 16-year-old player capable of carrying his team on his back and winning games on his own. How much do you think his commercial value will be when he inevitably moves to a super club in a season or two? You think Adidas won't offer him 20 by next season? Or you think Nike will blink before offering him 25 when he moves to a super club and wins the Ballon d'Or? I believe we're about to secure the face of our sports brand for the next decade or two with this deal. I feel in my gut. Lena didn't respond as she just soaked in the words of her superior. His decisions were final in this situation anyway, so it wouldn't make any sense to oppose him and get on his bad side. Meanwhile, Lukas, Javi, and Marco entered the room where Javi had spent the night with Anne. The meeting was held at the same hotel where they had stayed the previous night, and Joao and Joanna had headed back to Darmstadt that morning. So what do you think, Luke? Javi asked as he sat down on the side of the bed in the room. We should sign it, Lukas responded, his expression deadpan. Chapter 116, Prevention Cure. So what do you think, Luke? Javi asked as he sat down on the side of the bed in the room. We should sign it, Lukas responded, his expression deadpan. You think? Marco asked. You don't like the terms? Lukas asked Marco, as he and Javi turned to face the agent's direction. I just think if Nike and Adidas get a whiff of this contract, they could match or increase the amount Puma offered. Also, no hate to Puma, but it's undeniable that they're currently in 3rd place in the sportswear space compared to Nike and Adidas with far greater reach and recognition. Then imagine how valuable I'll be to them if I become their single biggest star. If I sign for Nike or Adidas, sure, I'll probably be able to get more money from royalties because of the brand loyalty they have and their dominance over the decades. But I'll still only be one of many superstars. With Puma, I could be the front face of the brand. That makes sense. All right, I'll talk to the lawyers and we'll look through the contract carefully, Marco said as he stood up from the bed. As you know, all revenues from sponsorship deals will be paid into the holding company managed by Thompson, which holds your image rights. Then you can plan what you want to do with it. But that's not in my work description. I'll contact you when we're ready to sign the contract. See you. Take care, Marco. Javi and Lukas greeted him as he left the room. Wow. Javi sighed as he sat back down on the bed. 9 million euros per year? That's worth way more than the amount you get from the club. I can't believe just how much money you're making, Luke. This is just the beginning, Dad. The money is going to keep coming, and I believe with Thompson in charge, it will be managed well. If you ever need anything at all, please don't hesitate to let me know. I can't just shamelessly live off my son, can I? I'm almost done with my postgraduate. It'll be a shame to stop now. I understand, Dad, but I really want to take care of you. You've done a lot for me, having to both take care of me and go to school and work all at the same time. You deserve some time to rest. Thanks, Dad. By the way, how about we buy our current apartment? Lukas asked. Buy the apartment? Is there a reason you want to? That's where I grew up. I'm very attached to the place, and I think it's something we can comfortably afford. So why not do it? Plus, it's nice to always have somewhere you can call home in case anything bad happens in the future. Nothing bad will happen, but you have a point. I will look into whether the landlord is willing to sell. You did spend your whole life there, so I'm sure you're attached to it, Javi said as he gently nodded his head. Yeah, I spent the whole of my previous life there, Lukas thought. Javi had ended up buying the house after he finished his PhD in his previous life and barely managed to pay off the mortgage before he was diagnosed with cancer and died, leaving the property to Lukas. Dad, yeah. How about you go for a health checkup soon? Me? A health checkup? Do I look sick? Most people don't do checkups because they're sick, you know? It's a preventive measure. Lukas, are you looking at me? I am in the best shape of my life and can't stop talking about it. Still got a head full of hair. I'm quite sure I can outrun you if I really had to. I don't need a checkup. Okay, let's calm down. You're not outrunning me in any situation, maybe if I tore my ACL. On a more serious note, though, please can't you just do it to put my mind at ease? Just a comprehensive scan, so I can stop worrying. Fine. There's nothing wrong, but I'll do it. Hopefully it'll be detected as soon as possible. Even if it's not detected now, I just have to make sure to force him to do a checkup every 6 months or every year. Dad, this time will surely be different, Lukas thought as he looked at his father. Okay, enough. Don't look at me like I'm dying. I'm fine. I need to return home now. Take care of yourself. Okay. Drive safe. Lukas waved as Javi picked up his backpack and headed to the door. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Eintracht Frankfurt recovery room was busy but calm. Sunlight came through the windows, lighting up the space filled with tables, benches, and exercise mats. Some players were on massage tables, getting their shoulders, calves, and backs worked on by the physios. Others were doing light recovery drills, moving slowly with resistance bands or stretching carefully. A few players were on the floor with foam rollers, working on their ankles, thighs, and hamstrings, pressing into sore spots and rolling back and forth. Water bottles and towels were scattered around, and the smell of liniment mixed with sweat hung in the air. There was quiet conversation here and there, some laughter, but mostly it was focused, steady work as everyone went through their recovery routines. Lukas got up from the ground, where he was using a foam roller to stretch his hamstrings, grabbed a bottle of water, and walked to the bench. You don't look like you played 90 minutes against the reigning champions less than 2 days ago, Larson said as he sat down beside Lukas. What can I say? It's nice to be young, I guess. I wish I can relate. The good old days of being young, Larson cried out as he placed his hand on his head. Just as they both chuckled, Topmaler walked into the room, and the team's attention was drawn to him. Hugo, come here for a sec, the coach called out to Larson, who got up and walked to the door. Yes, coach. You were called for your national team. It's not your first time, anyway, so I'm sure you were expecting it. Don't get injured. Ha. I won't, coach. I'm being serious. Larson smiled as he walked back to the bench he was sitting on with Lukas. What's up? Lukas asked as Larson sat down, all smiles. It's nothing big. Just a national team call-up. As Lukas heard that, he felt his heart skip a beat. The next international break would commence in 2 weeks. So by this time, the FAs from several countries would have sent requests to the club, requesting them to release the players in time for the matches. Bravo, come over here. Topmaler called Coke next. Congrats. You were included in Nagelsmann's squad. You deserve it. Just don't get injured. Thanks, coach. By the way, was I the only one called up to the Germany senior team? Coke asked his coach, his brow raising. Senior team? Yeah. What? Chapter 117. Call up. A few days ago. It was Friday, the morning before Frankfurt's game against Leverkusen. The office was on the second floor of the DFB campus in Frankfurt am Main, with large windows that looked out over the empty training pitches. The fields were quiet, with no players or coaches outside, only the still green surface under a pale sky. Inside, the room was neat and modern, glass walls, a long conference table, and shelves lined with binders and framed team jerseys. Player profiles and scouting reports were spread across the table, along with a few tablets and cooling cups of coffee. The only sound was the faint hum of the air system and the occasional rustle of paper. It was a calm but focused space, where the staff continued to go over names and details before finalizing the call-ups for the national team. Sitting around the table were several individuals, one white-haired old man, 3 middle-aged men, and 2 women. The old man sat at one end of the conference table, while one of the middle-aged men sat at the other end. Havertz, Pavlovich, and Fulkrug are injured. We got word from Kimmich's camp that it was a minor sprain on his hamstring, and he would be back for Bayern's next game against Celtic in the Champions League. That means we can comfortably include him, Benjamin Gluck, Nagelsmann's assistant, said. Yeah, that makes sense. How do we call his backup for Havertz and Füllkrug, though? The younger of the two women asked. Kleindienst is available. Adeyemi, Undav, Lewelling, Bukert. They're all available, too. The older man at one end of the table, Rudi Voller, the national team's sporting director, said. Yeah, they're available. But aren't you missing someone else? Which of them is in better form than Brandt right now? The older lady, Rachel Schar, asked. That's true, Mrs. Schar. But this is a game against Italy. It will be anything but easy. I don't know if this is the best time to be giving a 16-year-old his first cap for the national team, Voller responded. Isn't Bissek getting his first call-up this time, too? Bissek has represented us at every level from the U17s onward. Also, he's 24, not 16. I'm sure he'd wish he could play like Brandt when he was 16. Anyway, the final decision is in your hands, coach, but if my 2 cents is needed, I would say, he's in the form of his life, put him in. Nagelsmann, sitting at the opposite end of the table, listened to the back and forth between the 2 senior individuals in the group. This was also something he was fighting with. Lukas hadn't played in the German, or any other country for that matter, set up at any youth level. There were doubts about calling him up for the first time in the senior team. If the question was whether he was good enough, the answer would have been a resounding yes. Although the match against Leverkusen hadn't been played yet, Nagelsmann had watched Lukas run Bayern Munich ragged, but still something nagged at him as gears turned in his head. The international game was a different scenario altogether compared to club games. After the last Euros, these games are must-win. I can't take any risks. The pressure might be too much for his age. It's better to go for players who are more experienced. That was Nagelsmann's conclusion. Although Rachel tried to protest, Nagelsmann stood firm in his decision. It's not that he didn't think Lukas wasn't good enough to do it. He just decided that 16 might be too young. And instead of calling him up to the senior team to warm the bench, Nagelsmann decided he was better off being the star man at the U21 camp. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lukas was not called. Koch let the question slip out of his mouth a little too loudly as his words vibrated across the room. The faces and gasps of disbelief could be seen and heard across the room as they heard what Koch had said. The player in the best form of any teenager in history, with 20 goals plus assists in 9 games, was snubbed for the Germany first-team call-up. A Germany team that had lost the Euros they hosted in the semifinals less than a year ago was now snubbing the most informed player in the entire German league and probably Europe right now. They couldn't believe it. Why do you have such a loud voice? I never said he wasn't called up. I just said he wasn't called up to the senior team. What's the difference? If he has to represent a youth team, who is going to be worthy of playing for the first team? Well, don't ask me. I'm not the DFB nor the Bundestrainer. I'm sure they know what they're doing. Or at least, I'm sure they think they know what they're doing. I doubt it, Koch said as he turned around to walk away. Lukas felt his stomach twist into a knot when he heard Koch's words. He didn't hear anything after that, as the duo had tried to keep their conversation out of reach of the rest of the players after Koch's initial slip. I wasn't called up for the national team, he thought as he gazed into the distance, subconsciously fiddling with the bottle of water in his hands. He could feel something in his chest. Was it nervousness? Was it disappointment? Was it pain? He couldn't tell, but it was there. Hey, Lukas. Oh, yeah, Hugo, what's up? The coach is calling you. Huh, me? Lukas asked, pointing at himself as he looked at Topmaler at the door. Yeah, you. Go. Lukas got up and walked to the coach together with Knopf and Collins. The 3 of you have been called to represent the under-21s. You're to report to the DFB campus here in Frankfurt before the 20th of March. There was a slight look of surprise on Collins and Knopf's faces. Not because they were called up to the U21, they had already won caps for several German youth-level teams up till this point, with Knopf already having some U21 caps. It was because the best player on their squad was also called to the U21 team. Not just the best in their squad. Arguably the best in the league since his debut a few months ago. He more than deserved a first-team call-up. I was surprised, too, when I got the message, Topmaler said as he looked at his players' faces. This is their choice, though, and I'm sure it's only a matter of time before you're asked to join the senior team, he added as he looked at Lukas. Lukas had an unreadable expression. He wasn't all smiles, but he wasn't frowning either. Whatever he was feeling at the moment, he was doing a great job at keeping it to himself. What do you think, Luke? Topmaler asked. Me? I don't mind. This is my first call up to the national team at any level, so I think it's just a start to something better. That, in of itself, is what surprises me even more. You're telling me you were never called up for any team from the U15? Yeah, no. This is my first. Well, technically speaking, last year you would still have been eligible for the U15s anyway. But you were already good enough to play in the reserve team at the time. Playing for the U17 or U19 at that age shouldn't have been impossible. I don't know about that. Before joining the club, I wasn't really someone you would describe as very talented. Things never really clicked for me until sometime in the middle of last year. Still, it is a testament to how far you've come in such a short amount of time. I'm sure this is just the beginning, Topmaler said, placing his hands on Lucas's shoulders before walking out. Don't let it bother you, Luke. Just go and dominate the under-21s. I'm sure they'll have no choice but to call you up to the first team if you do. I'm not worried, Lucas said out loud. I just have to prove myself even more, he thought to himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wow, Luke, the U21 team as a 16-year-old? I'm so proud of you. Joanna's excited voice came out from the phone, stuck to Lucas's left ear. You are? Lucas asked as he adjusted his position on his bed. Of course I am. Players your age are mostly in the U17s or 19s. You made it to basically the top tier of youth level at just 16 and in your first call-up. That's huge news. Keep it down. You can't let anyone know anything until it's officially announced by the DFB. When will it be announced? I have no idea, but probably in 2 weeks' time. All right. Do you know what matches the team has during this March international break? An away match against Slovakia's under-21 and a home match against Spain's. You don't sound very excited about them. Chapter 118, Kevin and Rachel. All right. Do you know what matches the team has during this March international break? An away match against Slovakia's under-21 and a home match against Spain's. You don't sound very excited about them. I don't. It's not that I'm not excited, of course I am. Maybe just a bit disappointed, Lucas responded, revealing his feelings to Joanna. It's okay, Luke. They cannot ignore you forever. I'm sure you'll be in the team as soon as possible if your performance keeps up, which I'm sure it will. Thanks, Joe. I really needed that. Anitima, hun. At this moment, Lucas was unaware how soon that senior team call-up would be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The living room carried the soft glow of a Monday dusk, the last of the daylight slipping through the wide windows and mixing with the warm lamplight inside. The apartment was spacious and well-kept, with neat shelves of books, a few framed photographs on the sideboard, and a faint scent of freshly brewed coffee lingering in the air. On the couch, an older couple sat side by side, the muted chatter of the evening news filling the room. The man leaned back with his hands clasped on his lap, while the woman held a half-finished cup of tea, her reading glasses perched low on her nose as she glanced toward the door. The sound of a key turning broke the quiet rhythm of the news. The door opened, and their daughter stepped in, a slim figure wrapped in a long coat, her hair slightly tousled from the evening air. She set her bag down by the entrance and slipped off her shoes, offering a small, tired smile. Good evening, she said, her voice carrying easily across the room. You finally decided to visit. And, the woman replied, her face softening into a smile. That's not fair, Mom. Things are just so busy at school, even during the weekends. I barely spend time in my own place, talk more of coming here, and protested as she walked toward her mother. Yeah, but you still find time for that boyfriend of yours that you're hiding from us, the lady responded. You'll meet him soon, calm down. Long day, her father asked, turning down the volume on the TV as he looked over. She nodded. Very, but it's over. Her mother patted the empty seat beside her. Come, seat. There's tea if you want some. Mom, how are things at work? And asked as she poured herself some tea. Work? It's fine. Why do you ask? The mother asked. Nothing serious, just curious. Have the squad for the international break been finalized? The woman, and called Mom, turned her gaze from the TV to Anne, who was now sitting on the sofa beside her, taking a sip from her cup of tea. It was the same lady who had tried to push for Lucas's inclusion in the senior team squad, Rachel Shar. Why are you, all of a sudden, curious about the national team squad? That's very suspicious, Rachel asked as she squinted her eyes, looking at Anne. It's nothing. Can't I just be curious about who will be representing us? If you say so. Yeah, it has been decided. The players should have gotten the message by today. It's a good squad, but I think we missed a very important pick. Yeah? Who? I'm not supposed to tell you about what goes on at work and... Small? Mum. I promise I won't tell anyone. Fine. Stop acting like a kid. You're almost 40. It was the kid at Eintracht Frankfurt, Lukas Brandt. I tried to talk to Mr. Nagelsmann, but he wouldn't listen. What? Lucas wasn't called up? Huh? Why do you sound so surprised? Ahem. Of course. Of course I'm surprised. 'Cause he plays for my club. I guess that's true. But why wasn't he selected, though? He's probably the best player in the league since his debut. That's what I said to the coach, but he still decided not to select him. Something about him being too young to play for the senior team. That makes no sense. How can he be too young to play for the senior team, but old enough to terrorize the best teams in the league? Yeah, I also think it makes no sense, but the final decision was up to Nagelsmann, and he made his decision, so there's not much I can do. Anyway, enough about that work. How are things with you and your boyfriend? When are you going to introduce him to us? Things are great, Mom. Don't worry. I'll set a date and let you know. Good. You said he's from Darmstadt, right? No, he's from Bremen, but he lives in Darmstadt with his son. Wait, he has a son? Rachel asked, sitting up immediately. Oh shit. Yes, he does. Is he a divorcee or a widower? What happened? He has never been married. As for the kid's mother, I also don't know much. But she's alive, and she hasn't been involved in their lives for a very long time. Kevin, are you listening to what your daughter is saying? Rachel asked as she turned to her husband, who was taking a bite from a cucumber and watching the now-muted news on the TV. Uh-huh. What's wrong with having a kid? Does he treat you well? Do you love him? Kevin asked his daughter as he turned to face her. Yes, and replied, nodding vigorously. Then I don't see any problem with it, he concluded as he took another bite from his cucumber and turned back to the television. I'm just worried. How old is he? How old is his son? What are they like? Well, you will find out soon enough. I promise you'll be surprised. Surprised? What? You know his son? Huh? What are you talking about? Ido. Yeah, very well, in fact. What's his name? You'll have to wait to find out. Rachel stared at her daughter a while and avoided her mother's gaze, turning to the television like she was interested in what was going on in the news. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Looking sharp, Hugo. One-touch finish. I love that, Topmaler said to Ekatike as he clapped his hands while walking toward them on the training pitch. Great vision to pick him out, Luke. I expect nothing less from you in Istanbul on Thursday night, he added after turning to Lukas, who was wiping the sweat off his face. Yes, coach, Lukas responded, his eyes glued to the ball. Yo, Luke, I have to get a goal on Thursday, man, Uzun said as he wrapped his hands around Lukas's neck, beaming with smiles. Why are you telling me that for? It's not like I'm stopping you from scoring. No, but send these kind of passes my way, and I'd definitely get a goal. You really want to score a goal against Fenerbahce? Their fans will probably loathe you if your goal dumps them out of the competition, you know? Their fans would probably boo you even when you were the national team shirt. I couldn't care less. Just set me up. If you get into a good position, you'll get the ball, Lukas said as he took Uzun's hands off his neck. What even makes you think you'll play? Naf asked as he jogged the ball while walking toward them. Coach hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already fantasizing about celebrating in front of the home fans. The guys looked at Coach Topmaler, who had a slight grin on his lips. Coach, I'm starting on Thursday, right? Larson asked jokingly. Not if you keep trapping long balls like that. You're not. Topmaler snapped back immediately as the team burst out laughing. Come on, that's not fair. The ball from Robin was too high. The sun was in my eyes, so I missed the timing a bit. Sounds like excuses if you ask me. Bahoya interjected, causing another round of laughter as the Turkish international tried to throw a call at Bahoya, who promptly dodged it. All right, guys, that's enough for now, Topmaler said, bringing the atmosphere back to seriousness. We're traveling tomorrow, and we're going there to win. I know you guys must have seen the kind of atmosphere the fans create over there. I'm sure you've heard the stories. I'm sure you all know who their coach is, but that should not be an excuse. We're going there knowing we have the ability and capability to win and win comfortably. They're going to be hostile. They're going to say a lot of things about us in their media. They're going to come out swinging on the pitch as they have the home advantage. But we are undoubtedly the better team, and we've shown our ability to fight and even win against the best of the best in the last 2 weeks. I want us to carry that confidence on to Istanbul. Nothing less than perfection will be tolerated. Chapter 119, Istanbul. The sliding doors of Sabiha Gökçen Airport hissed open, and a wall of noise hit him like a sudden gust of wind. It was barely past 9 on a damp Wednesday morning, but the terminal entrance was already a riot of yellow and navy blue. Fenerbahce flags whipped in the breeze. Smoke from a flare curled upward, and the low murmur of the crowd had swelled into a thunderous roar the moment the team bus rolled into view. Lukas followed his captain, Trap, down the steps, backpack slung over one shoulder, and felt the vibration of hundreds of voices in his chest. It wasn't cheering. A chorus of whistles, jeers, and deep, guttural chants poured across the barricades. Fans banged on the metal railings, waving scarves like battle standards. Some held up mocking banners in Turkish. Others simply shouted his name, followed by words he didn't need to translate. Jesus, muttered Coke, the center back just behind him. They sound like we stole their trophies. Don't look at them, Trap said without turning. Straight inside. Airport security formed a shaky cordon, but it did little to mute the chaos. Camera flashes strobed across the tarmac. Someone lobbed a handful of yellow confetti that drifted down like taunting snow. Stay tight, guys. One of the security officers barked over the din in Turkish, which Uzun translated. No stops for photos. Keep moving. Lukas kept his head down, earbuds in, but no music playing, heart hammering. A flare burst with a sharp pop, sending up a plume of acrid smoke. Smells like fireworks and trouble, Larson whispered, half a grin on his face. Welcome to Istanbul, huh? Inside the bus, the automatic doors slid shut behind them, cutting the noise to a dull rumble. Uzun exhaled hard and bumped his shoulder. Europa Nights, he said with a crooked grin. You ready for this? He gave a quick nod, the echo of the crowd still ringing in his ears. The real battle, he knew, was still a day away, But this welcome made it clear that Istanbul intended to start the fight early. Once everyone was seated, the bus turned on and moved as the jeers from the Fenerbahce fans intensified with stones being hurled at the bus. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The team bus eased up the circular driveway of the Holiday in Istanbul, Kadıköy, brakes sighing as it came to a stop beneath the glass canopy. A light drizzle slicked the pavement, catching the reflections of yellow taxi lights and the green hotel sign. Lukas pressed a hand to the window and caught a glimpse of the lobby through the glass facade. Warm light, polished marble floors, and a staff already lined up to greet them. Finally, Larson groaned from the seat behind him, stretching his legs as the bus door hissed open. I thought that ride from airport would never end. Don't complain, Trapp said, slinging a duffel over his shoulder. At least traffic wasn't as bad as they warned us. The players laughed as they filed out. The air smelled faintly of wet concrete and roasted chestnuts from a street vendor across the road. Lukas adjusted his jacket and followed the others through the sliding doors, the hum of the lobby swallowing the sounds of the street. Inside, the hotel felt like an oasis, soft lighting, the faint scent of fresh flowers, and a modern lounge that looked made for post-match interviews. A manager in a dark suit welcomed them with a practiced smile, while bellboys rushed forward to collect bags. Uzun nudged Lukas as they waited for the elevator. You hear that? He said no wandering too far. That means sightseeing is on the table. Sightseeing? Lukas raised a brow. We've got training early tomorrow morning. Yeah, but the Hagia Sophia isn't going anywhere, Uzun said, lowering his voice. Come on, Blue Mosque, Grand Bazaar. We can be back before the coach notices. Across the hallway, Larson chimed in, grinning. Istanbul's calling, boys. Don't tell me you flew all this way to stay in a hotel room. Lukas chuckled, shifting his bag higher on his shoulder as the elevator dinged. Fine, he said, stepping inside. But if we get lost in a bazaar, you're explaining it to the coach. Uzun simürket. Deal. Besides, getting lost is half the fun. But that won't happen. I know this place like the back of my hand. The doors slid shut, and for a moment, the buzz of Istanbul outside felt like an adventure waiting just beyond the hotel walls. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The time was about 8:30 p.m. when the group sneaked out of the Holiday into go sightseeing. Lukas, Knopf, Larson, Collins, and their guide, Uzun, left through a side exit. The manager, a Besiktas supporter, had shown them as they tried to avoid the Fenerbahce fans camped near the hotel entrance. These fans are a bit crazier than even ours. I can't deny it, Collins said as he pulled down the top of his hoodie to hide his face even better. What are you hiding your face for? They don't even know who you are, Larson said as the boys started laughing. Seriously though, the biggest three teams have some of the craziest supporters you'll see anywhere in Europe, Uzun began explaining. The Intercontinental Derby between Fenerbahce and Galatasaray is considered, in Istanbul, to be as big, if not bigger than El Clasico. It almost always breaks out into a fight whenever they meet, he continued as the black Uber he ordered pulled up on the by the roadside. Where are we going now? Lukas asked as he got in the back with the rest while Uzun got in front. The Grand Bazaar. It's so big, man. They have everything there. Uzun responded as the driver took off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The narrow streets around the Grand Bazaar were alive with sound. Vendors calling out prices, the shuffle of shoes over worn stones, the faint clink of copperware from a nearby stall. Lukas stepped through the arched entrance with his teammates close behind, eyes widening at the explosion of color inside. Man, this place is massive, Collins said, craning his neck at the endless rows of lamps and carpets overhead. Uzun grinned, walking backward a few paces to face the group. Welcome to Kapalikarsi. Don't get lost. It's like a maze, 4,000 shops, maybe more. Knopf let out a low whistle. Feels like I just walked into Aladdin's cave. Larson leaned toward a display of hanging lanterns, the glass mosaics shimmering in red and turquoise. If I stay here too long, I'm buying half of this stuff. Only half. Uzun teased. Wait until you see the spice section. The air smelled of roasted nuts and sweet apple tea as they turned down a narrower corridor. Larson paused to admire a cluster of copper coffee pots, their polished surfaces catching the light. Vendors called out prices in Turkish, their voices mixing with the steady hum of footsteps on stone. Lukas slowed at a small stall where glass beads glimmered under a strip of warm light. Rows of bracelets, deep blue with tiny white centers, hung like droplets of water. The familiar design of the Nazar Boncugu, the Turkish evil eye, seemed to watch from every piece. He reached for one with a simple silver clasp, its deep blue charm catching the light. Joe would like this, he thought as he handed some Turkish lira Uzun had given him when they were in the Uber to the salesman. Lukas, you good? Knopf called from a few steps ahead. Yeah, just a sec, he said, keeping his voice casual. He nodded to the shopkeeper, who smiled and quickly wrapped the bracelet in a small paper bag. Lukas slipped it into his pocket and rejoined the group before anyone could ask questions. Uzun waved them forward. Tea break. Best apple tea in the bazaar. You'll thank me later. Lukas followed, the small package resting against his palm, its weight a quiet promise as the maze of colors and voices closed in around them. As they sat down in the medium-sized stall at the end of an alleyway, and Uzin ordered the tea for the group in fluent Turkish, Lukas felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Who's calling me now? He thought as he brought out the phone. João. Yo, what's up? Where are you, dude? Joao's voice asked frantically from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? I'm in Istanbul for the Europa League game tomorrow, remember? Yeah, of course I remember. Where in Istanbul are you now? We are sightseeing at a place called the Grand Bazaar. What's wrong? Wait, you're not watching the pre-match press conference? Nah, does it really matter? Bro, go see what Mourinho's saying about you. Huh? Mourinho? What did he say? Wait, I'll send you a link, Joao said as he ended the call. What's wrong? Uzin asked as Lukas looked at his phone, waiting for Joao's texts. I don't know. My friend said Mourinho said something about me in the press conference. Lukas responded without looking up from his phone as he clicked the YouTube link Joao sent him. What the? Chapter 120. He is Jose Mourinho. About an hour ago, the press room at Fenerbahce training complex buzzed with anticipation, a thick hum of cameras clicking and reporters murmuring as Jose Mourinho settled into his chair. He wore a sharp Navy Club tracksuit and that unmistakable look of sly amusement, the faint smirk that meant he'd already decided how this evening's headlines would read. A Turkish journalist, bold enough to dive straight in, raised the inevitable topic. Jose, Lukas Brandt has been in great form recently. How you plan to deal with him tomorrow? Mourinho leaned back, tilting the microphone closer with deliberate slowness. Lukas, he repeated, eyebrows lifting as though the name were still fresh to him. Listen, Lukas is a good boy, talented, but most of his goals. He tapped the table lightly. Come because defenders are sleeping. Not because he's doing something magical. It's, how you say, poor defending. A gift. The room rippled with nervous laughter. Mourinho pressed on, eyes narrowing with playful menace. He's still a kid. People are treating him like he's already a Ballon d'Or winner. Tomorrow, he will not play against boys. He will play against men. Against my men. And believe me, he spread his hands in a theatrical shrug. My defenders will not be giving him gifts. He will be locked down. Completely. Cameras flashed as the words hung in the air, sharp as a challenge. Mourinho gave a thin smile, almost daring Lukas to read the quotes before kickoff. Let him enjoy the attention today, he added, voice dipping into a mock whisper. Tomorrow, it's over. With that, he leaned back, hands folded, perfectly at ease while the room erupted into a frenzy of scribbling pens and buzzing phones. Classic Mourinho, turning a routine question into a headline. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What the hell is up with this man? Larson asked as he watched the video on Lukas's phone. He sure talked a lot. That's what he's known for. He is Jose Mourinho, after all. Knopf replied as he chuckled at Mourinho's speech. This has all been a gift, huh? I guess you'll now have to prove him wrong, Luke, Uzin said as he took a sip of his tea. Oh, this game just got a lot more interesting. Lukas didn't say a word as they spoke. A slight grin just flashed across his lips as he played back what Mourinho had said in his mind. He's always going to have respect for the special one, but he also wouldn't take any disrespect from anyone, no matter how special they claimed they were. Subconsciously, Lukas was beginning to view himself in a new light. The thoughts of the boy who just wanted to play football at any level had gradually began to shift to the one who knew he could become one of the greats of the game when it's all said and done. That mentality shift was undoubtedly accompanied by some form of ego, a form of confidence in his abilities. So when he saw the interview, the first thing that came to his mind was, I guess I have no other choice now but to prove him wrong on the pitch. And that was what Lukas was going to do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The low hum of anticipation had been building for hours, but as the tunnel doors swung open, it erupted into a deafening roar. Sukru Sarakoglu Stadium pulsed with energy, its steep stands packed to the brim under the bright Thursday night lights. Blue and yellow flags rippled like waves across the tiers. Smoke from flares drifted in the crisp Istanbul air, and the rhythmic pounding of drums echoed through the concrete bowl. Chants of Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce rolled like thunder, swelling and breaking in perfect unison with each beat of the supporters' clapping hands. Lukas stepped onto the emerald pitch, the floodlights washing the field in a sharp, almost surreal glow. The air smelled faintly of fireworks and grilled chestnuts from the street vendors outside, but inside, it was pure electricity, every whistle and shout cutting through the night. The Europa League anthem began, the famous chords echoing across the stadium. Flags waved rhythmically in time with the music, and the players, Lukas included, stood side by side with their mascots, taking in the spectacle. As the anthem faded, the ceremonial handshakes were exchanged, first with the referees, then across to the opposing team, a moment of formality in the eye of the storm that was the crowd. Up in the commentary booth, the broadcast came alive. Good evening from Istanbul. Mike Larry, the commentator's voice rang over the feed, steady but tinged with excitement. Welcome to a cauldron of football tonight as Fenerbahce host Eintracht Frankfurt in this Europa League round of 16 first leg. The lights are dazzling, the stands are absolutely rocking, and you can feel the tension in the air. Two proud clubs, two passionate sets of fans, and 90 minutes that could tilt this tie one way or the other. His co-commentator chimed in over the thunderous chants. You can barely hear yourself think down there. Frankfurt know this is one of the most intimidating atmospheres in European football. Lukas and company will need every ounce of composure to weather the storm. Speaking of Lukas, Mike, he will be coming into this game with something to prove after Mourinho's press conference and the little storm that has brewed on social media in the past 24 hours or so. If you missed it, Jose Mourinho, master of mind games, said in his press conference yesterday that Lukas's goals and assists so far have been given to him on a silver platter due to the poor defending of the Bundesliga. Honestly, I don't think even Mourinho really believes that. Does he think the defense in the Bundesliga just goes to sleep only when the 16-year-old is on the ball? And that even the Bayern Munich and Leverkusen defenders were so poor that he was able to score 4 times and make 2 assists in those 2 games alone? With his decades of experience, I'm sure Mourinho knows what he said isn't true. They think it's all just mind games, trying to get into the head of the kid, destabilize his game a little. Has he succeeded? We will find out in 90 minutes. As the referee gathered both captains at midfield and the ball was placed on the pristine white spot, the noise reached a fever pitch, a living, breathing force that seemed to vibrate through Lukas' chest as kickoff approached. Fui asterisk. The referee's whistle went off, and Zeko kicked off the match for Fenerbahce. And off we go for the first leg of the round of 16 Europa League tie between Fenerbahce and Eintracht Frankfurt. Jose Mourinho deploying a 3-4-1-2 formation as Egrabayet starts in goal. A back three of Soyuncu, Skriniar, and Axisek. A midfield containing Mulder, Amrabat, Szymanski, Kostic, and Tadic, and a partnership of Zeko and In-Nasri up front. The visitors, on the other hand, with a 4-2-3-1 formation with Trapp, the captain, in goal. The 8, Tuta, Collins, and Christensen make up the back four. Skiri and Larsson as the double pivot in front of the defense. Götze plays down the middle of a 3 containing himself, Lukas, and Knopf, with Ekatike leading the line. An interesting deployment from Topmøller today with Lukas down the left flank. He has shown both his speed and his ability to beat defenders when he played down the middle. I think the coach had taken all that into consideration and deployed him down the wing this time to create space for Götze. But expect to see him move around the pitch. Hugging the touchline for 90 minutes doesn't fit his style at all. It will be interesting to see what the coach is thinking. The game started slow, back passing from Fenerbahce, while Eintracht Frankfurt didn't press too high immediately, like the teams were just feeling each other out. Lukas was on the left flank. He had only received instructions from Topmøller during training that morning, informing him of his role in the game. Topmøller knew Mourinho's tactics and his ability to score 1 goal and then lock up the defense with all his 11 players inside the box. Instead of making Lukas have to face 4 or 5 players at the same time, whenever he gets the ball, he put him on the wing where he would be able to get 1v1 matchups easier. For now, Lukas was still pressing, though. It had been 5 minutes, and he hadn't gotten a touch yet. It's like the game was being played completely on the opposite flank to where he was. The fans jeered whenever the ball got touched an Eintracht player, like they were crying out curses on that player for committing the abomination of touching the ball on their sacred ground. Lukas had never been very religious, though, and the time he showed them just what it meant to be gifted chance. Chapter 121, The First Lamb. The noise inside Sukru Sarıkaglı Stadium swelled as Fenerbahce fans roared their team forward, but Eintracht Frankfurt held their shape in their own half. On the left touchline, Filip Kostic tried to thread a sharp pass into Dusan Tadic, but the ball never made it. Rasmus Christensen read it early, lunging in with a clean interception. Christensen looked up immediately, his eyes darting across the field. Christensen wins it back. Oh, he spotted the run. With a quick swing of his right boot, he launched a perfectly weighted diagonal ball that cut through the humid Istanbul night air. Out on the opposite flank, just at the entrance of Fenerbahce's final third, Lukas timed his sprint to perfection. His first touch was silken, sliding the ball through the legs of the onrushing Mert Mulder. Oh, nutmeg. Lukas just embarrassed Mulder. The commentator screamed. Luka exploded into the open channel, the away fans behind the goal rising to their feet. He dropped his shoulder, cut inside past the recovering defenders, and with his right foot shaped for a curling strike. Inside the box, Soyuncu and Skriniar threw their bodies into the line of fire. Lukas barely glanced at them. He already knew his angle. He's going for it. Curling effort. The shot arced beautifully, bending around the defenders, spinning toward the far post. Fenerbahce keeper Egrabayet launched himself full stretch, fingertips straining, but he was beaten. The stadium gasped. Clang! The ball smacked against the crossbar with a metallic crack and ricocheted harmlessly over the goal. Off the bar, inches away from a wonder goal. Lukas, so close to a stunner in Istanbul. On the touchline, Jose Mourinho exhaled sharply, shaking his head but clapping in grudging admiration. Mourinho muttered to his assistant, "Too much space. We can't let him cut inside like that." Across the technical area, Dino Topmaler slapped his hands together, a frustrated grin breaking across his face. "That's it, Lukas. Keep testing them," he screamed as he immediately broke into a round of applause for the effort. The away section sang even louder, sensing the danger their star player brought with every touch. The home crowd stunned into silence for a moment. What a statement from the Wonder Kid. This must be the reason Topmaler put him on the wing. The referee pointed for a goal kick, but the echo of that crossbar strike lingered, a warning shot that Eintracht Frankfurt had come to Istanbul with intent. Formasinho, Mourinho's assistant, relayed some instructions to their translator, who in turn screamed said instructions in Turkish to the team. "Don't lose sight of him. Soyuncu, when he gets the ball, be aggressive." As the translator screamed the instructions, Mourinho was using his hands to demonstrate the pressure he wanted Soyuncu and Mulder, the two players playing on Lucas's flank, to put on him. As he was willing his defenders to get more aggressive, Mourinho had no idea that he had just sealed the fate of one of those defenders for the night. He was about to make a first-half substitution. Larsson to Christensen to Skiri to Collins to the 8, back to Larsson, then forward to Götze, then to Lukas and back again to Larsson. The ball was being passed around the pitch with ease. One or two touch passes with the Fenerbahce forwards, who were pressing, being made to run around the midfield. Larsson received the ball from Lukas, turned away from a press from Tadic, and tricked Szymanski with a fake back pass before returning the ball to Lukas just inside Fenerbahce half. One Lukas got the ball near the touchline. Mulder and Amrabat were already in front of him, their bodies crouched as they looked at the ball. Lukas looked behind them and saw Larsson just behind them. And in the brief second his eyes locked with his close friends, they both knew what they were about to do. Larsson glanced behind his shoulder to make sure there wasn't anyone directly behind him while Lukas stood upright, placing his foot on the ball. But only for a brief second. Amrabat lunged at the ball, and Lukas threaded the pass through the smallest of spaces between him and Mulder, towards Larsson, before bursting down the flank through the outside of the touchline. Mulder tried to grab him by the waist, but Lukas just shrugged his hands off with ease as he accelerated. Larsson returned the pass in one touch directly into Lucas's path. They had trained so well on give-and-go one-touch passes that it had become some sort of second nature between them. The understanding of one another was something that was unmatched between any other two players on the team. Lukas received the ball right on the touchline with his first touch, pushing it up the field with ease as Mulder and Amrabat tried to recover in vain. He glanced up and saw Soyuncu stepping across, lowering his stance and timing his move, a defender's glare fixed on him. Then an ever-so-sly smile appeared and disappeared from Lucas's lips as he saw the move he was about to make. Here comes Brandt down the right, Soyuncu closing in fast. With a sudden shift of hips, Lukas feinted inside before snapping the ball back toward the chalk, a blur of studs and speed. "Oh, that's filthy footwork." Soyuncu lunged to cut him off, but his planted foot skidded on the damp pitch. Too late. Lukas danced around the sliding challenge, a cruel flick of the outside boot, leaving the Turkish international sprawling. He's left Soyuncu for dead. Oh no, he's gone down. A sharp gasp rippled through the stands as Soyuncu clutched at his thigh, grimacing in pain. Unmoved, Lukas raced to the byline, the ball still glued to his stride. A single glance over his shoulder to see his options, then a perfectly weighted cutback to the penalty arc. Cutback. Larsson's there. Larsson arrived like a bullet, meeting it first time with a hard right-footed strike. He had started his run from midfield after his one-touch pass to Lukas. Skriniar tried to block the shot, throwing not just his leg, but his body in the way. But he was just a tad bit too late as the ball rocketed off Larsson's boot heading for the bottom right corner. The goalkeeper was left rooted to the spot, wrong-footed, as his net rattled and the home fans behind him put their hands on their head. Goal. Eintracht lead. Larsson buries it after a dazzling run from Lukas. In the heart of Istanbul, Eintracht Frankfurt has snatched the lead. Still more than 2 hours of football left to play to determine the winner of this tie. But this first goal sure will go a long way. The Eintracht bench erupted as Lukas ran to catch up with Larsson at the corner flag, but all eyes briefly flicked back to the touchline, where Soyuncu sat on the grass, wincing as medical staff hurried over, beaten by both the move and the cruel twist of fate. As Lukas and his teammates celebrated at the away corner, Larsson grabbed Lucas's face. "Bro, there's no way you're human. You left him for dead," he screamed as he shook Lukas violently. Lukas just smiled and looked back at Soyuncu. The defender was being supported off the pitch by the medics, as Jika warmed up on the sidelines. It seems Soyuncu will not be able to continue this match. He must have twisted something, and Mourinho is forced to make a substitution while a goal down in the first quarter of an hour. This might end up being a very long night for Fenerbahce. The commentator said as Jiku received some last-minute talks from Mourinho, while the Eintracht players walked to their own half to resume the match. That number 49, don't let him run at you or let Mulder go alone against him. If you have to, bring him down. Make him feel your presence. But don't get sent off. Mourinho muttered to Jiku before patting the Ghanaian on his back. The first lamb had been slaughtered, and now the second was being offered up to Lukas. Lukas was never the type to turn down such offers, though. The game resumed, and the fans poured out chants to try and raise the team's morale. And for a while, that worked. The home team seemed to gain a much-needed impetus after going a goal down. Their press, when out of possession, was more intense and coordinated. And when in possession, they moved the ball more swiftly and with intent instead of just a bunch of back passes. And soon enough, spurred by the fans, they started mounting attacks on Eintracht Frankfurt's goal. Their biggest chance of the half came at the brink of halftime. Chapter 122, 2 up. The game resumed, and the fans poured out chants to try and raise the team's morale. And for a while, that worked. The home team seemed to gain a much-needed impetus after going a goal down. Their press, when out of possession, was more intense and coordinated. And when in possession, they moved the ball more swiftly and with intent instead of just a bunch of back passes. And soon enough, spurred by the fans, they started mounting attacks on Eintracht Frankfurt's goal. Their biggest chance of the half came in the 30th minute. A shot from Ekatike had gone just wide of the post, resulting in a goal kick, which Egerbayet launched out into the midfield. Zeko rose to meet it, timing his leap perfectly between Skiri and Larson. The veteran striker's forehead connected with a solid thunk, redirecting the ball into the path of Szymanski as Fenerbahce surged forward. Yellow shirts flooded the attacking third in a wave. Quick one-touch passes slicing through Eintracht's shape. Szymanski slipped a clever pass inside to Tadic, who exchanged a sharp give-and-go with Amrabat at the top of the box. Tadic took the return ball in stride and unleashed a curling shot toward the far corner while Collins went in for the block. For a heartbeat, the stadium held its breath. The ball seemed destined for the net. But Trapp sprang across his goal, fingertips stretching at full extension. With a lightning reflex, he managed the faintest of touches, nudging the ball just wide of the post. The deflection sent it spinning out of danger and into the advertising boards as the referee pointed to the corner flag. The home fans erupted in a mix of awe and frustration, a guttural roar cascading down the stands, while Trapp popped back to his feet, barking instructions to Tuta and Collins, his gloves still buzzing from the save. As Kostic strutted towards the flag to take the resultant corner and Lukas walked back to engage in the defense, he heard his name screamed from the touchline. Luke, look! He looked over and saw assistant coach Buck waving vigorously, trying to signal to him to stay back and not join the defense. Normally when facing corners, Lukas stays around the edge of the box to receive second balls if cleared by a teammate and launch a counterattack or just launch the ball out of play if under severe pressure. But this time, the assistant was telling him not to even stay around the edge of the box. Lukas stood a few meters outside the box, just at the edge of the final third. The two players, Jiku and Mulder, Mourinho had initially put on Lukas were players in the box together with two of the three center-backs also in the box to attack the corner. Consequently, the players beside Lukas were Szymanski and Aksisek, who were also the last Fenerbahce players. Once Mourinho saw what was going on, he jumped up from his seat and screamed something illegible in Portuguese to stop what was about to happen. But it was too late. Kostic swung the cross in, but the ball couldn't even beat the first man, Skiri, who headed the ball upfield. Skiri's header looped high into the air, hanging just long enough for everyone inside the Sukru Saracoglu Stadium to sense danger. Lukas exploded off the mark before Szymanski could even react, his boots biting into the slick grass like sharpened studs on ice. The crowd shrieked as the ball dropped toward the center circle, two bodies lunging at once. But Lukas arrived a heartbeat earlier, cushioning the header with his chest while twisting his body to shield it from Szymanski's late lunge. And Frankfurt are away. The commentator's voice cracked over the PA feed as yellow shirts spun to chase. One touch to settle, another to push into space. Lukas was gone. Szymanski flailed desperately, legs pumping in frantic pursuit, but the Eintracht winger had already shifted through the gears, each stride longer and more ruthless than the last. The roar of the home support swelled into a deafening wall of panic as Lukas tore down the center channel, the green pitch opening before him like a runway at dusk. Aksisek darted across from the right, the last yellow barrier between Lukas and glory. Lukas feinted to the outside, then cut sharply inward, a sudden swivel of hips that sent Aksisek sliding across the turf like a passenger on black ice. The crowd gasped, a wave of disbelief that carried through every tier of the stadium. Look at the pace. Look at the power, the commentator bellowed. Brandt is away. It's 1v1. Egrebayat surged off his line, arms spread wide, trying to narrow the angle as the distance evaporated. But Lukas was cold, eyes locked on the tiniest seam between keeper and post. At the perfect stride, he unleashed a vicious right-footed strike, a low, skimming bullet that screamed past Egrebayat's outstretched glove and ripped into the far corner of the net. Go-oh-oh-oh! The away section detonated in white and black delirium. Eintracht players leapt from the bench, fists pumping toward the night sky as Lukas wheeled away, sliding on his knees in front of the traveling supporters. Behind him, the stunned home crowd fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the pockets of Frankfurt fans chanting his name. Magnificent counter, 2-0 Eintracht, and Lukas Brandt, the kid with ice in his veins, has ripped Fenerbahce apart. The referee glanced at his watch. The stadium clock had barely ticked past the 44th minute, but Fenerbahce players looked as though someone had pulled the oxygen out of the air. Before the home side could even restart, the whistle shrilled across the pitch, signaling the end of a breathless first half. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The visiting locker room buzzed with adrenaline and sweat. Boots scraped against tile, hearts still pounding from the energetic end to the first half. Kevin Trapp strode in, gloves dangling from one hand, a grin splitting his face. "Bro, what was that for?" Lukas asked as he turned around to face his friend. "I was just thanking you for the assist," Larson replied as he took a sip of his hydration drink. "Well, just for that, you've gotten the last assist from me this season." "Oh no, please, that was my mistake, sir. Don't cut me off." The players laughed as Larson sarcastically begged Lukas. "Okay, that's enough." Coach Topmaler stepped to the center, eyes blazing but voice calm. The mark of a man who wanted focus, not frenzy. "That," he said, sweeping a hand toward the room, "is exactly how you silence 40,000 people. Discipline, intensity, ruthless execution." He pointed toward Lukas, who was still catching his breath in the corner. "And that counter, textbook. Ellis wins the header, Lukas makes the run. Perfect decision, perfect finish. That's how we punish mistakes." A ripple of applause broke out from the players, echoing against the lockers. "But listen," Topmaler continued, lowering his tone. "This isn't over. 2-0 is dangerous if we get sloppy. Stay compact. Force them wide. The next 15 minutes after the restart will decide everything. If we keep our heads, we leave Istanbul with a huge advantage, and this tie is as good as won." He paused, scanning each determined face. "Enjoy the moment. You've earned it. Now, let's finish the job." The players nodded, fists bumping, voices low but full of fire. Outside, the roar of the restless home crowd leaked through the concrete walls, a reminder that the second half was waiting and that the night was far from done. Meanwhile, down the corridor, behind a heavy steel door, the atmosphere inside the Fenerbahce dressing room was nothing short of volcanic. The low murmur of players stripping off sweat-soaked shirts was shattered when Mourinho stormed through the door, his coat still flaring from the tunnel draft. The room stiffened. "Horrible," he barked, his voice ricocheting off the tiled walls. "Absolutely horrible." He slapped the tactics board with the flat of his hand, the sharp crack making even the veterans flinch. "You think this is a friendly? 2-0 down, at home, and you jog back like it's a Sunday stroll. Do you know what the fans are watching out there? They're watching a team that doesn't believe." Mourinho paced the floor, eyes darting from player to player like a hawk searching for weakness. "Their player wins a header on our corner. Our corner. Szymanski, you let a child run past you like you were chasing a bus. Axisek, where's your body? Where's the tackle? And the rest of you, statues. You give them space, you give them time, and you expect me to fix it with magic." He stopped abruptly, turning toward the goalkeeper's bench where Egrebayat sat with his head down. "And you, don't dare think that save is impossible. If you come out with authority, that boy doesn't even shoot." Chapter 123, second half. Silence blanketed the room except for the hum of the fluorescent lights. Mourinho leaned forward, resting his fists on the table, voice dropping to a dangerous calm. "Either you walk out there for the second half and show Istanbul you have pride, or you walk out there and confirm what every critic says about you. You choose." No one spoke. Boots squeaked faintly as players shifted under the weight of his glare. The players emerged from the tunnel to a thunderous wall of noise that defied the scoreboard. Despite the 2-goal deficit, the Fenerbahce faithful were unyielding, scars whipping in the evening air as chants rolled from the steep stands like waves crashing against stone. The yellow and navy flags shimmered beneath the floodlights, and every beat of the drum seemed to demand a response from the men in blue. Lukas trotted out with his Eintracht teammates, eyes scanning the vast bowl of sound. The home crowd's defiance was unmistakable. Their team might be bleeding, but their roar refused to weaken. Behind him, Topmaler clapped a steady rhythm, urging focus over noise. The second half began with Fenerbahce showing the urgency Mourinho had screamed for in the dressing room. Passes zipped faster, tackles snapped harder, and the yellow shirts hunted the ball in packs. But Frankfurt held their shape, waiting for the gaps to appear. On the left flank, Lukas received a switch from Skiri and immediately went to work. Mulder squared up, knees bent, knowing the winger's reputation. Lukas slowed the ball to a teasing crawl, then flicked a step over, so quick it was a blur. He darted inside, dragging Mulder with him, then stopped dead, leaving the defender stumbling forward before whipping a low pass toward the penalty spot. For a moment, it looked perfect, but Jiku stretched out a desperate boot and sliced the ball clear, the deflection skidding away to a roar of relief from the stands. Too clever for him again, but no finish, the commentator exclaimed as Lukas jogged back, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. The home side rode that reprieve like a spark to dry tinder. Tadic surged through midfield, slipping a neat ball to En-Nasri, whose first-time shot from the edge of the box took a wicked deflection off Collins and looped just wide of the upright. The crowd erupted, sensing opportunity as the referee signaled for a corner. Here come Fenerbahce. The stadium is alive again. Kostic tracked back to mark the near post, while Jiku, Skriniar, and Amrabat crowded the 6-yard box. Szymanski placed the ball on the corner flag and looked up the pitch to see Lukas waiting same place he was when the previous corner was taken. He remembered what had happened in the first half and was willing to take any chances, so he signaled for Tadic to come close for a short corner. Short corner to Tadic. Tadic returns the ball to Szymanski. "Oh, Szymanski, beautiful cross into the box," the commentator remarked as the ball looped in. Jiku timed his run to perfection, shrugging off Tuda's arm and launching himself into the floodlit air. His forehead met the ball with a meaty crack. Thump, sending it rocketing past Trapp's desperate glove and under the bar. Guia Ale. Jiku. Fenerbahce are back in it. The stadium detonated. Yellow smoke flares burst behind the goal as fans leapt on seats, their deafening chant flooding every corner of the arena. Jiku sprinted toward the corner flag, fists pounding his chest, teammates swarming in a frenzy of relief and belief. Trapp hammered his palms together in frustration, barking at his back line to tighten the marking. Across the halfway line, Lukas exchanged a quick glance with Knopf and gave a small nod, a silent reminder that Eintracht's lead had shrunk and the night was far from over. 2-1, half an hour to play, and the cauldron of Katakoi was boiling once more. The roar inside the stadium swelled into a fever pitch as the clock ticked past the 70-minute mark. The home supporters sensed the equalizer like blood in the water, their chants vibrating through the steel beams of the upper tiers. Yellow and navy scarves swirled like storm clouds as every Fenerbahce touch drew an urgent cheer. But Eintracht Frankfurt refused to buckle. Every yellow surge met a wall of black shirts, Tuda and Collins snapping into tackles, Skiri patrolling the midfield like a watchful sentinel. Every clearance was met with a roar from the small pocket of traveling fans high in the corner, their white and red banners flickering in the Istanbul night. Mourinho prowled the technical area, coat unbuttoned, arms slicing the air with every misstep. "Faster! Move it faster!" he barked in a mix of Portuguese and hurried English, his voice somehow cutting through the thunder of the stands. Topmøller stood more composed on the opposite touchline, palms down, urging calm as he shouted reminders to stay compact. "Patience! Keep it tight," he called, his voice carrying over the rhythmic drumbeat of the Eintracht supporters. In the 75th minute, Frankfurt nearly silenced the cauldron entirely with a move of pure, silken precision. It started with Lukas deep on the left, dancing along the touchline as Mulder pressed tight. A quick shimmy opened a sliver of space. He tapped the ball inside to Götze and immediately darted forward. Götze, with his trademark vision, returned the ball first time, a perfect touch and go. The exchange left Mulder flat-footed as Lukas collected the return at full speed. Jiku stepped across to cover, but Lukas slowed, body angled as if preparing to whip an early cross. Jikabit. Lukas chopped the ball inside with a lightning flick, sending the defender sliding helplessly past. The veteran crumpled to the turf, palms raised in frustration as the young German burst free along the byline. "Lukas again. He's got Jika dancing," the commentator shouted, voice cracking with excitement. With Jiku stranded on the grass, Lukas shaped for another cross, eyes scanning the box. He whipped the ball across with wicked spin, curling it toward the penalty spot where Ekatike had stolen a march on Skriniar. The Frenchman rose like a spring, neck muscles snapping as he powered a header goalward. Egerbayet could only watch from the far end as the ball thundered toward the top corner. Clang. It smashed against the crossbar with a metallic scream and ricocheted into the night sky before spinning harmlessly behind for a goal kick. The away section groaned, hands gripping their heads. The home fans let out a half-cheer of terrified relief, a collective exhale sweeping through the stands. How close was that? Eintracht almost in it right there, the commentator roared. On the Frankfurt bench, Topmaler clapped furiously, shouting, "That's it. That's the gap. Keep punishing them." Across the pitch, Mourinho spun in a circle of exasperation, muttering under his breath before pointing furiously at Jiku to get back on his feet. Despite the near miss, the sequence drained precious momentum from Fenerbahce's hunt for an equalizer. The crowd tried to rally once more, but a nervous edge crept into the chants, the earlier defiance replaced by a flicker of dread. With every controlled Frankfurt pass, the sound of frustration grew louder, and the clock continued to bleed away the home side's hope. Then, as the clock wound down to the 90th minute and the board went up for a 5-minute additional time, the final nail was put to the coffin containing Fenerbahce's dreams of a good result in the first leg of the tie. It all started deep in Eintracht's half, danger flaring on the very side of the pitch where Lukas had spent most of the night. But this time the threat belonged to Fenerbahce. He exploded down the left touchline, dreadlocks flying, the crowd rising to a roar of anticipation. "The substitute! Look at the burst from St. Maximin!" the commentator shouted as the decibels spiked. Veit slid across to cover, but the Frenchman's fresh legs were too much. A sharp body swerve and sudden burst left Veit lunging at shadows as St. Maximin tore toward the byline. St. Maximin, he's left Veit for dead. He drew back his right foot to whip in a teasing cross, when a blur of black and white sliced across the turf. A perfectly timed slide swept the ball cleanly away, studs hissing against the grass. St. Maximin stumbled, arms out, blinking in disbelief. He turned, eyes wide, to find Lukas already springing back to his feet. What a tackle from Lukas! That is world-class, defending from the winger, the commentator roared, the away section erupting in a delirious roar of approval. No time to admire the challenge. Lukas scooped up a loose ball and, without breaking stride, unleashed a diagonal laser across the field, a 40-yard switch that carved through Istanbul's humid night like a spear. It found Knopf near the halfway line on the opposite flank. Look at the vision, a diagonal of pure genius. Knopf cushioned the pass and immediately turned on the Jets. Chapter 124, thanks to the gifts. Kostic scrambled to match him, but the Frankfurt speedster powered forward, eating up the turf with long, relentless strides. One touch to set, another to burst past Kostic's desperate reach, and suddenly he was thundering down the right channel with the defense scrambling. Knopf is away. This is a 3-on-3 break for Frankfurt. Approaching the box, Knopf dropped his shoulder and swept a low, driven cross across the face of goal. The ball skidded wickedly on the slick grass, bending perfectly into the path of Ekatike, who ghosted between Jiku and Bonucci. Ekatike met it first time with a side-footed sweep, guiding the ball with the calm precision of a marksman. It skimmed off the turf and nestled into the bottom left corner beyond Egrabayet's despairing dive. Go eel! The away section detonated an uncontainable celebration, banners whipping and smoke rising as their chants drowned the stunned silence of the Katakoi faithful. Lukas, still jogging back from his tackle, raised a single fist in triumph as teammates swarmed Ekatike near the corner flag. What a counter! From one end to the other in seconds. Lukas with a match-saving tackle, a world-class switch, and Ekatike finishes it off. 3-1 Eintracht Frankfurt, the commentator screamed, voice nearly breaking under the noise. On the touchline, Topmaler punched the air, turning to his staff with a wide grin. That's football. Textbook transition. Across the pitch, Mourinho could only shake his head, arms folded tight as the home fans' chants dissolved into a stunned murmur. From almost conceding at one end to sealing the contest at the other, Eintracht had delivered the perfect dagger in the heart of Istanbul. Immediately after the goal, the substitution board went up on the sidelines. 49-42. Lukas was being subbed for Uzun for the final couple minutes of the game. The away fans stood up to give a round of applause as Lukas stepped out of the field at one end and walked around the pitch to get to the bench. The home fans were silent as he walked past them with his eyes glued forward. They had been thoroughly humbled by the kid in their own backyard. Topmaler gave Lukas a tight hug. Great game, Luke, he said before pushing him to the bench where his teammates greeted him warmly and a staff handed him a jacket. Fui asterisk. Lukas hadn't been sitting for long when the final whistle blew. 3-1. Eintracht Frankfurt had silenced Katakoi, leaving Fenerbahce Stadium in stunned disbelief. The away players dropped to their knees, fists raised in muted celebration before the roar of the traveling fans erupted in unrestrained euphoria. Confetti clung to the turf as the players jogged to the corner flags, acknowledging the waves of white and red supporters who had endured the noise and chaos of an electric night. On the pitch, the stadium announcer's voice boomed over the PA. Your man of the match, Lukas Brandt. The away fans erupted even further, chanting his name with every ounce of energy left in their lungs. Teammates swarmed Lukas immediately, clapping his back, ruffling his hair, and slapping fists in the pure joy of shared triumph. "Unbelievable game, Luke!" Knopf yelled over the noise, grinning ear to ear. "Goal, assist, the tackle before the break, everything." Lukas' smile was wide, his chest still heaving from the relentless 90 minutes. But the celebrations were momentarily paused when Mourinho, calm and composed despite the chaos, strode across the pitch toward him. He leaned down, close enough to whisper in Lukas' ear. The words were soft, unintelligible over the din of the crowd, but the intent was clear, personal, pointed, and undeniably referencing the pre-match comments where Mourinho had claimed Lukas would be powerless against his team. Lukas blinked, expression unreadable, then nodded slightly. Before he could respond, Larsson approached, curiosity etched across his face. "What did he say?" Larsson asked, voice cutting through the celebration. Lukas shrugged, letting out a soft chuckle. "I honestly don't know," he said, the corner of his mouth twitching upward in amusement. "It doesn't really matter, though." He then turned toward the away end. The fans were still chanting, scarves raised high, arms reaching toward the sky. Holding the Man of the Match award aloft, Lukas clapped, waved, and let the pure joy of the moment wash over him. The stadium may have been home to the opposition, but tonight, Lukas' night belonged to the traveling supporters. A perfect testament to a performance that had rewritten the pre-match predictions and left a trail of awe, disbelief, and pride. From the first touch to the last, Lukas owned this game, the commentator said, voice cracking with excitement. And if anyone doubted him before tonight, well, those doubts are gone. Completely gone. Lukas smiled again, the award held proudly above his head, as the away section's chants soared into the Istanbul night. A perfect finale to an unforgettable night. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thank for the gifts. That was the caption to Lukas's post on Instagram the morning following the match. Marco had sent him pictures of him knee-sliding after his goal, him sitting jiku on the floor, and him walking around the outskirts of the field after he was subbed off while the home fans had their eyes stuck on him, and a picture of him with the Player of the Month award for the night. All four were posted in that order on his page about an hour ago, and it already had 80K likes while the comments kept flooding in. "Etio olaviva anna nolla seitsemen. A Hugo Larsson, my man. I can dadu's in 10. Don't forget, you still owe me," and several other messages from his teammates. But then as Lukas scrolled through the comments, most in Turkish which he couldn't understand, a particular thread of comments and replies caught his eye. At Eintrachter. Is Lukas currently the best teenager on the planet? It caught his eye because the comment had only about 25 likes, but more than 200 comments. So that definitely meant a lot of people didn't agree with the comment. The first reply to that comment had over 500 likes. At FC Lover, I see Lamine Yamal plays cricket now. At Frankfurter, for life. What kind of numbers did Lamine put up in his debut campaign when he was 16? I assure you it doesn't even come close to Lukas. Even this season, Lukas only debuted in January. In case you've forgotten, that's only 2 months ago, but he has more than 20 goal contributions already. How many does Yamal have for the whole season? At FC_Lover, that's a bullshit argument. Yamal is playing in a way tougher league, and also in the Champions League. I'm sure he too would be able to score and assist every other game if he was also playing in leagues where the defense is asleep half the game. At Eintrachter, Lukas had 3 goals contributions back-to-back against Bayern Munich and Leverkusen, both Champions League clubs. You really think if Barcelona played them one after the other, Yamal would score 2 and assist 1 in both games? At FC Lover, if they played us, they wouldn't leave their defense as open as they did against you guys, is all I'm saying. Barcelona is a different caliber of club to Eintracht Frankfurt, and the same team approaches different clubs differently. The way we play when we face Real Madrid and the way we play when we face a big team, like Liverpool, won't be the same. At Madridista, rent-free. Lukas just chuckled as he went through the messages. Lamine, huh? Lukas thought as he adjusted his position on the couch while thinking about the Spanish superstar. That's right, he's already tearing it up in Barcelona and Spain by now. I would love to play against him soon. Maybe the Champions League. Asterisk, I'm sure you will. You think you're better than him right now? Asterisk. Am I not? Asterisk, huh? Asterisk. Did you just do the half laugh? Asterisk, how dare I? I'm just happy for the amount of confidence you've got. That's what's needed to be the best in the world. Asterisk. But you still don't think I'm better than him, do you? Asterisk, it doesn't matter what I think, though. It doesn't matter what anyone on the internet thinks, either. All that matters is what you think. Do you think you're better than him? Asterisk. I think I'm not worse than him. Asterisk, do you think if you're vying for the same spot on a team right now, you'll start before him? Asterisk. Well, we don't primarily play in the same position. Not right now, anyway. But I also don't believe I'm not good enough to fight for a starting position against him. He does have a lot of experience, though, with both Champions League and international football with Spain, so maybe he'll get the edge slightly right now. Asterisk, so your job is to make sure it doesn't stay that way for long. You have to be the best. You have no other choice but to be the best. Asterisk. Most definitely. There can be no room for anyone else. As Lukas scrolled through Instagram, liking posts from football platforms posting his performance against Fenerbahce, his talk with TT kept replaying in his mind. He was resolving his will to keep pushing. Champions League football, international competitions, trophies, a lot of things he still hadn't gotten yet, but knew it was only a matter of time. Chapter 125, The Clause. He was resolving his will to keep pushing. Champions League football, international competitions, trophies, a lot of things he still hadn't gotten yet, but knew it was only a matter of time. Just as Lukas dropped his phone and got up to prepare for the day's recovery session, his phone rang. Hello, Marco. My superstar. How are you doing? Ha. I'm good. Is everything all right? I already uploaded the photos you sent me. Yeah, I saw them. The caption is causing quite a ruckus. Well, I can't just let him say anything he wants to say about me, can I? Even if he's Jose Mourinho. True. Make it so people don't think they can say anything about you when they are behind a microphone. Yeah. So what's up? Oh, that's right. I called you because of the sponsorship deal with Puma. We have finished the discussion and they've sent a signed copy. All that's left is you and Javi's signatures. That's great. I'll talk to him and maybe we can meet during the weekend to sign it. That's okay. By the way, there's something else I want to discuss with you. What's that? Hope everything's all right. Everything is great. But I think you might start seeing rumors soon about interest from somewhere. Bavaria? How did you know? It's not really that hard to guess. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, I got contacted last night after your game against Fenerbahce. A representative wanted to speak to me. There's only one reason a representative from Bayern Munich would want to speak to me. Don't they have to get approval from the club first? Does this mean Eintracht Frankfurt is willing to let me leave so soon? I'm highly doubtful that is the case. Technically, they do have to get permission from your current club, but there are tons of methods clubs can use to bypass that restriction, so I won't be surprised if that's what they're doing right now. Interesting. So what did you say to them? Will you be meeting the representative? You don't want me to? I don't see the need. But don't worry about that. Have a meeting, and let me know what they are saying. All right then, I will do that. We'll talk about it when we meet for the signing during the weekend. That's okay. The call ended and Lukas dropped his phone as he thought about the details of the call. Is a move to Bayern Munich something he would welcome? They're a hegemonic club, that's for sure, and the Bundesliga would be all but guaranteed year after year. With his presence and continued improvement, winning multiple Champions League across the course of his career would not be a pipe dream. They were undoubtedly the biggest club in Germany and arguably one of the three biggest and most supported super clubs in all of Europe, so his popularity will skyrocket. But was this something he wanted at this stage of his career? Was this something he needed to do? On a personal level, he was not one of the multiple Bayern haters in Germany, but he wasn't a fan either. And most importantly, I don't want to leave Frankfurt if I don't have to, was his current state of mind. Arg. No need to stress myself too much about it. I doubt the club will even let me leave. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at the same time, at the Profi camp, the glass walls of Krosch's office reflected the autumn sunlight that poured into the Eintracht headquarters. Papers were stacked neatly on the CEO's desk, but the one file lying open in front of him was anything but neat in its implications. Lukas, contract clauses. Krosch leaned back in his chair, exhaling through his nose before pressing the intercom. Timo, come in. We need to talk. Moments later, Hardung walked in, his expression betraying the same mix of pride and unease. He didn't sit right away, hovering by the chair as if bracing for impact. I know why you called me, Hardung said with a half-smile. The boy's already torn through that clause. Krosch gestured toward the chair. 9 games, Timo. 9. And we're already looking at 22 goal contributions. You do realize how absurd this looks? We barely got the ink dry on his first contract 3 months ago, and now we're forced into renegotiation talks because of a clause you pushed through. Hardung sat, clasping his hands. I pushed it through? Are you remembering things wrongly? Marcus, you were literally talking about how we would be renegotiating the contract by the end of the season. Ahem. Is that so? Why don't I remember that? Krosch said before changing his expression to a slight grin. That aside, what we do now, though, I put that clause in there as a motivation for him. I didn't expect him to smash it out the window in only a handful of games. He's been brilliant. Too brilliant. And you know what that does? It puts a target on his back. Hardung leaned forward. I've already heard whispers. Bayern scouts have been at 3 of our games in a row. They don't move quietly, you know that. If they decide Lukas is their long-term player, no clause, no salary bump, nothing will scare them off. They'll throw money we can't match. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of Germany's footballing hierarchy pressing down on them. Krosch finally spoke, his tone firm. That's why we can't drag our feet. We have to show Lukas he's valued here. More than just a kid who broke through. If Bayern calls tomorrow, we need him to think twice before answering. We renegotiate, yes, but on our terms. Performance bonuses, loyalty incentives, buyout clauses, real deterrents. Hardong nodded slowly. So, we're going to reward him this early? Krosh gave a thin smile. We're going to protect him this early. And protect Eintracht while we're at it. Lukas may only be 16, but he's already our crown jewel. If Bayern wants him, they'll have to bleed for him. Hardong chuckled under his breath. Not bad, Marcus. Not bad. Krosh closed the file with a quiet snap. Good. Now, set up a meeting with his agent. Let's get ahead of this before Munich even puts pen to paper. The sun was still low above Frankfurt, casting a pale autumn glow across the training ground. Saturday mornings were usually light, and after the exhausting trip to Istanbul, today's session was nothing more than tactical walk-throughs and ball movement drills. Players jogged in small groups, the laughter and banter carrying across the crisp morning air. Larson, leaning over to catch his breath after a short shuttle, looked up and shook his head. "You got to be kidding me," he muttered, watching Lukas sprint down the flank at full tilt as if it were the first day of preseason. Knopf joined in, grinning. Doesn't the guy have human settings? He ran the whole game Thursday night, and he's still bouncing around like a puppy. Even Uzun, usually the quiet one, piped up. If I played like that in Katakoi, I'd still be in bed with ice packs. Lukas jogged back to them, smirking, sweat barely glistening on his forehead. What? This IS light. You guys just need better stamina. The mock groans from Larson and Knopf were drowned out by a ripple of laughter through the group. Better stamina, he says, Knopf called out. Next time you run like that, we'll just send you alone to play 90 minutes. On the sideline, Dino Topmaler folded his arms, his eyes locked on the pitch. His assistants, Zembrod and Buck, stood beside him, each with a clipboard. Look at him, Buck said, gesturing toward Lukas as the winger cut inside and lofted a casual cross. No sign of fatigue at all. Kid's built different. Zembrod nodded slowly but frowned. That's what worries me. He doesn't feel it yet, but the body keeps the score. You let him go full throttle every 3 days, and sooner or later, something pulls. Topmaler exhaled, expression unreadable. I know. He was everywhere against Fenerbahce. Tackle at the back, assist, goal, endless sprints. And now look at him. Fresh as ever. If I'm not careful, he'll think he can do this forever. So what do you do tomorrow? Buck asked carefully. Union are physical. They'll try to grind the game. Do you risk him again? Topmaler's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes narrowing slightly as Lukas accelerated past Larson with a burst of pace. Maybe he starts on the bench. It might be the only way he learns that even the strongest legs can't run forever. He didn't say it louder than that, just a quiet hint. But his assistants exchanged a knowing glance. It was rare for the coach to even consider leaving Lukas out, yet the thought was already out in the open, and tomorrow might be the first real test of managing a phenomenon who didn't seem to know his own limits. Chapter 126, Bench. The rain had just begun to patter against the glass walls of the Sofitel in downtown Frankfurt when Lukas stepped into the private conference room, his father Javi at his side. It was Saturday morning, a day before the game at Union, but for now his attention was for the contract with Puma. Marco was already there, seated comfortably with a leather folder in front of him, his usual calm confidence radiating through the table. Across from them sat Lena, the Puma representative who had been handling negotiations from the brand side. The long mahogany table was neatly arranged, a stack of contracts at the center, fountain pens laid across the top, glasses of still water waiting untouched. Lena rose as Lukas entered, extending her hand with a warm smile. Lukas, first of all, congratulations. That performance against Fenerbahce, my phone didn't stop buzzing. 16 years old, first time starting on the wing in Europe, and you look like you'd been there your whole life. Lukas chuckled nervously, shifting in his chair. I just tried to do my best. The team made it easier. Easier, Javi laughed, giving his son a proud pat on the back. You tore them apart. Mourinho couldn't stop you. Lena nodded. Exactly. You don't often see a kid handle that kind of pressure in that kind of stadium. For us, it only confirms what we already knew. This partnership is going to be special. Marco leaned back, voice smooth but deliberate. Then let's make it official. The four of them sat, and Lena slid the contract across. Marco had already briefed Lukas line by line, and the lawyers had combed through every clause. The 6 million euros guaranteed stipend, the 25,000 euro appearance bonus, the 8 brand appearances per year. Nothing came as a surprise. Just signatures here, and here, Lena said, pointing with a manicured finger. Lukas picked up the pen. His hand trembled slightly at first, but then he steadied himself and scrawled his name on each page. Javi watched closely, pride glowing in his eyes, before adding his own witness signature. With a final flourish, the Puma deal was sealed. Lena gathered the papers with care, slipping them back into her folder with a satisfied nod. Well, she said, welcome officially to the Puma family. There was a ripple of applause around the table. Marco shook Lena's hand firmly, while Javi pulled Lukas into a quick hug, whispering, "Luke, this is just the start." Then Lena leaned forward, shifting back into business. "Now about media duties. We'd like to unveil Lukas during the upcoming international break. It's perfect timing. He hasn't been called up to the senior squad yet, just the U21s, so there's space in his schedule. We'll fly him to Herzegovina to our headquarters. A clean launch, photos, some light media, campaign footage." Her smile widened. "Nothing heavy, just the beginning of a long journey." Lukas nodded. "Sound good. When exactly?" "Next Thursday," Lena replied. "We'll coordinate flights and details directly with Marco." Marco jotted a note, then looked up. "It's smart. The timing is perfect. Everyone's still talking about his game in Istanbul. Striking while the iron's hot is exactly the right move." Lena turned back to Lukas. "Honestly, that goal and assist, plus man of the match, it's rare to see a teenager shine that brightly. You're 16 and already setting a standard that professionals twice your age can't meet. We know this will be good for Puma, Lukas, but for you, it's the start of something global." Lukas smiled. "Then, let's make it big." Even Marco cracked a satisfied grin. The paperwork was done, the deal sealed, and the boy who had just started his footballing career with a bang was soon to be unveiled by Puma as one of its youngest global athletes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The evening lights of Deutsche Bank Park shimmered against the clear March sky, the stadium buzzing as Eintracht Frankfurt prepared to host Union Berlin. On the broadcast, the familiar voices of commentator Martin Schneider and analyst Jürgen Baumann carried across living rooms across Germany. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Schneider began, his tone warm but laced with anticipation. "It's match day 25 in the Bundesliga, and tonight from Frankfurt we bring you a fascinating clash between Eintracht and Union Berlin." Baumann chimed in, leaning on his reputation for sharp tactical insight. "And already, Martin, we have a bombshell. Lukas Brandt, the teenage sensation, fresh off his man-of-the-match display in Istanbul, starts tonight on the bench." Schneider let the words hang for a moment, allowing the disbelief to settle. Yes, the 16-year-old who has taken Germany, maybe even Europe, by storm, won't be in the starting 11. Dino Topmaler opting for rotation. "It makes sense," Baumann reasoned. "The boy has played so much football recently. You don't want to risk burning him out. And let's not forget, Thursday night is the second leg against Fenerbahce. Frankfurt carry a 2-goal advantage, but that tie is far from over. Topmaler is saving his jewel for Europe." Schneider nodded, but his tone carried a note of caution. At the same time, Frankfurt are third in the Bundesliga. Their position is not untouchable. Mainz and Freiburg are breathing down their necks, and Union Berlin are no pushovers. Steffen Baumgart's side are organized, physical, and always capable of making life uncomfortable. But a win today would push Topmaler's side tied on points with Leverkusen after their loss to Bremen yesterday. Yes, I'm sure all of these would be playing in the back of Topmaler's mind as he juggles his league standing and the Europa League run. The camera panned to the Frankfurt bench, catching Lukas sitting with his bib on, his face unreadable under the stadium lights. He leaned back slightly, arms crossed, staring at the pitch as though lost in thought. Earlier that day, when Topmaler quietly told him he'd be starting from the bench, a pang of disappointment had settled in his chest. He hated not being out there from the first whistle, but he understood. His coach wasn't punishing him. He was protecting him, preserving him for the battles ahead. And we're set for kickoff in Frankfurt. A huge Bundesliga clash here at Deutsche Bank Park. Eintracht Frankfurt against Union Berlin. Let's get straight into the lineups. Starting with the home side, Eintracht Frankfurt, lining up tonight in a 4-2-3-1. In goal, the captain Trapp. The back four from right to left, Christensen, Collins, Tuta, and Brown. Sitting in midfield, the double pivot. Larson alongside Hodgland. Ahead of them in the attacking three. On the left, it's Bahoya in the center Uzun. And normally this is exactly where the 16-year-old prodigy Lukas would take charge. But with him missing tonight, it's Uzun who carries that creative burden. And over on the right, Chaibi, leading the line up top, it's the experienced finisher, Batshuayi, starting in place of Ekateik on the bench tonight too. And now for the visitors, Union Berlin, setting up in a 3-4-1-2. Between the sticks, the ever-reliable Ronau. The back three, Leite, Korfeld, and Doki. Across the midfield, Juranovic, Kadira, Haberer, and the skipper Trimmel. Just in behind the forwards, Tassart in that number 10 role. And leading the line tonight, the partnership of Illich and Skark. A cracking atmosphere here. The fans are ready. The stage is set. Frankfurt versus Union. It's going to be a battle. Jürgen, looking at the starting lineups, what do you think about Union's prospects in this game? Well, Martin, I think this isn't Frankfurt's strongest starting lineup. So there's a strong case to be made for Union's chances. But I think it's going to be nigh impossible to beat a Frankfurt side in such a good form at their backyard. I think Union will mount a resistance. Yes, especially in the early stages of the game, but I think Frankfurt will snatch the win in 90 minutes. And if after 60 or so minutes, it looks like that won't be the case, you can expect Top Mahler to bring in all his big hitters, especially Brandt and Ekatike, and that would definitely put this game to bed. Yes, thank you, Jurgen. That is a view I share. I think it'll be tough to beat this Eintracht team here, even for Union. Oh, watch this. As a commentator spoke, Eintracht almost took the lead in the first as a cross from Chibi fizzed in from the left with Bahoya's header just wide off the mark. Oh, so close. Expect this pressure for the rest of the game, the commentator said as the fans applauded the effort. In the stands, the lens lingered briefly on a family near the halfway line. A boy, maybe 9 years old, with a number 49 shirt, Brandt stretched proudly across the back. Tugging at his father's sleeve as the players walked out the tunnel, he asked, voice high and puzzled, "Papa, why isn't Lukas playing?" His father smiled, ruffling his son's hair as the roar of the crowd swelled. "Don't worry, Junge. He'll come on. Players like him always do." The boy grinned and held his scarf higher, reassured. At this point, they couldn't tell just how much they would end up needing Lukas in this game. Chapter 127. View from the side. The game had barely settled, and Frankfurt looked sharp, dominating possession, the ball zipping from flank to flank as the Deutsche Bank Park roared them on. Union Berlin were sitting deep, their three-man backline already under immense pressure. Frankfurt are pushing hard here. You can feel the intent, the crowd urging them forward. In the 15th minute, they finally cracked. The ball worked its way out to the right side, where Chibi picked it up, isolated against Leite. Chibi now, looking to deliver, tries the cross. But Leite threw himself in front, blocking the attempt. The ball spun awkwardly out to the edge of the box, where Uzun reacted first. Uzun, edge of the box. Against Khedira, the teenager feinted left, then executed a sharp la croqueta, slipping the ball past Khedira to his right foot. Oh, that's silky from Uzun. That's the Lukas move right there. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Haberer lunged in, getting a vital touch that pushed the ball sideways. It rolled into the path of Larsen, who didn't hesitate. Larsen, first-time strike. Doki flung his body in front, blocking the shot. The Union box was chaos, red shirt scrambling. The block, though, fell horribly for Union, perfectly in a space inside the box where Batshuayi had been lurking, holding his run onside. Batshuayi, still onside, Gio. Frankfurt strike first. Batshuayi took one calm touch and slotted low past Ronaldo, before wheeling away to the corner flag, sliding on his knees as his teammates mobbed him. Michy Batshuayi opens the score line for Frankfurt. That's the striker's instinct. Stayed patient, stayed sharp, and when the ball came, ice-cold finish. Frankfurt's dominance pays off. The stadium shook, chants of the "Hey, Eintracht Frankfurt" echoing as Union looked rattled. Lukas joined the bench in celebrating as he clapped and shook hands with the other teammates on the bench, his face beaming with smiles. The game opened up after that goal, as it became less dominated by Frankfurt like the first quarter hour as both sides enjoyed spells of possession and attack. Union Berlin began to grow into the game, no longer sitting so deep after conceding. And in the 25th minute, they threatened Eintracht's goal. Their midfield trio tried to knit together passes, and suddenly Tassart found himself with space to turn near the halfway line. Tassart, looking up, searching for movement, and he finds Haberer on the left-hand side. Haberer controlled with his right foot, pushing forward down the flank, Christensen closing him down quickly. Haberer dropped a shoulder, burst past the Dane, and cut inside onto his stronger foot. Haberer skips past Christensen. He's got room. He lets fly. A powerful shot zipped low toward the near post, but Trapp was alert, diving quickly to his right and parrying the ball wide. That's Union's first real threat. Haberer did well to isolate Christensen there, but Trapp, the captain, showing his experience with a sharp stop. The rebound was cleared by Tuta, and the Frankfurt fans roared their approval. Frankfurt had wrestled momentum back. On the right wing, Chibi was lively, combining neatly with Uzun in the half space. Uzun dropped deep, picked up possession, and played a quick give-and-go with Hodgland, who had drifted forward. Uzun again, into Hodgland, lovely return pass. Uzun bursting into the box. Uzun slipped through the Union backline, getting there just ahead of Doki, and fired low across goal. Ronaldo stretched out his leg, the ball ricocheting back into the danger zone. Bahoya pounced first, striking hard, but his shot clattered off Korfeld, who threw himself in the way. That's fantastic defending from Korfeld. He may be young, but that's what you call commitment, throwing his whole body in to deny Bahoya a certain goal. The crowd groaned in unison, sensing how close it was, before rallying back in a chance. Union Berlin weren't done yet. In the 38th minute, pushing forward with more urgency, Khedira stole the ball off Larsen in midfield and immediately launched a quick counter. Khedira wins it cleanly, straight through the middle now. He finds Illich on the left. Illich sprinted down the channel, cutting across Brown, before slipping a diagonal ball inside to Skark. Skark, inside the box. He turns two to Skark shoots. Trap again came up big, this time diving low to smother the shot with strong hands. The rebound spilled briefly, but Collins got there first, thumping it clear. Union are dangerous when they transition like that. Khedira to Illich, then Skark. That's classic Union Berlin football. Frankfurt were exposed for a second, but Trap keeps them ahead. The away supporters in the corner groaned, knowing that was a real chance with Topmaler even looking away when he thought the goal was almost certain before pumping his fist after Trap's save. As the half wound down, Frankfurt pressed to extend their lead before the break. In the 44th minute, just at the cusp of halftime, Chaibi, always involved, danced down the right flank, beating Leite with a clever step over before whipping across to the far post. Chaibi with the delivery. Batshuayi's there. No. Headed away by Doki. Still alive. The ball fell to Larson on the edge, who volleyed first time, but it sailed narrowly over the bar, brushing the top netting. The home fans clapped their appreciation, knowing their side was in control. The referee looked at his watch, then blew the whistle just as the goal kick was launched into the middle of the pitch. There was barely any additional time, as the game had gone back and forth without any significant stoppages. And that's the end of the first half here at Deutsche Bank Park. Frankfurt lead 1-0 thanks to Batshuayi's cool finish in the 13th minute. They've dominated possession, but Union Berlin have had their moments too, trapped twice denying Haberer and Skark, Schneider recalled as the players stepped off the pitch. That's right. It has been a half full of intensity. Eintracht looked the better side, but Union are reminding them they can't relax. And interestingly, young Lukas Brandt still waits on the bench. You can't help but wonder if we'll see him in the second half. As the players walked off, Lukas rose from the bench, adjusting his bib before heading toward the tunnel. His face betrayed nothing, but inside, he ached to be part of the action, to feel the ball at his feet, the roar of the crowd in his ears. It wasn't just Lukas who was aching to come on, the fans were also eagerly waiting for him. Sure, their team was ahead and playing good football as they had majority of the possession, but they lacked that decisive threat in the final third. Some fans online were already talking about how Lukas would have had a goal or an assist if he played in that first 45 minutes, just due to the sheer number of chances Eintracht Frankfurt created. Whether Lukas came on, though, wasn't a matter of if, it was only a matter of when. That was the conclusion by the fans both in the stadium and online. They believed it was either going to be in the beginning of the second half or at the hour mark. But Topmaler had other ideas. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Eintracht Frankfurt players trudged into the dressing room, sweat dripping, shirts clinging to their bodies after an intense first half. The low hum of chatter filled the air, boots clattering against the tiled floor, physios rushing to provide towels and ice packs. Lukas, still in his training bib, carried a small crate of hydration bottles and handed them out one by one. Here, he said quietly to Uzun, then passed another to Larson, leaning down to whisper something that made the two of them chuckle softly under their breath. Before they could continue, the door swung open and Dino Topmaler strode in, his assistants Zembrod and Buck right behind him. Immediately, the room fell silent, players snapping their focus back. Topmaler clapped his hands once. Allelicht, Männer. Good work so far. We got the lead, thanks to Mishi's composure in the box. That's exactly what we wanted, patience, movement, and the finish. He nodded toward Batshuayi, who sat unlacing his boots for a moment of relief, then back up at the team. But Topmaler's voice sharpened. We left too much space on two occasions. Haberer got through Rasmus far too easily, and Skark turned Tuta inside the box. Only Kevin saved us from conceding. He paced slowly, looking each player in the eye. We cannot afford to switch off. This is Union Berlin. They only need one mistake, one lapse, and it's 1-1. We should be 2 or 3 up by now. Uzun, Bahoya, Larson, you all had chances. We must be more clinical in the final third. A few players nodded silently, sipping their bottles, faces tense. Then Topmaler's gaze drifted across the room, finally settling on Lukas. The boy sat quietly at the back, bib still on, listening intently. For a moment, Topmaler's mind wandered. Is it time already? He looks fresh, restless even. He could kill this game in 10 minutes. But the midweek, Chapter 128, still watching. Is it time already? He looks fresh, restless even. He could kill this game in 10 minutes. But the midweek. The coach blinked, pulling his thoughts back to the present, and raised his voice. Second half. Keep pressing, keep the energy high. Don't give them a sniff. If we do our job, the chances will come. Lukas lowered his eyes, rolling the bottle lightly between his hands, but inside his pulse quickened. He didn't need words. He knew the decision was coming. As Topmaler was motivating his team to go out for the second half and kill the game, Baumgart was doing something similar, and with the way the second half was about to go, it would seem his talk brought up fighting spirit in his team more than Topmaler's of the home team dressing room. Because the second it started, and Union Berlin came out swinging, right from the whistle to resume the game, the away team flooded Eintracht's half. For the first 5 minutes of the second half, Union asked questions of the home team's defense, which they were barely able to answer. Trapp had to make saves after saves from the shots raining on his goal. Even the fans could feel it. It was only a matter of time before parity would be restored that evening. Weirdly enough, though, it wasn't that the home team was playing worse than they did in the first half, just that the away team way much better than they were previously. The ball moved quicker. Larson was stifled in the midfield, with him being quickly enclosed from all sides once the ball was passed into him. 10 minutes into the second half, and Batshuayi hadn't even had a shot on goal. The fans tried to do what they could to spur on their team, the Eintracht Ultras booing whenever the away team started sustaining too much possession, fearing the growing momentum for the visitors on the pitch. But it was of little use, and it didn't take too long for their fears to be crystallized. The second half had begun with Union showing far more bite, pressing higher and forcing Frankfurt deeper than in the first 45. By the 61st minute, the pressure finally told. It started on the left flank. Hallerbeck, who came on for Skark in the 55th minute, trapped a long diagonal ball with his chest, holding off Christensen as he drove forward. With a clever swivel, he slid a pass down the line to Schaefer, who had replaced Assart minutes earlier, and the Hungarian midfielder burst toward the edge of the area. Union with numbers forward here. Schaefer is driving. Look at that stride. Frankfurt retreating, Schneider said as his voice grew in excitement. Schaefer cut inside and unleashed a right-footed shot. It was on target, but Collins lunged desperately, blocking the strike with his thigh. The ball skidded out behind the goal line, and that'll be a corner. Union are growing into this. Frankfurt need to wake up. They've been second best since the restart. The referee pointed to the flag. From the set piece, Trimmel, the captain, trotted across, placing the ball carefully, adjusting his socks before raising his hand for the signal. Inside the box, red shirts jostle with white ones, arms tugging, shoulders slamming. Trimmel to take. Union have their big men up. Doki, Corfield, even Leite is in there. Timel whipped in a teasing in-zwinger with his right foot, the ball curling viciously toward the near post. Corfield timed his run perfectly, slipping between Tuta and Christensen. Bang! A bullet header. The ball cannonied past Trapp, nestling into the top corner before the keeper could even flinch. Leopold Corfield, the Austrian, rises and delivers the equalizer for Union Berlin. From nowhere, it's 1-1 here in Frankfurt. That was all about movement. Look at Corfield. He ghosts in front of Tuta. Christensen never even saw him. It's a captain's goal, and Union's persistence has paid off. Frankfurt switched off, and now they're punished. The Union players mobbed their skipper and the goalscorer near the corner flag, while the away fans high in the corner of the stadium erupted into chants and flares. Down on the home bench, Topmaler grimaced, turning to Zembrod with arms folded. The Union players were still celebrating with their traveling fans when Zembrod turned sharply to the bench. He raised 2 fingers, then pointed toward the touchline. Mario, Hugo, get ready. Gotze and Ekatike both stood, peeling off their bibs and jogging briskly toward the 4th official to receive instructions. Bahoya and Batshuayi knew their number was up, each already glancing toward the sideline with resigned nods. At that moment, the camera briefly cut to Lucas. A flicker, just a flicker, of surprise broke across his young face, eyes narrowing for half a second as if expecting his name to be called. But just as quickly, he blinked it away, his features hardening back to the familiar mask of calm. Expressionless, unreadable. Now that's interesting. Gotze and Ekatike getting ready, but no sign yet of Lucas. You'd think after his performance in midweek, he might be the one to change the game. Above the dugout, fans in the lower tiers leaned over the railings, waving their arms. Brandt, bring on Lucas, they chanted, voices raw with urgency. A young teenager in a number 49 shirt cupped his hand around his mouth, screaming until his face turned red. But on the sideline, Topmaler didn't even glance up. His arms were folded, jaw clenched, mind whirring through possibilities. He wasn't just making substitutions. He was recalibrating the shape, trying to wrestle control of a match that had slipped away since halftime. The noise from the crowd swelled, chants for Lucas cascading down like a wave. But the coach remained in his bubble, focused entirely on tactics. Although the fans made who they wanted on the pitch clear, they still applauded the incoming substitutions and stayed firm behind their team as play resumed. The impact from the change was immediate. Gotze dropped deeper, knitting together play with his trademark composure, while Ekatike brought fresh legs and sharper movement up front. Frankfurt began to tilt the game back in their favor, regaining control of possession and pushing Union further into their half. And you can already see the difference, Keller. Gotze tightening the midfield, Ekatike pulling defenders around. Union are struggling to get out. Exactly. That's the benefit of having these options. Bahoya and Batshuayi worked hard, but they were fading. Fresh energy, and Frankfurt looked dangerous again. By the 70th minute, the pressure nearly paid off. It began with Larson, who intercepted a loose pass from Hollerbeck near the center circle. One touch to settle, then a quick release forward into Gotsa, who drifted between the lines and spotted Ekatike making a diagonal run across Doki. Gotsa slid the pass perfectly into his stride. Ekatike took one touch to control at the edge of the box, shimmied past Leite, and opened his body for a right-footed strike. Here's Ekatike. Chance for the lead again. He let fly. The shot had Ronaldo beaten. The Union keeper frozen mid-dive, but instead of nestling inside the far corner, the ball skimmed the outside of the upright with a metallic clink before bouncing out for a goal kick. The stadium groaned in unison, thousands of voices rising in a frustrated exhale. That's inches away. Ronaldo was absolutely rooted. If that's on target, it's 2-1. Ekatike doing everything right, just needed a fraction more precision. On the sideline, Topmaler clapped vigorously, urging his players on, while Ekatike slapped his hands together in frustration, shaking his head before jogging back into position. Then something even more bizarre occurred. The ball had barely gone out for the Union goal kick from Ekatike's near miss when the fourth official raised the board again. This time, the number 8 flashed red and 36 glowed green. Oh, another change for Frankfurt here. It's Chibi making way and Knopf coming on. That's interesting, Weber. With the game still 1-1, you'd think Lukas might be the spark on that flank. Instead, Topmaler goes for Knopf's pace and direct running. A surprise, to say the least. Down on the touchline, Chibi jogged off slowly, shaking his head as he high-fived Knopf. The young winger sprinted onto the pitch with fire in his eyes, eager to make an impact. Meanwhile, the camera panned to the bench. Lukas sat perfectly still, his bib still draped over his training top, expression unreadable. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes locked on the pitch. There were no cracks in his expression this time, but anyone watching closely could see his jaw slightly tightened. Well, this is turning into quite the subplot. Lukas, the hero of Istanbul midweek, still waiting for his chance. The decision to hold him back is certainly curious. It is, but Knopf's pace does change the dynamic immediately. You can see what Topmaler is thinking. The question is whether it pays off. Chapter 129 on. Well, this is turning into quite the subplot. Lukas, the hero of Istanbul midweek, still waiting for his chance. The decision to hold him back is certainly curious. It is, but Knopf's pace does change the dynamic immediately. You can see what Topmaler is thinking. The question is whether it pays off. It looked like Topmaler was determined to solve the problem called Union Berlin without his best player on the team. Sure, he wanted to keep Lukas fresh for the second leg against Fenerbahce in a few days, but subconsciously he also wanted to prove his team could beat anyone even without the help of a 16-year-old kid. There were no hard feelings towards Lukas, of course. Topmaler knew he was undoubtedly the best player on the squad, but the discourse about his team online was starting to make it look like they were only in their current position because of Lukas's personal exploits. Topmaler felt he could change that, and for a while, it looked like he was going to be proven right. The introductions of Ekatike, Gotsa, and Knopf tilted the pitch in Frankfurt's favor. The home side began to camp around the Union box, probing with passes, darting runs, and high pressing that forced Union deeper and deeper. Wave after wave of pressure came, the fans rising with every touch, every near miss, every deflection wide of the post. Union looked rattled, hanging on, but then disaster struck. In the 76th minute, Frankfurt pressed high again, with Gotsa and Knopf combining near the edge of the box. Gotsa slid a ball inside to Ekatike, who tried to flick it around Leite, but the defender read it perfectly, stabbing the ball away. Union broke instantly. The clearance fell to Hollerbeck, and he quickly sprayed it out wide to Schaefer. Schaefer looked up once and clipped a perfect through ball into space. And racing onto it was Wuyong Zhang, who had come on for Haberer in the 71st minute. With frightening pace, Zhang burst into the open field, leaving Ndicka scrambling to catch him. One touch to steady, another to push it inside the box, and then a calm, low strike across trap. Zhang! Goal for Union Berlin. They've turned it around in Frankfurt. 2-1 to the visitors, and what a counterattack that was. Classic smash and grab football, Weber. Frankfurt had them pinned, but when you overcommit against Union, you're always one loose touch away for punishment. And look at Zhang. Cool as you like in front of goal. Deutsche Bank Park erupted, half in disbelief, half in despair. Union's traveling supporters were bouncing, flares going off in the away end. Zhang slid on his knees in front of them, arms spread wide. On the touchline, Topmaler slapped his hands against his thighs in frustration, pacing back toward the dugout. He turned and barked instructions furiously at his staff, his plan unraveling before his eyes. And suddenly the script has flipped on Topmaler. He wanted to show his team could conquer Union without calling on Lukas, but now he might have no choice at all. The stadium was still buzzing from Zhang's goal when the camera cut to the Frankfurt bench. Topmaler stood frozen for a moment, arms crossed, jaw tight. Then, with a sharp nod, He turned and pointed straight at Lukas. The fourth official raised the board. Number 18 off. Number 49 on. Uzun jogged off, frustrated but respectful, and slapped Lukas's hand. The roar that greeted the teenager's entrance was deafening. Here he comes. The boy wonder. 16 years old, and once again, it's Lukas who carries the hopes of Frankfurt on his shoulders. And this is exactly why the fans wanted him earlier. He changes games in an instant. Let's see what he can do now with Union in the lead. Barely a couple minutes into his shift, Lukas already demanded the ball. He drifted into the pocket between midfield and defense, raised his arm, and Götze found it with a clean pass. One touch. Head up. He immediately played a sharp give-and-go with Knopf, a neat 1-2 that carved through Schaefer and Khedira in midfield. The crowd gasped as Lukas surged forward into space, his stride effortless, his vision already scanning. Look at that. Straight away, Lukas slicing through Union's midfield. Just as Leite stepped forward to close him, Lukas, with the outside of his right foot, slipped a perfectly weighted through pass right between Leite and Corfield. It was inch-perfect, threading the needle with surgical precision. Ekatike burst onto it, clean through on goal, the crowd rising to their feet. One-on-one with Ronaldo. The Frenchman struck low to the near post. Save! Ronaldo dropped like a stone and palmed it wide, and Corfield rushed and thumped it out of the danger zone and out for a corner kick. The fans behind the goal put their hands on their head in disbelief. They were already ready to celebrate the equalizer. Ekatike raised his hands in apology, but Lukas just tapped him at the back before walking to the corner flag to take the corner kick. Oh, what a chance. Ekatike denied by Ronaldo, but what about that ball from Brandt? Absolutely sensational vision. That's the quality he brings. He hadn't been on the pitch 2 minutes, Weber, and already he's dismantled Union's defensive shape with a single pass. Ekatike will be furious not to have scored, but Frankfurt now have a real weapon on the pitch. The fans erupted in applause, chanting Lukas's name in waves, their belief surging once more. On the sidelines, Topmöller exhaled, half relieved, half regretful. He knew. He had waited too long. Lukas was relentless. Every time the ball touched his feet, the tempo shifted, the stadium came alive. He demanded possession, drifting wide, cutting inside, creating angles where none existed. The clock kept ticking. 86 minutes, 87, 88, but Lukas refused to slow down. When Knopf slipped past him near the right corner of the penalty area, Lukas turned sharply, driving at Juranovic. A quick feint to the left, then a dart to the right left the midfielder off balance. Khedira stepped up to cover, but Lukas dropped his shoulder and glided past him as well. Then, with impossible quickness, he nutmegged Trimmel, the ball sliding cleanly between the veteran's legs as the crowd erupted in disbelief. He was now near the byline, the ball under perfect control. Without looking, he whipped a low pass across the face of goal. Fast, flat, deadly. It fizzed through the 6-yard box, begging for a touch. Ekatike lunged, Knopf stretched a leg. Götze arrived a fraction too late. Somehow, it missed them all, the ball escaping untouched to the far post before rolling harmlessly out for a goal kick. It's a dangerous ball across. Someone just needs to finish. Oh, it's missed everyone. How has that stayed out? Gasps echoed around the stadium. Thousands of hands were on heads. You could feel the tension bleeding through the stands. You can sense it from the crowd. They believe something can still happen, but the clock is cruel now. Lukas stood there for a brief moment, breathing hard, staring at the empty space where the ball should have met a finishing boot. Then, jaw set, he turned and jogged back into midfield, ready to go again. He's still fighting, still creating. Brandt looks like the only one who can change this for Frankfurt. The crowd applauded him loudly, not just for the play, but for the fire. There were only a few minutes left, but hope still flickered every time Lukas got near the ball. Union Berlin had turned the match into a fortress of bodies. Their legendary 6-4-0 formation, as the commentator joked, looked like a wall of red steel defending the one-goal lead they clung to. Every man behind the ball, every inch contested. Lukas drifted into the half space, the ball glued to his left boot, but the moment he touched it, Khedira, Hollerbach, and Ljubicic, who was introduced by the Union coach as a time-wasting tactic, closed in like hunters. Brandt again, he surrounded. 3 men around him, nowhere to go. But there was always going to be somewhere to go. Chapter 130. Too late? Union Berlin had turned the match into a fortress of bodies. Their legendary 6-4-0 formation, as the commentator joked, looked like a wall of red steel defending the one-goal lead they clung to. Every man behind the ball, every inch contested. Lukas drifted into the half space, the ball glued to his left boot, but the moment he touched it, Khedira, Hollerbach, and Ljubicic, who was introduced by the Union coach as a time-wasting tactic, closed in like hunters. Brandt again, he surrounded. 3 men around him, nowhere to go. He twisted one way, then the other, shoulders rolling like liquid, just enough to slip a pass through a gap that seemed to exist only in his imagination. Gotsa caught it, pivoted, and squared to Ekatike inside the box. Ekatike, can he shoot? No space. Union's defenders have smothered him. Ekatike feinted left, looked for an opening, but Trimmel and Leite stood firm, closing every angle. With no shot possible, he rolled the ball back toward the top of the box, back to Lukas, back to Brandt, maybe the last attack of the game. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stall. The roar of the crowd dulled into a low hum. He could feel the seconds dying, 3 minutes gone. If anything was going to happen, it had to happen now. Lukas inhaled sharply, then moved. First touch, a body feint left, and Khedira was gone. Second, a drop of the shoulder to cut inside past Trimmel, who lunged and missed. Third, a deft toe poke through Schaefer's legs. Oh, that's magical from Brandt. Now standing at the edge of the 6-yard box, he met Corfield, the last man in front of him. Lukas flicked the ball across his body, dragging it with his heel, and Corfield slipped. The ball bounced forward, and Lukas surged toward it. He's beaten 4. He's through. Brandt inside the area. Just as Lukas caught sight of a path to goal and raised his leg to strike. Bam! Corfield, who was already falling to the side, threw his leg in the way, catching Lukas on the ankle. It was a bizarre foul to give away in the box at the dying minute of the game. Corfield had no intention of even fouling Lukas. It was a genuine attempt to go for the ball, but Lukas was just too quick. His feet, too nimble, that before Corfield could get to the ball's position had moved and Lukas's leg was now on that same spot. The contact was clear. The referee wasted no time. Penalty. Penalty. The referee points straight to the spot. Unbelievable. Deutsche Bank Park exploded. A sea of white and black surged to its feet, flags waving, fists punching the cold Frankfurt night air. Players from Union surrounded the referee, shouting, gesturing, pleading. Corfeld's hands were on his head. Trimmel was furious. But the referee stood firm, unmoved, his whistle clenched between his lips. Meanwhile, Lukas sat on the grass, breathing heavily, one knee up, staring toward the penalty spot. As Ekatike picked up the ball and the roar kept growing, the camera zoomed in on Lukas. Just a faint grin tugged at the corner of his lips, subtle, knowing. He knows exactly what he's just done, the commentator whispered, his voice almost reverent. He's given Frankfurt one final lifeline. The entire stadium was now a cauldron of sound. Chants of Lukas, 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 echoing around the stands as the fourth official's board flashed 90 feet plus 4 inches. This was it, the last kick of the game. The noise had reached its peak. Every fan was on their feet, phones up, scarves raised, thousands holding their breath as Ekatike stood over the penalty spot. Gotsa walked up quietly beside him, hand on his shoulder. Are you sure, Hugo? He asked, voice low enough for only the forward to hear. Maybe let Lukas take it. He's done it before. Ekatike shook his head, staring down at the ball. No, he said firmly. I've got this. Lukas, standing a few steps back, didn't say a word. He just nodded, calm expression masking everything beneath. The faint grin from moments ago was gone, replaced by quiet anticipation. And it will be Hugo Ekatike to take it. The commentator's voice trembled slightly. Remember, it was Lukas Brandt who took and scored Frankfurt's last penalty against Leverkusen. But perhaps the pressure tonight, at 16, might be too much for him. You can understand the decision. The camera cut to Topmaler on the touchline. Arms folded, jaw tight, a small crease of worry forming between his brows. His assistants, Zembrod and Buck, stood motionless. Even they weren't breathing. This for Frankfurt. This for a point that could prove vital in the top 4 race. The fans behind the goal began chanting, clapping in rhythm. Eintracht! 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 Ekatike took 5 short steps back. The whistle blew. He ran up and struck it clean, right-footed, low and hard toward the bottom left corner. Ekatike, the goalkeeper guessed right. Ronaldo dove, full stretch, fingertips brushing, then pushing the ball around the post. Saved. Saved by Ronaldo. Union survive. The noise that followed wasn't even a groan. It was a collective collapse. Thousands of hearts dropping at once, replaced by the distant sound of Union players screaming in celebration. Ekatike fell to his knees, hands clutching his face. Around him, heads dropped. The referee blew the final whistle. 1-2 full time. And that's it. Heartbreak in Frankfurt. Eintracht fall at home to Union Berlin. They threw everything forward, and in the end, it was Brandt again who made it happen. He won the penalty. He gave them hope, but it just wasn't enough. Lukas stood still for a moment, staring blankly at the pitch as the Union players ran toward their goalkeeper. Then he slowly sat down, legs crossed, expression unreadable. Around him, teammates trudged off, the crowd still clapping. Not in anger, but an acknowledgement of the fight they'd seen. You have to feel for him, the analyst said softly. 16 years old. Came off the bench, completely changed the game, won a last-minute penalty, and still, it slips away. He did everything he could in the time he was given. The camera lingered on Lukas one last time, the floodlights glinting off the sweat on his face, his eyes fixed at the empty goal, the same goal that had denied them. For a few seconds, he didn't move. The noise around him dulled into a hollow hum. His body felt heavy, his mind still replaying the moment the ball left Ekatike's boot. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Larsson. The Swede bent down, offered his hand, and gave Lukas a small, reassuring smile. "Hey," he said softly, pulling him up to his feet. "You did well, bro, really well." Lukas looked at him for a second, searching for words, but none came. He just nodded, breathing out a long, quiet sigh. All around them, the crowd had fallen silent. But slowly, from one section behind the goal, a familiar tune began to rise. It spread like a wave, soft at first, then powerful. The Eintracht club song, thousands of voices joining together in one steady chorus. "You'll never walk alone, not in Frankfurt," the commentator said, his voice low with emotion. The fans know. They've seen the effort. They've seen what this young man has given tonight. Then came another sound, a chant. "Lukas, Lukas, Lukas." It started small, a few voices, then grew until the whole stadium was echoing his name. "What a show of solidarity from the Frankfurt faithful," the analyst added. "They're standing behind their young star, behind their team. This is what football is about." Lukas finally looked up, eyes wide, taking in the sight of the crowd, scarves raised, faces smiling through the heartbreak. A hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He began walking toward them, slowly, before raising his hands and clapping back, acknowledging their support. Larsson joined him, then Gotza, then Trapp. One by one, the whole team followed, applauding the fans who had sung through the pain. "He's only 16, the commentator said softly, almost reverently. But nights like this, even in defeat, they forge something deeper. Lukas Brandt has already won the hearts of Frankfurt. Chapter 131, Aftermath. As the song swelled one last time, Lukas lifted his head, the lights of Deutsche Bank Park shining in his eyes. He turned toward the stands, clapped again, and whispered under his breath, "Thank you." And then he walked off the pitch, side by side with his teammates, the echoes of his name still rolling through the stadium. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The door to the dressing room swung open with a low, metallic creak. One by one, the players filed in, silent, heads down, boots dragging against the floor. The hum of the fluorescent lights above filled the room, mixing with the faint sound of showers running in the distance. No one spoke. Jackets were tossed aside, tape peeled off, gloves dropped onto benches. The air smelled of sweat and disappointment. Lukas sat at the far end of the room, still in his kit, staring at the floor. He could hear Larsson's slow breathing beside him, the sound of someone still trying to make sense of the loss. Ekatike sat alone in the corner, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the floor. His face was blank, but behind it was a storm of guilt. The missed penalty hung over him like a cloud. No one blamed him out loud, but the silence said everything. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps in the hall. The door slammed open. Dino Topmaler stepped in, face tight, jaw clenched, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. "Sit down." No one dared move. The room froze. He looked around, at every player, his eyes sharp, searching. "We had that game," he started, his voice rising. "We had it in our hands. 90 minutes of hard work, control, fight, and then we throw it away." He paced across the room, his shoes echoing off the tile. "I don't care about luck. I don't care about almost. We make our own results here. And today, we couldn't finish the job." He turned toward Ekatike. The room held its breath. "Hugo," Topmaler said, his tone dropping, but no less sharp. "You know what I'm going to say." Ekatike swallowed hard, eyes still on the floor. "That penalty," Topmaler exhaled through his nose, visibly holding back anger. "You never walk up to a penalty like that. Never. Not in the Bundesliga. Not with points on the line. You don't try to be clever. You put it away." Ekatike nodded slightly. "Yes, coach," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "No," Topmaler snapped. "Not yes, coach. I want to see it. Tomorrow. You'll be out there early. Extra penalty work. Every morning this week. I want 50 clean shots a day until you don't miss again. Understand?" Ekatike nodded again, this time meeting his coach's eyes. "Understood." Topmaler's voice softened, but only slightly. "You've got the talent. Nobody doubts that. But you've got to earn the right to be the difference. That comes from work. From doing the simple things right." He turned to the rest of the squad. "And that goes for all of you. We fight, we press, we play good football, but when the moment comes, we need killers out there. Not dreamers. Killers." The room stayed quiet. A few players nodded silently. Topmaler exhaled, his shoulders lowering just a little. "We'll review everything tomorrow. Rest tonight. Clear your heads. Because come next match day, He paused, scanning the room. We respond. He turned toward the door, then stopped for a brief moment. His eyes flicked toward Lukas, who hadn't spoken a word. Brandt, he said, voice softer now. You did well tonight. Keep your head up. Lukas blinked, surprised. Thank you, coach. Topmaler nodded once, then left, the door slamming shut behind him. For a few seconds, no one moved. Just the hum of the lights again, that same heavy silence. Then Larson leaned over, patting Lukas on the back. Welcome to real football, he said quietly. Lukas managed a small smile. The loss still stung, but deep down, he knew this was just the beginning. However, deep in Ekatik's heart, something was beginning to turn. A feeling he could not quite describe yet, but one he was clearly unhappy with. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The night outside was quiet, the kind of silence that only comes after defeat. The streets of Frankfurt had emptied, the echoes of the match long gone. Inside his small apartment, Lukas sat on the edge of his bed, the glow of his phone lighting up his face. His kit bag lay untouched by the door. His boots, still muddy from the match, sat beside it as silent reminders of the night's heartbreak. He scrolled through his phone. Notifications kept popping up. Messages, tags, fan posts. His name was trending among the club supporters. Some were praising his performance. At SG Mania, that kid Brandt is special. He gave everything. At Eintrachter, for life. Only on the pitch for 15 minutes, but you could feel the difference. Future Ballon d'Or candidate for sure. At Manhwa Mia, true, but if he wants to stand any chance, he would have to move to a bigger club. At SG Mania. What are you doing here? Is this what it's like to be stalked? Go to your team's page and leave us alone. But then the tone changed. Some faceless accounts on Instagram were starting to pile criticism on Ekatik for his save penalty. Ekatik should have let Lukas take the penalty. He's selfish, cost us the points. Topmaler needs to make Brandt the first-choice penalty taker from now on. Lukas sighed and leaned back against the wall, the screen reflecting in his tired eyes. He scrolled slower now, reading every harsh word aimed at his teammate. He could still see it clearly. Ekatik standing at the spot, the stadium holding its breath. The clean strike, the perfect height, and then that incredible save. The Union keeper had guessed right, dove full stretch, fingertips pushing the ball wide. That wasn't a bad penalty, Lukas muttered to himself. Just a better save. He locked the phone and tossed it onto his pillow. The room fell dark again, the only light coming from the city outside his window. He rubbed his face, replaying the moment when he saw Ekatik fall to his knees after the miss. He remembered running up to him, the disbelief on his face, not anger or regret, just pain. Lukas got up and poured himself a glass of water. The cold hit his throat, but his mind was still burning with thoughts. He picked up his phone again and opened the team group chat. A few messages had come in. Larson had sent one earlier. Forget the result. We keep going. Ekatik hadn't said anything. After a moment, Lukas typed. That save was world-class. Don't blame yourself, bro. We win and lose together. He stared at the message for a second, then hit send. The screen stayed still for a while. Then a reply popped up. Appreciate that, man. I'll make it up next game. Lukas smiled faintly. Yeah, he whispered himself. We both will. He placed the phone on his desk and looked at the wall above it, filled with training schedules, motivational notes, and one photo from a youth team days in Darmstadt with Joao and the rest of the players in the U17 squad. Chapter 132, Butterfly. He was still staring at the wall when his phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't the team chat. It was Joanna. Her name flashed across the screen, and despite the long day, Lukas couldn't help but smile faintly as he answered. Hey, he said quietly, his voice a little rough. Hey, she replied, her tone soft and warm. I was watching the match. Lukas exhaled and leaned back against his pillow. Yeah, not the ending we wanted. I know, she said. I couldn't make it to the stadium. Because of that history paper, I had to finish. But I streamed it while I was writing. You look it out there, Lukas. Really good. He gave a small, tired laugh. Didn't change much though, did it? Still lost. You can't think like that, Joanna said gently. You came on and changed the tempo completely. Everyone saw it. Even the commentators were talking about how different Frankfurt looked after you came on. Lukas didn't respond right away. He just listened to her voice, calm, steady, the kind that could quiet his mind even after a game like this. I'll be there for the second leg, she continued. I already checked my schedule. No excuses this time. He smiled. You sure you can handle the crowd again? It gets loud when we play in Europe. I'll bring earplugs, she joked, making him laugh softly. Then her voice lowered. Hey, don't let tonight get to you, okay? You did your part. Football's cruel sometimes, but that's what makes the good moments mean something. Lukas nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Get some rest, she said. You've got a big week ahead. Good night. Good night, Luke. I love you. I love you too, Joe. The call ended. For a few seconds, the room was silent again, only the distant hum of the city breaking through. Lukas placed his phone face down on the nightstand, turned off the lamp, and lay back, gradually succumbing to the physical and emotional tiredness of the night. The match against Bayern was in enemy territory, and Eintracht Frankfurt were massive underdogs going into that match, and they put up a massive show in the Allianz Arena and only lost the game in the dying minute. However, in this game, they played at home off the back of a decent run of form against a team that most people would expect them to beat relatively easily, but they still ended up losing. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he knew it wouldn't be the last time in his career that his team would lose a game everyone expected them to win. Worse even, the time could come where he would have a bad game, maybe a few of them in a row. He knew the same way he was being built up by both the media and the fans right now. He could be turned back down by that same group when that time comes. These were all things he had to fortify his mentality for. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A couple days ago, March 8th, 2025. It was one of those gray afternoons in Bremen when the sky hung heavy over the Weser Stadion, pale light resting on the green like a thin veil. Leverkusen arrived as the machine of the moment, methodical and ruthless, yet Alonso chose restraint. He kept Florian Wirtz on the bench, saving him for the great clash to come against Bayern in Europe. For 45 minutes, Leverkusen played well, but without their pulse. When the teams returned, Alonso finally gestured to his number 10. Wirtz entered the field, and the rhythm changed instantly. Passes seemed to breathe again. The crowd rose with a murmur that carried both admiration and relief. Then, 10 minutes later, everything stopped. Wirtz broke into a familiar dart. Light on his feet, the ball close to his boots. But as he pushed forward, his face twisted in pain. He slowed, pressed a hand to his thigh, and looked toward the bench. The noise in the stadium faded into a dull hum. Alonso stood frozen for a second before signaling the inevitable. Wirtz limped off with the help of two trainers. The applause was gentle, uncertain, and the gray sky above seemed to mirror the mood of every heart in the ground. At that moment, no one knew what had begun, and no one knew that this small, quiet injury would send ripples far beyond Bremen, that it would open a door hundreds of kilometers away in Frankfurt, that a 16-year-old boy named Lukas Brandt would soon walk through it, carrying with him the spark that would reshape not only a team, but perhaps the very story of German football itself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Monday after the match against Union Berlin, the DFB campus in Frankfurt am Main was anything but quiet this time. Outside, the training fields shimmered faintly in the morning sun, while journalists and photographers gathered beyond the fences, sensing there might be news brewing inside. Upstairs, in the same conference room with glass walls and the familiar spread of scouting sheets and coffee mugs, the national team staff had reconvened, but the tone in the room was far from relaxed. The weekend's matches had left them with more than a few problems to solve. At the head of the table, Julian Nagelsmann scrolled through his tablet, eyes narrowing slightly as a notification blinked across the screen. Wirtz out for 3 to 4 weeks, thigh strain confirmed. Across from him, Rudi Völler leaned back in his chair, arms folded. That's it then, he said with a sigh. Wirtz is officially ruled out. We need a creative option to replace him. Benjamin Gluck nodded. We can't go into the Italy game without someone who can play between the lines. Wirtz and Musiala were supposed to carry that weight together. Musiala's fit, said Rachel Schar, taking a sip from her coffee. But he can't do it alone. You know who I'm going to suggest. Völler let out a dry laugh. Rachel, I already know. You're going to say Brandt again, aren't you? Yes, and I'll keep saying it until someone listens. She leaned forward, eyes bright with conviction. I watched that Frankfurt Union game. The kid came on with 15 minutes left and nearly turned the match around single-handedly. You can't teach that kind of spark. He's ready. Nagelsmann didn't reply right away. His thumb hovered above the tablet screen as he replayed clips from that same match. Lukas beating 4 defenders before winning the penalty, then dropping to the turf after the final whistle. There was something there, not just talent but temperament. Gluck noticed his hesitation. You said last time the pressure might be too much, he reminded him carefully. You still feel that way? Nagelsmann exhaled slowly. I did, he admitted, but that was before he kept doing it week after week. He's not just surviving the pressure, he's thriving under it. 16 or not, he's carrying Frankfurt's attack. Rudi Völler tapped a pen against the table. And he's German-born, Frankfurt Academy product. The public would love that story. Fresh blood, homegrown talent. Rachel smirked. You mean they'd love it almost as much as he deserves it? A small chuckle broke the tension in the room, but Nagelsmann's mind was already made up. He put the tablet down and looked at his staff. All right, he said firmly. Brandt comes in for Wirtz. Chapter 133, Joy. Rachel smirked. You mean they'd love it almost as much as he deserves it? A small chuckle broke the tension in the room, but Nagelsmann's mind was already made up. He put the tablet down and looked at his staff. All right, he said firmly. Brandt comes in for Wirtz. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. You're serious? Nagelsmann nodded. Yes, he's earned it. And I want him training with the senior squad starting Wednesday. I'll call Frankfurt's staff myself. Rachel smiled, sitting back in her chair, satisfied. Took you long enough. Voller grinned, shaking his head. Let's hope he doesn't make us all look old out there. Nagelsmann's expression softened as he looked once more at the frozen image on his tablet. Lukas, mid-dribble, eyes locked forward, the crowd behind him a blur of motion and light. He won't, Nagelsmann said quietly. He'll make us look smart. Right there, Lukas, who was overlooked about a week ago, had just been added to the squad list for the upcoming international break for the UEFA Nations League quarterfinals against Italy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next afternoon was calm, the kind of stillness that follows emotional storms. Lukas had stayed late after class, his bag slung loosely over one shoulder as he walked out of the university courtyard. The faint hum of students drifted through the air, but his thoughts were elsewhere, still replaying that final moment against Union Berlin. At the gate, he caught up with EBA Beker, who had just finished his lecture. EBA was cheerful, more talkative than usual, carrying that quiet confidence that comes from progress. Over the past months, the young defender had grown sharper in training, and Lukas had noticed it. The extra hunger, the cleaner tackles, the new conviction to stop anything from coming through. It wasn't just Lukas, the coaching staff were noticing it too, as he was being included in the first team bench more often than not, and had even made a cameo appearance off the bench in Istanbul. You've been training well lately, Lukas said with a small nod. Feels like you're ready to start pushing for more first-team minutes. EBA grinned, trying to follow your example. Captain Cool, he teased, giving Lukas a playful shove. You make it look easy, you know, even when things don't go your way. Lukas chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's never easy. You just learn to breathe through it. They stood there for a moment, two young men on parallel paths, bound by the same dream. When EBA's bus rolled up, they exchanged a brief handshake, one of mutual respect. See you at training tomorrow, EBA said. Yeah, see you, Lukas replied, turning to head home. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. He stopped walking. For a second, he thought it might be a journalist or a club staff member. He almost ignored it, but something told him to answer. Hello, this is Lukas Brandt. Good afternoon, Lukas, came a calm, steady voice. This is Julian Nagelsmann speaking. Lukas froze mid-step, his mind blank for a heartbeat. Oh, hello, coach, he said, his voice quieter than he expected. I'll keep this short, Nagelsmann continued. We've been following you closely, your composure, your awareness, the way you handled yourself under pressure. I'm calling to let you know that you've been selected for the senior national team. You'll report to the DFB campus next week. For a long moment, Lukas said nothing. The sounds of the street faded, replaced by the hollow thump of his heartbeat. I don't know what to say, he finally managed. Say nothing, Nagelsmann replied, a faint smile in his tone. Just keep being who you are. See you soon, Lukas. The line went silent. Lukas stood still, staring at the sky, turning amber in the distance. His chest rose and fell as the realization sank in. This wasn't just another match, another call. It was the call, the one every young player dreams about on sleepless nights. He slipped the phone into his pocket, his eyes glimmering with quiet disbelief. A soft wind brushed his face as he whispered to himself, almost like a prayer. Nationalmannschaft. And for the first time that day, he smiled, not with pride but with gratitude. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, Lukas walked into the recovery room at the training center, still dressed in his tracksuit and carrying a towel over his shoulder. The room buzzed faintly with low chatter and the whir of massage guns. A few of the players were already there. Uzun lying on the mat with his eyes closed, Knopf scrolling through his phone by the ice bath, and Bahoya talking quietly with one of the physios. Lukas, however, carried an energy that stood out instantly. His face lit up with a smile that hadn't left since the afternoon. Even his walk was different, lighter, almost effortless. A few glances were exchanged. Uzun squinted at him from his mat. What's with the grin? You look like you just won the lottery. Lukas chuckled, trying to sound casual. Something like that, he said, lowering himself onto the recovery bench. Let's just say I got some good news today. Uzun simüket. Must be really good news to make you smile through recovery. Lukas only laughed and leaned back as the physio began working on his calves. He didn't explain further, and no one pressed. There was something about the quiet confidence in his tone that told them it was serious and good. As he sat there, he glanced at his phone beside him. Messages from the gang filled the screen. He had already told them everything. They were thrilled, promising to get tickets for the home leg against Italy. A few minutes later, the door to the recovery room swung open, and in walked Topmaler. The light chatter faded almost immediately as the players straightened up. He scanned the room with his usual calm but calculating expression until his eyes landed on Lukas. He was still smiling, gently whistling a tune as he stretched his hamstring against the resistance band. Topmaler didn't need to ask why. He had already received the message from the DFB earlier that afternoon. He must have gotten the good news, he thought to himself, a small nod betraying the faintest flicker of pride beneath his usual stoicism. He clapped his hands once to gather attention. All right, everyone, he began, stepping forward. Yesterday's game is behind us. It wasn't what we wanted, but we move on. We got a big one coming up against Fenerbahce on Thursday, and we'll need full focus. The players listened in silence as he continued. They'll come hard, especially after we defeated them at their home ground, and we'll have to be sharper in our transitions. They will want revenge, but we will make them leave here empty-handed. Recovery tonight, light session tomorrow, then we build from there. Forget Union. That's done. What matters is Europe now. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the group again. You've all done well to get us here. Let's make sure that loss doesn't define our week. A few nods followed. Lukas sat up straighter, still feeling that quiet current of joy inside him, but now mixed with something else, resolve. Thursday couldn't come fast enough. Chapter 134, The Lion. Tuesday evening, March 11th, 2025. Hold on. Y'all in **** as playing with me, man. I am the Omega, PG Lang, Raleigh Gang, SIE. Don't you address me unless it's with 4 letters. B*********H. I thought you'd known better. I've been ducking the pandemic. I've been ducking the social gimmicks. I've been ducking the overnight activists, yeah. I'm not a trending topic. I'm a prophet. I answered to Metatron and Gabriel. The familiar LTC gym space had music bumping through its walls while Lukas did reps and sets of several lower body exercises. Barbell back squats, snatch grip deadlifts, box jumps, the whole 9. By the 25th hour, he was done with his task for the day as he laid down on the gym floor. His legs had completely given up on him. TT, one day you're going to give me a training regimen that will leave me injured. I can feel it. Go, please. I have told you before, you won't get injured from training in here. Pain? Yes. Fatigue? Definitely. But injury? Never. So I will continue pushing you as far as your body can go. Well, if you say so. What do you think of my performances so far? I think you're doing great. However, I think you could still do better. Even with your output, there are a lot of chances you've missed. That's why your recent training has been working on both your leg strength and your balance. Lukas listened to TT's assessment attentively. The system had a point. Several chances have been missed because Lukas was nudged off balance before striking the ball. Sure, he had significant strength for his age due to the amount of time he had spent on building himself in the LTC, but he was still 16, and there isn't much one could do to trick nature when it comes to age and growth. His training and strict diet had given him a lot of lean muscle, which always surprised defenders whenever they try to nudge him off the ball, but it also wasn't an impossible task to disrupt his balance on the times the defenders were able to get to him. During matches, when defenders really applied pressure on him, especially when he's in the air, he found it difficult to pick out a pass or really control the ball when put off balance. So what do you suggest? Lukas asked after contemplating TT's words. If you can't stop yourself from being knocked off balance because of your age and strength restrictions, then the next best thing is to train your ability to play the ball even while off balance. Yeah. Lukas asked as his face lighted up. And how do you suggest we go about that? New training session? Not really. The ability to find the post or your teammates while off balance is a skill very few people have. Oh, skill training. I can already think of someone to summon. Who? First, open player profile. Profile, Lukas Brandt, footballer. Date of birth, December 30th, 2008, 16. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 62.4 kilograms. Career status, Eintracht Frankfurt first team. Position, attacking midfielder. Current limit, 85. Rating, 83-1. Player stats, attack, off. Awareness, 83-1. Ball control, 83-2. Dribbling, 83-2. Tight possession, 80. Low pass, 83-1. Lofted pass, 82-1. Finishing, 81-1. Header, 80. Set piece, 81. Curl, 83-2. Defense, def awareness, 76. Tackling, 74. Aggression, 73-2. Def engagement, 70. Strength, speed, 85. Acceleration, 84. Kicking power, 84-1. Jump, 81-1. Physical contact, 81-1. Balance, 81-1. Stamina, 85. Lukas looked at his stats and nodded in satisfaction. Even after the special training, Lukas never missed a single day of training in the LTC. He was there either first thing in the morning or right after school before he goes for training with his teammates. Sometimes he even enters the LTC during his lunch break at school. He would sit with his head on his desk like he was taking a nap while he's completing grueling tasks handed by the system. And the results were astonishing to see, both on the pitch and on the system window. Nice. Now for the training. Summon. Lukas said as he thought about who he was about to summon. The Taekwondo black belt holder, 6 feet 5 inches center forward, who could twist his body in ways that looked impossible for someone his frame and was able to find the goal from almost any angle or position on the pitch. Summon Ego. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Own skills. Lion's Aura. Level 5 out of 5. Aerial Supremacy. Level 5 out of 5. Acrobatic Finishing. Level 5 out of 5. Unshakable Confidence. Level 5 out of 5. Hold Up Mastery. Level 5 out of 5. Volcanic Strike. Level 5 out of 5. Commanding Presence. Level 5 out of 5. Unorthodox Creativity. Level 5 out of 5. Please select a skill to train. Wow, that is a lot of skills. Acrobatic Finishing and Unorthodox Creativity. I guess those are the skills relating to his balance. So let's go with that. Asterisk loading Ego. Asterisk. By the way, what kind of skill is Lion's Aura? Sounds like a skill someone like Escaner would have. Wait a minute. Did you just rip off 7 deadly sins? The lion does not concern himself with matters as insignificant as plagiarism. A hoarse-sounding voice replied to Lukas from behind, catching him off guard as he turned swiftly to see who it was. Oh wow, those were the only words that could escape Lukas's mouth as he stared at the towering figure. It was only a recreation from the LTC's database, but it felt like Ibrahimovic was really there in person. Of course, Lukas wouldn't know that because he hadn't ever met Ibrahimovic in person, but if there was an imagination of what his presence would feel like, that imagination was smashed out the window right then and there. It was way worse. I guess there's a reason he has a skill called Lion's Aura. Lukas thought as looked at Zlatan. When you're ready to learn, let me know. Zlatan's voice cut through his thought as Lukas got himself back together. Oh yes, my bad. Let's begin. What do I have to do? First, I have to find out what you can do. How flexible are you? Flexible? I'm quite flexible, Lukas responded as he threw his right leg upwards and met his knees with his elbows. Cute, Zlatan replied as he watched Lukas with a smile, while a ball appeared right beside him and the part of the gym they were standing on transformed into a grassy pitch. Can you do this? He asked, his tone calm but edged with challenge. He tossed the ball lightly, juggling it once, twice, each touch impossibly smooth, almost lazy. Then, with a deft flick of his foot, he sent it arcing high into the air. As it descended, he leaned back, further and further still, until his body curved like a bow drawn to its limit. This was a 1.95-meter giant who just arched himself almost enough for his back to touch the grass. All that pressure being borne mainly by his knees. The ball struck his chest and stayed there, perfectly still, as though gravity itself had chosen to obey him. For a heartbeat, he looked carved out of motion, a statue balanced on one leg, the other bent in midair. Looks easy enough, Lukas replied as he tried to hide his awe. Go right ahead, then, Ibra replied as he stood right up in one swift motion. Chapter 135. Engaged. The session had barely started, and Lukas was already regretting it. Ibrahimovic stood over him like a smug martial arts master, arms folded, watching as Lukas tried, and failed, to hold a simple side split. Come on, Brandt, Zlatan said, his voice equal parts mockery and amusement. You fly around the pitch like a falcon, but your legs move like a door hinge. Lukas grunted, sinking lower, pain shooting up his thighs. This is not natural. It is, Zlatan replied, coolly, dropping into a perfect split as if gravity itself obeyed him. You just have weak flexibility and weak mind. That stung more than the stretch. Determined, Lukas kept at it, but each attempt ended the same way. Him toppling over while Zlatan laughed, shaking his head. Eventually, the Swede decided flexibility wasn't enough. We do Taekwondo next, he announced, eyes glinting. The first sparring session was chaos. Lukas barely had time to raise his guard before Zlatan's leg snapped past his ear like a whip. The second wasn't much better. The third ended with Lukas flat on his back, staring at the ceiling and wondering why he'd agreed to this in the first place. Still, he kept coming back. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was because every time he got knocked down, Zlatan just smirked and said, good, now you're learning. By the fifth session, Lukas could finally parry a few kicks, not win, not even close, but at least last longer than before. And for Zlatan, that was victory enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lukas opened his eyes and looked around his surroundings. He was in his living room, laying on the couch while the highlights of the first leg of the Champions League RO16 between Leverkusen and Bayern Munich was playing on the TV screen while muted. Leverkusen were torn to shreds in that match, and in a few minutes, the second leg would commence, which would most likely see the current Bundesliga champions knocked out of the competition. Damn, who knew it was possible to contort your body like that? And here I was, thinking the KDB training was hell. He had just finished his first session, which was more like a half session as he only started training with Zlatan about 40 hours into his LTC session, but it felt like he was pushed harder than all of his training sessions with De Bruyne combined. Well, considering the fact I only had to play the ball with KDB during training. I never knew I would be asked to fight Zlatan, though, he thought as he stretched his body on the couch. After that little display, the Ibrahimovic ego showed Lukas, which Lukas tried, and failed horribly as his knees gave out halfway, and he hit the ground. They moved on to flexibility drills. But just when the session was starting to seem like something he could handle, Ibrahimovic suggested a sparring taekwondo session. I've never been beaten so hard in my life. Asterisk pain builds character. Asterisk, TT's voice sounded in his head. Then I must be full of character right now. Are you awake? I hope we didn't disturb you. A woman's voice came from the kitchen behind Lukas, causing him to turn around and to see who was there. Anne, you're here, Lukas said, surprised to see his father's girlfriend in his kitchen. Yeah, I came with your dad. He's using the restroom. We just got here a couple minutes ago. Hope we didn't disturb you. I tried to stay silent when we came in and saw you sleeping. Oh, no, of course not. I was just getting a shut eye. I wasn't really asleep. What are you doing? Well, your father's worried about what you eat, so I brought some food for you. He knows I get healthy meals from the club, right? I said the same. But according to him, the food from the club is made to be healthy, not delicious. Or however he says it. I have never said that. Javi interrupted as he walked out from the corridor. I just don't think a meal can't be both healthy and delicious, he added as he turned to Lukas. How are you doing, boy? I'm doing great, Dad. I didn't know you were coming. Yeah, I planned it as a surprise, but when I came, you weren't responding, so I let myself in. It's okay. I was just getting some shut-eye. All right, there's a reason N and I are here. Javi started as he sat down on the couch beside Lukas and walked over from behind them and sat down too. N and I are getting engaged, and stared at Lukas's face with worry, fearing that the boy would not accept her into the family or he might have some reservations about his father getting married. Unbeknownst to her, Lukas and Javi had already had this conversation a while back before he proposed to her a few days ago. Lukas looked at his dad, then back at his dad, then smiled wildly. Took you long enough, I must say. I was wondering when you were finally going to get married. Wait, really? You're okay with it? And asked, why wouldn't I be? You make each other happy. And as long as my dad's happy, I am happy. Also, Dad, didn't you tell you already have my blessing? Wait, what? Javi, he already knew. You said, didn't, and said slowly as she turned to face her now fiancé. Ahem, what are you talking about, Lukas? When did we ever discuss that? Don't listen to this boy, and tell him about the other thing, Javi replied as he desperately tried to change the topic. I see what you're trying to do. I'll let you off this time, she said to Javi before turning to Lukas. Want to meet my parents? They will be happy to see you. Yeah, definitely. When is the meeting? I know you're with the national team during the break. Congratulations on that, by the way. We can all have dinner after the home game against Italy. All right then. They will be traveling to Dortmund for the match. Where do they live? They're here in Frankfurt. But yeah, they will also be at the Signal Iduna Park for the match. I'm looking forward to meeting them. Me, too, Javi added as he tried to hide his nervousness. That day will be the first time he'd be meeting his future in-laws too. By the way, he said as he turned to Lukas, Marco says he'll be here first thing tomorrow morning. Apparently, there's something very important he wants to talk to us about. It shouldn't take very long. He'll be here by breakfast. All right then, no problem. Lukas responded as he increased the volume of the television as the Champions League anthem began playing on the screen. The new family sat around with fresh fruits as the second leg between Bayern Munich and Leverkusen kicked off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was just past dawn on Wednesday morning, the faint light of sunrise spilling gently through the blinds of Lukas's apartment at the Profi camp. The air was quiet except for the low hum of the heating and the occasional distant rumble of an early train. The smell of coffee hung faintly in the small kitchen where Lukas sat at the table, still in his training hoodie, his hair tousled from sleep. Across from him sat his father, Javi, arms folded, his expression calm but watchful. Then came a soft knock at the door. Lukas got up and opened it to see Marco, his agent, standing there, coat collar turned up against the cold, a faint grin on his face. He carried his usual leather folder and looked like a man who hadn't slept much. Morning, Marco greeted as he stepped in, rubbing his hands. Sorry to come so early, but I thought you'd want to hear this in person. They gathered around the table, and Marco wasted no time. He opened his folder, sliding a paper across the table, figures, numbers, and a letterhead that Lukas instantly recognized. FC Bayern München. They're serious, Marco began, leaning back. A representative met with me yesterday in Munich. They're offering 5 times what you're earning here. Base salary, bonuses, image rights, everything. They even said, and I quote, they're willing to pay whatever it takes to get you out of Frankfurt. Javi gave a quiet whistle under his breath. That's quite something, he muttered. But Lukas didn't say anything. He simply stared at the paper, eyes flicking across the numbers. It was absurd, the kind of offer that would have made most players jump without thinking. Yet his expression didn't change. "I'm not leaving Frankfurt," Lukas said at last. His tone was steady, certain. "Not now. Not for Bayern." Marco looked at him, not surprised but still a little taken aback by the firmness in his voice. "You're sure? I'm sure," Lukas cut in. "This club gave me my chance. I'm not walking out just because someone flashes money." Chapter 136, announced. Hobby smiled faintly at his son's words, but said nothing. Marco sighed, closing the folder. "Well," he said, leaning forward, "that might actually work in your favor. Because Hardon called me yesterday. They want to renegotiate your contract, probably to make sure no one else tries to lure you away." "When?" Hobby asked. "First meeting's in 2 days," Marco replied. "I'm going to drive a hard bargain." "You've earned it, Lukas. They need to know they can't just keep paying you youth wages while the whole world's talking about you. Also, you'll most likely be a full German international during the coming international break. That should raise your salary a lot more too." Lukas smiled lightly, shaking his head. "Do your best, Marco. Just don't take it too far, yeah? I want to stay here. For now, at least." Marco chuckled, nodding as he gathered his things. "For now," he repeated with a grin. That's how every fairy tale starts. Outside, the winter sun had just begun to rise fully over Frankfurt, painting the morning sky in pale gold. Inside the apartment, Lukas stood by the window for a moment, watching it quietly, the city still half asleep, the world already waiting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Same day, lunch period at the Karl von Weinberg Schule. The cafeteria was loud with chatter, clinking trays, and the usual midweek chaos. Until suddenly it wasn't. "Wait, no way," someone shouted from a nearby table, phone in hand. Heads turned. A few seconds later, the silence broke into a storm of excitement. Breaking. Eintracht Frankfurt's Lukas Brandt becomes the youngest player ever called up to the German national team. Everywhere he looked, screens flashed his name. Some classmates pointed, others stared at him in disbelief. Then came the wave, cheers, laughter, applause. A couple of students jumped up and rushed toward his table. "Lukas, bro, you're trending everywhere," one said, shoving his phone toward him. EBA Bekur appeared next, grinning so wide it looked painful. "Man, I told you this day was coming. You've been insane in training lately. Now the whole country knows." He threw an arm around Lukas's shoulder. Lukas could only laugh, still half in shock. "It's crazy. I didn't even know it would be announced today." "Doesn't matter," EBA said, shaking his head. "You're in, man. The national team." Nearby, a few students started chanting his name, half joking, half in awe. Even some staff members stopped to congratulate him as they passed by. Lukas's phone buzzed nonstop. Notifications, calls, messages. Family and friends, even those who already knew about it beforehand, congratulating him once more as the announcement was made public. The first team group chat was practically blowing up with congratulations. The squad was shocked to see Lukas was called up to the first team. It had been a sore topic as they all tried to avoid bringing up the matter after it was disclosed that he had been snubbed for the first team and only called in for the U21s. So now the congratulations was rolling in without stopping. He sat there smiling, humbled, as EBA nudged him again. "Guess you're paying for lunch, her national spieler." Lukas chuckled and rolled his eyes, but deep down, he felt something shift, a quiet realization that everything was about to get much, much bigger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thursday morning, March 13th, 2025. The mood inside the Adidas headquarters in Herzogenaurach was far from the usual sleek calm. The morning light filtered through the frosted glass panels of the executive conference room, but it did little to ease the tension simmering in the air. On the far wall, a large display screen showed an open browser tab. Puma secures multi-year deal with teenage sensation Lukas Brandt. The room was silent except for the soft hum of the projector and the faint buzz of a muted phone on the table. Ingrid sat stiffly, her hands clasped before her, as the senior marketing executive, Klaus Ritter, fixed her with an icy stare. "So," he began, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade, "you passed on him." Ingrid inhaled slowly, choosing her words carefully. At the time, it was a sound decision. He had just broken into the first team. We didn't want to rush. Klaus slammed a palm onto the table, startling everyone in the room. "You didn't want to gamble," he snapped. But apparently, Puma did. And now, every news outlet from Frankfurt to Madrid is calling him the future face of German football. A 16-year-old who's playing like a veteran. And guess whose logo he'll be wearing when he makes his debut for the national team next week? No one answered. Lukas had been confirmed for the German squad just that morning, and that itself was causing quite a ruckus online as he was the youngest player in history to ever be called up to the national team. Martin, sitting 2 seats down from Ingrid, kept his eyes on the table. He had warned her. He remembered every word from that meeting 2 weeks ago. Her certainty, her calm refusal. Klaus continued, pacing slowly. "We're not talking about a youth prospect anymore. Bayern are circling, for God's sake. And Puma just bought themselves global relevance for the next decade. He stopped and faced Ingrid directly. Do you have any idea how this looks? We let a German-born prodigy, the story every brand dreams of, slip away to our biggest rival because we were afraid of a little risk. Ingrid didn't flinch, but her composure had cracks now. I understand the optics, she said quietly, but it was never about fear. It was about timing. Timing, Klaus repeated, a cold smile forming. You had the right player. You just didn't have the courage. The room fell silent again. Outside the glass walls, the Adidas campus gleamed under the late morning sun, polished, pristine, and suddenly old-fashioned. Martin exhaled slowly, eyes distant. He's probably in training right now, he thought, picturing Lukas somewhere in Frankfurt, laughing with his teammates before the Europa League match. And as Klaus turned off the projector, the screen went black. But the image of Lukas, wearing Puma boots and smiling in national colors, lingered in everyone's mind like a ghost of what could have been. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The floodlights shimmered against a thin veil of rain, silver streaks cascading over the walled stadium like falling threads of glass. The stands were alive despite the drizzle, scarves waving, flags flapping wetly, voices echoing in anticipation. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a rainy Deutsche Bank Park here in Frankfurt. The commentator for the match began, his voice steady against the crowd's roar. It's the second leg of the Europa League round of 16 as Eintracht Frankfurt take on Fenerbahce. Frankfurt come into this game with a 3-1 lead from Istanbul, and tonight, they'll look to finish the job in front of their home supporters. I am Matthias Lehmann, and I am joined today by Tobias Graf. His co-commentator, Tobias Graf, chimed in with a grin. Thank you, Matt. Excited for the night, and I'm sure the fans are excited too, because look who's warming up again, Lukas Brandt. Only 16, already lighting up Europe, and just this week, officially called up to the senior German national team. The youngest ever. What a rise it's been for this boy. Down on a slick pitch, Lukas stood near midfield, droplets running down the sleeves of his long-sleeve training top. The ball came to him from Bahoya, a lofted, spinning pass that hung in the damp air. Lukas met it with a velvet touch, cushioning it perfectly as it dropped from the rain. He smiled faintly, glancing around the soaked field. This might be the wettest match I've ever played in since joining the first team, he thought, feeling the cold cling to his skin. In the LTC, he had trained under every kind of storm. Fierce wind, blinding rain, even simulated hail. He had programmed each scenario himself, pushing his body to adapt, to control, to flow through the chaos. But this was real, not code, not projection. And that difference? He could feel it in his chest. He drew in a deep breath of the damp air, rain dripping from his hair as he rolled the ball under his foot. A real storm, a real game. And with that thought, Lukas turned and struck the ball forward. A pass to Larson, smiling as the droplets scattered off his boot. Whatever tonight brought, be it the mud, the fight, or the pressure, he was ready to face it all. About an hour later, the players were stepping out the tunnel the second time, this time for kickoff. The weather had not gotten any better from the time they came out for warm-ups. If anything, it had gotten a bit worse. Lukas donned a long-sleeve shirt under his jersey as he cracked his neck muscles while the serene Europa League anthem echoed throughout the stadium. The rain did not deter the fans, whose cheers were topped up a notch as the anthem ended and the players got in position ready for kickoff. Fui. Chapter 137. Shocking start. Fui. The Spanish referee's whistle went off. And we are underway here at a drenched Deutsche Bank Park in Frankfurt. The Europa League round of 16. Eintracht Frankfurt versus Fenerbahce, with a home side leading 3-1 from the first leg in Istanbul. The stage is set for what promises to be another electric European night. Yeah, Matthias, and the atmosphere is brilliant, even in this weather. Frankfurt fans have turned up in numbers, flags waving through the drizzle, voices echoing through the stands. Their team has one foot in the quarterfinals, but against a side like Fenerbahce, that's never enough. You can't switch off for a second. Let's take a look at the lineups, starting with Eintracht Frankfurt. They're sticking with that familiar 4-2-3-1 setup under Dino Topmaler. In goal, the Brazilian Koa, who's been excellent in Europe this season. A back four of Christensen, Koch, Tuta, and Brown. Ahead of them, Skiri and Larson forming the double pivot. Then in attack, on the left, it's Lukas Brandt, the 16-year-old sensation, starting just behind Ekatike with Gotze pulling the strings in the middle and Bahoya wide on the right. What a moment for Lukas, Tobias, his first European start since being called up to the German national team. Yeah, it's surreal, Matthias. Just 16 years old, the youngest call-up in German history, and here he is, starting a knockout game in Europe under the lights. It says a lot about how far he's come, and how much trust Topmaler has in him. Another thing to observe is his position. A second start on the wing for him. In the Bundesliga, he always plays down the middle, and sometimes even partnering up top with Ekatike. but he played on the wing at Istanbul and did so perfectly. Such an important player to have, being able to play in any position of a front three. That's right. I think it'll be interesting to observe his position on the pitch as the match progresses. Across from them, Fenerbahce line up in a 4-4-2, coached by the ever-demanding Jose Mourinho. Between the sticks, Irfan Canegrabet. The defense, Kostic, Aksisek, Skriniar, and Mulder. In midfield, Szymanski, Fred, Amrabat, and Osei Samuel. A mix of creativity and power. Up front, the duo of Talisca and Enisairai, both capable of punishing mistakes in a heartbeat. And you can already see Mourinho's intent, tight lines, heavy pressing, and quick breaks. They got to score early to rattle Frankfurt, because if Frankfurt settle into rhythm, especially with Götze and Bahoya feeding Ekatike, it could be a long night for the Turkish side. The ball rolls slick across the soaked turf. Fenerbahce in yellow and navy, Frankfurt in all red. And here we go, under the rain and the floodlights, for 90 minutes that will decide who marches into the quarterfinals. Talisca, standing over the ball at kickoff, nudged it backward to Fred, who immediately rolled it further behind to Skriniar. The defenders exchanged a quick glance. Then Skriniar, without hesitation, stepped up and launched a booming long ball deep into Frankfurt's half. Even in the cold, rainy night, Mourinho's strategy for this game was as clear as day. Get a goal as early as possible. And his wish would come even earlier than he could have ever imagined. Straight from the start. Look at that. Fenerbahce wasting no time. That's a long one, and everyone's running forward. The ball cut through the mist, gliding off the rain, spinning toward Frankfurt's backline. Tuta leapt, but the wet ball skipped awkwardly off his forehead and dropped behind him. Christensen tried to recover, but Szymanski was quicker, chesting it down on the edge of the box before taking it wide toward the right. This looks dangerous already. Szymanski's pace catching Frankfurt cold here. Lukas was sprinting back from midfield, boots splashing in the shallow puddles. But the Polish midfielder was already preparing his next move. Szymanski didn't overthink it. A sharp touch, then a whipped ball into the near post where Enisairai had peeled away from Koch. The Moroccan striker met it first time. It wasn't a blast, it was precision. His right foot connected perfectly, the strike slicing through the damp air and flashing past Trapp's outstretched glove before the goalkeeper even had time to react. The net bulged high and hard. Enisidi. Oh my goodness. That's in. It's 1-0 Fenerbahce, and it's barely been 30 seconds. The away supporters, soaked but ecstatic, erupted into cheers that echoed faintly beneath the steady patter of rain. That's a sensational start. One long ball, a deflection, and the perfect volley. The Moroccan makes it look effortless in this weather. Lukas stood near the halfway line, hands on his hips, watching the yellow jerseys swarm toward the corner flag. His heart raced, the cold rain dripping from his hair and soaking through his long sleeves. The atmosphere felt heavier now, not just from the rain, but from the sudden shift in tension. Frankfurt were still leading on aggregate, but this was no ordinary start. He drew in a slow breath and muttered under it. All right then, time to wake up. And as he jogged back toward the center circle for the restart, the roar of the crowd faded beneath the pounding of his own pulse. The game had only just begun. The game resumed soon with Eintracht Frankfurt's lead in the tie cut to just a single goal, and Fenerbahce looked like they were ready to build on the momentum they had gotten in the opening minute. Right from Ekatike's kickoff to resume the game, Fenerbahce pressed with ferocity. The ball was passed to Götze, who had to send a hurried pass back to Koch as he was being closed down even before the ball arrived. Koch had a few more seconds on the ball before picking out Skiri just behind the center circle. Amrabat badged into Skiri from behind, right as he tried to turn, as the ball rolled away to the sidelines, and the referee brought his whistle to his lips to blow for the foul, but an Eintracht player on the flank collected the ball, and the referee played the advantage. It was Lukas, his first touch in the game in the pouring rain. As he turned with the ball and attempted to drive forward, Fred, Szymanski, and Kostic were firmly in his way. They had received express instructions on the night to tie Lukas down, and they were prepared to do just that. But on that night, those three players would be properly toyed with on the left wing. Lukas saw there was no space to run down the touchline. He looked behind Fred and saw Larsson unmarked and pointing into the free space in front of him. The two players' eyes only met for a second for Larsson to know what to do as he started running into the space past the halfway line. Kostic felt something was about to happen and threw a foot to the ball, but before he got close, Lukas scooped the ball with his left foot up and over Fred and right into Larsson's path. Both sides had 10 outfield players on the pitch, so if 3 players were to be used to tie up one boy, then it would be a 9v7 for the rest of the pitch, ensuring that there would always be an Eintracht Frankfurt player who's unmarked. The ball bounced perfectly in front of Larsson as he took a touch, looked to the opposite end of the pitch, and launched a pass to Bahoya. Although Bahoya's first touch betrayed him a bit, he was able to retrieve the ball before Mulder. His cross in the box, however, was cleared by Axisek before Ekatite could get on the end of the attack. Oh, decent play by Eintracht Frankfurt. It seems Mourinho is hell-bent on keeping Lukas out of the game as much as possible. Will he succeed? I guess time will tell. After the first 10 minutes where the game was end-to-end, with Fenerbahce having a 2 more shots on after their first goal, and Eintracht Frankfurt coming close to drag the game back level on the night, with a right-footed curler from Lukas in the 9th minute being saved by the Fenerbahce goalkeeper, the away team decided to sit back and defend. They were hoping to absorb the onslaught of pressure from Eintracht Frankfurt and bide their time as they waited for the perfect opportunity to strike them on the counter. They were happy to let Eintracht Frankfurt hold possession of the ball, even in their own half. As long as they stopped the ball from entering their penalty box and stopped the passing lane into Lukas down the left, they were confident they could limit the home team's chances. As the clock ticked closer and closer to the halftime whistle, the home supporters grew more restless. They were leading the tie, but now only by 1 goal. The weather was not ideal. Their team kept the ball, but couldn't do anything with it. Their star player hadn't even seen the ball for the most part of the game. Just when the Fenerbahce players were starting to feel comfortable with how the game was going, Lukas reminded them that he was still on the pitch. Chapter 138. Rainman. Just when the Fenerbahce players were starting to feel comfortable with how the game was going, Lukas reminded them that he was still on the pitch. It was the 39th minute, the rain now steadier, a silvery curtain under the floodlights. Lukas had decided to go for the ball himself, as the Fenerbahce defenders made it difficult for the ball to be played to him. A back pass from Skiri to Tuda created the perfect opportunity for Lukas, who ran back to the halfway line, demanding the ball. Tuda obliged and rolled the ball toward Lukas near the halfway line, left flank his zone. He took it with the outside of his boot, cushioning it against the slippery turf. Before he could even look up, Inisairai and Szymanski were already closing in, one from the front, the other circling around. Lukas Brandt, tightly marked here, no room to breathe. Szymanski lunged in first, studs flashing in the wet, but Lukas turned his body, leaning just enough to let the challenge slide past. Inisairai pressed, big frame blocking the line down the wing. For a split second, Lukas feinted like he'd burst left. Then, with a deft flick of his heel, he rolled the ball behind his standing leg and spun inside instead, using the rain-slick pitch to accelerate in midfield. Oh, lovely spin for Brandt. That's a brilliant change of direction. Now he was surging through the center, water spraying off his boots. Fred stepped up, composed, measured, but Lukas dropped his shoulder, gave a little body swerve, and with a soft dragback pulled the ball just out of reach. Fred slid helplessly across the wet grass as Lukas ghosted by. Next was Amrabat. Lukas met him squarely, slowed for a heartbeat, then chipped the ball forward and darted around on the opposite side. A perfect rain-assisted rondo, using the slick turf to his advantage. Amrabat twisted too slow, too late. He's beating them one by one. That's outrageous footwork. The roar in the stadium was growing now. The home fans on their feet, clapping in rhythm as he charged on. Ahead, Kostic cut across his path, knees bent, trying to shepherd him wide. Lukas flicked the ball right, then dragged it left, the old L turn, improvised mid-stride. The wet ball almost betrayed him, but he caught it perfectly with his toe and burst through the narrow gap. That balance, in this rain, that's unreal. Axisek was the last barrier before the box. Lukas slowed, eyes locked on goal, body loose like a coiled spring. He eyed up the defender, faked a step over, once then twice, moved the ball with the outside of his left foot, and just when Axisek bit the bait and launched ahead to cut him off, Lukas cut inside, leaving the defender off balance. But as he slipped past, Axisek grabbed a handful of his soaked shirt and yanked hard. Lukas stumbled, boots skidding, and fell forward with a splash just outside the penalty area. The whistle cut through the noise. Free kick, right on the edge. And Axisek's in trouble here. The referee jogged over, holding the yellow card high as the stadium erupted in a chorus of cheers and jeers. That's the red card. An ultra yelled out, and almost everyone around him joined as they booed the decision. Lukas stayed down for a moment, chest heaving, rain pelting against his hair. What a run from a teenager. 5 men beaten on a waterlogged pitch, and it takes a foul to stop him. Incredible stuff from a kid. How do you stop someone who's so good with their feet? Most times, a foul is crucial. I think the referee has shown the right card, though Skriniar was covering Axisek, so the defensor was not the last man. Shirt pull, it's a yellow card. The Eintracht Frankfurt fans will obviously disagree, but they know it. The camera panned to Lukas, sitting on the mud, droplets streaming off his face. The fans chanted his name through the rain, their voices rising like thunder under the Frankfurt night. He smiled faintly, calm and unbothered, and waited for the wall to be set. "You okay?" Gotza asked as he grabbed Lukas by the arm and helped him get up. "Yeah, it was just a pull." Lukas responded as he rearranged his jersey and placed the ball at the spot marked by the referee before the marker was completely washed off by the rain. "You want me to do a dummy run?" Nah, I've got this, Lukas replied, but this whole time he was looking at someone in the Fenerbahce penalty box right beside the wall. Ekatike. He then turned to look at the five-man wall standing just inside the penalty area, including Fred, who had drawn a short into the stick and was lying down beneath the wall, then at the goalkeeper. FWE. The sound of the referee's whistle cut through the rain as Lukas ran up to the ball. It was placed in the perfect position for a right-footed curler, and Mourinho's staff had managed to get hold of Lukas's free kick clips right from his time with the Eintracht Frankfurt reserve team, so they knew he could hit them really well. The wall jumped. The goalkeeper moved, but the strike never came. Lukas ran up to the ball, and with the inside of his right foot, he played a simple pass into Ekatike standing just beside the wall. This was something they had never tried in training, so it caught even Ekatike off guard. Oh my days! Brandt with a cheeky pass into the box to Ekatike. Even his teammates have been fooled. Ekatike, although surprised, was a top-class striker. Once he saw the ball coming to him, he already steadied himself and received the ball. Skriniar was the man closest to him, but he was part of the wall that jumped, and that crucial moment before he could come back down and try to block the shot was all Ekatike needed. The Frenchman's first touch was smooth as he put himself in shooting position, and with his second touch, launched the ball into the bottom right corner. Egrabayet, the goalkeeper, was rooted to the spot, wrong-footed. This all happened in a split second, so there wasn't much he could do as he was expecting the shot directly from the free kick. He could only watch as the ball nestled in the back of his net. Goal! Hugo Ekatike has restored parity for the night and the two-goal lead for Eintracht Frankfurt. Ekatike ran to the corner flag, then turned right around and pointed at Lukas running towards him. Wonderful goal from Ekatike, but what a pass from Lukas Brandt. I mean, this kid is something else. Look at this from the replay. Even the camera is deceived as he slips the pass directly to Ekatike. And you got to keep in mind the weather. He had to have weighted that perfectly, or Ekatike would struggle to get it under first time. Wonderful precision, wonderful finish, wonderful goal, and it's 1-1. The 190-centimeter striker hooked his hand around Lukas's shoulder, the height difference as clear as day, as they celebrated the goal. Thanks, man, Ekatike said as they walked to their own half. Lukas didn't respond, only flashing a smile for a brief moment. He knew how much the goal meant to Ekatike, especially after his penalty miss a few days ago, and he always planned to try and make Ekatike score. So when he saw the space in the penalty box after Fenerbahce organized their defense, he decided to exploit it. The rest of the first half was uneventful, at least compared to the previous segment of the half. The only other chance to change the numbers on the scoreboard was from Bahoya in the 43rd minute when Gatsa slipped a pass through to him, with the Fenerbahce offside trap set a bit too haphazardly. But unlike his fellow countryman, Bahoya couldn't finish the chance, with a shot hitting the side netting as he slipped while shooting. The pitch was slippery, but the weather was gradually starting to calm down when the referee blew to end the first half. Halftime at the Deutsche Bank Park. En-Nesyri opening up the score sheet at the 28-second mark with his volley. But Frankfurt brought the game back level after a mazy run from the Wonder Kid earned them a free kick, which he used to set up Hugo Ekatike to blast it home for the second goal. It's all square at halftime, with 45 minutes left to decide the tie. But Frankfurt, still with their two-goal advantage from the first leg, are the clear favorites to advance. It would be fair to say, though, that the commentator was a tad too hopeful on miracles. Chapter 139, 3-1. Yes, and it's Lukas Brandt, once again, showing why he's the most talked-about player in the country right now. The way he glides past players, even in the rain, is mesmerizing to watch. Mourinho had obviously given his team the instructions to not let him see the ball as much as possible. And for a while, they saw to that task faithfully. But you can't keep a player like this quiet for long. It's all square at halftime, with 45 minutes left to decide the tie. But Frankfurt, still with their two-goal advantage from the first leg, are the clear favorites to advance. This is football, though, and anything can happen in 45 minutes. There was nothing wrong with the commentary, but only 15 minutes into the second half, it will be clear that this game was not going to be included in the famous comebacks in Europa League history compilation videos online. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The air in the dressing room was thick with humidity and tension. The players sat scattered along the benches, shirts clinging to their backs, steam rising faintly from their shoulders. The rain had soaked through everything, boots, socks, even the mood, but Topmoller's voice cut clean through it all as he wrapped up his halftime team talk. Good first half, he said, pacing slowly in front of them. You handle the press well, and we're still in control. Just stay sharp. Don't give them cheap transitions. We're not here to survive. We're here to finish the job. He stopped, turned to face the trio sitting together on the far side. Lukas, Gatsa, and Bahoya. You three, he said, pointing at them. I want fluidity. Switch positions when needed. Don't let Mourinho's man-marking get comfortable. Lukas, if they follow you, drag them out. Bahoya, Gatsa, fill the space. Keep them guessing. Got it. All three nodded. Lukas could feel the faint buzz in his chest, that familiar mix of excitement and focus. This was where he thrived. When the rules bent, when the structure broke just enough for creativity to spill through. When they walked back out, the weather had softened. The floodlights glistened off a damp pitch, but the rain had finally stopped. You could smell the wet grass in the air, the faint earthy scent that always came after a storm. The stadium hummed, still packed, still roaring, the ultras behind the goal waving their drenched flags as the second half began. And we're back underway at Deutsche Bank Park. The rain has stopped, but the energy in here hasn't. Frankfurt lead 3-1 on aggregate, and they've looked the better side for much of the tie. Frankfurt kicked off the second half, and although Fenerbahce tried to take control of the early moments of the second half, as they did the first, the home team was not going to let that happen as they seized the match, passing with intent. This game is right on a knife edge. You get the feeling that any team that scores first in this second half will come out on top at the end of the night. The away have to score a goal as soon as possible to keep any hopes of a comeback alive. It won't be Fenerbahce who scored the next goal, though. In the 48th minute, the ball found its way to Lukas on the left. Kostic closed in first, then Szymanski came doubling up. Lukas slowed his steps, body loose, like a dancer waiting for the beat. The ball rolled under his studs once, twice. Kostic lunged, and Lukas flicked it past with the outside of his boot, spinning around him. The rain-slicked turf made every touch glide, every movement look effortless. Szymanski tried to cover, but Lukas faked a drive inside and instead burst down the flank, leaving both men stumbling. Oh, that's filthy from Brandt. They just can't seem to get near him tonight. He took one more touch to steady himself near the byline and whipped it across. Curling, wicked, perfect. It hung for a moment in the air before Bahoya arrived, thundering in from the right and meeting it with a header that smashed into the top corner. Goal! Jean Bahoya puts Frankfurt ahead in the night, and 3 goals clear on aggregate. What a start to the second half. Bahoya with the finish. But that's all about Lukas Brandt, devastating footwork, and the awareness to pick out that back post run. The stadium erupted. Fans on their feet, clapping above their heads, chanting his name in unison. Topmøller punched the air on the touchline while Mourinho just folded his arms, shaking his head slightly, rainwater dripping from the brim of his coat. Now it was 2-1 on the night, 5-2 on aggregate, and Frankfurt smelled blood. Lukas drifted centrally now, switching with Götze as instructed. 10 minutes later, the ball came again, this time from Larsson, sharp and precise into Lukas's feet, just outside the box. Lukas took one touch, turned toward goal, and let his body faint like he was about to shoot. Skriniar lunged to block, sliding across the wet grass. But instead of striking, Lukas rolled the ball calmly sideways, perfectly timed, back into Larsson's path. Larsson didn't hesitate. He powered through the shot, a low rocket that zipped across the greasy turf and into the bottom corner. It's Larsson. It's 3. Frankfurt are flying. Powerful strike from Hugo Larsson. The goalkeeper was getting nowhere near that. And it's Lukas Brandt again with the assist, the vision, the disguise, the calmness of a veteran. That's a hat-trick of assists for the 16-year-old. 3 different ways, all the same brilliance. You can't coach that. By the hour mark, Frankfurt led 3-1 on the night, 6-2 on aggregate. The dream of a Fenerbahce comeback had evaporated under the cool, creative cruelty of one player. By the 72nd minute, the game had slowed into a steady rhythm. Frankfurt were cruising, their control absolute. The drizzle had returned, just a faint mist this time, softening the floodlight glare that shimmered over the pitch. The crowd was in full song now, singing with the easy joy of a night already won. Lukas picked up the ball again, down the left. The stands immediately lifted in anticipation, knowing what usually followed. Fred was on him this time. The Brazilian had been growing visibly irritated after being beaten time and again by the teenager's quick feet and clever turns. Lukas dropped his shoulder and pushed the ball inside. Fred stayed with him. A step over, then another. Lukas shifted right, then snapped the ball left with his instep, darting past Fred before the midfielder could react. Brandt again, toying with Fred down that flank. He makes it look so easy, doesn't he? The fans cheered as Lukas drove toward the box, water spraying from his boots with each stride. Fred gave chase, but frustration finally took over. He lunged, late, reckless, and clipped Lukas's shin from behind. Chapter 140. No risks, GT. Lukas tumbled forward, landing hard on the slick grass. The whistle shrieked before the booze did. That's a poor challenge. You could see it coming. Fred just couldn't handle him anymore. Fred immediately raised a hand, apologetic but unconvincing. The referee jogged over and showed him a yellow card to the roar of the Frankfurt supporters. Lukas sat up, rubbing his leg, testing the impact. After a brief moment, he stood, waved to the fans to show he was fine, and offered a faint grin. On the sideline, Topmøller gestured toward the bench. Knopf was already warming up. It wasn't worth the risk, not with the game settled and the young star's legs having done enough magic for one night. And that looks like it'll be the end of the evening for Lukas Brandt. What a performance he's given us again tonight. 3 assists, moments of pure brilliance, and the composure of a player twice his age. As the fourth official raised the board, the entire stadium rose to its feet. Applause thundered around Deutsche Bank Park. Lukas jogged slowly toward the touchline, soaked, smiling faintly, acknowledging the ovation with a small wave. His eyes were glued to the top of the stadium, the location he knew his family and friends were watching from. Topmaler met Lukas with a quick hug. "You did well, kid," he said simply, patting him on the shoulder. Lukas just nodded, still catching his breath, eyes flicking toward the pitch where Knopf was already chasing down the next ball. He sat on the bench, a staff member handing him a water bottle and a thick jacket. The cheers still rolled in waves behind him. Lukas took a long sip, leaned back, and exhaled deeply, the kind of quiet satisfaction that comes after a night where everything felt effortless. A standing ovation for Lukas Brandt, and well-deserved. Frankfurt's wonder kid has done it again. The rain kept falling lightly, but inside the stadium, it felt like a celebration. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Joao was giggling as he scrolled through his phone. There had been some concern after Fred's foul, and he was one of the loudest booing after only the yellow card was shown, but after it was confirmed that Lukas was okay, his attention had gone back to the app on his phone. €95 from 2+ goal contributions, Joao said as he scrolled through his phone and licked his lips. Lukas about to make us rich. That's a very stupid thing to do. You really should get your hands off of sports betting if you're serious about your football career. I'm really going to tell Mom if you don't stop, Joanna said as she gave her brother a disgusted stare. It's not a big deal. Fine, I'll stop. Don't tell anyone. You're going to land me in trouble. Don't you know you're putting him in potential trouble by betting on games he plays when you guys are best friends? He has no knowledge of it, though. I just did it cause I noticed he was getting a lot of goal contributions. I only put €20. Yeah, but what do you think will be reported in the media if this is ever found out? You think the public will believe he had no idea his best friend was betting on his matches? Joao couldn't reply to Joanna's questions. He knew something like this could stain both his and Lukas's career. You're right. That was very stupid of me, Joao responded as he uninstalled the app from his phone. Is everything all right? Javi turned it around and asked. He was sitting in front of the siblings. Yeah, it's nothing serious. Just asking him for some explanation on the match, Joanna responded. She had been communicating in Portuguese with her brother, so Javi couldn't understand what they were talking about. Javi did not question any further as the match had resumed, and he turned to focus on the pitch. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And that's it. The referee blows for full time, and Eintracht Frankfurt are through to the semi-finals of the Europa League. A 3-2 win tonight, 6-3 on aggregate, and the walled stadium rises to its feet in celebration. The commentator said as the referee blew his whistle to end the game. A wave of noise swept through the stands. Thousands of fans roaring in unison as the players hugged, clapped, and dropped to their knees on the slick, rain-polished pitch. The air was still heavy from the earlier drizzle, mist curling under the floodlights while chants of Eintracht, Eintracht, echoed across the ground. What a performance. Fenerbahce showed fight, no doubt about it, especially with that late goal from Szymanski in the 80th minute. But Frankfurt were simply too good, too composed. They controlled the tempo, they took their chances, and they never panicked. And look at that young man there, Lukas Brandt, the youngest player ever called up to the German national team, and tonight, he showed exactly why. 3 assists, countless moments of brilliance, and another Man of the Match award on a European night. He seems to get better with every game. Lukas stood on the sideline, jacket zipped halfway, water bottle in hand, watching his teammates wave to the roaring fans. His hair was still damp from the rain and sweat, and a faint smile played on his face. Behind him, Topmaler was all smiles too, exchanging a quick handshake with Mourinho before turning toward his players, proud of how they had handled the night. For Frankfurt, this is huge. They've booked their place in the semi-finals where they'll face Athletic Bilbao. That's going to be a real battle. 2 sides that love intensity, that press hard and play with heart. But if Frankfurt perform like this again, they'll fancy their chances. Exactly. The rain fell, the pressure was high, and yet they found a way. Frankfurt 3, Fenerbahce 2, 6-3 on aggregate. Another European night that will be remembered here in the walled stadium. As the fans continued to cheer, Lukas, with his Man of the Match award in hand, walked slowly toward the tunnel, waving once before disappearing from view. The noise still followed him, echoing in the concrete hallways behind the pitch. For him, it wasn't just another win. It was a step closer to something bigger, both for Eintracht Frankfurt and for himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, the rain had turned to a soft drizzle, the kind that made the city lights shimmer against the wet streets. Lukas stepped out of the black SUV in front of the 5-star Steigenberger Frankfurter Hof Hotel, walking between his father Javi and his agent Marco. Joanna and Joao followed just behind, all of them still buzzing from the victory. Lukas wore a black turtleneck tucked neatly into tailored gray trousers, topped with a long dark overcoat that brushed just above his boots. A baseball cap and a disposable face mask hid most of his face, but the way he carried himself, the calm confidence, the unmistakable stride, was enough to give him away to anyone paying attention. As the group entered the hotel lobby, a few heads turned. Someone near the reception whispered, "That's him, isn't it? Lukas Brandt." Another pulled out a phone, and just as she was about to take the picture, Lukas turned toward her direction and waved. Chapter 141. Chill. As the group entered the hotel lobby, a few heads turned. Someone near the reception whispered, "That's him, isn't it? Lukas Brandt." Another pulled out a phone, and just as she was about to take the picture, Lukas turned toward her direction and waved. Even in disguise, he couldn't fully escape the growing fame that had gripped Frankfurt since his breakout performances. He smiled faintly under the mask, nodding politely to a small group of fans who had already recognized him. They clapped quietly, a gesture of admiration rather than intrusion. For Lukas, moments like this still felt strange. He was just a teenager from the academy months ago, and now he was the most talked-about name in Frankfurt. As they entered the elevator, Marco chuckled softly. "You might need a better disguise next time, kid." Lukas only shrugged, looking at his reflection in the mirrored walls. "Maybe," he said, his voice calm but thoughtful. "Or maybe I should just get used to it." The elevator doors closed, cutting off the soft hum of the lobby below. For the first time that night, Lukas let himself exhale, the gold player of the match plaque still glinting faintly in his hand. "How about getting a bigger place where we can all be staying when you guys come for matches instead of always using the hotel?" Lukas asked his father as they stepped out of the elevator on the 5th floor. "If you want one, we'll look into it later," Javi responded as he opened the door to his room with and beside him. "Wait, you want to get a house in Frankfurt? Does that mean what I think it means?" Joao asked, eyes wide open as he walked into his room with Lukas. "What do you think it means?" Lukas asked. "You want to stay in Eintracht Frankfurt? Why not? You know, there are trophies that will be almost impossible to win if you stay here. My career just started. I'm getting regular game time at top league. I am getting European experience and will most likely be playing Champions League football next season. What's wrong with wanting to stay? Besides, this is Frankfurt. Even if I end up not living in a house for long, it won't be very difficult to sell it or just keep it. I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I was just curious. I thought you'd definitely leave Eintracht Frankfurt in the summer. The interest from across Europe will soon start pouring in. Anything can happen, sure, but I currently have no plan of leaving." Joanna walked up from behind Lukas and interlocked her fingers with his and gently squeezed them. She did not say a word, but Lukas already knew what she was worried about. The rumors of interest from several European clubs were starting to bubble up on the internet, and it wouldn't be surprising if he has to go to Spain or England, and then their relationship ends because of the distance. "Joanna, go to your room." "What are you doing here?" Joao asked sarcastically. "You watch the tone, my guy," Lukas cut in. "Oh, I see how it is. You're now siding with her, huh?" "Now? I've always sided with her." "Is that so? Leave then, and don't come back," Joao said as he pushed Lukas and Joanna out of the door. "Thanks, bro," Lukas mouthed to Joao as he was pushed out while Joao just nodded, smiled, and slammed the door shut in front of them. "What's his problem?" Joanna asked. "I was going to ask you. Aren't you supposed to be his twin? Even I don't know what he's thinking half the time. Where am I going to sleep now? He shut me out," Lukas asked as he squeezed Joanna's hand, secretly hoping for her to invite him to her room. "Well, you're going to have to figure that out on your own. Maybe ask that lady you were smiling to at the lobby." "Me? Smiling? What lady? You're not about to deny it now, are you? I saw you, smiling and waving at one of the receptionists as she took pictures of you. Should I be worried, Mr. Superstar?" "Oh, that. I was just waving, Joe. You've got nothing to worry about. I don't care. You're not staying with me tonight." "Smom, pleasey," Lukas begged as he tried a cute expression. I like that. Come here," Joanna said as she reached out, grabbed the neckline of his shirt, and pulled down the hallway to her room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The morning light filtered softly through the tall windows of the hotel suite, the rain from the previous night now gone, leaving a silvery calm over Frankfurt. Lukas knocked once on the door of Javi's room before stepping inside. His father and Marco were already there, sitting at the small dining table by the window, half-finished breakfast trays between them. Javi looked up with a knowing grin. "Morning, champ," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Slept well?" Lukas nodded, still a little groggy. "Yeah, I did." Marco smirked, leaning back in his chair. "With Joanna, right?" he teased, his tone playful but sharp enough to make Lukas freeze for a second. "Hey, nothing happened," Lukas said quickly, holding up his hands. "We just talked and fell asleep watching a movie. That's it." Joanna and Joao had left for Darmstadt earlier that morning, as it was a Friday morning and they had to attend classes. Of course, Lukas also had classes, but his school is accommodating enough to give him time to rest, especially after tough games like last night's. Javi chuckled, though his eyes held a trace of seriousness. I believe you, he said, setting his coffee down. But listen, Lukas, you're young, and life is moving fast. Just make sure you stay responsible. Don't put yourself in a situation you're not ready for, understood? Good, Javi said, giving him a brief pat on the back before leaning into his chair. Marco cleared his throat and straightened the papers in front of him. All right, since everyone's awake and innocent, he said with a small smirk, we need to talk business. He pulled out his phone and tapped the screen a few times. Bayern aren't giving up. They've reached out again. Even after you turned them down last week, Lukas, they want a meeting face-to-face. Their sporting director made it clear. They see you as the natural successor to Muller and Sane, who'll both be leaving this summer. They're talking about building the future around you, Musiala and Alice. Lukas frowned, crossing his arms. Isn't that illegal? I mean, I'm under contract with Frankfurt. Marco Nadizloli. Technically, yes. But football isn't always black and white. If they don't present it as a formal negotiation and just call it an informal meeting of interest, then it's more gray area than crime. Not exactly ethical, but it happens all the time. Javi's expression hardened slightly. Gray areas have consequences. Marco, let's not get dragged into something that could ruin his reputation. Marco lifted his hands. Relax. I didn't say we were agreeing to meet. Just letting you both know the situation. He leaned forward, tapping the papers again. Anyway, let's talk about Frankfurt's counteroffer. Hardong sent over the preliminary figures last night. They're willing to triple your base salary and double your bonuses. But they also want to raise the gentleman clause for clubs outside Germany from 75 million euros to 150. Lukas blinked, surprised. That's a lot. It is, Marco admitted. But that's the price of being the face of a club like Frankfurt. I'll push back on it when we meet Hardong tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't let them tie you down unfairly. Lukas ran a hand through his hair, still thinking it over. All right, just don't take it too far. I don't want to leave Frankfurt right now. Marcos Maiz. Understood. But don't be too loyal either. Loyalty's good, but not if it keeps you from growing. Javi looked between the two of them, and then out the window toward the skyline. One step at a time, he said quietly. For now, we just make sure the next step is the right one. And as the morning light filled the room, Lukas felt the weight of his rising world pressing gently on his shoulders, both thrilling and heavy, like the calm before something big. So, your next game is on Sunday, right? Javi asked. Yeah, away at Bochum. Isn't it too much? That's what? 3 games in a week. It's nothing, Dad. After all, I haven't played 90 minutes in any of the last 2 games. The coach is managing my time well. I know, but I'm just worried. If you play too much games at such a young age, it might come back to affect you down the line. I understand your worries, but I'll be fine. Besides, I train way harder than I actually play. You aren't pushing yourself so hard in training, are you? Oh no, just moderate training. TT is the one pushing me. Chapter 142, Madrid. The meeting room was the picture of understated luxury, deep mahogany paneling framed by soft amber lighting, a massive table of polished wood stretching toward the far end where a wall-sized screen played muted footage. The thick curtains were drawn halfway, letting slivers of Madrid's morning light stripe across the carpet patterned in red and white. The faint scent of cologne and espresso hung in the air, and on the far wall, painted proudly between 2 framed photos of past glories, was a large crest, the unmistakable badge of Atletico Madrid. Around the table sat Enrique Cerezo, the club's president, adjusting his cufflinks with quiet frustration. Next to him, Diego Simeone leaned back in his chair, arms folded, his expression somewhere between exhaustion and fire. Miguel Ángel Gil, the CEO, scrolled through something on his tablet, while Carlos Bucero, head of scouting, waited with a dossier at his side. The silence was heavy except for the faint sound of the television, the replay of that penalty shootout. On the screen, Julian Alvarez slipped as he struck the ball, his shot kissing the turf twice before finding the net. The referee's whistle cut through the stadium noise, signaling a double touch. Then came Marcos Llorente's miss, the ball grazing the post and flying out. Atletico's elimination from the Champions League was sealed right there. Cerezo muted the TV and turned in his seat. Tell me, Diego, he began, his tone tight but measured. What's the problem? What do you need? Because this, he gestured at the frozen image of Llorente on the screen, is not acceptable. Simeone exhaled sharply. The problem, Presidente, is that I don't have the players anymore. Griezmann is 34. He can't run 90 minutes, let alone 120. Julian is brilliant. Our best player, no question, but he's alone. Correa isn't consistent, and Sorloth. He paused, shaking his head. He's not the man to decide a knockout tie. The CEO, Gil, looked up. So what do you propose? Who do you want? Simeone turned toward Bucero, who had already opened the folder on his lap. Carlos has someone. Bucero stood and slid a few glossy photographs and printouts across the table. We've been tracking him for months, he began, his voice calm but excited. A 16-year-old German. Lukas Brandt, Eintracht Frankfurt. 25 goal contributions in 11 games this season. He clicked a remote, switching the screen to highlight reels. Flicks, volleys, sprints down the flank, that curling finish against Leverkusen, and a thunderous strike in Europe. He's dynamic, Bucero continued. Can play as a winger, a number 10, or second striker. Compose on the ball, unpredictable in one-on-ones, very strong mentally for his age. He's become Frankfurt's heartbeat. And off the pitch, marketable, charismatic. The city adores him. Cerezo leaned forward, eyes narrowing with interest. A player like that, young, talented German. He smiled faintly. We could build around him. Simeone nodded. He's the type we need. Someone to pair with Julian, someone hungry, with legs and creativity. A player who can make a difference from the first minute. Miguel Angel Gil frowned slightly, tapping his pen. He's 16. His mentality hasn't been proven at the highest level yet. Great form, sure, but that could fall anytime. Look at Lamine Yamal, look at Dewey, or even Paz. These are young star players. This kid, I think, is already as good, if not better than Yamal. Before the whole world notices that, we have to get him, Simeone argued. As good as Yamal? That's debatable. But let's assume he is. Frankfurt won't sell cheap. And you know what German clubs are like with their valuation. They'll ask for a king's ransom. Talent costs money, Bucero replied simply. But he's not just talent. He's already producing. He reminds me of when João Felix first broke through. And see how that has ended up. Where is João Felix right now? We spent 120 million euros on him, and he plays in Saudi Arabia now. We can't afford to be that reckless again, especially with the finances being as they are. There's no way we'll be able to get him from Frankfurt for less than 100 million euros, Gil rebutted. Are you suggesting we don't sign a young, bona fide superstar because of a single misstep previously? You think he isn't already under Perez's radar? You think Laporta isn't already thinking of ways to bring him into his club? He's already been called up to represent Germany at 16. He's already being linked to Bayern Munich. He's youngest goalscorer in the Bundesliga history. Once he, undoubtedly, gets Champions League football next season, how much do you think his valuation by Frankfurt would be? 120? 130? 150? The time to strike is now. This is for our future. Bucero gave his fiery speech. Cerezo's gaze flicked to the screen again, where Lucas's goal against Fenerbahce played in slow motion. A left-footed volley that soared into the top corner. He certainly looks like the future, he murmured. Then, after a pause, all right, let's move on this. He turned to Gil. Contact his agency. Discreetly. Find out what it would take to make him ours. Simeone's eyes lit up, a rare grin tugging at his lips. Now we're talking. The president stood, smoothing his suit jacket. If this Brandt boy is as good as you say, I want him in red and white next season. No excuses. Bucero nodded. Understood. And as the replay faded to black, the meeting dissolved, Madrid's morning sun breaking through the blinds, illuminating the Atletico crest on the wall. Somewhere in Frankfurt, Marco's phone would soon ring with the first sign that his top client's world was about to change. The first real interest from outside Germany was building. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The hum of the recovery room was low and steady, a quiet blend of rolling foam cylinders, soft chatter, and the faint buzz of an ice machine. The fluorescent lights above gave the space a calm, clinical glow. Lucas sat on one of the padded benches, legs outstretched, a compression sleeve wrapped around his right thigh. His phone rested loosely in his hand as he scrolled aimlessly through Instagram. His feed was mostly familiar. Teammate stories, clips from the Europa League, a few fan edits tagged with his name. Until one post stopped him cold. It was from Fabrizio Romano. A hat-trick of assists in the Europa League for 16-year-old wonder kid. Massive exclusive, incoming tonight, fire white circle, red circle, hashtag Eintracht Frankfurt. Attached was a photo of Lucas from the night before, still in his match kit, holding his Man of the Match award, a grin breaking through the sweat and exhaustion. The post had already exploded. Hundreds of thousands of likes, tens of thousands of comments. Lucas tapped open the comment section, and it was chaos. He's joining Bayern, isn't he? No way. Maybe City, Real Madrid are going to pounce. Imagine him under Slot at Liverpool or with Enrique at PSG. Massive exclusive? That's not like Fabrizio. Something's big here. Lucas frowned, scrolling further. Fabrizio never teased news. He always dropped it. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal. Did Marco agree to a deal without telling me first? Lucas thought half-jokingly. He had heard tales of players finding out a deal had been agreed for them from Fabrizio Romano rather than from their own club. Although uncommon, it wasn't impossible for two clubs to agree to the sale or loan of a player before the player is even contacted. There's no way they'll do that, right? It definitely cannot be, he thought as he texted Marco. The reply from Marco came swiftly. Yeah, I saw it. I don't know what he's referring to either. I guess we'll wait and see. I've spoken to the club. They haven't received any official offer for you. But they're now in a hurry to get your signature for the new deal to prepare for the summer, as it looks like it'll be a busy summer. Lukas stared at the message before moving back to the Instagram post. Yo, came a familiar voice. You look like you just read your own obituary. Lukas turned to see Larson walking over, towel hanging around his neck, hair still damp from the ice bath. He dropped down beside Lukas with a grin. Check this out, Lukas said, handing him the phone. Fabrizio posted something about me. Says there's a massive exclusive incoming. Larson's brows lifted as he read the caption. Oh boy, that's him. The man with the here we go. You sure you're not leaving and forgot to tell your best friend? Lukas laughed. Come on, you know me. I'm not going anywhere. I have no clue what this is about. Larson gave him a mock suspicious look. So, no secret Bayern deal? No midnight Real Madrid phone call? No, none of that, Lukas said, still smiling. I mean, even if someone wanted to talk, I'm not interested in leaving right now. We're doing great here. Lascianudet, satis feed. Good, because if you left, I have to actually start passing the ball forward instead of to you. Chapter 143, exclusive. Lascianudet, satis feed. Good, because if you left, I'd have to actually start passing the ball forward instead of to you. They both laughed, the kind of easy laughter that came from shared goals and long training sessions. Lukas set his phone aside, watching as Larson went back to stretching his hamstrings. You know, Larson said after a moment, Fabrizio's probably talking about something else. Maybe Frankfurt are extending your deal or something. Just don't overthink it. I won't, Lukas replied, leaning back against the wall. Whatever it is, I'll find out soon enough. The two continued their stretches in quiet rhythm. Lukas's phone buzzed again beside him. Thousands more comments piling up beneath Fabrizio's post, but he ignored it this time. Whatever the world thought it knew, Lukas was focused on recovery, on the next match, and on enjoying the present with his teammates. As the evening stretched on, the soft murmur of conversation in the recovery room was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Dino Topmaler stepped in, his hands tucked behind his back, that calm, yet commanding presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. All right, lads, he said, his voice firm but warm. That's enough scrolling and chatting for now. Come on, everyone together. The players gathered around, some still stretching, others with towels draped around their shoulders. Lukas and Hugo Larson exchanged a quick glance before standing up and joining the small circle forming near the center. Topmaler looked around the group, eyes landing briefly on each player. First of all, he began, you all did exceptionally well last night. It wasn't just a win, it was a statement. You fought with maturity, intelligence, and unity. That's what defines us. A few players nodded. Others smiled faintly. The fatigue from the previous night's match was still there, but so was the quiet pride. He continued, now, I know recovery days can be lazy ones, but we move quickly. We got Bochum away on Sunday. Departure's at 12:30 sharp tomorrow, so I expect everyone here by 11 o'clock. Don't be late. We'll do light training in the morning before we head out. A few cheers and chuckles went around. Topmaler smiled faintly. Yes, I know. You've earned a morning off, so make sure you sleep in. Jan, no parting. Your sleeping hours are going to be tracked, at least 8 hours, or you'll be fined. Coach, it's Ansgar you should be worried about. He's the one who drags me there, Bahoya lamented. What nonsense are you spouting right now? Knopf asked as he tried to put the Frenchman in a headlock, but Bahoya escaped. That's enough. You all just keep your head in the game. Even if you're not getting minutes now, with the tight schedule, I'll need you all in top form to rotate the squad. And I don't have to explain how important rest is, do I? No. Coach, the players responded. Good. Now finish your sessions and get some rest. I'll see you all tomorrow. The players began dispersing again, returning to their stretches or grabbing water bottles. As the group broke apart, Topmaler's voice came again, this time softer. Lukas, a word. Lukas turned, a bit surprised, but nodded and followed the coach out of the room. The hallway outside was quieter, the buzz of the Profi camp fading behind them. They walked a short distance toward Topmaler's office before the coach stopped and leaned lightly against the wall. Tell me, Lukas, he began, folding his arms. How are you finding things here? The club, the training, the environment? Lukas tilted his head slightly, considering his answer. It's been great, honestly. Everyone's been supportive. The fans are incredible. I feel at home here. Topmaler nodded slowly, his eyes steady. Good to hear. In your studies? You're keeping up. A small smile tugged at Lukas's lips. Yeah, I'm managing. It's a bit of a juggle sometimes, but I've got help from the tutors the club arranged. Excellent. The coach paused, his tone turning slightly more probing. In your career, how do you feel about where things are heading? Are you satisfied with your progress here? Lukas could tell what the question really meant. Rumors, transfers, agents, it was part of the game. He met Topmaler's gaze directly. I am. Completely. I'm not thinking of leaving, if that's what you're asking. I want to keep growing here. With this team. The coach studied him for a moment, then smiled. It wasn't just relief, it was pride. That's good to hear, Lukas. Very good. You got something special, and this club wants to help you become even better. Lukas nodded. Thank you, coach. Top Mahler pushed off the wall, giving the young player a friendly pat on the shoulder. Go on then. Finish your recovery. You've earned a bit of rest. As Lukas turned to walk back toward the recovery room, Top Mahler watched him go, that small, contented smile still on his face. He knew it wouldn't always be easy keeping a player like Lukas Brandt, the kind of talent that made even Europe's giants pay attention. But for now, at least his best player was still theirs, grounded, loyal, and happy to stay. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The clock on the wall ticked softly above the hum of the heater. Lukas stood by his bed, folding a few shirts neatly into a small black duffel bag. The quiet of the night wrapped around the room, the kind of calm that came before another matchday trip. Outside, Frankfurt's skyline shimmered faintly through the rain-streaked window, the streets below almost empty. His phone, plugged in across the living room, began vibrating faintly. Once, then again, then again. Within seconds, the vibrations grew relentless, followed by the faint chime of multiple message notifications piling up one after another. He glanced at the door, frowning slightly, but ignored it. Probably the group chat again, he thought, zipping up the bag and reaching for his jacket. But then the buzzing grew louder, joined now by the sharp ring of an incoming call. He sighed and walked into the living room. The phone screen was lit up with dozens of unread messages, his WhatsApp icon blinking with double digits, Instagram DMs flooding in, notifications from Twitter, and a missed call from Marco. And then, before he could even unlock the phone, the screen lit up again, Marco calling. Lukas swiped immediately. Hey, Marco, what's going on? You're blowing up my phone. Lukas, Marco said, his voice tight, quick, almost breathless. Have you seen what Fabrizio just posted? Lukas blinked. Fabrizio? No. What did he post now? Check Instagram, Marco said. Right now, curious and a little uneasy, Lukas opened the app. The first thing he saw was Fabrizio Romano's profile picture, glowing red with a news story. He tapped it. The video began mid-sentence. Fabrizio, in his usual setup with the camera positioned like he was recording it himself, eyes bright behind his glasses, speaking fast, as usual. Exclusive. Bayern Munich are ready to table a €115 million deal, including add-ons, to sign 16-year-old Eintracht Frankfurt sensation Lukas Brandt this summer. The German record champions view Brandt as a generational talent and long-term cornerstone of their project after Thomas Muller and Leroy Sané's expected departures. There's also interest from Atletico Madrid, who have discussed him as a potential replacement for Griezmann in Manchester City, with Pep Guardiola personally appreciating the youngster's profile. More to follow in the coming weeks and months. The video ended, cutting to a still image of Lukas with his Player of the Match trophy from the night before, the caption reading simply, "Here we go soon." Lukas stared at the screen for a long second, the words taking a moment to settle in. Wait, what? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Marco said quickly. This is the first I'm hearing about any of it. Bayern never mentioned an actual bid during our meeting. Not even a hint. They talked about interest, yes, about vision and opportunity, but no numbers, no official offer. Lukas rubbed the back of his neck, pacing slowly around the coffee table. Do you think Frankfurt will accept something like that? I don't know yet, Marco admitted. It's a ridiculous amount of money. No club just ignores an offer like that. But I'll speak to Marcus Hardung as soon as possible to make your stance clear. You're not looking to leave, right? No, Lukas said without hesitation. I'm not. Good, Marco replied, though his tone stayed tense. Then I'll handle it. As for Atletico and City, this is the first I've heard of their supposed interest too. I'll dig into it tonight and get back to you once I know what's real and what's just noise. All right, Lukas said quietly. Thanks. Don't worry about any of this, Marco said, his voice softening. Focus on your football. Let me deal with the chaos. Got it. Good. Now get some sleep, Lukas. It's going to be a long night, for me at least. Chapter 144, Bochum. The line clicked off, leaving the room silent again, except for the persistent buzz of notifications still pouring in. Lukas set his phone down on the couch, staring at it for a few seconds before sitting beside it, running a hand through his hair. His messages were a storm. Teammates sending fire emojis, question marks, laughing reactions, voice notes. A few were just texts that said 115 million. He let out a quiet breath, half a chuckle, half disbelief. The most popular person in Frankfurt, maybe in all of Germany tonight, sat alone in his apartment, caught between the noise of the football world outside and the quiet of his own thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, Saturday, March 15th, 2025. Oh, Mr. 115 million. Welcome to our humble club, Larson teased as Lukas stepped into the tactics room and sat down beside him, causing some players around to break out into a chuckle. Ha ha! Very funny, man, Lucas said with a deadpan expression. I'm just as surprised as you. Atletico Madrid, Manchester City, Bayern Munich. Our Lucas is going places, Knopf said as he stretched his hands from behind and rubbed Lucas's hair. Get your grubby hands off me, Ansgar, Lucas said as he pushed Knopf's hand away while the latter laughed. Enough. Stop teasing the kid. Trap, the captain, turned around and said, Ah, where's the fun in that, Capitan? Uzan asked. He was sitting on the opposite side of Lucas. Itu, gan? Lucas asked, with an exaggerated expression of utter shock. The door swung open, and the chatter in the tactics room quickly began to die down. Players straightened in their seats, laughter fading into the sound of shuffling papers and chairs. Dino Topmaler walked in, his sharp eyes scanning the room with that calm but unmistakable authority that made even the loudest of personalities fall silent. He set his tablet on the front desk and adjusted his black tracksuit jacket. I see we're in good spirits this morning, he said dryly, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. That's good. I like it when he... Beside him, the analyst chimed in. Absolutely. Frankfurt are flying high at the moment, coming off that brilliant Europa League performance midweek. And all eyes, once again, will be on Lukas Brandt, just 16 years old, and will be reporting for national team duties right after this match. It is unbelievable what he had achieved in such little time. I think it will be nigh impossible to maintain the standards he has set for himself, but the Eintracht Frankfurt faithful and even most neutrals will hope he can continue giving us the spectacle he has provided so far this season. Yes, and it's no surprise that clubs all over the continent are already keeping their eye on him. The news of a 115 million euros proposal for Bayern Munich is not far-fetched. In the current market, and his profile, I think he's worth even more than that. It will be a major coup for any club that's able to take him away from Eintracht Frankfurt at that price. The camera zoomed in on Lucas as the teams lined up in the tunnel. He looked calm, almost serene, with a short-sleeved black and red shirt tucked neatly, white Puma boots gleaming, and his eyes focused straight ahead. Behind him, Götze gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Eintracht Frankfurt lining up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. The commentator continued. Koa in goal, Christensen, Koch, Tuta, and Brown at the back. Skiri and Hodgland sitting just ahead of them. And that attacking trio, Bahoya on the left, Lukas Brandt through the middle, and Götze on the right, all supporting Hugo Ekitike up top. Plenty of creativity there, the analyst added. Brandt's ability to drift between the lines has been key to Frankfurt's recent form. Bochum will have their hands full trying to contain him. The teams walked out to applause as the referee led them to the center circle. The captains shook hands, Trapp exchanging a quick word with his opposite number, before everyone took their positions. The whistle pierced the air. For Bochum, Marwin Horn stood between the posts, shielded by a trio of defenders, Orman, Orditz, and Medic, forming a solid, physical backline. The width came from Paslak on the right and Wittek on the left, both wingbacks instructed to press high when in possession. In midfield, Barrow, Sissoko, and Kraus made up a hard-working trio, tasked with crowding Frankfurt's creators and breaking up their rhythm. Up front, the pace and power of Hoffmann and Masuras were Bochum's main weapons on the break. Bochum kicked off, the ball rolling across the lush green surface, and the match was underway. The game started at a lively tempo, the ball zipping between blue and red shirts as both sides fought to take early control. Frankfurt's passing was crisp, patient, probing, the kind of football Dino Topmaler had been preaching all season. By the 5th minute, they began to find rhythm. Frankfurt looking dangerous here, said the commentator as the ball reached Mario Götze in the middle of the pitch. Götze received it on the half-turn and instantly spotted Lucas drifting between Barrow and Sissoko. The veteran slipped a neat pass into space, and Lucas, with a delicate first touch, let the ball roll across his body, opening up the field ahead of him. There's that movement again from Brandt. He's just so clever in those pockets. Lucas drove forward, drawing Orditz out of the back line before flicking a disguised pass to Ekitike at the top of the box. Ekitike held off Orman with a feint, returning the ball with a quick back heel that found Lucas breaking through. Oh, that's Silky from Frankfurt, the commentator shouted as Lucas surged past Medic. He steadied himself and went for goal from 15 yards, curling low toward the far corner. The crowd held its breath, but the shot bent just wide of the post. Oh, that's close. Brilliant build-up play. Götze, Ekitike, and the young Lukas Brandt right at the heart of it, said the analyst. That's football straight out of the training ground. You can see the confidence flowing through this side. Lucas grimaced slightly, clapped his hands once, and jogged back, exchanging a thumbs-up with Ekitike. The message was clear. They were just warming up. 10 minutes later, Frankfurt's patience paid off. It began with Skiri winning a loose ball in midfield, sliding it to Lucas near the halfway line. The teenager was instantly pressed by Kraus, but he turned sharply, letting the ball roll past his right foot before cutting inside. Lovely turn by Brandt. He's left Kraus for dead. With space ahead, Lukas threaded a perfectly weighted ball between Orditz and Paslak to Ekatike, who ghosted behind the defense. Ekatike took one touch, lifted his head, and rolled it square to the left side of the box, where Bahoya was charging in unmarked. Bahoya, still Bahoya. The winger opened his body and whipped a gorgeous shot that curled into the top right corner, kissing the underside of the crossbar on its way in. Goal. What a strike from Bahoya. Great play from Eintracht Frankfurt. They have been in front since kickoff, and their dominance has been rewarded. The Frankfurt bench erupted, and Topmaler punched the air. Lukas didn't celebrate wildly. He just pointed toward Bahoya, then to Ekatike. Something like this won't be visible in the statistic, as he wouldn't get the goal nor the assist, but these were times where his usefulness to his team shone the brightest. Chapter 145, Close. Lukas, meanwhile, drifted in and out of pockets between the lines, dictating the play whenever the ball found him. His quick turns and calm passes helped keep control, frustrating the home side's attempts to press. Frankfurt seemed to be managing the game now, one of the commentators noted. They're not forcing things, just keeping possession and killing the crowd's momentum after that opening goal. There were a few half chances toward the end of the half, a long-range strike from Barrow that Trapp caught comfortably, and a header from Ekatike that went just wide, but nothing that truly threatened to change the scoreline. The home fans grew restless. Every misplaced pass or wasted cross drew groans and whistles. Frankfurt didn't mind. They were in control. After a final spell of patient passing along the back line, the referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle for halftime. Halftime, VfL Bochum 0-1 Eintracht Frankfurt. The players jogged off the pitch, the away, and singing loudly behind them. Lukas gave Ekatike a light tap on the shoulder as they headed down the tunnel, both of them smiling. It wasn't a perfect half, but it was efficient, and it was theirs. Inside the dressing room, Topmaler's tone was calm. A few tactical reminders, a word on keeping focus, and that was all. Everyone knew the job wasn't done yet. As they re-emerged for the second half, the late afternoon sun was dipping behind the stands, painting the Ruhrstadion in shades of amber and shadow. The crowd was loud again, hopeful that their team could fight back. The referee checked both goalkeepers, took one last look around, and raised a whistle to his lips. Fui! The second half kicked off with Frankfurt leading by a single goal. The away supporters were in full voice, urging their team to finish the job. Second half underway here in Bochum. Eintracht Frankfurt with a narrow 1-0 lead courtesy of Hugo Ekatike's first half strike. But Bochum are a dangerous side, especially at home. You can feel that pressure building already. Bochum came out with intent. Their forwards pressed higher, forcing Trapp to go long more than he would have liked. The midfield battle was getting scrappy, with Stoger dictating play for the hosts. Frankfurt tried to slow things down, but Bochum were having none of it. Then came the moment of brilliance that silenced the Ruhrstadion. 48th minute. Skiri intercepted a loose pass in midfield and quickly laid it off to Bahoya, who turned and found Ekatike dropping deep. Ekatike nudged it to Bahoya again, who switched the ball to Buta on the right flank. Buta saw Bahoya's forward run, but instead rolled it square for Bahoya to continue the play. Eintracht patiently working it around. Buta Bahoya, Skiri, and now it's back with Ekatike. They're looking for an opening. Ekatike spotted Bahoya darting into space down the left and threaded a pass between defenders. Bahoya got to it first, cut inside, and squared for Lukas Brandt, who was waiting just outside the box. He took one touch forward and smashed it with his right foot. Lukas Brandt. That's flying OH. Off the crossbar. But it's fallen for Ekatike. 2-0 Eintracht Frankfurt. The teenager denied by the bar, but Ekatike was there to clean it up. Frankfurt doubled their lead. The Frankfurt bench erupted. Bahoya ran straight to Lukas, grabbing his shoulders and shouting something in disbelief. That could easily have been the goal of the night. Bochum's defense looked rattled. The crossbar was still shaking. Lukas just smiled, shaking his head slightly as Ekatike pointed at him during the celebration. Everyone knew who'd made that goal happen. After the restart, Bochum tried to claw their way back. They pushed forward aggressively, and Frankfurt were pinned deep for stretches of the next 15 minutes. Lukas had to drop back several times to help Christensen on the right. He wasn't just attacking. He was defending, orchestrating, shouting instructions. By the 62nd minute, Bahoya was subbed off for Ansgar Knopf, who immediately took up position on the right wing. Lukas drifted into a slightly central role, linking up between the lines. Here's the young man again, Lukas Brandt. You just feel like something happens every time he gets the ball, don't you? He picked up possession near the halfway line, Stoger closing him down. A quick feint, a drag back, and Stoger was left facing the wrong direction. Lukas skipped past two more, Osterhage and Losilla, before cutting inside onto his left. The crowd gasped. Brandt still going, look at the balance. He's gliding past blue shirts like they're cones, still Brandt. Into the box. Tries to curl it, saved. Brilliant stop by Riemann. The rebound was cleared, but the stadium buzzed with energy. Even home fans applauded that run. He might not have scored, but that was special. A real glimpse of what this kid can do. He just carved through half the team. Time ticked on. The game was still open, but Frankfurt looked in control. Then came the 74th minute, the move that sealed the points. Lukas received the ball on the right flank, just inside Bochum's half. He looked up, saw Knopf making a diagonal run behind Wittek, and knew exactly what to do. Brandt with space to run into, skips past one. Lovely footwork to beat Osterhage again. Still going. Now the through ball. That's perfection. Knopf is in. Knopf took in stride, raced in the box, and cut it back toward the penalty spot. Skiri arrived late and struck first time. Skiri, 3-0 Eintracht Frankfurt. That's stunning. What a move. Brandt to Knopf to Skiri, pure precision football. The Frankfurt players mobbed Skiri as Lukas jogged over with a grin. He didn't score. He didn't assist officially, but his fingerprints were all over it. Every spark in the attack traced back to him. Moments later, Topmaler made the change. Lukas off for Uzen in the 75th minute. The young midfielder left the pitch to a chorus of applause from both sets of fans. Even the home supporters knew they had just seen something special. Substitution for Eintracht Frankfurt. Number 49, Lukas Brandt, replaced by number 16, Ken Uzen. What a shift from the youngster tonight. He's been everywhere. Bochum kept pushing, and they were rewarded late on. In the 88th minute, a corner was swung in from the right, headed down, and Hoffmann reacted quickest to poke it past trap. Bochum pulled one back. 1-3 with just minutes to go. But it was too little, too late. Frankfurt held firm through stoppage time. Full time. VfL Bochum 1-3 Eintracht Frankfurt. An excellent away performance from Eintracht Frankfurt. Goals from Ekatike, Skiri, and that crossbar-shaking effort from Lukas Brandt leading to the second. That's what made the difference tonight. The commentator rounded up. Down on the pitch, Lukas smiled as he high-fived Ekatike and Knopf. He hadn't been on the score sheet, but everyone could feel it. The game had his mark everywhere. Together, they applauded the away fans who had traveled to support them. After this win, Eintracht Frankfurt had amassed 50 points and remained 3 points behind Leverkusen. Bayern had 62 points and were already running away with the title, but a place in the Champions League as well as a Europa League trophy were still up for grabs, and Lukas was adamant on pushing his team over the finish line. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The ride back to Frankfurt was calm, the kind of quiet that came after a satisfying win. A few players were chatting at the back of the bus, their laughter breaking through the hum of the engine every now and then, while most others scrolled through their phones or watched clips of the match on the team tablets. Lukas sat halfway down the aisle, by the window, headphones on, but no music playing. The city lights from passing towns flickered across his face as he leaned against the glass, thinking. He could still picture the ball rattling off the bar before Ekatike tapped it in. Close, too close. He wanted that one. Across the aisle, Koch stretched his legs and turned toward him. You really can't sit still after a game, can you? Lukas smiled faintly. Just replaying stuff in my head. Let me guess, Koch said, taking a sip from his water bottle. The one that hit the bar? Yeah. Lukas replied with a quiet laugh. It should have gone in. Relax. You created it. That's what matters, Koch said, leaning back. Besides, the rebound went in. You can still claim half a goal. Half a goal doesn't show up on the stats, Lukas said, shaking his head. Chapter 146. Lots of plans. Koch chuckled. You've got time to get as many as you want. You've been brilliant these past few weeks. They sat in silence for a bit after that. The road outside dark except for the soft orange glow from the streetlights. The bus turned onto the final stretch toward Frankfurt, the familiar skyline faintly visible in the distance. So, Koch said after a while, you're heading to camp tomorrow too, right? Yeah. National teams meeting up at the DFB complex, Lukas replied. Morning session. Koch nodded. Same here. I'll drive there from home. Want me to swing by and pick you up? Sure, that'd be great. Dad's busy tomorrow anyway. All right then, Koch said. I'll text you when I'm leaving. Around 9-ish. Cool, Lukas said, smiling. Guess we'll make our grand entrance together. Koch laughed. You mean your grand entrance? You're the one everyone wants to see now. Yeah, Lukas replied, trying not to grin but failing. The bus slowed a little as they entered Frankfurt. Some of the players were already gathering their bags, and the soft murmur of conversation filled the air again. Lukas leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes for a moment as he thought about what tomorrow would bring. New faces, new expectations, another step forward. The lights of the city grew brighter through the window. Another game done. Another night on the road home. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, a knock rattled through Lukas's apartment door, dragging him out of a half-dream. He squinted at the clock. 6:03 a.m. He groaned, buried his face in the pillow for a second, then sat up. The knock came again, sharper this time. He shuffled to the door in his hoodie and joggers. Hair, still a mess. When he opened it, he blinked at the sight. Marco stood there, far too awake for that hour, with Carla, his ever-efficient assistant, beside him. Both smiling like this was completely normal. Between them sat a large suitcase. "Good morning, superstar," Marco said casually. "You're up early." "I wasn't," Lukas muttered, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" Carla rolled the suitcase inside, before he could even ask. "We brought your wardrobe for the national camp," she said, already unzipping it. Marco stepped past him and looked around the apartment. "We figured you shouldn't show up dressed like a guy who just crawled out of the training ground." "I wasn't planning to," Lukas said, though judging by his current hoodie, even he wasn't convinced. Carla had already started laying out clothes on the bed, one outfit after another, crisp and perfectly folded. A cream overshirt over beige trousers and white low tops. A black turtleneck under a charcoal jacket with subtle metal detailing. A navy bomber jacket over a white shirt and light jeans that looked effortless but expensive. Lukas whistled softly. "You sure I'm reporting to the national team and not a fashion show?" Marco smirked. "There's no reason you can't look good doing both." Carla smiled without looking up. That one, she pointed at the turtleneck and jacket combo, was inspired by Wisdom K on TikTok. Lukas tilted his head. "Wait, I think I know that guy." Carla laughed. "Of course you do. You're on TikTok more than you admit." He tried on the outfit anyway, and when he stepped out of the bathroom a few minutes later, both of them looked him over like stylists at a shoot. Marco nodded approvingly. Now that's the look of a player who belongs with the best. Lukas looked in the mirror, adjusting the sleeve, a small grin tugging at his lips. "Guess I'll try not to crease it before breakfast." "Speaking of breakfast, I could use some myself." "How about you, Carla?" Marco asked his assistant. "Oh no, I'm fine. I packed mine. It's in the car. I'll have it when we get to work," she responded. "It's all right, go bring it. You can eat here. I'll whip up something quick for us," Marco replied as he took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves while Carla left the apartment to go get her breakfast. "Had I known reporting for the national team would make you cook for me, I'd have done it way sooner," Lukas said with a grin as he sat down on his couch. "What do you know? Once you debut for the national team, your value skyrockets. Any talks for transfers or salary negotiations now involve a lot more money. I have to make sure my superstar stays well fed." Carla came back in with the breakfast while Marco set up the quick breakfast he had just whipped up with the things and Javi brought a while back, and the trio gathered at the dining table to have breakfast. "So, how are you getting to the DFB campus?" Carla asked in between bites of her bread. "Robin is picking me up in a few hours." "All right, you called up too, huh?" "I'm glad. I was worried I'd have to drop you off with my beat-up Volkswagen," Javi responded. "There's nothing wrong with your car, Marco. Yeah, you're just being nice." "Oh yes, that reminds me. How about getting you a car and maybe a driver until you get your license? I think it'll be more convenient, especially in situations like these." "Do I really need something like that right now? I don't really have a lot of places to go. School and the club are right here. The club bus drives to and from away matches. I could take the Autobahn when I want to go to Darmstadt or any other place in the country for that matter. I don't really see the need," Lukas responded before taking a sip from his glass of milk. "Luke, you're turning into a huge star in the country and even in Europe. I don't think you understand just how big you're getting. I don't know if it's a good idea for you to take the train alone. Anything can happen. Let's just get you a car. Nothing fancy. The driver could even give you lessons when you want to learn," Marco gave his counterargument. Lukas thought for a minute about what Marco had said and gradually found himself agreeing with his agent. He always tried to cover up his face when using public transportation so he wouldn't be recognized, and sometimes it works, but sometimes he's not so lucky and ends up taking selfies or signing the odd autograph when he's recognized. Although the experience so far has been nice, there's no guarantee it's going to stay that way. You never know when you might run into the crazy fan that could end up doing something unimaginable when they recognize a 16-year-old star on his own. "I guess that won't hurt," he finally responded after contemplation. "Yeah, so what kind of car do you like? Something flashy?" "Nah, not really. Something elegant, but not flashy. And not too expensive either. Like an Audi A7 Sportback." "So you already had the car in mind, but you first had to act like you didn't want one, huh?" "I mean, if I had to pick, I always knew what I'd go for," Lukas said with a smile as he completed his meal and started clearing the table. "No problem. I will have everything prepared, and I'll inform you." "Thanks, Marco. It's my job. By the way, you remember that meeting with Bayern officials I told you about? I have set up the meeting in Dortmund after the match against Italy," Marco said as he finished his breakfast. "After the match? Same day? I already have a meeting. My dad and I are meeting with his parents that day." "Oh, really? I didn't know that." "All right, then. I will push it back a day. They are eager to meet. If you can set up the meeting, then I'll meet them. For how the meeting will go, however, I can't make any promises there. A meeting is all they need. Don't worry, you don't have to make any commitments." "All right, then. Also, the Puma shoot has been rescheduled since you were called up for the first team. It will be done a day after the home game against Italy. Don't worry, I've gotten permission from the club. We'll leave for Herzogenaurach right after the game." Since it's close by, I'll see if the people from Bayern can meet us there after your shoot. It's really going to be a long break, isn't it? Lukas asked, already feeling tired from the amount of things he needed to do in the free time right after the international break. Don't think too much about it now. We gotta go. Make sure you get pictures for your social media taken at the DFB campus. I know it's going to be weird at first, but try to get acquainted with the other players as quickly as possible, Marco said as he gathered his things to leave together with Carla. I will. Bye. Chapter 147. Campus. Marco walked and stopped by the door. Let me know if you need anything. Sure thing. Just go, I will. Carla, please take him away. The duo waved to Lukas before closing the door. Oh, finally. What's the time? 7:11. I can get an hour's sleep before I have to prepare, Lukas said as he set an alarm for an hour's time on his phone, plopped down on his couch, and fell back asleep. Lukas's phone buzzed violently on the table beside the couch. At first, it blended into his dream, a faraway vibration that sounded like an engine idling. Then the ringtone cut sharply through the quiet. He jolted awake, heart skipping. The light streaming through the curtains was brighter than it should have been. He reached for his phone and squinted at the screen. Rob calling. Oh, crap. He sat up quickly and rubbed his eyes before answering. Rob. Morning, Your Highness. Coke's voice came through, half amused. You alive in there? I've been outside for 5 minutes. Lukas glanced at the time and his stomach dropped. 9:15 a.m. No way. I swear I set an alarm. Well, it probably gave up on you, Coke replied, laughing. Get moving, we're gonna be late. I'm sorry, man. 2 minutes. Lukas ended the call and bolted upright. He dashed into the bathroom, splashing water on his face before running back to the living room. His hair was a mess, but there was no time to fix that. He threw open the suitcase Marco and Carla had brought earlier that morning and scanned through the outfits. He paused at one that immediately caught his eye. The one Carla had said was inspired by Wisdom K. A cream wool turtleneck tucked neatly into tailored black trousers, held with a thin brown belt that matched the polished Chelsea boots sitting beside it. Over it went a long, dark camel overcoat, the fabric smooth and clean. The outfit was simple, timeless, exactly the kind of elegance that turned heads quietly rather than demanded attention. He looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, definitely looks like a fashion show, he muttered, brushing down the coat. His phone buzzed again, a text from Coke. Bro? Coming. Lukas grabbed his duffel bag, tossed in some essentials, and sprinted for the door. He barely managed to lock it before dashing down the hallway. When he opened the passenger door of Coke's car, the defender just shook his head. Nice of you to join us, model boy. Coke teased, smirking. Hey, at least I look awake, Lukas shot back, grinning as he buckled up. The drive through Frankfurt was short, the morning sun cutting clean shadows through the streets as the car hummed along. They barely spoke. The silence was comfortable, each of them mentally switching from club mode to national duty. Soon, the sleek white car turned into the DFB campus driveway. The massive glass building reflected the morning light, the German flag fluttering gently at the entrance. Coke parked and turned to Lukas with a grin. Welcome to camp, superstar. Lukas stepped out, adjusting his coat as the cool autumn air brushed against his face. A few other players were already arriving, exchanging laughs and handshakes by the entrance. He took a deep breath and smiled to himself. Lukas stepped out the car and slung his little backpack over his shoulder. Coke followed suit, and the duo walked to the entrance. Bravo! A voice called out to Coke from behind. Lukas and Coke both turned around to see who it was. It was Nico Schlotterbeck walking with Adeyemi. The four players exchanged greetings with daps and side-hugged for a brief moment. The man of the moment, Schlotterbeck said as he shook Lukas's hand. I try. Lukas responded with a smile as he took his hand firmly. No signs of nerves. Yo, Nico, don't injure our star man. Top Mahler will skin me alive if I bring him back with even a hair on his head missing, Coke said jokingly. I still remember your tackle from that game, he added. Come on, that was such a long time ago. I already sent my apologies. We cool, right? Schlotterbeck asked Lukas. What tackle? I don't remember any of that. So of course we're cool, Lukas responded, feigning ignorance. Maybe I'll have to jog your memory when we get on the training ground. I'll expect nothing less from you. All right, enough. Let's go in. We might be late already, Adeyemi said, urging the boys in. As the four of them walked into the sleek glass doors of the DFB campus, they were greeted by the calm buzz of staff and players checking in. The building smelled faintly of coffee and new fabric, that crisp, clean scent that always came with national duty. Welcome, gentlemen, a woman in a DFB tracksuit said from behind the reception desk. She handed each of them a key card. Your rooms are ready. Coke, Schlotterbeck, and Adeyemi. You're all in Block B, second floor. Brandt. She paused to double-check her list. You're in Block C, room 112. Separate from us? Coke asked, glancing at Lukas. The receptionist smiled. He's been grouped with someone else. Musiala requested a room with him. Lukas blinked. Musiala? Yeah, she replied. handing him the card with a polite nod. He's already up there. The others gave him a few playful smirks. Well, looks like you're already moving up in the world, Adeyemi teased. Relax, Lukas said, rolling his eyes with a grin. See you guys in a bit. He walked down the hallways, his shoes clicking lightly against the polished floor. The walls were decorated with framed photos, moments of Germany's footballing history, from World Cup glory to Nations League nights. It felt surreal to be part of that lineage now. He finally reached room 112 and knocked lightly before swiping his keycard. Come in, came a familiar voice. Lukas stepped inside and saw Jamal Musiala sitting on the edge of his bed, tying his sneakers. The room was spacious, 2 single beds, each side neatly arranged. Musiala's kit had already been laid out on his bed, along with his training gear and national team jacket. On Lucas's side, his kit was also ready, the number 21 on the shirt catching his eye. Hey man, Musiala said, standing up and smiling. Welcome to the national team. Congrats on being the youngest call-up ever. Crazy stuff for real. It's unreal even when I think about it, Lukas replied, shaking his hand. Thanks, Jamal. Guess I made enough noise to end up here. Musiala chuckled. Definitely did. They gave you 21, huh? Nice number. Means they already rate you. Lukas dropped his bag by the bed and looked around. This is insane, man. I still can't believe I'm here. Musiala walked over to the wardrobe and opened one of the doors. Your training kit's in here. They've got everything sorted. Breakfast probably still on if you're hungry. Nah, I'm good, Lukas said, glancing at the wall clock. Don't want to be that guy who eats right before training. Smart, Musiala said with a grin. We've got a meeting soon anyway. Probably introductions and stuff. Right on cue, a knock came on the door, followed by a staff member saying, Meeting room in 5 minutes, gentlemen. The two exchanged looks and headed down together. The meeting room was bright and modern, with rows of chairs set up facing a projector screen that displayed the DFB logo. Most of the squad was already there, chatting quietly until the room fell silent as Julian Nagelsmann entered. He stood at the front, wearing a fitted black tracksuit with the German badge on the chest. Morning, everyone, he began, his tone firm but welcoming. It's good to see familiar faces and a couple of new ones. His eyes briefly landed on Lukas and Jan Bisek, who sat 2 rows apart. We've had a busy weekend of league football, so I appreciate you all being here sharp and ready. He paused for a moment, looking around the room. This week will be tight. It's Monday, and we're flying to Italy on Wednesday evening. We'll train today, twice tomorrow, and have our tactical session Wednesday morning before the flight. We play Thursday night, and as always, we go there to win, not to experiment. A few players nodded. The tone was serious but motivational. Before we move on, Nagelsmann continued. Let's welcome our 2 new additions. He turned slightly and gestured toward Bisek. Why don't you start us off? Bisek stood. Jon Bisek, Inter Milan. Defender. Nice to meet you all. A few players smiled or clapped softly, respectful, encouraging. Then Lukas stood up, keeping his composure despite the dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him. Hey everyone. I'm Lukas Brandt, Eintracht Frankfurt. 16 years old. It's an honor to be here, and I'll do my best to make sure this isn't my last time in this room. The room went pin drop, silent instantly. Chapter 148, Fitness. He's 16? That's crazy, someone whispered from the back, breaking the silence as the rest of the players started applauding. Where were you playing when you were 16? I was playing for the under-16s. A few players chuckled at the whispers as Lukas sat down quietly. Don't mind them. They always like to tease new call-ups. They did it to me too. Once we're on the training ground, everyone is friendly, Musiala said as Lukas sat down. Nah, it's okay. I know how it is, Lukas responded. He was completely unbothered as it wasn't really a big deal. Good, Nagelsmann said, nodding approvingly. Glad to have both of you with us. Welcome to the family. He tapped the projector remote, bringing up the schedule slide. All right, fitness check-in 45 minutes. Then training. Light recovery session for those who played yesterday, technical work for the rest. Lunch at 1, video session at 3, and we finished the day with a close scrimmage at 5. Clear. A collective yes, coach, came from the room. Perfect, Nagelsmann said, clapping his hands once. Let's get to work. As everyone began to rise, Lukas felt Musiala nudge him slightly. Welcome to the big stage, he said with a grin. Lukas just smiled back. Feels good to be here. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The corridor outside the medical wing smelled faintly of antiseptic and new equipment. A few players were lounging on the benches, chatting idly while waiting for their turns. Angelo Stiller had just come out, towel draped around his neck and water bottle in hand, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Your turn, Brandt, he said with a grin as he passed Lukas. They're waiting for you in there. Lukas stood up from the bench beside Musiala and Adeyemi, adjusting his training top. Don't stress it, Adeyemi said, half smirking. It's a walk in the park. Just don't faint when they pull out all those wires. Yeah, man, Musiala added. They just test your endurance, reflexes, stuff like that. You'll be fine. Easy for you to say, Lukas muttered, though he was smiling. He took a breath and pushed open the door. Inside, the room was lined with machines, treadmills, stationary bikes, resistance bands, a small table covered in sensors and laptops. Nicholas Dietrich, the athletic coach, stood near the treadmill with a clipboard, while Dr. Johan Hanna, the national team doctor, was beside him, reviewing readings from the previous session. Julian Nagelsmann leaned casually against the counter, watching. Lukas Brandt, Dietrich said, turning toward him with a friendly nod. 16, right? Yes, sir. Good. Let's see what you've got. We'll start simple. Heart rate and VO2. Lukas removed his hoodie and stood still as Dr. Hanna attached small sensors across his chest and arms. The ECG monitor beeped softly as his stats appeared on the screen. Resting heart rate, 38. Hanna noted with a slight raise of his brow. Impressive. Kid's calm. Nagelsmann said from the back of the room. That's a good sign. All right, let's warm him up, Dietrich said. Lukas stepped onto the treadmill, starting at a slow jog. Within minutes, the incline increased and the pace picked up. His breathing stayed even, his stride smooth. The doctor and trainer exchanged glances as the numbers on the monitor kept climbing, in a good way. Heart rate response is excellent, Hanna murmured, barely rising even at this pace. Let's push him, Dietrich said, pressing a button to crank up the incline again. The treadmill whirred louder. Lukas adjusted instantly, leaning slightly forward, his rhythm unfaltering. Sweat formed across his forehead, but his expression stayed calm, focused. After nearly 15 minutes, Dietrich finally tapped the controls to slow it down. Lukas stepped off, breathing hard but composed. Good, the coach said, visibly impressed. That's endurance. Next came the reaction test. Lights flashing across a board, requiring Lukas to tap each one as fast as it appeared. His hands moved like reflexes, barely missing a single light. Reaction time, 0.19 seconds average, Hanna said, glancing at the display. That's on par with our senior forwards. Seriously? Nagelsmann asked, stepping closer. That's elite. Lukas gave a modest shrug, trying not to grin. Then came the vertical jump test. He stood beneath the measurement device, knees slightly bent, and leaped. The bar clicked upward. 61 centimeters, Dietrich read out loud. He's got springs. The final portion was the anaerobic sprint test on a stationary bike. Short, brutal bursts of pedaling at maximum intensity. Lukas gritted his teeth and pushed through each interval, the veins in his arms standing out as the wheels whirred furiously. When it ended, he leaned forward, catching his breath. Dietrich watched the screen, then looked at Hanna. These numbers, the doctor said quietly. VO2 max, heart recovery rate, lactate threshold, all extremely high. At 16, Nagelsmann folded his arms, smiling slightly. He really is special. Lukas looked up, chest still heaving slightly. So how'd I do? Dietrich laughed. If I didn't know better, I'd say you've been training for triathlon. You passed every threshold with flying colors. Really, Hanna said, removing the sensors. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You're in exceptional condition, even for this level. As Lukas put his hoodie back on, Nagelsmann clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Good work, Brandt. You're making a strong first impression. Thank you, coach. He walked out of the room to find Musiala and Adeyemi waiting. So, Adeyemi asked immediately, how was it? Lukas grinned, still catching his breath. You guys lied. That was not easy. Yeah, but you smashed it, didn't you? Musiala said with a knowing look. Maybe, Lukas replied, trying to sound modest. They looked kind of shocked. Welcome to the club, Adeyemi said, patting him on the back. Guess the hype's real. I can't exactly let them know it was a breeze, though, can I? That would seem too suspicious, Lukas thought as the three players walked out of the corridor. The test had been nothing difficult, as he was able to push himself way harder than the tests ever could because of his training in the LTC. Something he never missed a day of. At no point during the testing was he ever out of breath, but he figured it would be raised eyebrows if he had breezed through the tests at his age. So he did enough to show excellence, but not raise suspicion. Stefan, you're next, Lukas said as he walked past Ortega. Thanks, the goalkeeper responded and headed to the training room. So where to now? The pitch, Adeyemi asked. Nah, recovery. I played yesterday, Lukas responded. Asterisk. The sun had begun to climb higher above the DFB campus, spreading a soft golden hue across the pristine training pitches. Most of the squad were already deep into their technical drills, rondos, one-touch passing patterns, and shooting circuits, the familiar thuds of the ball echoing in rhythm. Lukas and Koch had just finished their recovery session indoors, having played over 70 minutes the previous day for Frankfurt. The ice bath and stretching routine had left Lukas feeling refreshed, though still a little heavy in the legs. As they stepped out toward the pitch, both dressed in light training gear, the crisp morning air hit their faces. Feeling good? Koch asked as they walked side by side. Yeah, Lukas said, rolling his shoulders. Could use a ball, though. As they approached the training area, a few players noticed them. Kimmich, standing on the far side near the halfway line, caught sight of Lukas. A playful smirk crept across his face. Without saying a word, Kimmich gestured toward him, then took 2 small steps back and struck the ball, a perfectly driven long pass that sliced through the air and began to dip just before reaching Lukas. Lukas's eyes lifted. He didn't move an inch from where he stood. He just waited, calm and composed. As the ball dropped, he stretched his right leg slightly to the side and angled his foot outward. The contact was perfect. Thud! The ball softened against his boot and dropped gently in front of him, rolling no more than a few centimeters. A murmur of surprise rippled across the field. A few heads turned. Even the assistant coaches exchanged glances. "Oh, okay then," Sane shouted, grinning wide. "One more time." He jogged a few paces back, motioned to Lukas with his hand, and then launched another long ball. This one higher, faster, and spinning wickedly. Lukas shifted slightly, chest open, eyes tracking the ball all the way down. He didn't break focus, timed it perfectly, and leaned back just enough. The ball landed against his chest with a dull smack, and he cushioned it down so softly it almost looked rehearsed. The ball dropped dead at his feet. The pitch erupted with laughter and cheers. "Brew, what was that?" Sane shouted, jogging toward him with an incredulous smile. "Just luck," Lukas said with a small shrug, though there was a hint of pride in his grin. "Luck, he says," Kimmich muttered, shaking his head as he approached. "Nah, that was pure touch." Musiala jogged past, laughing. "You're not supposed to show off on your first day, man." Chapter 149, Media. Lukas chuckled and gave a light tap to the ball, rolling it back toward Kimmich. "Guess I'll save the rest for training." "Good idea," Koch added with a smirk. "Otherwise, they'll all think you're trying to take their spots already." As they joined the rest of the group, the energy felt lighter, buzzing with the kind of excitement that follows something effortlessly cool. Even the coaches smiled as they resumed the drills, but it was clear that Lukas Brandt had just made another quiet statement. He belonged here. A sharp whistle cut through the light chatter on the training pitch. Julian Nagelsmann strode onto the grass, clipboard under his arm, with the rest of the staff following behind him. "All right, everyone," he called out. "Pair up. We're doing 1v1s and then finishing drills. Defenders, rotate every few minutes. Attackers, be sharp." The players spread out, murmuring and stretching. Lukas found himself paired with Schlotterbeck, who flashed him a crooked grin. "Guess it's time to jog your memory," he said, referencing their earlier joke in the hallway. "Let's see if you can catch me first," Lukas replied, smiling as he placed the ball at his feet. At the whistle, Lukas feinted right and then dragged the ball left using the sole of his boot. Schlotterbeck lunged, but Lukas was already past him. A burst of speed carried him into the box. The grass flicked water into the air with every step as he shifted his weight and sent Ortega diving the wrong way before calmly slotting the ball into the far corner. "Too easy," Adeyemi shouted from the sideline, clutching his ribs from laughing. "Bro, did you even try to defend that?" Sane yelled at Schlotterbeck, doubled over. Lukas jogged backward, grinning, before pointing at the DFB camera crew nearby. "You got that, yeah?" he asked, half laughing. The cameraman gave him a thumbs up, still filming. Schlotterbeck shook his head, smiling despite himself. "You're lucky this isn't match day." "Maybe," Lukas said, bouncing the ball back to him, "but that looked like match day form to me." After another round of 1v1s and finishing drills, Nagelsmann blew his whistle again. "All right, that's enough for this block. Great work, everyone," he said as he turned to Lukas, who was sitting on the ground. "Brandt, Andrich, Lewelling, head to the media room. You got interviews." The players grabbed water bottles and made their way off the field. Lukas pulled his jacket over his training top and followed the staff through a corridor lined with framed photos of German legends. The media room was brightly lit, a small space with DFB banners along the walls and several cameras already set up. A few journalists and crew members arranged microphones and checked lighting. When Lukas sat down, one of the staff clipped a mic to his collar. Across from him sat a woman in her 30s with a warm smile and a stack of cue cards in her hand. "Lukas, thank you for joining us," she began as the camera light blinked red. "First off, congratulations. Youngest player ever called up to the German national team, youngest Bundesliga goalscorer, and the player of the month for January. That's quite the resume for someone who just turned 16. "Thank you," Lukas said politely, his hands folded in his lap. She leaned forward slightly. "You've taken the football world by storm in such a short span. Fans are curious. How does it all feel? The rise, the attention, the expectations." He gave a small, thoughtful smile. "It's surreal, honestly. I'm grateful, but I try to stay focused on improving every day." She nodded, then looked at her next card. "Many are also wondering about your journey, how a player this talented seemed to appear out of nowhere. You never represented Germany at the youth level, and suddenly, you're in the senior squad. Tell us." She paused, letting the question hang as the camera zoomed in slightly. How did that happen? Lukas looked at the camera before turning to the woman interviewing him. As you know, I came through the Eintracht Frankfurt Academy in Riederwald. That's public knowledge. But what is less known is that I spent almost a decade at the SV Darmstadt Academy. I joined the academy right after we won the World Cup in 2014 and was there until I was ultimately released around June last year. Really? Yeah. I played as a full-back for most of my time with the Darmstadt Academy. The woman and the others in the media room looked surprised. Although they tried to keep their voices low not to disturb the recording, murmurs spread. He was dropped from the academy around June last year. Less than a year later, he's called up to the national team. Imagine how the management at Darmstadt would feel. Lukas didn't listen to the whispers as he continued telling his story to the surprised interviewer. He kept it simple. He explained how he was never good enough to catch the DFB's attention while at the Darmstadt Academy. So it was no surprise that he wasn't called to represent Germany at any youth level. Of course, he did not mention TT or the LTC or his rebirth. He might be locked up in an insane asylum if he did. He just explained how everything clicked when he joined the Riederwald Academy and his position was moved up the pitch. It's not been easy so far, but it's been worth it, and I hope to keep pushing for more in the future. Thanks for sharing your story with us, Lukas. I'm sure this will inspire many kids with dreams like yours. Congratulations on your call-up, and good luck on your debut in Italy. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'll get any playing time, though. That's up to the coach. They both stood and shook hands once more. Don't worry, I'll edit out that last part if you don't make your debut in the first leg. The interview will be released after that match, she said to encourage Lukas. Well, I guess I'll have to do my best not to make your work too difficult then, Lukas replied with a smile. That would be much appreciated, she said as they both laughed before Lukas stepped out of the media room. This is the kind of backstory that makes for the perfect superstar, isn't it? A man asked as he approached the woman, who was still looking through the door Lukas had just left. Tell me about it. From academy dropout to national team debut in less than a year? They don't write stories like this anymore. Well, we should hope he replicates his club form for the national team. If he does, this could be huge, the man said. Oh, don't worry about that. He definitely will, the woman replied, smiling. You can see it in his eyes. Chapter 150, rapport, JT. The next morning dawned clear over the DFB campus, a sharp contrast to the drizzle of the previous days. The grass shimmered under the morning light, trimmed perfectly, the white lines freshly marked. From the technical area, Nagelsmann and his assistants were already setting cones and mannequins while the players jogged onto the pitch in two contrasting bibs, blue and yellow. It was time for the 60-minute 11 versus 11 in-house match. On the blue team were Ortega in goal, Bissek Koch, Rom, and Time defense, Stiller and Goretzka anchoring the midfield, Gro Lukas, Musiala ahead of them, and Undav leading the line. Opposite them, in yellow bibs, were Baumann in goal, Kimmich, Mittelstadt, Rudiger, Schlotterbeck at the back, Andrich sitting deep, Adeyemi, Luling Sane, Burkhardt, and Kleindienst forming a fluid, attacking shape. From the first whistle, it was chaotic. The yellow team pressed aggressively, snapping into tackles and closing every passing lane. Lukas found himself smothered between Andrich and Kimmich more than once, forced to recycle the ball backwards. Rom's attempted pass to Gro was intercepted by Rudiger, who started a counterattack that ended with Kleindienst forcing a sharp save from Ortega. Lukas followed behind Kimmich and Musiala, pulling his suitcase as camera flashes went off in every direction. This was his first experience on this scale. The chaos, the noise, and the pressure were both thrilling and overwhelming. On the bus, the mood lightened. Welcome to Milan, Bissek said with a dry laugh, glancing out the tinted window. They really love us here. Love's one word for it, Adeyemi replied, smirking. The team went straight to their hotel, a sleek 5-star tower overlooking the city's old rooftops. As they got off the bus, staff guided them through a side entrance to avoid the waiting crowd of fans outside. Lukas looked back once. He could still hear the chanting through the glass. Later that evening, as the sun set over Milan, they reached the San Siro for their open training session. The floodlights were already on, lighting up the massive stands. The size of the stadium seemed to echo with history. Every step they took felt significant. Lukas paused as he stepped onto the pitch, his eyes wandering up to the steep terraces. It's huge, he muttered. Bissek, walking next to him, smiled knowingly. It feels even bigger when it's full. I still remember my first time here after joining Inter. The noise shakes you. You can't even hear your own teammates. Musiala jogged a few steps ahead, spinning a ball on his finger. Wait till you play a Champions League night here, he said, turning back to Lukas. It's like the air is electric. You'll see. Kimmich joined in, stretching as he looked around. Yeah, the atmosphere is different. You can feel the history. The banners, the smoke, the roar. You walk out that tunnel, and it's like the whole world's watching. Lukas listened quietly, taking it all in. He tried to imagine what it would be like stepping out to that noise, the anthem playing, the cameras flashing, knowing millions were watching across the world. One day, he thought, looking up at the rafters, one day soon, I'll be walking out here for Champions League night. He smiled faintly as the whistle blew, bringing him back to the present. The session began with sharp passing drills, movement patterns, and finishing sequences under the floodlights. But as the ball zipped from boot to boot across the rain-slick pitch, Lukas couldn't shake the feeling that this moment, right here under the Milan sky, was a glimpse of what was coming. Chapter 151, Levels. The hotel room was quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning and the soft tapping of rain against the window. Milan's skyline shimmered in the distance, the San Siro barely visible through the mist. In the center of the room, a coffee table was cluttered with notebooks, empty mugs, and a tactical board scattered with magnets in red and white. Julian Nagelsmann sat on the edge of the couch, elbows on his knees, studying the board with the same focus he would give a live match. Across from him, Benjamin Gluck and Sandra Wagner were locked in a debate that had been going for the better part of 20 minutes. All right, so we're agreed on the back line, Wagner said, rubbing his forehead. Baumann in goal, Kimmich on the right, Raum on the left, Ta and Rudiger in the middle. Goretzka and Gross sitting behind Buchert up top. The question is still the three behind him. Musiala, Sane, Adeyemi, he continued before leaning back in his chair. They've played together before. They know what to expect in a game like this. It's Italy. It's the San Siro. You want players who've been here, who've heard that noise before. Gluck shook his head slowly. And yet you're leaving out the kid who's been in form for months. Lukas is sharp, confident, and fearless. He's shown he can play anywhere across the front three. If anything, this kind of match is what will build him. You don't thicken steel without fire. Wagner sighed. He's 16, Ben. 16. You don't throw him into the deep end against Italy away. It's not just another game, it's a battlefield. We can't risk burning him out before he even starts. And what? Gluck replied, crossing his arms. Do you think Santa's going to give us that Lukas won't? Jamal's already linking better with Lukas than with anyone else in training. They move the same way, think the same way. It's instinctive. You saw it yesterday. When they play together, everything flows. Flow! Wagner scoffed lightly. It's training, not a match at the San Siro with 50,000 screaming Italians. Experience counts. You can't replicate that. The argument fell into silence for a moment. The rain outside grew heavier, the faint rumble of thunder somewhere in the distance. Nagelsmann hadn't spoken yet. He was still staring at the tactical board, his thumb pressed against his chin. Both assistants turned toward him. Well, Julian? Hubner asked. What do you think? The head coach didn't answer immediately. His eyes moved slowly across the magnets, red for Italy, white for Germany. His gaze stopped at one small white marker labeled L. Brandt sitting just beside Musiala. He leaned back, exhaled softly, and looked up at his assistants. The room fell quiet again. Have you already forgotten what we saw in training today? Nagelsmann asked his assistants, who nodded their head calmly as they recalled what had happened towards the end of their training session a few hours ago. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The training session of the San Siro was beginning to wind down. The sun had long dipped beneath the stands, leaving the floodlights to wash the pitch in their blinding white glow. Players sat scattered across the grass, catching their breath after the last small-sided game. Some lay on their backs, others stretched, while the coaches spoke quietly near the halfway line. Lukas was standing a few yards away, juggling a ball lazily, tap after tap, alternating feet, then his knees, then his head, each touch precise, fluid, unhurried. He wasn't even breaking a sweat. Bro, how are you not tired? Llewellyn asked, sitting cross-legged beside him, still gasping for air. You've been running nonstop for 90 minutes. Lukas shrugged, a faint grin tugging at his lips. I don't know. Maybe I just like running. Before Llewellyn could respond, Sane walked over, spinning a ball in his hand. You like running? Let's see if you like scoring. He nodded toward the far end of the pitch, where a set of free-kick mannequins had been set up earlier. Come on, let's take a few. Lukas dropped the ball and smiled. You're on. Ortega. Sane called out to the goalkeeper, who was chatting with one of the coaches. Come on, man, we need a keeper. Ortega groaned, but jogged over, stretching his gloves. If any of you break my fingers, you're paying for my surgery. The others nearby, Andrich, Goretzka, Kimmich, turned to watch. Even Nagelsmann, standing with Gluck and Wagner, paused their quiet discussion and looked on. Allow me to join, too, Musiala said as he walked over to the group gathered near the spot Sane had selected. Sane went first. His first strike curled beautifully into the top right corner. Ortega rooted to the spot. The second was saved, Ortega diving low to his left, fingertips brushing the ball away. The third bent just wide of the far post. Musiala stepped up next. His first hit the wall dead center, earning a laugh from Sane. Rusty Hunt. Musiala grinned back, then sent the next one perfectly over the mannequins and into the top corner. His third clipped the post and went out. Then it was Lucas's turn. The first strike, with his left foot, arced high over the wall and dipped viciously, landing in the top corner. Ortega got nowhere near it. The thunk of the net drew a small ripple of applause from the players. Okay. Sane shouted, nodding approvingly. Let's see that again. Lucas switched feet, taking the second with his right. This time, the ball stayed low, curving around the wall and skimming just above the turf before tucking neatly inside the bottom corner. Ortega barely moved. Even Rudiger let out a low whistle. That's cold. It reminded him of Bernardo Silva's goal against Real Madrid when they met the previous season. Kimmich crossed his arms and smirked. Kid showing off now. The third was the toughest. Lucas stepped up again, a touch further out. He struck through it cleanly, and the ball rocketed toward the top corner. Ortega, ready this time, sprang a full stretch. His glove met it, just enough to tip it upward, and the ball smacked the crossbar with a thunderous clang before bouncing away. Ortega stayed on his knees, shaking his hand, laughing. You're going to get me injured before Italy even does. That's if I even get the chance to. Nagelsmann turned to Gluck and Wagner, speaking quietly. You see that? He hit all 3 corners. Gluck nodded. Left, right, high. Both feet. He's unreal. Wagner just folded his arms. He's special. No doubt about that. But we'll see if he can do it tomorrow with 60,000 screaming against him. Nagelsmann's eyes lingered on Lucas for a few seconds longer, watching him jog back, smiling faintly as Sane slapped his back. It was a small moment, a friendly challenge at the end of training, but it told him everything he needed to know. Asterisk. While the coaches were arguing whether Lucas was ready to be thrown into the starting lineup in the first team in enemy territory, he was in his room upstairs, fighting a more severe battle of his own. Come on, love. You know I can't answer that honestly. I can tell you what you want to hear, but you're not really going to buy it cause I'm doing the direct opposite of what I'd be saying right now, Lucas said into his phone as he stood up and started pacing around in the room. I asked a simple question. Joanna's voice came through the phone. Would you rather you were not called up to the national team, so you could home and take care of me now that I'm having cramps, or leave me to suffer along if it means you would play for the national team? She asked, trying desperately to suppress her laughter from spilling over. I could have done both, though. If not for your school, I would have brought you with me, so you wouldn't have been alone, and I'd also be with the team. A win-win, right? Right, but that's not the reality. I have to go to school. And that's not even my question. My question was stay with me when I'm not feeling well, or go represent the national team. Ahem. Lucas cleared his throat. Of course, I'd choose to stay with you. Every day of the week. Even if it's a Euros. Even the World Cup. Even if there was a match against aliens, and I was called up to represent Earth. I'd decline it if I knew you were on your period. Ha ha. Ahem. That's what I like to hear. I'll believe you for now. Joanna said, finally letting the laugh out. Yo, I see you're having fun pulling my legs, huh? Lucas asked as he sat down on his bed. Of course I was joking, boo. I'd never make you pick between me and your career, ever. Chapter 152. Kickoff. Please don't scare me like that next time, Lucas said, breathing a sigh of relief. Really though, how are you feeling tonight? He asked, worried. I am feeling better, especially after teasing you, she replied. Lucas lay on his bed, phone pressed to his ear, the dim yellow light from the bedside lamp soft against his face. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the air vent and the occasional murmur of traffic below. Joanna's laughter faded into a sigh on the other end of the line. So how do you feel? She asked softly. Before your debut, I mean. Lucas smiled faintly, running a hand through his hair. Honestly, I don't even know if I'll play. There's so much talent in this squad, and it's Italy we're facing. I might just be watching from the bench. You'll play, Joanna said, her voice warm and certain. Even if you don't, I'm proud of you. You've worked so hard for this, Lucas. 6 months ago, you were playing in front of a few thousand people. Now the whole world's watching. He closed his eyes, a quiet breath leaving him. Thanks, Joe. That means a lot. I'll be watching tomorrow, she said. You better smile at the camera when they show you. He chuckled. You're crazy. Crazy for you. Now go sleep, superstar. Just as they were saying their goodbyes, the door creaked open. Musiala stepped in, towel slung around his neck. He raised an eyebrow, smirking. Ah, so that's the secret. A girlfriend? Lucas put his phone down and grinned. Guilty as charged. Don't tell me you don't have one. Musiala hesitated, scratching his head. I mean, I might. Lucas asked, leaning forward. So if there's someone. Maybe, Musiala replied slyly, walking toward his bed. Name. Musiala grabbed his pillow and threw it lightly at him. Not telling. You didn't tell me yours. Lucas laughed. Touché. For a moment, there was a comfortable silence as Musiala sat by his bed, scrolling through his phone. Then, with a smirk, he said, You know, you look good in red. Red? Lucas asked, feigning ignorance. Bayern red. Come on, You and I on the same team again. Company's building something special. You'd fit right in. Lukas chuckled. I didn't realize you were an agent, Lukas teased. Well, I'm a man of many talents. Or so they say, Musiala replied. Lukas chucked and looked at him for a brief moment. You realize we play the same position, right? One of us would have to sit. Anything for my club, Musiala said, grinning. I'm sure Company would find a way. Just like Nagelsmann will tomorrow. Lukas shook his head with a smile. I'll think about it. Musiala laughed, tossing his phone aside. So nervous? Maybe a little, Lukas admitted. It's the San Siro. You can't not feel something. You'll be fine. Just do what you always do. Make everyone else look like they're moving in slow motion. They both laughed quietly. The lights dimmed soon after, the room falling into stillness. Lukas lay awake for a few minutes longer, staring at the ceiling, his mind calm but alert. Tomorrow could change everything, and he was ready for whatever came next. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The San Siro stood under the floodlights like a cathedral of football. 60,000 fans packed the historic arena, their voices merging into a thunderous hum that rolled across the tiers. The green, white, and red of the Italian flag rippled proudly across one end, while a smaller section of traveling German fans in black, red, and gold waved their flags and sang their chants with defiance. The night sky above Milan glowed faintly orange, heavy with anticipation. The pitch below was immaculate, freshly watered, glistening under the lights. Every step players took seemed to echo the weight of the occasion. It wasn't just another match. It was the UEFA Nations League quarterfinals, first leg. This stadium is electric, Joao said as he adjusted himself on the couch and threw some popcorn in his mouth. Don't chew so loudly, Joanna said as she tried to increase the volume on the TV in his room. Bruh, leave if you're going to complain all night. No one's forcing you to be here. By the way, aren't you supposed to be sick or something? That was just an excuse to get out of chores yesterday, right? I knew it. I don't have the strength to go back and forth with you this night, Joao. Let's watch the match in peace, please. Joao looked at his twin sister, who was clearly not in the mood for his jokes, and gently pushed the bowl with the popcorn in it towards her side of the table. No words were exchanged as Joanna reached for the bowl and took a handful of the snack. It was a family watch-along session of Italy versus Germany. Well, not really. Their parents, Carlos and Sofia, were watching Portugal versus Denmark in the sitting room, as they were Portuguese. But Joao and Joanna insisted on watching Lukas make his debut, so they decided to have their own watching session in Joao's room. The broadcast cut to the booth where the commentator screen was showing the footage from the skyline on the pitch. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a packed San Siro Stadium in Milan, said lead commentator Derek Ray, his voice brimming with energy. It's a mouth-watering matchup tonight. Italy versus Germany, two of Europe's footballing giants, colliding once again under the lights. Beside him, co-commentator Lee Dixon chimed in. Yes, Derek, this is as classic as it gets. You can feel the tension in the air. Both teams are loaded with talent. Both are chasing a place in the semifinals. In this place, it's absolutely electric. The camera is panned over the sea of Italian supporters waving scarves, then down to the tunnel, where players stood ready to walk out. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, Derek continued. The animations came up on the screen. Italy, 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, Gianluigi Donnarumma. Captain, Defenders, Giovanni Di Lorenzo, Alessandro Bastoni, Riccardo Calafiori, Destiny Udoge. Midfielders, Nicolo Barella, Nicolo Ravella, Sandro Tonali. Forwards, Matteo Politano, Moise Kean, Giacomo Raspadori. Luciano Spalletti going with a strong lineup tonight, Lee noted. Tonali and Barella will run that midfield, and they'll need to because this German side is full of players who love to dominate possession. Germany, 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, Oliver Baumann. Defenders, Joshua Kimmich, Jonathan Tah, Antonio Rüdiger, David Raum. Midfielders, Pascal Gross, Leon Goretzka. Attacking midfielders, Leroy Sane, Jamal Musiala, Karim Adeyemi. Striker, Jonathan Burkert. Julian Nagelsmann has stuck with the core group that impressed in the last window, Derek said. And it's an interesting setup, Goretzka and Gross offering balance, while Adeyemi, Sane and Musiala will look to unlock that Italian defense. And don't forget about the bench, Lee added. There's plenty of firepower there. Kleindienst, Undav, and of course the name on everyone's lips, Lukas Brandt. The 16-year-old prodigy making his first senior call-up for Germany tonight. He starts on the bench, which isn't unusual, but what a moment for him. The camera cut sharply to the touchline, where Lukas stood near the bench in his warm-up jacket, his expression calm but eyes focused. His right hand rested over his chest as the opening notes of Das Lied der Deutschen, the German national anthem, filled the air. Around him, the squad sang in unison. Behind them, the traveling German fans belted out every word with pride, their flags waving in rhythm with the anthem. Lucas's gaze was fixed forward, the stadium lights reflecting in his eyes, the enormity of the moment settling quietly over him. For the first time in his young career, he was standing among Germany's finest, in one of football's most iconic arenas, about to witness, and perhaps soon join, history. Joao couldn't hold back his laughter as the broadcast lingered on Lucas's face. Look at him trying to stay composed. Joanna did not say a word as she continued watching, a smile tugging on her lips as she continued her tradition of sneakily recording Lucas whenever he came up on screen. Meanwhile on the pitch, Lucas was completely oblivious to what was going on back in Germany. His mind was completely engrossed in the game as Spain kicked off the game for Germany. And right from kickoff, even in the middle of the spring night, the animosity from the Italian crowd was as clear as a summer day. The crowd jeered as the German players passed the ball around in their own half, while the Italians pressed measuredly. As more time passed with German possession, the boos and whistles got even louder. Nagelsmann's team did not let that deter them, though. They already knew what kind of atmosphere they were getting into, and they retained possession in the early stages. A side pass from Tata Rudiger and a long ball from the Real Madrid defender down the flank was chased down by Adeyemi, who got there before Di Lorenzo. Adeyemi's cross into the box, however, was blocked by the defender as the ball spun away for the first corner of the night. The German bench, including Lucas, clapped at the chance as Rom jogged to the corner flag to take the first corner of the game. It was a good start to the half, but Germany would end it trailing. Chapter 153, Captain Fantastic. For the first 7 minutes of the half, Italy never maintained more than 10 seconds of possession at a time as Germany controlled the game expertly and pressed hard whenever they lost possession. But the home side was never really concerned about possession, as they knew the Germans were likely to see more of the ball even before kickoff. The noise in the San Siro built in crashing waves, a restless hum that pressed down on the pitch. Italy sat in a compact block, eyes fixed, patient. Germany stroked the ball across the back, Gross dropping to receive, Goretzka checking his shoulder, Kimmich scanning. It felt balanced but not safe. One loose touch and the crowd would pounce. And that opportunity for Italy came in the 8th minute. It started with Barella stepping in. Adeyemi tried to roll him on the turn near the right touchline. Barella read it, nicked the ball clean, and burst into space. Trouble for Germany here, Derek Ray warned. Barella wins it, and Italy are away. A straight pass found Politano darting between Rom and Ta. Baumann rushed out, sliding low. Politano got there first and played it across the face. Ta threw a leg, made contact but only diverted it to the edge. The diversion took the ball away from the path of Keane, who had his hand on his head as he thought the chance to get a tap-in into an empty net was gone. But as he turned around, he saw Tonali sprinting towards the ball just at the edge of the penalty area, and he jumped out of the way. Tonali arrived in stride and wrapped his right foot around the ball, bending it through the bodies and inside the far post. Goal! Italy takes the lead. Sandro Tonali. What finish that is. Came the call, the stadium erupting. Italy strike first in Milan. Rudiger kicked the turf and barked at the line to squeeze. Baumann stood with hands on hips, staring at the net as if trying to will the ball back out. On the bench, the camera found Lucas by the dugout, sitting next to Stiller, jaw tight, eyes forward. He kept his expression flat, nodded once, and clapped toward the pitch. On the pitch, after the restart, it seemed the goal had frustrated some of the German players as they tried to restore parity as soon as possible, leading to hurried passes and shots, which led to even more frustration. The crowd was having a blast, cheering every misplaced pass by the Germans while Nagelsmann was screaming at the top of his lungs for his players to calm down. Voices rose, then Kimmich cut through the noise. Palms down, he urged calm, then snapped his arm forward to drive the line higher. He moved into midfield on the next phase and took responsibility, demanding the ball from Gross, turning out of pressure and switching diagonally to Rom. The rhythm settled. Germany will not panic, Dixon said. Kimmich is restoring order, asking for the ball, setting the tempo again. There's a reason he's the one wearing the captain's armband. Musiala drifted off the left shoulder and combined quickly with Goretzka. A 1-2 carried him into the inside channel. Sane peeled wide, and Burkhardt darted near post. The pass went to Goretzka at the top of the box. He struck low through Bastoni's legs. Goretzka, what a save. Donnarumma dropped and smothered, ball pinned to the turf. A collective groan from the traveling section. Donnarumma sprang up and roared his line. On the bench, Lucas adjusted his warm-up top and exchanged a word with the coach. He watched the replay on the big screen, then turned back to the touchline, still. The game was back and forth, as open as it came, although Germany retained more possession and created much more attacking chances than Italy. But Italy was still a major threat in transition. In the 21st minute, Italy had another sight of Germany's goal, nearly doubling the lead. Ravella intercepted a back pass from Adeyemi to Gross inside the German half and immediately released Tonali down the right channel. Germany was caught off guard as the space opened up. Rudiger tracked across while Ta held the middle, but the angle was there. Here come Italy again. It is the same pattern. Will they make something off this? Tonali drove into the gap and hit the ball across the goal. Baumann exploded left and beat it away with a strong wrist. The rebound fizzed past and incoming Keane and was thumped away to safety by Kimmich. Big save, Baumann, the analyst said. Germany are controlling the ball, but they are one pass from trouble whenever they lose it. Kimmich clapped hard, pointed to the zones, and called Gross closer. The message was simple. Secure the first pass. Protect the middle. The game resumed, and Germany reasserted possession. In the 30th minute, Gross found Rom, making an overlapping run early, and played a through pass down the right flank to him. He didn't waste any time on the ball as he squared it to Musiala at the edge of the box. A quick dance of feet, and Musiala slipped through Calafiori and burst into the box. The cutback was on, but Di Lorenzo, they were trailing at the moment, but he could clearly see the captain's effect on the team, both defensively and going forward. It will be great to captain the team someday, he thought to himself as he watched Kimmich battle for the ball with Udigi near the halfway line right in front of him and come out on top. Asterisk, yeah, but it'll be nice to make your debut first, don't you think? Asterisk, TT's voice sounded in his head. Well, yeah, hopefully that debut will be today. Asterisk, you think he will bring you on for your debut while the team is trailing? Asterisk. Lukas averted his gaze from the pitch to the coach pacing patiently around the touchline, his eyes analyzing the match calmly, wheels already turning in his mind. Well, I hope so. I know what I can bring. Asterisk, yes you do. But does he? Asterisk. As Lukas and TT spoke, Nagelsmann watched his team almost conceded a second. A German move broke down on the left after Adeyemi tried to take on both Barella and Di Lorenzo at the same time for the second time in quick succession. He pushed the ball too far ahead of himself, hoping to burst past on the outside, but Di Lorenzo read it early and stepped across to win the duel cleanly. The loose ball rolled into the feet of Barella, who didn't hesitate for a second. He snapped into a first-time tackle to evade Adeyemi's recovery lunge and poked the ball into Tonali's path. Tonali took one touch to set himself and immediately accelerated through the center, gliding past the halfway line. Keane peeled out to the left, Politano drifted inside to create a diagonal lane, and suddenly the grass in front of the Italian trio opened up like a runway. Germany caught again on that side. Ray warned, tension creeping into his voice. Ta stepped forward, unsure whether to engage Tonali or hold the line. Keane sensed the hesitation and darted infield, offering the wall pass. Tonali played it into Keane's feet, kept running, and received the return ball in stride, slicing straight through the center circle and bearing down on an exposed German backline. Tonali, free again. He's having a great game so far. Germany are stretched here. Rudiger retreated quickly, angling his run to shepherd Tonali wide, while Rom sprinted across to cover Keane. Still, the Italian midfielder looked unbothered. He delayed just long enough to draw Rudiger toward him, then slid a perfectly timed through ball into Keane's path on the angle toward the penalty area. Keane is through. Keane. Chapter 154, Debut. Keane took a steadying touch with his right and opened his body to shoot across goal. Save. Baumann read the intention early. He spread himself wide and blocked with his left boot, the ball ricocheting behind for a corner. What a stop. Italy's transitions are razor sharp. Germany are playing with fire every time they lose it in that channel. As the German defense reset, Rudiger turned to Adeyemi and gave him a sharp, pointed instruction, his tone leaving no room for misunderstanding. Adeyemi looked frustrated with himself, nodding quickly in acknowledgement. Nagelsmann, arms folded on the edge of his technical area, exhaled slowly. He exchanged a brief look with Gluck, who murmured something into his ear. Nagelsmann's eyes went to the bench, straight to Lukas. Lukas, he called, tapping 2 fingers on his palm. Warm up. Lukas rose instantly, removed his training top, and began jogging down the touchline. The camera followed him, catching the focused expression on his face as the San Siro whistled around him. The game had shifted. The moment was getting closer. After that scare, Germany controlled the game for the remaining minutes in the first half. They weren't pushing too aggressively to avoid another counterattack before halftime, but they also weren't sitting back either, circulating the ball with confidence even as the stadium booed them. Fui. And that is it for the first half. Italy in the first half ahead, a beautiful strike by Tonali in the first 10 minutes of the half. Germany are still very much in the game, but they need more zip in the final third. We're off at halftime, Italy 1, Germany 0. We will be back to analyze the plays in the first half after a short break, Derek Ray said as the broadcast changed into a commercial. What do you think? Lukas would come on in the second half. Joanna sked as she stood up to use the bathroom. I hope he does. I don't know if the coach will bring him in while they're trailing, though. But Adeyemi has been shit so far, so I won't be surprised if there's a change at halftime. But if Lukas would be the one replacing him, though, I don't know, Joao responded as his sister left the room. Back in Milan, the San Siro roared with approval as the Azzurri jogged off, high fives and glances to the stands showing their satisfaction. In contrast, Germany's players walked toward the tunnel with tighter expressions. Not defeated, but unsettled. Kimmich kept them together, clapping twice, gesturing for heads up. Musiala patted Adeyemi on the back as they entered the tunnel. Adeyemi didn't look at anyone. On the bench, Lukas removed his bib, took a sip of water, and followed the group inside, his mind already ticking through patterns he had observed. The German dressing room at halftime was quiet at first, just the sound of breathing, water bottles being opened, boots being loosened. No one dared to sit back or relax. Everyone knew the half hadn't been good enough. Nagelsmann entered last with his staff. The room straightened. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. His voice, calm but pointed, carried more weight than volume. We knew Italy would be aggressive in transition. He began, eyes moving from player to player. We prepared for it. And still, we gave them exactly what they wanted. He tapped the tactics board lightly, the sound sharp in the room. We're losing the ball too cheaply in the wide zones, especially on the right. His tone wasn't accusatory, but every player understood who the words were directed at. Adeyemi stared at the floor. Nagelsmann continued, still composed. When we lose it there, we leave ourselves exposed. One pass beats us, and then we're running backwards. That is not how we play. We are better than that. He shifted the magnets, showing the adjustment. We need more control between the lines. More intelligence in when to take players on, and when to secure the ball and recycle. If we keep forcing the dribble, Italy will punish us again. He turned to the room in full now. We stay compact. We move as a unit. And we use the ball with purpose, not impatience. Understand? A firm chorus followed. Yes, coach. Nagelsmann's expression softened just a fraction. The game is not lost. It is one goal. We keep our heads, and we trust our football. Then he glanced toward Lukas. You're coming on second half, he said simply. No teatrics. No build-up. Just a fact. Adeyemi inhaled sharply, still not looking up. Lukas gave a short nod, composed. Nagelsmann added, for Karim. That was it. Decision made. The staff began preparing the tactical brief for the substitution. As Nagelsmann moved on to discuss second-half instructions with the midfield group, Lukas tied his laces tighter. His pulse picked up, not with fear, but with excitement. His debut was no longer just a possibility. It was happening. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the players walked out of the tunnel for the second half, the San Siro was in full voice. The cheers for the home team a moment ago had completely vanished, now replaced with boos and jeers as the German team jogged out. They just won't stop, will they? Rudiger muttered under his breath beside Lukas as he increased his speed, jogging onto the pitch. Lukas, on the other hand, walked to the technical area where Nagelsmann was already standing. The coach walked up to him. If you can beat your man, don't think twice, beat him. If you can't, find Musiala or Sane. Yes, coach, Lukas responded. Don't think too much, and just play your game, he concluded as the board went up. Oh, would you look at that? Derek Ray started. A double change for Germany at halftime. Tim Klein-Dienst on for Jonathan Buchert, and the 16-year-old Lukas Brandt on for Karim Adeyemi. This has officially made him, at 16 years and 79 days, the youngest debutant for the German national team in history. Incredible stuff, Derek. It's just unbelievable what this kid is doing right now. Even crazier when you realize this is his first time playing for any national team, both at the youth stages. It's like he appeared out of nowhere a few months ago and is now one of the most exciting players in the game right now. Yes, but will he bring his terrific club form into his country? We will see. The second half is on the way with the Azzurri leading 1-0. The crowd booed as Lukas came on. They had just learned of him becoming the youngest German debutant, and they felt the kid they were seeing would get easily rattled. Not just anyone can make their debut against Italy. I in Milan, and expect to make an impact. Talk more of a 16-year-old kid, but some are cautious. Some who had traveled from Rome. They remembered seeing him at the Stadio Olimpico a couple months ago. And although Roma won that match, and Lukas was subbed off injured, his ability to create something out of nothing was something they had experienced firsthand before. He took his position on the left, replacing Adeyemi. Kleindienst also joined the front line, slotting in for Burkert. Musiala offered Lukas a quick fist bump. Kimmich whispered a short instruction. Sane gave a sly grin, as if silently saying, show them why you're here. The whistle blew. Italy got the half underway. From the first touch, Germany pressed like a side that refused to let the match drift. Sane chased down Calafiori, forcing the pass backward. Kleindienst shut down the angle to Donnarumma. Musiala pressed Ravella tightly. The message was clear. Germany weren't waiting for the game to come to them. The press worked. Italy hesitated. A sloppy pass from Udigi to Raspadori gave Sane his chance. He pounced, intercepting the pass clean near the right touchline. Germany with a fast start. Look at that pressure. Sane wins possession for the away side. Udigi sprinted towards Sane to close him down, trying to prevent the cut inside. Sane saw him coming, disguised his body shape, and instead threaded a clever reverse pass down the line to Kimmich, who had burst forward from right back on the overlap. Kimmich didn't break stride. Without taking a touch to settle, he clipped a curling first-time cross toward the back post. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery from Kimmich. Can someone get on the end of it? Kleindienst rose to meet it, climbing above Bottoni. He got a brush of his hair to it, but not enough. Even Donnarumma, who rose to punch the ball, missed by a tiny margin. The ball continued its flight, gliding toward the far post. For a split second, it looked as though it would drift harmlessly wide. Calafieri was the last Italian player the ball flew above, and he could have headed it out for a corner, but he assumed there was no one behind him, so he allowed the ball drift out for a goal kick. Uomo. The fans behind the goal screamed at their team's defender. But by the time the Arsenal man turned around to see who the crowd was warning him about, it was too late. Chapter 155, Impact. Brandt, oh my word, just what have we witnessed? Derek Ray screamed as Lukas sprinted to the corner flag, where the away fans were gathered and going crazy, his arms spread wide open. He had timed his run perfectly after the cross, ghosting in behind Calafieri's blindside. He sprang upward, neck taut, and powered a header back across Donnarumma, who was still recovering from his missed attempt to punch the ball to safety. The ball bounced inside the far post and rippled the net. The German bench exploded. Nagelsmann punched the air once, then quickly composed himself, but the smile betrayed him. The players swarmed Lukas near the corner flag. Musiala the first to wrap him in a hug, followed by Sane, who yelled something right in his ear with a laugh. The San Siro fell to a stunned murmur. The home fans had barely returned to their seats. He's 16 years old, and look at the composure, the timing of that run. This young man has ice in his veins, the analyst said, almost laughing in disbelief. His first ever touch in a Germany shirt, and he scores a header at the San Siro. Kimmich made his way over, placed one hand on the back of Lukas's head, and said just loud enough for Lukas alone, "Welcome to international football." The scoreboard changed, and a new story had begun. Italy 1-1 Germany. Germany had grown into the second half with a confidence that hadn't been there before the break. The ball was moving quicker, the combinations slicker, and Italy suddenly looked less comfortable playing out from the back. The equalizer had changed more than the scoreline. It shifted the energy. Goretzka received the ball from Gross just inside the center circle and scanned. Musiala dropped into a pocket of space between Ravella and Tonali, hand raised subtly, already reading the angle. Goretzka fed the pass into him with pace. Musiala let the ball run across his body. Ravella stepped in, expecting the usual twist or roll. Instead, Musiala improvised. A quick toe poke through Ravella's legs, the ball sliding perfectly into space as he accelerated away. Oh, Musiala, that's outrageous. Nutmegging Ravella right under his nose. With Italy momentarily split, Musiala threaded a diagonal pass into the right channel for Lukas, who had made the run the moment he saw Musiala break free. Lukas met the ball striding toward the flank, head lifting to take in the scene, but Tonali was already flying toward him, sliding in aggressively to cut out any attempt to drive down the line. Lukas reacted in an instant. He scooped the ball up with the inside of his left foot, lifting it over Tonali's challenge, then hopped over the sliding midfielder to avoid the collision. Tonali skidded across the wet turf, clutching at nothing. Wonderful feat from the teenager again. He just danced over Tonali. Lukas regained balance without losing speed and squared up Udigi, who now stood between him and the box. A couple of quick touches set the defender up. Then Lukas pushed the ball toward the byline, shaping his body as if ready to whip across. Udigi bit hard, sliding to block what he assumed was coming. Lukas stopped dead and executed a Cruyff turn, cutting the ball back inside with his trailing foot, sending Udigi sliding past and down to the turf. Oh, he sent him completely. Brilliant feint from Brandt. The space opened for Lukas to drive toward the edge of the penalty area. Calafieri rushed out to block, preparing for the curling effort everyone in the stadium expected. Lukas leaned his body, shaping for the trademark left foot curler toward the far post. Calafieri launched to block, only to find there was no shot. With the calm of someone in a park kickabout, Lukas rolled the ball square into the gathered space at the top of the box. Musiala arrived in stride and struck first time with his right, aiming low for the bottom left corner. Musiala. Donnarumma exploded into action, throwing himself full stretch to his right. Fingertips pushed the ball wide of the post and out for a corner. What a save. Donnarumma with a huge stop to deny Musiala. The German players clapped the effort, both the move and the finish. Lukas pointed at Musiala, mouthing, "Next one goes in." Musiala nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. And the next one sure did go in. By the hour mark, the pattern of the match had shifted. Lukas was no longer glued to the right touchline. He began drifting inside with intent, finding pockets of space between Italy's midfield and defense. It wasn't chaos. It was calculated, something he had cleared with Nagelsmann moments earlier with a simple nod. And Germany instantly looked more dangerous for it. Nagelsmann noticed the subtle change immediately. A slight smirk curved at the corner of his mouth as he watched Lukas abandon the touchline and operate between the lines. Gluck leaned toward him, whispering, "He's coming inside more." Nagelsmann replied, without looking away from the pitch, "Let him. That's where he hurts them." It was a calculated freedom, and Italy were too slow to realize the danger. The move started deep, with Rudiger receiving the ball near the corner of his own box after a spell of Italian pressure. Instead of clearing long, he held off Raspadori and laid it calmly to Gross, who had dropped between the center backs to orchestrate. Germany showing real composure playing out from the back, the commentator observed. Gross turned and threaded a vertical pass through Italy's first line into Goretzka, who cushioned it out wide to Rom. Lukas, spotting space in the midfield, drifted off Udigi's shoulder into the left half space. Rom recognized it and fired the pass inside. Lukas let the ball roll across him with a subtle step, taking Barella out of the equation with a single touch. Tonali stepped in to close him down, but instead of trying to beat him off the dribble, Lukas popped the ball off to Musiala, who had arrived just outside the D. Musiala took it with his back to goal, flicked it first time back to Lukas with a soft back heel, and spun into space. Oh, that is gorgeous interplay between the two youngsters. Lukas received the return, shifted it out of his feet, and played a disguised reverse pass back into Musiala's path, slicing open the Italian defense. Musiala burst into the box, but instead of shooting through a crowd of blue shirts, he slowed, held off Calafiori, and squared it back to Lukas at the edge of the area. The San Siro buzzed nervously. The two were toying with Italy. Brandt and Musiala are dancing through the Azzurri here. With Tonali and Ravella converging, Lukas feather touched the ball between them towards the right side of the box, where Gross had drifted. Gross could have struck it, but instead played a clever wall pass back to Lukas, who had continued his run. The Italian defense scrambled. Badoni stepped out, Udigi tucked inside, Calafiori shifted across, but it was all reactive. Germany was dictating. Lukas now had a split-second opening. He didn't force the shot. Instead, he slid a perfectly weighted pass between Badoni and Calafiori, threading the needle into the feet of Kleindienst, who had ghosted into the right channel. Kleindienst is through. This is the moment. Kleindienst took one touch to steady and, with Donnarumma rushing out to narrow the angle, fired low across the keeper into the far corner. Goal. Germany leads in Milan. And what a move that is. The German players sprinted to Kleindienst, who pointed straight at Lukas and then at Musiala, acknowledging the brilliance of the build-up. Musiala wrapped an arm around Lukas' shoulder as they jogged back to the center circle, both smiling, not cocky, but knowing. It's a stunning team goal, the analyst said. But the understanding between Brandt and Musiala has completely changed this game. Italy cannot live with their movement. 16 years old, and Brandt is controlling a Nations League quarterfinal at the San Siro. Nagelsmann clapped twice on the touchline, expression controlled, but his eyes gave him away. This wasn't luck. This was precisely why he brought Lukas on. As the German players jogged back for the restart, the cameras focused on Lukas for a prolonged moment. 16 years old, at the San Siro, scoring on his debut and assisting to take the lead. It wasn't supposed to look this easy. Ray lowered his voice, almost reverent. Remember this night. We may be watching the birth of Germany's next superstar. On the touchline, a few Italian fans stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. Even though they agreed the national team hadn't been outstanding lately, they still expected a win. And for the first 45 minutes, they were on the road to that win. But in just 15 minutes, a boy who was still in high school had dismantled them piece by piece. Germany 2-1 Italy. Chapter 156, Balance. Germany hadn't taken their foot off the pedal since taking the lead. They moved with a confidence that bordered on swagger, circulating possession with purpose rather than caution. Italy, meanwhile, struggled to string together more than 2 passes whenever they regained possession. The atmosphere inside the San Siro grew restless. Whistles, impatience, and a simmer of frustration rolled down from the stands. Lukas received the ball on the edge of the Italian defensive third, looking to combine with Musiala in a tight space. He shaped to glide past Udigi with a shimmy, but this time the Italian fullback read it well and poked the ball cleanly off his foot. It's a rare mistake from Brandt, and Italy could break here. Udigi wasted no time. He drove a first-time pass down the flank for Raspadori, who had peeled off into the right channel. Raspadori surged forward, the pitch ahead of him like a runway. Keane sprinted into the box, demanding the early cross. For a moment, it looked dangerous, the kind of moment that could drag Italy back into the contest. But Lukas reacted instantly. He turned and sprinted, eating up the ground between them with frightening acceleration. In 3 strides, he was there. Just as Raspadori drew his foot back to deliver the cross, Lukas slid in from the side, timing it to perfection. He swept the ball cleanly from Raspadori's feet and back into his own possession, never touching the Italian forward. Raspadori tumbled into the turf, skidding on the wet grass as the San Siro erupted in furious boos, arms thrown up in protest. It's a fantastic recovery challenge. Brandt gets all of the ball, and the referee agrees, no foul. The referee waved play on emphatically. Lukas sprang back to his feet, not wasting a second. He scanned the pitch. Sane was already peeling wide on the opposite flank. Without hesitation, Lukas wrapped his left foot around the ball and pinged a long diagonal pass from deep inside his half, arrowing it across the field to the left wing. What a pass! That is inch-perfect 45 meters straight onto Sane. Sane cushioned the ball with a velvet touch, bringing it down as if it dropped from his hands. He drove into the penalty area with Udigi and Bottoni backing off, wary of committing. Kleindienst started between the center backs and peeled into space at the penalty spot, arms out for the cutback. Sane saw him, but chose otherwise. He chopped on his left and unleashed a fierce strike at the near post. Donnarumma stood tall, barely flinching as he blocked it with his forearm and gathered the rebound. Oh, Sane will want that one back. Kleindienst was free in the middle for a tap-in. Kleindienst threw his head back in mild disbelief, but didn't shout, just clapped and raised a thumb to show no hard feelings. Sane responded with a quick nod and a palm-up gesture of apology as he jogged back. Germany had threatened again, and Italy knew the storm wasn't over. Germany could have killed the tie off more than once. Lukas twice carved through Italy's midfield with that gliding stride of his, the second of those runs ending with a curling shot aimed for the top corner. It looked destined to nestle into the side netting, but Donnarumma stretched every inch of his frame to claw it away from danger. Donnarumma again. He is keeping Italy alive by himself tonight. Minutes later, Lukas found Musiala on the overlap down the left. They exchanged a sharp 1-2 that dismantled Calafiori, and Musiala clipped a delicate cross to the far post. Kleindienst rose unmarked. The entire German bench began leaning forward, half ready to celebrate, but the header skimmed off his forehead and drifted wide. He has to score there. What a chance for 3-1. That could come back to haunt Germany. But Italy weren't lying down either. In the 74th minute, Barella struck a venomous effort from distance that rattled the crossbar, the entire stadium groaning as the ball spun back out instead of down over the line. 5 minutes later, Tonali stepped up with a free kick. He wrapped his foot around it beautifully, and Baumann was rooted. But once again the crossbar came to Germany's rescue. How on earth is this still 2-1? Italy inches from an equalizer twice. The final minutes were played like a chess match at lightning speed, both sides calculating, lunging, and gambling. The ball traveled end to end, no one settling, no one accepting that the next goal could define the tie. 5 minutes of added time were shown. A wave of nervous tension swept through the stadium. In the second minute of stoppage time, Germany regained possession after a loose Italian pass. Gross played a short ball into Lukas near the halfway line. He received it on the half turn, space opening ahead of him. The crowd rose, because as soon as Lukas looked up, something was on. Udigi was the first to close him down, charging in with the urgency of a man who knew what one more German goal could mean for the tie. Lukas took a calm touch and tapped the ball into Gross before spinning to receive the return. Udigi clipped him late on the turn, and Lukas's balance gave way for a moment. His body dipped toward the turf. The referee's whistle almost reached his lips, but Lukas refused to go down. He planted his left hand on the grass, pushed himself back up, and burst forward again. He stayed on his feet. That is unbelievable balance from Brandt. Gross returned the pass first time, and Lukas collected it in stride, the ball glued to his foot. Tonali came crashing into him with a firm shoulder barge, sending him stumbling sideways toward the touchline. Lukas dragged the ball with him using his soul, once again bracing with his palm against the ground to keep himself upright. Tonali expected him to lose it. He didn't. This is outrageous. Tonali has hammered into him, and Brandt keeps going. Lukas straightened and accelerated down the right flank. Italy were scrambling back, bodies retreating in panic. Bellanova, who had come on in the 80th minute for Politano, stepped across to confront him near the edge of the box. A step over, then Elastico, right to left in one lightning movement. Bellanova was gone. Brandt. Oh, he's left Bellanova for dead. That is filthy. Lukas cut inside, gliding toward the corner of the penalty area. Donnarumma adjusted his stance, trying to cover both the far and near posts at once. Lukas shaped his body for the curling left foot strike to the far corner, the one he had teased all night, but he caught a glimpse of Califieri already sliding across to smother it, and he knew Donnarumma's reach would swallow it. So he shifted, a quick roll of the ball to the center, past the D, and he shaped again. Bottoni lunged a block, too early. Lukas shifted once more, dragging the ball along the 18-yard line, now near the center. The Italian defense froze, expecting another feint, another dribble, another pass. Instead, Lukas picked a spot. Chapter 157. Game Changer, GT. He saw a sliver, not a gap, but a whisper of space between three bodies, just inside the bottom right corner of the net, the opposite side of where he was running, and it just clicked. He didn't blast it. He didn't curl it dramatically. He simply passed the ball, with side-foot precision, through the crowd. Time seemed to slow. Donnarumma reacted late, wrong-footed, unable to drop to the corner quickly enough. The ball kissed the side netting. A goal so quiet and subtle. It silenced the stadium before the net even rippled. Brandt again. Oh my word, that is insane. What are we witnessing from this 16-year-old? Nagelsmann froze on the touchline, both hands on his head, the kind of expression a man wears when logic has failed him. Musiala stood still for a second, mouth open, then placed both hands on his head as he began sprinting toward Lukas. Goretzka mirrored the reaction, laughing in disbelief as he ran after them. Lukas reached the corner flag, eyes wide, grin stretching across his face. He slid on his knees, the German fans in the away sector exploding, limbs everywhere. Teammates piled onto him, shouting over each other, half screaming, half laughing. "This is a prodigy we're watching," the commentator exclaimed. "This isn't normal. This is generational. Germany has a superstar, and he's only 16. Italy 1-3 Germany." San Siro was stunned. The noise died. The camera zoomed in on Italian fans with their hands in their hair. Lukas Brandt had announced himself to world football, and not with a whisper. With a roar. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When the referee finally blew the whistle, Lukas was still catching his breath from a late defensive sprint. The sound cut through the cold Milan night, sealing a result that very few had predicted when the teams were announced. Fui. Italy 1-3 Germany. A second-half masterclass, and had been orchestrated by a boy who wasn't even part of the first-half picture. The German players embraced one another, clapping the away supporters tucked into the upper corner of the San Siro, their cheers echoing across a stadium that had fallen silent long ago. Italy's players sank into their shirts, frustrated and exhausted, knowing exactly who had broken them. Lukas didn't celebrate wildly. He stood for a moment, hands on his hips, just looking at the pitch, at the stadium, at the scoreboard, as if trying to convince himself it had actually happened. Musiala came up behind him and hugged him around the shoulders, shaking him lightly. "You're ridiculous, you know that?" he laughed. Lukas only smiled, his heart still racing. It still didn't feel real. Minutes later, Lukas was called over by the UEFA Nations League officials. He walked toward the presentation area near the tunnel, where a small podium had been set up. In the official's hands was the Nations League Man of the Match trophy, a sleek, modern design, a tall, slender silver column with a twisted helix running through the middle, the Nations League logo at the top in polished chrome. It shimmered under the San Siro floodlights, elegant and minimal, yet prestigious. And it was being handed to a 16-year-old who had only played 45 minutes. The cameras closed in on his face as the presenter announced, "Man of the match, Germany's number 21, Lukas Brandt." The small group of traveling fans screamed and cheered as the announcement rang throughout the stadium. Lukas accepted the trophy with both hands and gave a shy nod to the crowd, his usual composure shifting into something far more human. Disbelief, pride, nervous excitement, all tangled together. Then came the interview. A microphone was raised to him along with a miniature Nations League-branded board behind him. The presenter smiled warmly. "Lukas, first of all, congratulations. A goal with your very first touch for Germany, an assist, and another brilliant goal to seal the win. How are you feeling right now?" For the first time that night, Lukas's calm exterior cracked slightly. He puffed a small breath, laughed under it, and shook his head. I don't know how to explain it," he admitted. "It still feels unreal. Just a few hours ago, I was preparing myself to maybe come on for a few minutes, and now, this." He glanced at the trophy, almost as if checking it wasn't plastic or imaginary. "I still can't believe it. It's surreal. I'm just happy I could help the team." "Did you ever imagine your debut going like this?" "No, not like this," he said with a slight, shy grin. "I just wanted to do my best. I didn't expect all of this." The fans watching at home saw something different now. Not the ice-cold prodigy who glided through world champions, but a teenager with honest, unfiltered wonder in his eyes. The noise reached him before he pushed the door open. Muffled claps, laughter, a faint cheer. The moment Lukas walked into the dressing room, the place erupted. The entire squad stood, clapping and whistling, some banging on lockers, others shouting his name. A few players tossed towels in the air like confetti. Coke reached him first, pulling him into a side hug and aggressively ruffling his hair. There he is. I told everyone. This is weekly stuff at Frankfurt. Now the whole world knows. Musiala, Sane, and Goretzka slapped him on the back as he passed through, teammates hoisting the man of the match trophy from his hands to look at it, admire it, joke about it. Even Rudiger, usually composed and stern, smiled proudly and tapped a fist to Lucas's chest. It wasn't hero worship. It was genuine respect. A 16-year-old had just carried the German national team on his debut in the San Siro. Nagelsmann eventually walked in, and the room naturally settled. He scanned his players, sweaty, smiling, exhausted, euphoric, and the corner of his lip lifted just slightly. Congratulations, he began, voice firm but proud. This was a big win. A huge win. To come to Milan, against an Italy side that hasn't lost here in the Nations League, and play with that personality. That is the standard. Players nodded, the pride visible on their faces. But his tone shifted. The players straightened. Is half a tie. Nothing more. The second leg is in 4 days. If we relax, if we think the job is done, we will regret it. He gave the message time to sink in. We recover. We prepare. And we finish the job in Frankfurt. Jol? Came a few replies around the room. As players began heading toward the showers and physio tables, assistant coach Benjamin Gluck passed by Lucas and paused, his voice low enough for only Lucas and Nagelsmann, just behind, to hear. You changed everything tonight, Gluck said. From your first touch, the game tilted. You took us from 1-0 down to 3-1 up, almost by yourself. At 16, on your debut, against Italy at the San Siro. He chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. If you keep this up, 2026 might not be a dream. He walked away before Lucas could respond. Nagelsmann, who had overheard, didn't comment. He simply looked at the floor for a moment, hands on his hips, deep in thought. 2026, huh? The words echoed in his head. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. But the idea no longer sounded far-fetched. Not after tonight. Chapter 158, Chemistry. The team touched down in Frankfurt early the next morning. The tiredness from the previous night's game was visible. Stiff walks, heavy eyes, muscles sore. But there was something else too. Pride. A quiet satisfaction. They had done something big in Milan. As they stepped through the arrival's door toward the airport's public exit, they didn't expect more than a few cameras and reporters. Instead, a warm round of applause greeted them. Airport staff, travelers, and a handful of fans who had clearly woken up early were waiting with scarves, flags, and Germany jerseys. It wasn't a chaotic crowd, just a heartfelt welcome. Some clapped politely, some cheered, and a few held signs. One read, Die Zukunft ist jetzt, with a drawn number 49 underneath. Lucas walked near the middle of the group when a small voice pierced through all the noise. Look ass. He turned. A boy no older than 5 or 6 sat on his father's shoulders, waving both arms as if his life depended on being noticed. He wore a Germany number 21 jersey with Brandt on the back, clearly a custom print, and held in his hands a slightly oversized Eintracht Frankfurt home shirt with number 49 on it. The father mouthed a please, and Lucas instantly changed direction. The boy's eyes widened as Lucas approached. His father lowered him to the ground, and the child clutched both jerseys to his chest, frozen with excitement. You want me to sign them? Lucas asked gently. The boy nodded, so fast his hair shook. Lucas signed a Frankfurt shirt first, then the Germany one. They took a picture. The little boy between Lucas and his parents, grinning so big his cheeks almost touched his eyelids. Thank you, Lucas, the boy squeaked, hugging his leg before running back to his father. Lucas smiled and jogged back to the group, slipping into the pack just as Musiala bumped his shoulder. Look at you, superstar, Musiala teased, signing autographs at the airport like a celeb. Adeyemi chimed in, slinging an arm around Lucas. I'm not even surprised. This is Frankfurt, his city. If they didn't adore him after everything he's doing for the biggest club here, then that would be strange. Lucas just shook his head with an embarrassed grin, but he didn't deny the warmth he felt from a moment. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back at the DFB campus. The team bus rolled into the DFB campus shortly after, and the players unloaded their bags. Some still half asleep, others already buzzing for coffee or a nap. Nagelsmann gathered them briefly outside. You have time to rest, recover, or do whatever you need until 1800 hours, he said. We train at 6. Use the time well, together. Get to know each other off the pitch, too. Chemistry matters. A few players nodded. Some already planned naps, others a gym session. Naturally, a group began to form. Lucas, Adeyemi, and Bisek all looked at each other with the same unspoken idea. Game room. The game room was comfortable. Couches, big screen, 2 controllers per side, shelves full of games, snacks around. A perfect bonding spot. All right, who's picking who? Adeyemi asked, taking a controller. I'm taking Frankfurt, Lukas said without hesitation. This earned immediate laughter. Musiala, who had followed them in purely to spectate, at least at first, nearly fell off the back of the couch. You're picking Frankfurt to use yourself? He grinned. You just want to score with you, don't you? Of course not, Lukas replied with a fake offended glare. I just trust the team. He navigated to the squad screen. Then he froze. His avatar stared back at him, except it wasn't really him. The face scan was generic, default hair, default build, and the most unflattering expression imaginable. Next to it, OVR, 78. Pot, 90. Musiala burst out laughing. Oh nah, they did you dirty. This guy looks nothing like you. And 78? Be honest, I'm what? 10 levels above you. He pointed at his own card. Over, 88. Pot, 92. That's crazy, Bisek added, shaking his head with a grin. He just dropped into senior football 4 months ago and has a 90 potential already. EA know what's coming. Next edition, Bisek laughed, you'll probably be like 84 with 93 potential. Maybe even higher. Lukas crossed his arms, playing along. I disagree with the 10 difference between me and Jamal. 7, maybe 8 max. Oh, okay. Musiala snorted. I'll call EA myself and have him fix that. Adeyemi waved them to the couch. Enough talking. 2v2. Me and Lukas versus Musiala and Bisek. Let's see who's actually rated better. They picked teams. Team A, Lukas and Adeyemi, Eintracht Frankfurt. Team B, Musiala and Bisek, Bayern Munich. Unfair, Lukas muttered, seeing Bayern squad. Why don't we take a Bundesliga 11 against you, or something? No, Musiala grinned. You chose Frankfurt. Let's enjoy it. The match kicked off and quickly became clear. Musiala and Bisek were menaces on the controller. Inside 15 in-game minutes, Bayern were 2-0 up. Musiala, controlling himself in-game, scored one with a skill run and celebrated obnoxiously into Lukas's camera. Oh, this is shameless, Adeyemi groaned. Never lose to a man controlling himself like that. By halftime, it was 4-1. Final score? 7-2. As the defeat screen flashed, Lukas leaned back on the couch, covering his face with a cushion. Never again, he mumbled. I'm never pairing with Karim again. Why, so it's my fault? Adeyemi protested. Musiala grabbed the trophy-shaped water bottle from the table, held it up dramatically, and announced, we would like to dedicate this win to EA FC for recognizing greatness in ratings. Lukas threw a little seat pillow at him, and the group started laughing. Don't worry, I've just been rusty. Let's go one more time, he said as he sat upright from his relaxing position. Oh, what's going on in here? Ta asked as he peeked inside the game room. Seems some people already came before us, he said as he opened the door and stepped in with a group of the older, more experienced players including Kimmich, Rudiger, Schlotterbeck, Rom, and Gross. Yes, more people, Musiala exclaimed. Come watch me kick Lukas's ass one more time. Yeah, that was beginner's luck, Jamal. And you've run out of it now. Lukas shot back as he cracked his fingers and picked up the controller. We'll see about that. Chatter filled the room as they kicked off the game. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Later that evening, Lukas lay on his bed, still in a loose training top and shorts, while Musiala sat sideways on the second bed, scrolling through his own phone. The room was dim except for the soft glow of the screens. Outside, the campus was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos of Milan just 24 hours earlier. Lukas refreshed his Instagram again, though he didn't need to. The numbers kept climbing regardless. His post from that morning, a shot of him with arms spread wide to the corner flag, soaked under the San Siro lights after scoring that third goal, now sat at 358,000 likes. His followers had just supposed 1 million earlier that morning, but it was about to hit 2 million that night. The caption was simple, almost childlike in its honesty. Dreams really do come true, soccer ball, A-button blood type. The comments were overflowing. Players from Frankfurt, the national team, and even opponents had swarmed the post. At Jamal Musiala 10, the truth fire. At Lyric Sane, ice cold. Proud of you, Lil bro, Ice Cube Germany. At Koki_4, my boy delivers on the biggest stage, flex biceps medium skin tone. At Hugo Larson 8, not surprised at all. Seen this too many times already, relieve face. At Hecatike, save some magic for club football, too, please, face with tears of joy. Even some international stars chimed in. Emojis, short messages, subtle nods acknowledging that they had seen what he did. But beneath the celebrations, debates were brewing. A fan comment near the top caught Lukas's eye. At Bun Scout 99, best teenager in football right now. Clear of Yamal, clear of Dewey, and it's not close. Output alone puts him on a different shelf. Within seconds, a reply chain formed. At FCB Mads, he hasn't even played in the Champions League yet. Be serious. Yamal is doing it in UCL and La Liga. Dewey too. Chill. At Bun Scout 99, you watch the game tonight or not? Against Italy. Away. At 16, he cooked. At FCB Mads, One game doesn't make him better. CL is the real test. At SGFAMX, he has 30+ G/A this season already. In 4 months. Name another kid doing that anywhere. Musiala leaned over and glanced at the screen. A notification popped up, a DM from Joao. He opened it. It was a link. Joao had sent a post from Fabrizio Romano. Lukas tapped it. The headline punched him like a gust of cold wind. Official. Lukas Brandt becomes the youngest goalscorer in German men's national team history. The post had gone viral. Millions of views, endless retweets, dozens of languages quoting it. Musiala saw the stunned look on Lukas's face. What now? Lukas handed him the phone without a word. Musiala scanned the post, eyes widening slightly. Well, he exhaled. Welcome to the history books. Chapter 159, Granny. Saturday, March 22nd, 2025. The sun had barely risen when the team bus rolled out of Frankfurt. The soft hum of the engine mixed with the low chatter of players as they settled into their seats for the 3-hour trip to Dortmund. A few were asleep, others listening to music, some scrolling through their phones. Lukas sat by the window, hood over his head, watching the early morning mist drift across the Autobahn. Next to him, Adeyemi leaned back at his seat with a grin. So, Mr. Frankfurt, how does it feel heading to my home ground? Lukas smiled. You mean the stadium I'll be scoring in tomorrow? Wow, Adeyemi laughed. You really said that with confidence. You're lucky you weren't part of the team that came to Dortmund at the beginning of the season. You won't be able to experience the full force of the yellow wall until next season. Oh, that's right. When I played against you, it was in Frankfurt. I remember that game. It was my 3rd appearance and first start. Trust me, Adeyemi said. I remember the game. Mr. 2 goals and an assist. It's just crazy to think that this was in January, less than 4 months ago. Sometimes I'm just as surprised, Lukas admitted. But it's felt like more than 2 years, though. Probably cause I spend 4 days in the LTC every single morning, he thought to himself. Asterisk, is that a complaint that I'm hearing? You don't think you need the system anymore? Huh. Asterisk. Hey, of course not. It was just an air observation. Asterisk, it better be. Asterisk. Lukas's phone began buzzing as he was in the middle of conversing with both TT and Adeyemi. He checked the screen. Dad. Yo, excuse me, he said, pulling one earbud out before answering. Morning, son. Javi's familiar voice came through, warm as ever. Hey, Dad, Lukas said, sitting up straighter. You sound early. I didn't want to call too late, Javi replied. How are you doing? I'm Fine. We're on the bus heading to Dortmund right now. That's great. Just wanted to tell you we'll be coming to Dortmund tomorrow morning. And Marco, Joao, Joanna, and her parents too. Lukas blinked. All of you? Yes, and a couple of surprise additions too. What surprise additions? Lukas asked as his brow perched up. Don't worry about that. You will see them tomorrow. You've made quite the event of it, Javi chuckled. Also, as you know, Anne's parents insisted on meeting us properly after the match. Don't forget, dinner at 7:30 at the restaurant and booked. I remember Lukas said, don't worry, I'll be there. You'll finally get to see Anne's family, huh? Javi exhaled softly. Yeah, it's time. There was a pause, the comfortable kind that didn't need words. I'm proud of you, you know, Javi added. What you did in Milan, that was special. Thanks, Dad, Lukas said, his voice quieter now. Can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Get some rest. You'll need it. I will, Lukas said, smiling as he ended the call. Musiala leaned forward from the row behind. Your dad? Yeah, Lukas said, slipping his phone into his hoodie pocket. He's coming with everyone. My agent, Joanna's family, too. Oh, it's a full house, Adeyemi said with a laugh. Pressure's on now. Pressure's been on since Milan, Lukas replied, smiling. Musiala chuckled and leaned back. Speaking of Milan, you sure you don't want to come to Bayern? Lukas rolled his eyes. This again. I'm serious, Musiala said, smirking. We're building something there. A team to dominate Europe. You, me, a couple more players, we'd be unstoppable. Before Lukas could answer, a deep voice from the middle rows joined in. Forget Bayern, said Rudiger, turning in his seat. Real Madrid is the biggest club on earth. You want to be a legend, you come to Madrid. Modric is leaving this summer. We need a new conductor. Kimmich turned from the front row with a grin. You already have Bellingham, Tony. Don't start poaching kids mid-trip. Rudiger shrugged. And you already have Jamal, but that doesn't stop you from trying to steal Lukas either. The whole bus chuckled. Musiala raised his hands innocently. Hey, I'm just recruiting talent. Lukas laughed quietly. You guys are unbelievable. Adeyemi elbowed him lightly. Better get used to it. Once you start playing like this, everyone wants a piece. Lukas looked out the window again, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The landscape rolled by, gray skies, open road, the faint reflection of his smile on the glass. Tomorrow would be another big one. And everyone, family, friends, and the football world would be watching. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Match day. Sunday evening. Signal Iduna Park. The Signal Iduna Park was roaring hours before kickoff. The location of the iconic yellow wall although not present for the international game, was still filled with fans into the highest of spirits. Banners unfurled, flares rising, flags waving in red, black, and gold. The evening sun dipped low behind the west stand, coating the entire pitch in golden light. Germany's home, for tonight, felt like the center of the world. The commentary team's voices cut through the background hum as the broadcast went live. Commentator Dan O'Hagan. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Signal Iduna Park in Dortmund. 60,000 strong and absolutely electric for this UEFA Nations League quarterfinal second leg between Germany and Italy. Germany with a 3-1 advantage from the first leg in Milan after a dramatic turnaround performance. Analyst Sebastian Kell. Yes, Dan, and it was one of those nights that will be remembered for a long time. The debut of Lukas Brandt, the 16-year-old from Eintracht Frankfurt, who came on at halftime and changed the entire complexion of the game. A goal with his first touch, an assist, and then a beautiful goal to seal the night. A sensational debut. O'Hagan. Absolutely. 3 goals after he stepped on. He was involved in every single one. It's rare to see such composure and flair from someone that young in a hostile away ground. Now, here in Dortmund, Germany are 90 minutes away from the semifinals, and the fans expect a show. The camera panned across the stands, flags, drums, and flares illuminating the darkening sky. The atmosphere was fierce but festive. Then, as the broadcast transitioned to the warm-ups, the shot zoomed in on Lukas, juggling the ball with calm confidence. High above the noise and chants, the atmosphere in the executive suite was calmer, refined, yet heavy with anticipation. 2 older figures around their mid-60s sat by the glass, arms linked as they watched the players below. The man had the still, steady posture of an old craftsman, silver hair, strong jaw, and an expression that seemed to carry decades of wisdom. Beside him, the lady, presumably his wife, leaned forward, eyes soft with pride, the faintest smile creasing her face. Down below, Lukas was jogging and stretching, occasionally tapping the ball between his feet. The camera caught him juggling the ball with both feet. Light, rhythmic, perfectly balanced. The lady clasped her husband's arm. "Can you imagine how much he's grown?" she said softly, her voice nearly trembling. "He's a spitting image of his father." The man nodded slowly, the ghost of a smile crossing his lips. "He really is. Same walk, same confidence." That's Michi all over again. The door to the booth opened behind them. "Mom, Dad," came a familiar voice. They turned, and there he was, Javi Brandt, tall, well-dressed in a dark turtleneck and blazer. That same easy smile Lukas inherited. "Michi, it's been a long time. Come give your mother a hug." Mrs. Brandt exclaimed as she threw herself off the seat and spread her arms. "Mom, I told you to stop calling me that. Javi or Michael, not Michi," Javi said as he faked reluctance but still hugged his mother. "You should save it. She's not going to stop," Mr. Brandt said as he looked over at his son. "Dad, Javi, it's been a while. I'm glad you could come." Yes, Mr. Brandt said. "It's really been a while. It's also been years since we came to Dortmund. The stadium looks enormous now." "I'm glad you made it," Javi replied warmly, pulling up a chair beside them. The door opened again, and in walked in, elegant but simple, her hair tied neatly, wearing a light beige blazer and a subtle gold necklace. "Sorry I'm late," she said with a smile. "Mom, Dad," Javi said, turning to his parents, "this is, and my fiancé," and stepped forward and greeted them both politely. "It's lovely to finally meet you. Javi's told me so much about you." Mrs. Brandt smiled, kindly, but with a subtle hesitation. "Oh, we've heard a lot about you from Michi too. Welcome, dear." "Mom, Michi, huh? Someone's been hiding a nickname from me," and said, chuckling as she sat down. The 4 of them sat down, and small talk began about the trip from Bremen, about the match, about how incredible the atmosphere was. But beneath the warmth, there lingered a quiet tension. Chapter 160, Signal Iduna. The 4 of them sat down, and small talk began about the trip from Bremen, about the match, about how incredible the atmosphere was. But beneath the warmth, there lingered a quiet tension. It wasn't spoken. No one needed to say it. She was happy, truly, to see her son smiling again, to see him moving forward. But deep down, there was a shadow she couldn't quite shake. The last time she saw Javi this happy was before everything fell apart with Lukas's mother. The heartbreak had left scars not just on Javi, but on the entire Brandt family. Invisible ones that time hadn't completely healed. Still, she didn't want to cloud the moment. She reached over, giving Javi's hand a gentle squeeze, and smiled. "I can't wait to meet Anne's parents," she said softly. "It'll be good for both families to know each other." They're in the booth across, and said, "We'll meet for dinner after the match. Marco's making sure the reservations are perfect." Javi nodded approvingly. "Good. It's a big day for all of us." Down below, a sudden roar erupted from the crowd. The 4 of them turned toward the pitch. Lukas stood near the halfway line, juggling the ball. Not with his feet this time, but with his head. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, still going. Each touch was precise, perfectly timed, as if the ball was an extension of his mind. The crowd began clapping rhythmically with each header. Then, when he caught the ball under his arm and bowed slightly toward the south stand, the applause turned into a full cheer. Mrs. Brandt placed a hand over her mouth. "Oh my!" Javi's father smiled proudly, eyes fixed on his grandson. Javi leaned forward, watching silently, a hint of moisture in his eyes, and smiled beside him. "You should see your face right now," she teased softly. Javi chuckled, not taking his eyes off the pitch. "That's my boy," he muttered under his breath. The stadium lights glowed brighter, and the commentators' voices faded back into the broadcast. "Oh, Aga." And there he is, Lukas Brandt, 16 years old, already one of Germany's brightest lights. If last Thursday was anything to go by, tonight might be another chapter in the making. The crowd buzzed louder. The players finished their drills and went back down the tunnel, only to re-emerge a few minutes later. And as the anthems prepared to play, the camera lingered on Lukas, standing tall, chin raised, ready again. FWE. The referee's whistle blew as Italy took the kickoff for the night. Dan Ohagan, commentator. And away we go for the second leg of the UEFA Nations League quarterfinal clash between Germany and Italy. Germany hold a 3-1 advantage after that remarkable night in Milan, and they'll be full of belief after that second-half comeback inspired by young Lukas Brandt, the 16-year-old phenomenon who was involved in all 3 goals after coming on at halftime. He starts tonight, a huge vote of confidence from Julian Nagelsmann. Kel. Yes, Dan, and it's an exciting lineup from Germany, full of balance, power, and creativity. Let's take a look at how they set up. All Aga. Between the sticks, Oliver Baumann keeps his place in goal. Ahead of him, a back 3 of Jonathan Tah, Antonio Rudiger, and Nico Schlotterbeck. Across the midfield, Joshua Kimmich and Maximilian Mittelstadt will operate as the wing-backs, with Angelo Stiller sitting deeper and Leon Goretzka driving forward from midfield. In attack, there's plenty of flair. Jamal Musiala and Lukas Brandt deployed as 2 number 10s, and Tim Kleindienst leading the line as the lone striker. A bold front 3, one that combines youthful energy, intelligence, and finishing ability. Kel. Brandt starting tonight is a major storyline, from debut hero in Milan to full starter in Dortmund. He's composed, he's confident, and he's got the home crowd behind him. One opportunity. Also in a position he's well known for at his club, it will be interesting to see his performance tonight. All Aga. And for Italy, no surprises in their shape either. Gianluigi Donnarumma captains the side in goal. A back 3 of Buongiorno, Bottoni, and Gatti. Across midfield, Di Lorenzo and Udigi take up the wide roles, with Tonali, Ricci, and Barella forming the central trio. Up front, Daniel Maldini partners Moise Kean. Kel. Luciano Spalletti sticks with that familiar 3-5-2, hoping to exploit Germany's advanced wingbacks. Kean and Maldini will look to stretch the back line, and Barella's late runs could be key again. All Aga. The atmosphere here is deafening. Flags waving, songs echoing, and the players now gathering in the tunnel. Germany's lead is slender, but they have the momentum. Italy know they need something special to stay alive. It's all set here at the Signal Iduna Park. Germany versus Italy, 2 football giants, 1 spot in the semi-finals at stake. Barely 2 minutes had passed when the tempo rose. Italy tried to build out from the back, but Goretzka, ever the disruptor, read the pass before it could reach Tonali. He stepped in decisively, intercepting just inside Germany's half and taking a touch forward before sliding it quickly toward Lukas, stationed right in the center circle, back to goal. Ricci was already tight to him, pressing hard. Lukas could feel him coming even before the contact. With his first touch, he flicked the ball delicately with the outside of his left boot, a feathered, instinctive move that slipped the ball right past Ricci's leg and into the path of Musiala. Lovely touch from Brandt. O'Hagan called. He knew exactly where Musiala was. Musiala didn't even think. One glance, and he returned the pass immediately, threading it back through the line into the space Lukas was now sprinting into, already having turned as if he'd mapped the entire pitch in advance. The ball rolled perfectly into his stride. The Italian defense was caught flat-footed, Bottoni and Buongiorno scrambling to recover as Lukas lifted his head. Kleindienst was darting between the lines, hand raised. Lukas didn't hesitate. He clipped a gorgeous, looping ball over the top, splitting the defense cleanly. "Look at that pass," Kel exclaimed. "That's unbelievable vision from the 16-year-old. Kleindienst accelerated, timing his run perfectly, but so did Donnarumma. The Italian captain charged off his line, sliding forward with his massive frame just as the ball dropped at the edge of the box. A collective gasp rippled through the stands. Donnarumma reached out and smothered the ball at full stretch, just inches before Kleindienst could get there. O'Hagan's voice rose again. Oh, that was close. Lukas Brandt almost unlocking the Italian defense inside 3 minutes. Just a touch too much on that pass. But what a warning shot from Germany. As Donnarumma stood up, clutching the ball, he glanced downfield and exhaled heavily. He'd seen enough in Milan. He knew this wasn't just another teenager. This was danger incarnate. And now, in Dortmund, that danger was already beginning to show again. Germany had grown more composed as the minutes ticked by. They were circulating possession with confidence now, Baumann rolling it short to Rudiger, who exchanged passes with Ta before switching the play to Kimmich on the right flank. The Italian press pushed up, but Kimmich stayed calm, sliding the ball down the line to Mittelstadt. The left wing back turned back inside, laid it to Stiller, who pivoted neatly and found Goretzka advancing through the middle. Oh, aga. Lovely rhythm from Germany now, slow and steady, but you can see they're trying to pull Italy out of shape. Goretzka drove forward, then cut a pass into Lukas, who had drifted centrally between Ricci and Tonali. The teenager's first touch glued the ball to his boot, and his second was a sharp body feint that sent Ricci lunging the wrong way. With space opening in front of him, Lukas stepped forward, 1, 2, 3 short touches, then performed a dazzling dragon roll combination that left Tonali flat-footed. He spun around the midfielder, using his body to shield the ball as he burst toward the edge of the final third. Kel, that's wonderful from Brandt. Balance, confidence, and a touch that sticks to him like a magnet. Bottoni stepped up to confront him, but Lukas didn't panic. He used a soft outside touch to slip the ball across to Musiala, who was arriving at full tilt. Musiala took over gracefully, feinting past Buongiorno with that signature stop-start rhythm that made him so hard to read. He sliced into the penalty area, but just as Bottoni moved to close him, Musiala flicked the ball back to Lukas at the edge of the D, a delicate 1-2 that split Italy wide open. Lukas met it in stride. He didn't rush. He took a single touch to set himself, body slightly leaning left as his right leg coiled back. The stadium seemed to draw in a breath. Brandt at the edge of the area. He can shoot. Brandt. Chapter 161. Phenomenon. Lukas's strike bent wickedly through the air, spinning away from Donnarumma's outstretched glove. The Italian keeper launched himself to the right, fingertips grazing nothing but air, as the ball kept curling, tracing a perfect arc toward the far top corner. Oago. Beaten. Donnarumma's beaten. Then came the sound, a sharp metallic clang, echoing through the Signal Iduna Park like a cannon blast. The ball crashed squarely off the underside of the crossbar, ricocheted down to the goal line, and spun back into play before Bottoni thumped it clear. For a heartbeat, the whole stadium froze, gasps rising in unison before dissolving into a roar of disbelief. Kel, oh my word, inches away from another masterpiece from Brandt. On the pitch, Lukas had already turned with both hands on his head, his mouth half open in shock. Musiala sprinted over and smacked his shoulder, laughing through his disbelief. Oago. He had Donnarumma beaten all ends up. The goalkeeper was rooted, it was perfection, and the crossbar has denied the young man again. From the German dugout, Nagelsmann clapped furiously, shaking his head with a wry smile. That's it, Lukas. That's it, he shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. Behind him, the substitutes stood up, half laughing, half cursing their luck. Koch muttered something to Stiller beside him, something along the lines of, he's playing like it's the Bundesliga again. The crowd inside the stadium broke into applause. Even a few Italian supporters couldn't help but appreciate the audacity of the effort. Up in the stands, Javi Brandt was on his feet, both hands on his chest, exhaling heavily. Beside him, and grinned wide, turning to his parents. He nearly did it again, she said softly. And down on the pitch, as play resumed, Lukas jogged back into position with a small smile tugging at his lips. By the 25th minute, Germany had Italy pinned deep inside their own half. Mittelstadt and Kimmich pushed so high that it almost resembled a back two of Ta and Rudiger at halfway, both ready to clean up anything that escaped. The movement between Lukas, Musiala, and Goretzka was starting to pull the Italian lines apart. It began on the left, with Mittelstadt slipping the ball to Lukas, who had dropped slightly deeper to receive. Udigi was tight behind him, hand gripping at his shirt. Lukas felt the contact and rolled his body around it, spinning past Udigi before flicking the ball up and darting toward the byline. Lovely turn from Brandt, cried O'Hagan, voice rising with the noise of the crowd. Bottoni came sliding across to close him down, but Lukas toe-poked the ball through his legs, collected it again, and tried to drive into the box. Just as he cut inside, Udigi came lunging back in desperation, catching his leg with a clumsy challenge. Lukas stumbled, tried to keep his balance, and fell right at the edge of the 6-yard box. The referee pointed immediately to the spot. Oago. Penalty. No hesitation from the referee, and Germany have a golden chance to take the lead. Udigi buried his face in his hands as Kimmich stepped up, calm as ever, waiting for the signal. Donnarumma stood on his line, arms wide, bouncing. The whistle went. Kimmich took 2 steps, opened his body, and slotted it low into the bottom corner as Donnarumma dove the wrong way. The stadium erupted. The noise inside the Signal Iduna Park was deafening. The south stand shook as red flares flickered and flags rippled behind Donnarumma's goal. The German bench leapt as one. Substitutes hugging, assistants high-fiving, Nagelsmann pumping his fist in the air. On the opposite side, Spalletti stood motionless, jaw clenched, as his players regrouped. 1-0 to Germany. Lukas jogged up to Kimmich, smiling as they bumped shoulders. On the touchline, Nagelsmann clapped once and turned to his staff. "That came from the boy again," he said quietly. Up in the executive booth, Javi Brandt exhaled deeply. His father chuckled, pride in his eyes. "He's just like you were," the older man said. "Always taking defenders on, never afraid." Down in the stands, Joao and Joanna were already on their feet, screaming and waving their flags. "That's our boy," Joanna shouted over the noise. After the goal, Italy tried to respond, pushing their wingbacks higher, but that opened space behind. And Lukas, clever as ever, was starting to drift infield, finding pockets between Ricci and Tonali. A long sequence of passing built from the back again, Baumann to Rudiger, then to Stiller, who slipped it forward for Goretzka. The veteran midfielder looked up, saw Lukas already peeling away from his marker, and fizzed it straight into his feet. Lukas let the ball run across his body, dragging Tonali with him. Then came the magic, a step over, a sharp drag back, and a feint that left Tonali spinning the wrong way. Bottoni came up to press, but Lukas darted right between them, sliding a pass through to Musiala at the edge of the box. The crowd began to sense something special forming between those two, the sharp angles, the telepathic timing. Every time Lukas drifted near Musiala, a low hum ran through the stands in anticipation. It wasn't just the beauty of the play. It was the swagger that came with it. 2 teenagers leading the line for Germany and making one of Europe's toughest midfields look ordinary. It felt like the start of a new era. O'Hagan, Musiala, and Brandt combining again. They've been dancing together since the first whistle. Musiala collected it, faked a shot, and glided past Gatti with a simple shimmy. Lukas had continued his run, pulling defenders away, and Musiala took advantage of the open lane, curling the ball toward the bottom corner. Donnarumma saw it late. He stretched out a hand but couldn't stop it. The ball kissed the inside of the post and rolled in. 2-0, Germany. The Signal Iduna Park thundered. The fans behind the goal bounced in unison, chanting both players' names. Kell, that partnership is growing every minute. They move like they've played together for years. On the touchline, Nagelsmann grinned and nudged Gluck. "You wanted experience," he said. "There's your answer." In the VIP box, Javi's mother clutched her husband's arm. "It feels like watching a dream," she whispered. "Look at him, 16, and dictating the game," and smiled warmly. "He makes it all look effortless." Javi nodded, but didn't speak. He just stared at the pitch, watching his son celebrate, a quiet, proud tear welling at the corner of his eye. Italy looked shell-shocked. Their midfield had lost its rhythm, their backline chasing shadows. Lukas had fully come alive, no longer a young debutante, but the heartbeat of every German attack. It started with Kimmich again, driving from the right and finding Lukas near the left corner of the penalty box. Udigi backed off, afraid of giving away another penalty. Lukas took advantage, shifting the ball to his right, then rolling it back left with a delicate drag that opened half a meter of space. He glanced up once, twice, and saw the same window that had betrayed him earlier in the half. He struck. This time the contact was perfect, not too much lift, just the right whip and curve. The ball arced toward the top right corner, spinning violently through the air. Donnarumma leapt, but he wasn't close. The net bulged. O'Hagan, oh, he's done it now. The curler that rattled the bar 15 minutes ago finds its home. Lukas Brandt makes it 3 for Germany. The stadium erupted again, louder than before. Musiala sprinted to him, jumping onto his back, screaming into the air. Goretzka, Mittelstadt. Eventar ran the length of the pitch to join. In the stands, Joao and Joanna were hugging each other, their voices lost in the roar. "I told you he'd score again," Joao shouted, his eyes wide. Down in the booth, Mrs. Brandt covered her mouth with her hands. "Oh my heavens," she whispered. "That's my grandson." Javi could only laugh, clapping furiously. "That's our boy," he said to Anne, who was already holding her phone up to record the replay on the stadium screen. The referee blew his whistle moments later for halftime, and the cheers refused to die down. Germany walked off 3-0 up, Lukas leading the way, smiling, waving briefly to the crowd as his name rang through the Dortmund night. And somewhere between disbelief and pride, everyone watching knew the same truth. This wasn't the emergence of a prodigy anymore. This was the arrival of a phenomenon. As the players filed down the tunnel, Lukas lingered for a moment, glancing up at the roaring crowd. The camera caught the small smile playing on his lips, that same quiet expression he'd worn so many times for Eintracht Frankfurt. Yet tonight, under the glare of international lights, it looked different. It was the smile of a boy realizing he belonged on the biggest stage of all. Chapter 162, Second Half. The second half began with a different kind of roar. The Italian fans, waving tricolor flags across the yellow-black terraces of Dortmund, urged their side on with thunderous chants that seemed to shake the very steel of the Signal Iduna Park. Dan O'Hagan. Italy have made 2 changes at the break. Matteo Politano and Davide Fertisi come on for Gatti and Maldini, and it looks like they're going all out for damage control, or maybe damage creation. Germany, unchanged, looked calm as Baumann gestured for the back line to stay compact. But calm can be dangerous when fire is coming your way. It didn't take long for the Italians to strike. In the 48th minute, to receive the ball from Baumann under pressure. Italy's new shape was suffocating, a tight diamond pressing trap, forcing the Germans to play into narrow spaces. Ta looked right, intending to roll the ball toward Schlotterbeck on the far side, but his pass lacked power. Keane, one-on-one with Baumann. He slots it in. The keeper rushed out to close the angle, but Keane kept his head, sliding the ball coolly into the bottom corner. O'Hagan, and Italy have life. Moise Keane pounces on a mistake, and they're back in it. 3-1 on the night, 6-2 on aggregate. Is there enough time for a comeback? I don't think so, but anything could happen in football. The Italian bench exploded with renewed energy. Spalletti clenched both fists, shouting at his players to keep pushing. Up in the stands, Javi let out a quiet sigh. That's sloppy, he muttered, shaking his head. His father patted him on the arm. They'll fix it, he said. They've been solid all game. Down below, Nagelsmann's face remained expressionless, but his voice wasn't calm. Settle down. No more gifts, he barked, gesturing furiously toward Ta and Schlotterbeck. The next few minutes were chaos. Italy, suddenly reborn, pressed like wolves on fresh scent. They hunted in packs, every German touch contested, every inch of grass fought over. Lukas, drifting toward the center again to help relieve pressure, received a bouncing ball from Stiller. The crowd rose. Everyone knew what usually happened next. He took one touch, shifted his body, and began to glide forward. Barella came flying in from one side, Tonali from the other. Lukas twisted his hips and tried to pivot out of the double challenge, but the impact from both sides sent him spinning and crashing onto the turf. The shrill whistle pierced the air before he even landed. Oh, Aga. That's a late one. Brandt absolutely sandwiched there between Barella and Tonali. The stadium erupted in boos, German fans chanting Skiri as Lukas winced, clutching his side. Musiala immediately rushed to him, helping him sit up while Kimmich protested to the referee. Barella tried to plead his innocence, hands raised, but the referee was having none of it. Both midfielders were shown yellow cards in quick succession. Kel, that's pure frustration. They've been chasing shadows since the first half, and Lukas has been untouchable. They had no choice but to stop him, legally or otherwise. Oh my goodness, Mrs. Brandt gasped as she covered her mouth with her left palm, while her right clung tighter to her husband. Why would they tackle him like that? He's going to be fine, dear, her husband said, comforting her while trying to hide any signs of fear he was also having. I'm sure our grandson is strong enough to take that. They have decided that it's the best way to stop him. That doesn't mean he should be tackled this hardly. He's only 16. He could get seriously injured, she protested while her husband patted her on her shoulder. Javi just watched the pitch with undeterred attention as his jaws tightened. He was tapping his feet on the floor, and the rhythm was starting to get faster when he felt a hand placed on his thigh. He's going to be fine, and said as Javi looked up at her. Don't be too worried. Look, he's getting up, she added, pointing down to the pitch, and Javi's eyes followed her hands. Lukas stood back up to thunderous applause. Even home fans of Dortmund, club loyalties aside, were on their feet clapping the 16-year-old's resilience. From the technical area, Nagelsmann looked at Lukas and made a thumbs up as if asking, "Are you okay?" Lukas returned the gesture as he mouthed, "I'm fine," while the coach nodded and smiled before clapping to make sure his team stays in the game. The free kick, though, was too far out for a direct attempt. Kimmich chipped it into the box, where Kleindienst tried a flick header, but it went wide. The pressure from Italy never faded. It was as though that goal had awakened every ounce of pride left in their blue shirts. Tonali recovered the ball deep in midfield after a loose pass from Gross and immediately looked to release Keane. But this time, Germany's shape was compact. They had learned their lesson. Still, Italy kept probing. Politano on the right teased Mittelstadt with quick feints before cutting inside and curling a ball to the far post. Baumann stretched and punched it away, but only as far as Fratisi, who met it on the volley. It ricocheted through a crowd of legs, deflected once, twice, before rolling perfectly into Keane's path again. All Aga. Keane again. Loose ball. Can he finish it? He could. Keane hammered it past Baumann, this time with venom, the net rippling violently as the ball thudded into the roof of the goal. The Italian supporters roared to life. Flags waved, drums beat, and chants of Italia, Italia, filled the Dortmund air. Kel, it's game on now. 2 goals from Moise Kean, and Germany's comfortable lead has started to look shaky. Nagelsmann stood frozen for a moment, then clapped slowly, shouting to his bench. Focus. Stay switched on. Kimmich gathered the players around, barking orders like a captain possessed. Lukas, still catching his breath after a sprint back to help defend, looked up at the scoreboard. Germany 3-2 Italy, 6-3 on aggregate. The stadium was alive with tension. The Italians were back in the game, the Germans rattled, but not broken, and somewhere in the middle of it all stood a 16-year-old calm, determined, ready to answer again. By the 70th minute, the Italian revival had begun to slow, the earlier urgency fading into desperation. Every misplaced pass drew groans from the Azzurri fans scattered among the crowd. Germany, though rattled earlier, had rediscovered their structure. Goretzka barking orders, Kimmich dictating from deep, and Lukas once again finding spaces no one else could see. At the touchline, Nagelsmann stood with arms folded, his assistants murmuring behind him. He didn't need to shout. The rhythm had returned to his players. They knew what to do now: control, stretch, suffocate. It began with a patient build-up at the back. Schlotterbeck rolled it into Gross, who, with one sweep of his right foot, switched the play to the left. Raum controlled and nudged it forward to Lukas. Udigi, booked earlier, hesitated for half a heartbeat. That was all Lukas needed. He nudged the ball past it with his first touch and glided down the flank, every step light but deliberate. Tonali came tracking back, wary of diving in again. Lukas slowed, shifted the ball under his studs, then burst forward again, the crowd rising with every touch. Bottoni moved to cover, but Lukas feinted left and darted to the right, sending the defenders spinning in the opposite direction. Olaga. Brandt again, down that left side. He's been unstoppable tonight. He's got space. Can he deliver? Near the byline, Lukas raised his head. Goretzka was charging into the box, timing his run perfectly between the 2 center backs. Lukas took one small step back, let the ball settle, and whipped it across with his weaker right foot. It wasn't flashy, it was just perfect. The ball curled away from Donnarumma's reach and dropped invitingly at the back post. Goretzka rose, towering above Fratesi, and met it with the cleanest of headers. Thud. The sound echoed as the ball rocketed past Donnarumma into the top corner. Olaga. Goal. It's 4 for Germany. And that's the killer blow. Kel. Lukas Brandt with another moment of class. That's his second assist tonight. And what a delivery. Goretzka pointed straight at Lukas in celebration, running to embrace him as the rest of the team swarmed the corner. Behind them, the German fans erupted, flags waving, the air vibrating with chants of Deutschland. Deutschland. In the executive box, Javi stood and clapped slowly, a proud smile on his face. That's it. That's the match, he said quietly. His father nodded beside him, the grin of a man watching a legacy being built, and couldn't stop smiling, her phone already recording as the replay played on the big screen. Lukas beating his man, crossing with precision, Goretzka's header flying in. The game was well and truly over. Chapter 163, back-to-back. Down at pitch level, Nagelsmann turned toward his bench. He's done enough, he said, nodding toward Gluck. Bring him off. The 4th official raised the board. 21. Lukas Brandt 19, Leroy Sane. As Lukas jogged toward the touchline, the stadium rose as one. Even the Italian supporters near the far stand applauded, some shaking their heads in disbelief. Olaga. Listen to that reception for the 16-year-old. A standing ovation from 60,000 inside the Signal Iduna Park. What a performance from the youngest player on the pitch. Lukas smiled softly, raising his hand in acknowledgement. As he reached the sideline, Nagelsmann pulled him into a brief hug, murmuring something only they could hear. Gluck patted his back as he passed, while Sane, the man replacing him, grinned and whispered, "You're making it hard for the rest of us, kid." Lukas chuckled, breathless. "Just keeping it warm for you." He took a seat, wrapped in his jacket, a bottle of water in hand. The camera found him again, zooming in on his calm face as his eyes followed the play. The commentator's voice trailed over the image. Olaga. He's 16 years old. 3 goals, 3 assists across 2 legs. It is just inconceivable. I will go out on a limb to say he is having, by far, the most impressive debut season of any teenager in the history of the sport. And it's not even closer. As the game resumed, the chants kept rolling, the echo of his name still dancing through the stands, long after he'd left the pitch. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The referee's final whistle sliced through the roar of the crowd like a sharp gust. For a heartbeat, the entire Signal Iduna Park seemed to pause, and then it erupted into thunder. Olaga. That's it. Germany are through to the semi-finals of the Nations League. 4-3 on the night, 7-4 on aggregate. What a tie this has been. Goals, drama, tension, everything. Kel. And it ends with a Raspadori penalty in stoppage time. But really, that was nothing more than a consolation. Germany controlled this over both legs. A statement performance, and once again, the name on everyone's lips, Lukas Brandt. Players hugged, shook hands, and swapped shirts. The floodlights still blazed over the pitch, turning the misty Dortmund air a golden hue. Lukas, already changed out of his match boots, walked back onto the pitch holding a small silver trophy in his hand, his second consecutive Man of the Match award for Germany. The Nations League trophy glinted under the lights, a sleek spiral design made of polished metal, curving upward to cradle a miniature glass globe. The engraved UEFA Nations League Player of the Match at its base caught the reflection of the stadium's lights with every step Lukas took. He looked up toward the Sud-Tribune, the towering yellow wall of fans, and raised the trophy high. The roar that answered him was deafening. Then, as he began to clap and wave to the crowd, his eyes caught someone in the stands. Joanna. She was there, right in the middle of the sea of waving flags and scarves. Her face lit up under the giant screens. Lukas's expression softened immediately. He smiled and lifted a hand to his lips, blowing a kiss in her direction. A few seconds later, the stadium jumbotron switched to her, and Joanna froze mid-wave. Her cheeks flushed red as João nudged her, pointing at the screen. She tried to cover her face, but it was too late. The camera had already caught her laughing shyly, her hands still half raised. Lukas laughed, shaking his head as he turned away, still clapping toward the fans. Oh, Aga. Well, that's a moment. A kiss blown to the crowd, or perhaps to someone special. 16 years old, a star on the pitch, and already breaking hearts in the stands. Down near the touchline, Musiala elbowed Lukas playfully as the players gathered for the team lap around the pitch. Caught in 4K, bro. You're trending again tonight. He teased. Man, she's gonna kill me later, Lukas replied with a laugh, tucking his hair behind his ear. Hugo Stiller joined in, grinning widely. You know you're done for when even the cameras are shipping you too. Lukas just smiled, shaking his head. Yeah, keep laughing. I'll remember this next time we play co-op. They continued their slow jog around the stadium, clapping toward every stand as the fans chanted their names. Banners fluttered and phones flashed. The atmosphere was pure celebration, not just of victory, but of a rival. Germany was through to the Nations League semifinals, and the teenage sensation who had lit up both legs was now the face of their future. The camera zoomed in one last time on Lukas, walking with the trophy tucked under his arm, smiling quietly as he looked out over the crowd. 16 years old. 2 games, 2 Man of the Match awards, 1 foot already in German football history. Lukas Brandt, remember the name, because Europe already has. As the broadcast faded to the post-match analysis, Lukas and his teammates disappeared down the tunnel, laughter and applause echoing behind them. Ahead of them waited the semi-finals in June, a clash with Portugal, and another chapter in the story of the prodigy who had the whole world watching. Asterisk. The restaurant was tucked inside one of Dortmund's most prestigious hotels, a quiet, dimly lit private dining suite on the top floor with panoramic windows overlooking the city skyline. The room had been booked well in advance by Marco and its polished mahogany table already set with silver cutlery, wine glasses, and soft amber lighting that made the entire space glow warmly. Javi stood near the table, phone pressed to his ear. Yeah, son, just head straight to the elevators. 4th floor. The maitre d' will point you in the right direction, he said with a smile before hanging up. Moments later, down in the lobby, Lukas stepped out of Adeyemi's car. Good luck with the family dinner, superstar, Adeyemi teased, grinning as Lukas closed the door. Thanks, bro, drive safe, Lukas replied, waving as his friend pulled away. He took a deep breath, adjusted the collar of his cream turtleneck beneath a charcoal coat, and walked into the hotel. The lobby was bustling with guests in elegant attire, but Lukas's mind was elsewhere, half nervous, half excited. He followed the directions up to the private dining floor and stopped in front of a polished wooden door with gold lettering. When he stepped inside, the last thing he expected to see was his grandparents. Oma, Opa, Lukas blurted out, his voice rising in disbelief. The older couple turned toward him, smiles blooming instantly. Mein Junge, his grandmother exclaimed, opening her arms. Lukas hurried across the room, embracing her tightly before turning to his grandfather, whose proud eyes glistened even as he tried to play it cool. You didn't think we'd miss this, did you? His grandfather said, patting Lukas on the back with both hands. Javi smiled from the corner, clearly enjoying the surprise. Told you I had something planned, he said. The room was alive now, and Joao, Joanna, Ruben, and the Jimenez parents were all smiling and congratulating him on the previous night's performance. The conversation flowed around football, family, and laughter. Lukas sat beside his grandmother, answering every question about training, travel, and what it felt like to wear the national jersey. "You made us proud, Lukas. You've done what even your father once dreamed of," she said softly. Lukas smiled, touched. "Thanks, Oma. That means a lot." A few minutes later, Anne's phone buzzed. She stepped aside to answer and then returned to the table. "They're here," she said, her voice carrying a mix of excitement and nerves. Really?" Javi asked, his voice filled with nerves. It was the first time he'd be meeting his would-be in-laws. "Go escort them in," he said as he took a deep breath. "It'll be all right. I'll be right back," and said as she excused herself and stepped out to the corridor. There stood Rachel and Kevin Shar, hand in hand. Rachel was still mid-sentence, animated as ever. And I swear, that assist in the first half, the awareness, the composure, it's rare even among seasoned internationals. "I told the others at the DFB he had to be called up, didn't I, Kevin?" Kevin smiled warmly, nodding as they walked behind, and, "You did. You were right, as always," and chuckled nervously as they reached the door. "Mom, Dad, before you go in, she began, but Rachel was already pushing the door open. Inside, conversation hushed. Lukas, seated near the middle of the table, looked up. Their eyes met. Rachel froze mid-step. The young man she had just been passionately praising, the prodigy she helped bring into the national fold, was sitting right there, smiling awkwardly at her. "Oh, my goodness," she whispered, her eyes darting between Lukas, Javi, and Anne. Lukas rose from his chair, unsure whether to shake her hand or laugh. Javi stepped forward, breaking the silence with a nervous grin. "Mom, Dad, meet Lukas," he said. "My son." Chapter 164, Banquet. The tension that had filled the room moments ago dissolved as Lukas rose from his chair and approached Rachel and Kevin with a polite, almost shy smile. "It's really nice to finally meet you," he said. Rachel's expression softened instantly. "Nice to meet me? Oh, don't turn this around, young man. I'm the one who should be saying that. I've been bragging about you at work for months." Kevin chuckled beside her, reaching out to shake both Lukas's and Javi's hands. "You should have seen her during the game," he said. "Every time you touched the ball, she was gripping my arm like it was a Champions League final. She kept saying, 'That's the kid I told him about. That's him.' I didn't know she was talking about her future grandson." Lukas blushed a little, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, I hope I didn't disappoint." "Disappoint," Rachel said with a laugh. "You exceeded every expectation, Lukas." With that, the ice was broken. The rest of the introductions went smoothly and led everyone to their seats. The room soon buzzed with chatter and laughter. Mr. and Mrs. Brandt, visibly proud, joined in conversations with Kevin and Rachel, while the Jimenez family mingled effortlessly with Anne and Javi. Even Ruben, Joao, and Joanna's 10-year-old brother couldn't hide his excitement around Lukas. The boy practically launched himself from his chair as soon as Lukas walked in earlier that evening. "Lukas," he shouted, grinning ear to ear. "Hey, little man." Lukas laughed, opening his arms as Ruben ran over and gave him a quick hug. "You've grown since the last time I saw you." Ruben beamed. "You too. I saw you score that goal live. I told everyone in my class I know you." "Oh, you did, huh?" Lukas teased. "Then I hope I made you look good out there." "You did. You were amazing," Ruben said proudly, before running back to his seat, still buzzing with excitement. That was a few minutes ago, but he was still smiling ear to ear, looking at Lukas as they ate. Rachel looked at the boy and smiled. "You see, Lukas? Even younger ones are watching you now. You're inspiring a whole new generation." The mood was warm, familial. The nervous formality that had hovered at the start was gone. Laughter filled the air as they discussed everything from football to travel to wedding plans. When Anne and Javi began talking about their upcoming ceremony, the room quieted with interest. "So, when's the big day?" Kevin asked. Javi and Anne exchanged a look. "End of the year," and said finally, her eyes glinting. "December. Frankfurt." "That's wonderful," Mrs. Brandt said softly. "We'll be there. You have our full blessing." Rachel reached across the table and squeezed her daughter's hand. "You look happy, sweetheart. That's all we ever wanted." Javi was in high spirits. He'd spent half the night telling stories of Lukas's childhood, of his first goal, of the day the scouts came. The grandparents chimed in with proud memories of their own. Lukas kicking apples off trees at the family farm, trying and failing to dribble through cousins at family picnics, tearing through his shoes faster than they could buy new ones. Joao and Joanna laughed along, sharing stories from their childhood together. At one point, someone, probably Rachel, asked teasingly, "So are you two ever going to make it official?" The room erupted when Joanna, blushing red as a sunset, nodded. "We already have," she said, smiling nervously. Applause followed. Even Kevin raised his glass. "About time," he said with a grin. Lukas took Joanna's hand under the table, their fingers intertwining quietly. Told you they'd like you, he whispered. By the time dessert arrived, the atmosphere was as warm as the glow of the candles. Plans for the wedding were already being discussed in more detail. Venues, guests, and flowers. Anne's mother pulled out a small notebook, jotting down suggestions while Mrs. Brandt offered advice from experience. An hour later, the evening began to wind down. The waiters cleared the last plates, and chairs shuffled softly against the carpet. Everyone exchanged goodbyes and hugs. Mr. and Mrs. Brandt lingered longest, promising to visit Frankfurt again soon. At the door, Lukas leaned down and kissed Joanna on the forehead, whispering something that made her laugh despite her flushed cheeks. "Oh, look at these two," Javi teased with a smirk. "Should we start planning their wedding too?" "Dad," Lukas protested, earning more laughter from the group. One by one, they departed, the Shars and the Brandts heading back to their suites, the Jimenez family escorting Joanna and Ruben out toward their car. The warm echoes of their laughter faded into the hotel's hushed corridors. When the doors finally closed behind them, the night settled into a calm quiet. Only Javi and Lukas remained in the suite, talking softly as they waited for Marco to arrive. He came not long after, knocking gently before stepping inside with his tablet under one arm. "Evening, gentlemen," he greeted, settling into a chair. His tone was businesslike but calm. "Hope you've had your fill of celebrations, because tomorrow's going to be long," he said. The people from Bayern called again. "They want to meet." Lukas frowned slightly. "Tomorrow? I'm supposed to be at Puma headquarters in the morning. They've been planning that visit for weeks." "I told them that," Marco replied, tapping on his tablet. "They said they'd wait until you're done there. They're still very insistent. Money isn't an issue. They're talking 10 times your current wage, Lukas, and they're ready to bid whatever it takes." Javi sighed quietly, folding his arms. "I don't like this, Lukas. I don't want you rushing into anything, especially not Bayern. You've only just started your career here." Lukas nodded slowly. "I know, Dad. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." Marco nodded approvingly. "Good, because that's not the only call I got." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Atletico Madrid reached out. "They want to meet too, after the Europa League quarterfinals in Bilbao. They said they've been watching you closely." "Watching me?" Lukas asked, surprised. "Yes. And somehow," Marco continued, his voice lowering, "they already know about your contract. The 75 million clause. They're worried Frankfurt might raise it after you sign the new deal, so they're asking you to delay the renewal, at least until they've had a chance to present their proposal." Javi's brow furrowed. "How would they even find that out?" "Clubs talk," Marco said simply. "Sometimes to the right people, sometimes to the wrong ones. And they said," he added with a sigh, "they'd be willing to compensate any losses from delaying the renewal in full." Lukas sat back, processing. The idea of leaving Germany, leaving Frankfurt, had never seriously crossed his mind before. But something tugged at his thoughts, a faint echo from another life, a memory of Joanna in Madrid, studying biochemistry. It had always puzzled him, her choice to go there instead of staying in Germany. He shook it off. "Let's hear what they have to say first," he said finally. "But make sure Hardon doesn't think I'm trying to stall on purpose." "I'll handle that," Marco said. "Negotiations take months anyway. No one will think twice." "Good," Lukas murmured, standing up. "Then let's leave it for now. I need a rest. Tomorrow's a long day." Marco rose too, packing up his tablet. "Sleep well, kid. You've earned it." As the door closed behind him, Javi watched Lukas disappear into the adjoining room. For a moment he stood still, the weight of it all catching up to him. His son, his rising fame, his future. "Spain. Huh," he muttered softly to himself, shaking his head with a faint, weary smile. "We'll see." Chapter 165, Blue, by midnight, 87. The next morning, the crisp morning air at Dortmund's training ground carried a quiet energy. The players moved through light stretches and recovery exercises, some chatting casually, while others looked half asleep after the emotional high of the previous night. Lukas had his headphones around his neck, quietly hydrating as Musiala walked over, his usual grin already in place. "Morning, superstar," he said, nudging Lukas lightly. "Still thinking about yesterday's game?" Lukas chuckled. "Trying not to, actually." "Good, because you'll be scoring those for Bayern soon anyway," Musiala teased, smirking. Before Lukas could respond, Stiller walked up, phone in hand. You might want to see this." He turned the screen around. The headline from Sky Germany was bold and impossible to miss. Lukas Brandt's €75 million clause revealed. Eintracht Frankfurt looking to double salary and fee as Europe's elite circle. Lukas blinked. "You gotta be kidding me." Musiala leaned closer. "Is that true? You've got a release clause." Lukas hesitated. "It's not completely false, but not completely true either." He left it at that. What he didn't say, what only he, Marco, and his dad knew, was that the clause wasn't a typical one. It was a good faith negotiation clause, designed to allow foreign clubs to open talks at a set price, but it wasn't binding. And crucially, it was only valid for clubs outside Germany, meaning it wouldn't help Bayern Munich in the slightest. As they whispered among themselves, phones started buzzing all around the room. News spreads fast in football, faster when it concerns a teenage prodigy. A few of the players shot Lukas playful looks, others congratulated him. But the attention was exactly what he didn't want. Just then, Nagelsmann entered the room with his assistants. The chatter died down almost immediately. "All right, lads," the coach began, clapping his hands. "I know you've all seen the news, but let's stay grounded. What happens at your clubs, contracts, rumors, transfer talk, it's all part of the game. What matters now is recovery. You've earned your rest." He paced slowly in front of them. "Go back, focus on your football, and enjoy your time off. We'll meet again in June for the semifinals. Until then, keep sharp." The players applauded lightly, and within minutes, the session began to break up. Groups of teammates exchanged hugs and jokes before heading their separate ways. Lukas, however, slipped his phone from his bag and called Marco the second he stepped outside. "Tell me you've seen it," Lukas said without preamble. "I have," Marco sighed on the other end. "First Atletico finds out. Now, Sky Germany? Someone's talking. I don't know who yet. Can we do anything about it?" Lukas asked. "Not really. The clause isn't a secret clause. It's just not meant to be public knowledge. Now that it's out, Frankfurt will rush to revise your deal. They'll want that clause gone before the summer window opens." Lukas exhaled slowly. "We'll talk in person. I'm heading back to the hotel." "Good. I'll meet you there," Marco said. An hour later, they met in the lobby. Javi was already waiting by the glass doors, a travel bag slung over his shoulder. Marco joined them moments later, tablet in hand. "All right," Marco said. "Change of plans. Puma expects us in Munich by early afternoon. We'll take a short flight out. We could discuss everything on the way." "Sounds good," Lukas said, tugging his cap lower over his face as they stepped toward the waiting car. The hum of conversation filled the air as they drove toward the airport. Marco tapped on his screen, showing Lukas the latest updates. Articles from Marca, L'Equipe, and Sky Italia all reporting the same story. Europe had noticed. "They'll all be watching you now," Marco said quietly. "Which means you need to play this smart. Don't sign anything yet. Let Frankfurt cool down a bit. When we're done with Puma, we'll regroup." Javi nodded from the front seat. "And remember, son, no matter what anyone says, don't let them rush you out of Germany. You're building something special here." Lukas leaned back, watching the skyline drift by through the window. "I know, Dad," he said softly. The car turned toward Dortmund Airport, sunlight gleaming off its metallic roof. Ahead lay Munich, and another day in a life that was becoming more extraordinary by the minute. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The conference room in Manchester was a striking blend of elegance and precision, much like the club it belonged to. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls framed a panoramic view of the Etihad campus below, where the morning light spilt across immaculate training pitches and the cool silver and sky-blue geometry of city's facilities gleamed like something out of the future. A long oak table stretched across the center of the room, polished to a mirror finish. Behind it hung a massive framed photo of the 2023 treble-winning squad, a reminder of the golden era now teetering on the edge of transition. Inside, the air hummed with quiet tension. Siki Begirstein, Ferran Soriano, and Pep Guardiola sat together, flanked by two sharply dressed assistants who moved with quiet efficiency, sliding tablets across the table. The screens glowed with the headline everyone in football was reading that morning. Sky Germany. Eintracht Frankfurt wonderkid Lukas Brandt has €75 million clause. Europe's giants on alert. Pep's brow was furrowed, his arms folded. "We can do with him," he said bluntly, eyes fixed on the image of Lukas mid-celebration. "That kid, he plays with fire, with imagination. He's not afraid. Almost reminds me of a young Leo, very direct, very vertical, but still only 16. Begirstein nodded slowly, scrolling through Lukas's recent performances, clips from the Nations League, Europa League, and Bundesliga. "He's not wrong," he said, glancing at Soriano. "For his age, he plays like he's been in the league for 10 years. Soriano, however, didn't look convinced. 16, he repeated, tapping his finger lightly against the table. "That's exactly my point. He's 16. We've seen this story before. How many 16-year-olds do you know have played in the Premier League? Will he survive the intensity of the league? England could eat him alive." Pep leaned forward, the spark of obsession glinting in his eyes. "He's not English," he countered. "He's German. And not just any German. He's got discipline, structure, but also flair. That's rare. You can see it in the way he makes decisions, the way he anticipates before the ball even gets there. Players like that don't come around often. We need him." He gestured toward the window, where the training pitches shimmered faintly in the morning haze. "Look at us. We're out of the Champions League. The Premier League? We're fighting just to stay in the top four. The squad's getting old. My squad is getting old. Kevin can't run games like before. Phil, this season, injury after injury. Bernardo's legs can't do 80 minutes of intensity anymore. Guardiola paused, lowering his voice. When I extended my contract last year, you gave me your word that we would rebuild this squad together. This is who I want. We can't miss him. For a moment, silence lingered. The only sound came from one of the assistants, quietly setting down a tray of coffee cups. Siki finally broke it. I agree with Pep, he said. 75 million, if true, is a bargain. Frankfurt sold us Marmish last window. We have a good relationship there. We know how they work. Chapter 166. Campus. Soriano turned at Siki. Then start the process. Reach out to Frankfurt. See if they're open to selling, or at least discussing the possibility. Feel around for details. That clause might not be what it looks like. Siki nodded immediately. Understood. Good, Soriano said, draining his coffee. Let's do this the right way. No leaks, no noise. And if what Sky Germany reported is even half true. He glanced at the image of Lukas again, frozen mid-strike in a Frankfurt kit. Then 75 million could be the cheapest signing of the decade. Pep smiled faintly. If we get him, he murmured, I believe the transition will be a lot smoother. Outside, the faint whistle of the wind carried across the glass as the Etihad campus stirred to life. Another afternoon in Manchester, but perhaps the dawn of something new. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The early evening air in Bavaria was crisp and cool as the plane's wheels touched down. Through the tinted window, Lukas could already see a few fans and airport staff waiting along the glass barriers, phones in hand, ready. He kept his cap low and his hood up, a black face mask covering half his face, but anonymity was impossible at this point. The glances, the half-whispers, even behind sunglasses, people still knew. Every few steps, he could hear the faint clicks of phone cameras. Guess this guy's 101 isn't working anymore, Marco muttered with a smirk as they walked through the jet bridge. I told you the mask makes me look more suspicious, Lukas said under his breath. Javi chuckled, patting his shoulder. Relax. They're just excited. Not every day, a 16-year-old wins 2 Man of the Match awards for Germany in a week. When they reached the arrivals hall, 2 figures were already waiting near the exit. A young woman in a beige trench coat holding a Puma folder and a sharply dressed man beside her. Lukas. Mr. Brandt, Mr. Karsten, the woman called out, smiling as she waved them over. Lukas immediately recognized her. Lena, the same Puma representative who'd visited Frankfurt weeks earlier to discuss his image rights. Good to see you again, Lukas said, pulling his mask down slightly to reveal a polite smile. The pleasure's mine, Lena replied warmly. And this is Thomas, our company driver. He'll take you to headquarters. Thomas nodded courteously, taking their small luggage trolley and leading them toward the car park. Outside, the company's sleek black electric SUV gleamed under the sunlight, the white Puma logo stamped elegantly on its side door. The 3 settled into the back seats, while Thomas navigated out of the airport. Bavaria rolled by in picturesque frames, lush fields, winding roads, distant mountain ridges. Inside, conversation came easily. I watched the games, Lena began, glancing at Lukas. You were brilliant. 3 assists and 3 goals in 2 matches. At your age, at any age, that's incredible. Thank you, Lukas said modestly. It still feels a little unreal. Unreal or not, the world's taking notice, Marco added. I've had calls from journalists, agencies, even other brands asking about him. Lena smiled knowingly, not surprised. But, Lukas, let me say this, there's no rush with any of it. Your development comes first. Still, she hesitated briefly, choosing her words. I do think you've already outgrown Eintracht Frankfurt. Lukas blinked. Outgrown, in the best way possible, she clarified. You've shown you belong at a higher level, somewhere that pushes you into the limelight fervently. Maybe not a super club yet, but something just below that. A team where your growth won't be stifled. Somewhere with structure, visibility, pressure. Javi shifted in his seat, curious but cautious. That's easier said than done. Leaving Germany at this age is a big step. Of course, Lena nodded. It's not just football. There's family, schooling, culture, everything to consider. It's not a decision to rush, and frankly, I'd advise you not to. But still, it's something to think about. The car fell into a thoughtful silence for a few seconds, the hum of the highway filling the space. Lukas watched the scenery slide by, the green expanse, the soft curve of the Bavarian hills. He finally spoke. I'll think about it, he said quietly. Lena smiled. That's all I hoped you'd say. As the SUV approached the sprawling Puma headquarters, a modern complex of glass, steel, and greenery nestled near Herzogenaurach, Lukas couldn't help but feel that sense of balance again. Part wonder, part uncertainty. The Puma headquarters in Herzogenaurach stood like a monument to modern design, a seamless blend of architecture innovation, and green sustainability. The first thing Lukas noticed as the car pulled into the vast campus was how open it all felt. Wide glass buildings framed by pristine lawns and symmetrical stone walkways stretched across the grounds. The main complex shimmered under the Bavarian sun, its sleek metallic panels reflecting the sky. Sculpted trees lined the entry road, and the company's signature Leaping Cat logo, bold and black, stood atop the main building like a crown. Even Javi, who'd seen more than a few corporate headquarters in his life, couldn't hide his admiration. "This place looks more like a university than a company," he murmured. "Marko Chakiv. It's a university of money and marketing," he replied, his voice half joking, half awed. Lukas said nothing at first. He just looked around, taking in the futuristic shapes and the hum of quiet efficiency. It wasn't the grandeur that struck him. It was how alive the place felt. People walked briskly between glass doors, some on phones, others with tablets or rolls of fabric samples. Creativity was everywhere. Even the benches looked like they'd been designed by engineers. Thomas parked the car beside a long marble pathway that led to the entrance. As they stepped out, Lena gestured toward the main lobby doors. "Welcome to Puma's world," she said proudly. Inside, the lobby was even more breathtaking. Natural light flooded through the skylights above, bouncing off polished floors and minimalist furniture. A long, curved digital display ran along one wall, cycling through images of Puma athletes. Neymar celebrating a goal, Jack Grealish dribbling, Memphis Depay posing in streetwear, and Usain Bolt frozen mid-sprint in that iconic lightning pose. Lukas caught sight of a massive image of Manchester City's treble-winning squad from the previous season, dressed in Puma kits. He paused for a second longer than he meant to, his mind flickering briefly to the news Fabrizio had released during the weekend about Guardiola being an admirer. Lena led them past the reception desk and into one of the adjoining buildings. They took an elevator to the second floor and were guided into a spacious conference room overlooking part of the training fields outside. The room was tastefully designed, with one wall filled with framed jerseys, Dortmund, Milan, City, Marseille, Girona, and even Eintracht Frankfurt's black and red home kit from the current season. On the opposite side stood a row of black leather chairs and a glass table stacked with water bottles, notebooks, and neatly arranged folders bearing the Puma emblem. "This is beautiful," Javi said quietly, glancing around. "It's professional, but also artistic." "That's Puma," Marco replied. "Everything is design and message." Moments later, the door opened, and 3 people entered. Lena came in first, followed by a sharply dressed man in his 40s with salt and pepper hair and thin-framed glasses. Marcus, one of Puma's senior executives. Behind him was another man, younger, with a calm but confident demeanor and a small camera case slung over his shoulder. David, the director for the day's commercial shoot. "Mr. Brandt," Marcus said warmly, stepping forward to shake hands with Lukas. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. We've all been very excited about this collaboration." "The pleasure's mine, sir," Lukas replied politely. Marcus turned to shake hands with Javi and Marco, offering both a firm, welcoming smile before gesturing for everyone to sit. "I hope the flight was smooth?" Marcus asked as he took his seat at the head of the table. "It was, thank you," Marco replied. Lena sat beside David, unlocking a tablet and sliding in front of Marcus. The screen lit up with a storyboard of what looked like a short film. Dynamic sketches of Lukas in training gear, city streets, and stylized lighting setups. "So," Marcus began, clasping his hands, "today's session is going to be primarily for a short commercial clip we're producing. It'll be part of our Born Ready campaign, highlighting young athletes who redefine what it means to be fearless." He glanced toward Lukas. "Your story fits that theme perfectly. From academy debut to national team hero in less than a year. It's the kind of journey we want to show the world." David nodded in agreement. "We'll be filming mostly around the training pitch area, then moving to the indoor studio for the lighting shots. Nothing too stressful, mostly action, movement, and expression. The camera just needs to capture your natural energy." Javi smiled proudly from his seat. "You'll get plenty of that. Chapter 167, Bayern." Everyone chuckled lightly. The tone in the room was easy, collaborative, professionals at work, but with the air of something exciting about to unfold. Marcus turned the tablet around to Lukas. "We'll walk you through the plan in detail, then get you to the wardrobe for fitting. You'll meet our creative team, and we'll have you out there in less than an hour." Lukas nodded, eyes scanning the visuals on the screen. "Sounds great," he said simply, the same calm, polite tone he always used, but inside he could already feel that familiar buzz of adrenaline building again. This was a different kind of arena, not the roar of fans or the glare of stadium lights, but the world of brand image, sponsorships, and global exposure. And even though it wasn't a pitch, Lukas knew instinctively it was still a stage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cut. That's it. Thanks for your effort, Lukas. Perfect. The director's voice rang across the soundstage as the last camera light faded out. A small round of applause followed from the crew as Lukas exhaled, shoulders sagging, his hair damp with sweat from nearly 3 hours of filming. He dropped into a chair beside the set, pulling off his training top and grabbing the cold bottle Javi handed him. "Danke," he muttered before taking a long sip. His face glistened under the studio lights. "This might actually be harder than playing against Bayern Munich," he said, half smiling, half groaning. "At least in football, I get to run for a reason." Marco, standing nearby with his blazer off and sleeves rolled, chuckled. "Speaking of Bayern," he began, his tone sly. Lukas looked up instantly. "Don't tell me they." "Relax, Marco interrupted. Just saying, we've got that dinner scheduled in about an hour. So, finish that water, superstar. We got executives to meet." Lukas groaned softly. "No rest for the wicked, huh?" The three of them stood, exchanging quick thanks with the production team as they packed up their equipment. David, the director, approached with Lena, both smiling. "Lukas, you were fantastic," David said. "You've got real camera presence. The takes turned out beautifully. Natural, confident, expressive. Exactly what we wanted." "Thank you," Lukas replied, standing to shake his hand. Lena added warmly, "You made our job easy today. Everyone at headquarters is already talking about how well the footage looks on playback." Marco smiled. "Just make sure his face is centered in every frame," he joked. After a round of laughter, they exchanged parting pleasantries. Lena handed Lukas a small Puma duffel bag, a parting gift containing a few limited edition training kits and new prototype boots. "Travel safe," she said, "and we'll send you the final cut when it's ready." By the time they left the Puma building, the Bavarian sun was dipping low on the horizon, casting warm amber light across the glass walls of the headquarters. The air smelled faintly of pine and distant rain. Their driver, Thomas, was already waiting out front. "Back to the hotel?" he asked. "Yes, please," Marco replied. "We got a dinner to get to." Inside the car, Lukas leaned back and shut his eyes, utterly spent. Javi looked at him through the rear-view reflection and smiled quietly, that fatherly mix of pride and amusement. Who'd have thought a commercial could drain you more than 90 minutes of football? "Next time," Lukas mumbled, "I'm bringing my fitness coach." Marco laughed softly from the front seat. "Next time," he said, "you'll probably be filming in Milan or Madrid. So enjoy this while it's still easy." Lukas cracked one eye open. "We'll see," he said. The car rolled through the Bavarian countryside, city lights beginning to blink in the distance. And somewhere between exhaustion and anticipation, Lukas found himself wondering what kind of evening awaited them at dinner. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In a softly lit private dining room overlooking the Bavarian night, two men sat cross-legged at a low Japanese table, the city lights glimmering through the vast one-way glass window. The decor was elegant and minimal, polished wood, muted lanterns, and a delicate bonsai centerpiece. Steam drifted lazily from a teapot between them, and the faint sound of a koto melody played somewhere beyond the sliding door. Both men wore sharp black suits. One, Herr Schneider, had the stern composure of an experienced negotiator. The other, Herr Weiss, younger and more animated, scrolled occasionally through a sleek tablet, displaying a dossier marked Brandt, Lukas, profile. Schneider lifted his cup of sake and spoke calmly. Eberl's message was very clear, whatever it takes to lure him. "No hosetashchen." Weiss nodded, lowering his voice. "He knows what kind of player we're talking about. Once Madrid or City moves, we'll lose our chance. Tonight needs to plant the seed." Before Schneider could reply, a gentle knock came at the door. The wooden panel slid open, and a restaurant attendant bowed slightly. "Your guests have arrived." Lukas entered first, dressed neatly but simply, followed by Javi and Marco. The soft lighting caught the faint weariness in Lukas's expression from the long day, but he greeted them with calm confidence. "Gentlemen," Schneider said, standing as they approached. "Welcome. We've been looking forward to this meeting." "Likewise," Marco replied smoothly as the group exchanged handshakes before settling onto the floor cushions surrounding the low table. The waiter reappeared almost immediately, silent and precise, setting down beautifully arranged trays, sushi, sashimi, small bowls of miso, and a bottle of dasai sake. The dishes had already been pre-ordered, a quiet display of Bayern's usual efficiency. As the men poured drinks and exchanged pleasantries, the conversation soon drifted toward football, inevitably. Schneider leaned forward slightly, his tone measured yet inviting. "Lukas, we've all watched your rise. From your first Bundesliga goal to the nation's league performances, extraordinary. What you've achieved at 16 is almost unheard of." Weiss picked up seamlessly, "And we believe Munich is the next step. You already have chemistry with Musiala. The two of you together could define an era." Lukas listened quietly, expression unreadable. "Next season," Weiss continued, "we're restructuring, building something younger, faster. Imagine this. Musiala through the middle, you cutting in from the left, Alice on the right, and Kane leading the line. You'd dominate Europe for a decade. Even Javi looked mildly intrigued at the visualization. The club isn't just thinking domestically, Schneider added. We're thinking legacy. You have Ballon d'Or potential, but to reach it, you need a platform that puts you at the center of the world stage. Bayern can give you that. Lukas leaned back slightly, processing the pitch. He said nothing, his gaze drifting momentarily toward the window, where the reflection of the city shimmered faintly on the glass. Marco was the first to interject, always the professional. Of course, all that sounds ideal, but practical questions remain. Living arrangements, education, support structure. Weiss nodded quickly, ready for it. Already accounted for. The club handles everything. Housing, transportation, even personal staff if needed. We have a specialized department for player welfare. Lukas can choose any style of accommodation, a penthouse in the city or a villa near the training complex. And his studies? Marco pressed. We have long-term partnerships with Munich's top gymnasiums, Schneider replied. We've done this for Musiala, Tel, Pavlovich, and we'll ensure Lukas gets the same treatment. He'll have flexibility and tutors available through the club. Still, Lukas remained quiet, calm, listening. The two executives exchanged a brief glance. They could feel the balance of the meeting starting to hang on a thread. Polite interest, but no commitment. Schneider decided to press further. Let's talk about what matters most, he said carefully, setting his glass down. Value. Chapter 168, 18, by midnight, 87. Marco straightened slightly, alert. We're prepared, Schneider continued, to offer a package that reflects both his talent and potential. A salary that starts at a base comparable to our top young internationals. Weiss picked up from there, his voice lowering as if to emphasize every syllable. With bonuses and performance clauses, he could make 8 million euros per year. He paused, then looked directly at Lukas. Net, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They stood, exchanged polite goodbyes, and bowed slightly as the sliding door opened. The two Bayern representatives lingered with business smiles, promising to stay in touch. The night air outside the restaurant was crisp, the kind that carried the faint scent of rain and sakura leaves. Inside the car, the silence was thick at first, the kind that followed important conversations. The driver started the engine, and the city lights rolled past the windows in soft streaks. Marco finally spoke, his tone casual but probing. So, he said, glancing at Lukas in the rearview mirror, what do you think? It's good money, Lukas. And from what I can tell, they're ready to pull out all the stops for you. And it sure was a lot of money. 8 million euros net with a 50% effective tax and surcharge rate would be about 16 million euros gross. That's over 300k a week, 16 times what he was currently on at Frankfurt. That amount would place him among one of the highest paid players in the league and the highest paid teenager in football history at least, until Yamal signs his new deal with Barcelona. Lukas didn't respond immediately. He was staring out the window, his reflection faintly visible against the glowing streets of Munich. His mind was still back in that room. The deliberate words, the practiced smiles, the way the men leaned forward when they mentioned numbers. He couldn't explain it, even to himself, but something about it all had felt off. Like a salesman dangling a glittering key in front of him, polished, enticing, but slightly insincere. The atmosphere hadn't been hostile. It had simply felt transactional. Javi sat quietly beside him, sensing his son's unease. Although Lukas didn't hold the same animosity toward Bayern that most fans of non-Bayern Bundesliga clubs did, he also didn't feel anything for them. Growing up, he'd been a Darmstadt boy, blue and white through and through. The underdog club, always punching above their weight, had taught him to love football for the fight, not the glamour. Bayern had always seemed too perfect, too mechanical. Javi broke the silence this time. The pressure will be immense if you go there, he said quietly. If they buy you for that kind of money, the media won't leave you alone. Every touch, every miss, every goal, it'll all be magnified. They'll lift you up fast, but they'll tear you down faster if you stumble. Marco nodded slightly. He's right. It's a double-edged sword. Bayern can make careers or swallow them. The hum of the car filled the pause that followed. Lukas stayed quiet, still watching the lights blur past, lost in thought. Finally, after a long stretch of silence, he spoke. Not loud, but firm enough to cut through the air. I don't want to leave Frankfurt now, he said slowly. And when I leave Frankfurt, I'll be leaving Germany too. Neither Javi nor Marco said a word after that. The car continued through the Bavarian night, the city fading behind them. And somewhere between Munich's skyline and the dark horizon, Lukas Brandt's next chapter quietly began to take shape. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tuesday night, March 25th, 2025. The Jimenez apartment in Darmstadt was alive with noise and color that night. Balloons clung to the ceiling, strings of gold and silver lights shimmered on the walls, and the faint rhythm of a pop playlist pulsed through the air. Laughter and chatter filled every corner. Classmates crowded the kitchen, the balcony, even the staircase. It was a full house. Joao and Joanna's 18th birthday had brought together two generations of their schoolmates, seniors who came for Joanna and younger ones who came for Joao. A few teachers had even dropped by earlier before the party turned purely teenage. In the living room, a cluster of girls huddled together around the snack table. Leonie, Anna, and Mara, all for Joanna's class, were mid-conversation, glasses of soda in hand. "So, Joanna," Leonie began, voice playful but loaded with curiosity, "you think Lukas will actually come tonight?" Joanna smiled politely, feigning nonchalance. "He might. He's close with Joao, so if he's free, maybe." The girls exchanged quick glances, their excitement palpable. "Please, if he does," Mara said, practically bouncing. "You have to introduce us. He's Lukas Brandt." Joanna chuckled, though she didn't answer. "Imagine if he actually walks through that door right now," Hannah added dreamily. "IDD. Lita-LD." Leonie leaned in, her tone shifting to gossip. "Did you guys see the clip after the Italy match? He was blowing kisses at someone in the crowd. Everyone online was trying to figure out who it was. But the girl covered herself just in time. Wait, now that I think of it, she looks just like you, Joe." "Really?" Redhead Mara asked. "You're not secretly dating Lukas Brandt, Joe, are you?" The others gasped and laughed in unison. Joanna's smile froze for a split second, but she quickly composed herself. "Me? Come on. What are you talking about? Why would Lukas be blowing me kisses? And how would I be dating Brandt? I've known him since he was like 7, she protested, pretending to sound amused. Before anyone could respond, Joao appeared behind them, holding a slice of cake and grinning. "You can all relax," he said, interrupting their chatter. "He's not coming." The collective groan was almost comedic. What? Hannah asked. "He just texted me," Joao said, tapping his phone. "He landed in Frankfurt late from Bavaria and had to report to the club tonight. Said he's exhausted." The girls sighed, disappointed, and dispersed to refill their cups or rejoin the dancing crowd. Joanna stayed behind, her expression unreadable. She retreated to the kitchen, trying to keep her composure as she helped a friend pour drinks. The laughter around her felt distant, muffled. Then her phone buzzed. It was Lukas. "Go open the door for the delivery guy, bringing your birthday gifts." Her heart lifted instantly. She typed a quick reply, "Okay, give me a sec," and hurried toward the entrance. A few curious friends, Leonie and Mara among them, followed close behind, whispering eagerly. Joanna opened the door and froze. Standing there wasn't a delivery guy. It was Lukas himself, wearing a black jacket over a white turtleneck, jeans, and a grin that said he'd planned this all along. In his hands, he held a bouquet of sunflowers and white roses, her favorites. "Happy birthday, mi amor," he said softly, holding out the bouquet. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Joanna laughed in disbelief and threw her arms around him as the hall erupted behind her. The gasps, the whispers, the squeals of recognition spreading through the apartment like wildfire. Chapter 169, Quality Time. Joanna didn't let go right away. For a long few seconds, it was just her holding him under the doorway lights, her face buried against his chest, Lukas's chin resting atop her hair. The hallway behind them buzzed with surprise and whispered chatter. Leonie's mouth hung open, Mara grabbed Hannah's arm, and even a couple of boys passing by stopped and stared. By the time Joanna pulled back, cheeks warm and eyes shining, half the apartment had realized something had just been revealed. "So, yeah," she breathed out, laughing nervously, "it's true." The girls exhaled all at once, shock turning instantly into curiosity. "Oh my God, since when? You have to tell us everything. Is he actually like that in real life?" "Joanna, you're living my dream, I swear." Joanna laughed helplessly as she was swallowed into a ring of eager faces tugging her toward the couch. Meanwhile, Lukas slipped deeper into the apartment, where Joao was already walking toward him with the widest grin on his face. "You dramatic bastard," Joao said, pulling him into a hug that nearly lifted him off the ground. "You really made an entrance." Lukas laughed. "Would have been boring if I texted, 'I'm downstairs,' right?" Joao smacked his shoulder. "Just don't take my twin sister away from me now that you're famous." "Never," Lukas answered, sincere and immediate. Some of Lukas's former classmates from the gymnasium were there too. Kids who remembered playing pickup games behind the school building and watching Lukas score ridiculous goals before anyone knew his name. They greeted him with the familiar, "Hey bro, didn't think you'd remember us. Dude, you went crazy against Italy." And Lukas, as always, remembered every name. The night unfolded like a warm fire, spreading gently through the room. Someone turned down the lights. A sparkler-studded cake was brought out. Everyone gathered. "Happy birthday to you." Voices rose, loud, off-key, joyful. Joao bowed dramatically. Joanna hid her face and laughed. Lukas clapped, smiling in that soft, bright way he rarely showed in stadiums. Pictures followed, lots of them. Then came autographs. So many autographs. People fanned out their arms, phone cases, shirts, napkins. One guy even brought out his math textbook. Lukas, please sign the index page. I need your motivation during finals. Lukas almost choked laughing, but signed it anyway. Then the cameras. One selfie. Then 5. Then whole group photos. And as soon as someone went live on Instagram. Guys, Lukas Brandt is at Joao's party in Darmstadt. Come quick. The crowd doubled. Then tripled. Neighbors came. Strangers from 2 blocks away came. The hallway was full. The apartment air turned warm and tight. Joao peeked in the corridor and swore. Okay, yeah, this is getting out of hand. And through the rising noise, Joanna found Lukas's hand. Come on, she whispered. They slipped through the kitchen door, with a balcony open to the back street. She had already thought of everything. Hoodie, baseball cap, and a mask she borrowed from someone earlier. Lukas tucked his hair under the cap, shrugged on the hoodie, pulled the mask up. They slipped downstairs, quiet, unnoticed. Out into the cool, gentle Darmstadt night. Breathing. Finally, they walked down the sidewalk, out of sight of the crowd, before Lukas started slowing. Joanna stopped and looked up at him. What's wrong? She asked. You didn't really think I'd come without your present, did you? He asked with a warm smile. Lukas blinked, then reached into his jacket. He pulled out a small velvet box, soft white, tied with a dark satin ribbon. Her breath hitched. She untied the ribbon, opened the box, and inside was a delicate Van Cleef and Arpels Alhambra necklace. White mother-of-pearl pinned and outlined in warm gold. Understated elegance. The kind that didn't scream wealth, it whispered meaning. Oh, was all Joanna managed. Lukas stepped closer and lifted the necklace from the box. Turn, he murmured. She did. Soft fingertips brushed the back of her neck. The clasp clicked. He let the chain settle gently against her collarbone. It's beautiful, she whispered. So are you, Lukas said, without hesitation. Joanna smiled, shy, flustered, glowing. Okay. She breathed, suddenly energized. Movie. He blinked. Movie. Yes. Snow White just premiered. The late slot is in 20 minutes. If we run. I just played 90 minutes 2 days ago. Exactly. So your fitness is perfect, she grinned. He laughed as they ran. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The theater, 11:08 p.m. The room was nearly empty. Just 3 other people scattered in the dark. They took seats in the back row. Joanna leaned into him. The movie began. 30 minutes in. Her head slid gently onto his shoulder. 10 minutes later, completely asleep, Lukas smiled faintly, lifted her head, and eased it onto his lap. He rested one hand on her back, the other slowly stroking her hair. The movie itself was fine. He didn't love it, didn't hate it, but sitting there in the dim theater light, her breathing soft and steady, her hair warm against him, he wouldn't have traded the moment for anything else. The credits rolled. The theater emptied. But Lukas stayed. The theater attendant recognized him halfway through cleaning the aisles. Take your time, the attendant said with a quiet smile. We don't close for another 40 minutes. Lukas nodded gratefully. About half an hour later, Joanna finally stirred. She lifted her head from his lap, blinking groggily. How long was I out? She whispered. Not long, Lukas lied, smiling softly. She sat up and realized he had stayed the whole time so she could sleep. Her eyes softened. She didn't speak. She just shifted, sliding into his lap, knees on either side of him, arms loosely around his neck, faces close in the dark. Now, she whispered, voice low and warm, for my real birthday gift. She leaned in. Their foreheads touched first, slow, unhurried. His hand came to rest gently on her waist. Then, she kissed him. Soft, warm, steady. The kind of kiss that didn't ask for anything, it told. I'm happy you're here. I missed you. Thank you for choosing me. Lukas kissed her back, just as gently, the world quiet around them. And in that small, dim movie theater in Darmstadt, with no cameras, no stadiums, no noise, just the two of them, it was the most real moment in the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, Polfikemp, Frankfurt. The sun was mild, the sky pale blue above the training pitches. The internationals had only just returned, so the morning session was light. Rondos, short passing drills, a bit of stretching and acceleration work, nothing too heavy before the weekend preparations really began. Now they sat scattered along the low benches by the touchline, shin pads off, bibs tossed aside, water bottles rolling lazily under the seats. There was a relaxed atmosphere, the kind that came when everyone had avoided injuries and the international break had gone well. And it had gone incredibly well for one of them. So, Knopf said, leaning his elbows back on the bench and looking straight at Lukas with a stupid grin. 3 goals, 3 assists. 6. In 2 games. At 16. Disgusting, Brown added, shaking his head. Genuinely criminal. You're not supposed to start your national team career like it's a training montage. Coke put in, grinning. Leave something for the rest of us to achieve, man. Lukas only shrugged, tying his laces slowly. I don't write the script. I just show up. Oh wow, Bahoya said, eyes wide in mock reverence. Look at Mr. Main Character. The group burst out laughing. Wait. Trap said, adjusting his captain's band on his wrist, even though training was over. Before we inflate his head anymore. Someone explained to me why the tabloids this morning were screaming, Brandt agrees Bayern move in principle. A chorus of ooh-hoo went around the bench. Lukas didn't even look up from his laces. Because tabloids lie, he said, tone casual. I didn't agree to anything. I didn't even consider agreeing to anything. Larson nodded immediately. Yeah, if something like that happened, I'd be the first to hear. And I didn't hear. Are you his lawyer now? Nov cut in. Best friend, Larson corrected. Same thing to me, Ekatyke said. So if you're staying? Coke asked, leaning forward, chin on his knee. Unlike the others, he wasn't joking. He sounded hopeful. Lukas finally looked up and smiled. Calm, certain. Yeah, I'm not going to Bayern. A small wave of relief visibly passed through the squad, particularly Larson, who nodded like he had just allowed himself to breathe again. Okay, Nov said, clapping once. Now that we know our star boy isn't leaving. Larson's grin slowly spread, the kind of grin that meant trouble was coming. Speaking of star boy, he said, unlocking his phone and turning it toward the group. I saw something interesting this morning. Lukas blinked. It was a photo, grainy, taken from a distance, probably by someone in a nearby building overlooking the park in Darmstadt. Lukas, standing behind a girl, gently fastening a necklace around her neck. Her hair falling behind her back like a curtain. Sunflowers held in her hand. The timing, the posture, it was unmistakably tender. The reaction was immediate. Ooh-hoo. Chapter 170. Storm brewing. No way. Who is that? Oh my god. Nov physically fell off the bench laughing. Larson pointed at Lukas like he had just discovered the final clue in a crime drama. So that's where Germany's golden boy was last night. Lukas merely exhaled. Yes, he said simply. I'm dating her. Silence. Then, chaos. What's her name? How long? Is she from Darmstadt? Does she like football? What does she think of me? Nope, Lukas said immediately, holding up a hand like a traffic officer. No extra details. Oh, come on, Bahoya groaned. At least show us her Instagram. I'm good, Lukas replied unfazed. Coke chuckled quietly beside him, proud that Lukas handled attention the same way he handled defenders, calmly, without losing balance. Trap smiled too, captain's approval, subtle and grounded. All right, enough teasing, he said, voice warm but firm. If he says she's his, she's his. Let him have his piece. The teasing simmered down to grins and nudges. But there was a new atmosphere now, not just among the squad, but around Lukas himself. He wasn't just the kid who was good. He was the kid who knew who he was. Grounded, focused, loved, and everyone there could feel it. Ibimbi stretched his legs out and said what everyone else was thinking. Man, life is really moving fast for you, huh? Lukas smiled, small, quiet, real. Yeah, he said softly. But I'm keeping up. The squad went silent for a moment, a rare, warm silence. Then Nov ruined it. Still want her Instagram, though. No. Laughter exploded again, echoing across the pitch, just as the coaches called them back inside. And training continued. Asterisk. Evening, Profi Camp, Frankfurt. The sky had shifted to that soft, late evening blue, the kind that made the floodlights hum against it. Training was long over. The pitch had emptied. The locker room had thinned. Lukas, hair still damp from the shower, stepped out into the cool air, gym bag slung over his shoulder as he began the short walk toward his apartment building on the academy side of the complex. Lukas, a voice called, steady and unmistakable. He turned. Topmaler stood behind him, hands in his coat pockets, expression calm, unreadable as always. Not stern, not smiling, just present. Walk with me, the coach asked. Of course, Lukas replied, adjusting his bag and falling into step beside him. They walked slowly along the pavement that curved around the training fields. The evening was quiet. No cameras, no teammates, only the sound of boots against gravel and the faint buzz of stadium lights powering down. I've watched both matches, Topmaler began. His tone was steady, but warm. Italy away. That's not a stage where many 16-year-olds look like they belong. But you didn't just belong, you led. It was impressive. I'm proud of you. We all are. Lukas looked down, a small smile tugging at his lips. Thank you, he said quietly. Really, I don't think I'd have been able to perform like that without what I learned here first. That's good to hear, Topmaler replied, and it sounded like he truly meant it. They walked for a little while in silence, long enough that Lukas began to wonder if the conversation was over. But then, tell me something honestly, the coach said. Are you considering leaving in the summer? The words weren't sharp. They weren't accusing. Just direct. Lukas didn't hesitate. No, he said. I'm not. He eased out of breath. If I ever do want to leave, You'll be the first to know. I promise you that. Topmaler nodded once, slow, thoughtful. Good. They continued walking, the apartment building now in view. There's a lot of noise right now, Topmaler said. News. Rumors. People outside this club try to shape your path for you. That happens to players like you, especially young ones. Everyone thinks they know what's best. Lukas listened. But you don't need to worry about that, the coach continued. Not right now. Keep your head in your football. Keep working the way you've been working. I'll handle everything else with the club. Contracts, expectations, pressure. That's my job, not yours. The relief that washed through Lukas was quiet but unmistakable. Thank you, coach. Topmaler finally smiled. Small but genuine. You earn the right to just play. Let's build around you. Let us protect you. They reached the steps to Lukas's apartment door. The coach stopped. And Lukas, yeah. Whatever happens 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 5, don't lose this. He tapped his chest lightly. The calm, the joy, the way you play football for the love of it. That's your advantage. Don't let the world take it from you. Lukas nodded slowly. I won't. Topmaler stepped back, hands deeper into his pockets. Good. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start preparing for Stuttgart. Good night, coach. Good night, Lukas. The coach walked off toward the training building, and Lukas headed inside, the quiet echo of the evening settling behind him. As Lukas walked into his apartment, Topmaler stopped and turned to look at where his wonder kid had just entered, then shook his head as he recalled the events of his meeting with Krosh and Hardung during the international break when the news of Lukas's release clause was first broken by Sky Germany. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. About 4 days ago. Krosh's office. The door had barely swung shut before Topmaler and Timo Hardung were already halfway across the room, urgency sharp in their movements. Marcus Krosh sat behind his desk, glasses off, rubbing the bridge of his nose, the Sky Germany report open on the tablet before him. He didn't look up immediately. Sit, Krosh said calmly, too calmly. We need to talk. They sat. Hardung was the first to speak. The report is accurate, but not entirely. It's the good faith negotiation clause, not a standard release clause. And it only applies to clubs outside Germany. Krosh nodded. Doesn't matter. The world will treat it like a normal clause. 75 million euros for a 16-year-old who looks like that. He tapped the tablet. They'll line up. Topmaler leaned forward, jaw tight. We need to figure out where the leak came from. This was confidential. You think Marco leaked it? Krosh asked. Hardung shook his head immediately. No, he's too calculated, too protective. If anything, he's furious right now. I think the leak came from within the club. It seems someone from the club has been talking to the media. And it's not a particularly difficult detail to find out for clubs who are really curious, though. The media definitely timed the release to make the most noise. And they succeeded, Krosh murmured. Silence settled, thick, heavy. Then Krosh looked up, eyes sharp. We will receive offers. Big ones. Very soon. And if they match that number, we cannot refuse without justification. The board won't allow that unless we can point to something. We are not Bayern. We are not Real Madrid. We are Eintracht Frankfurt. We sell to grow. That's the model. You both know this. Hardung glanced toward Topmaler, who stayed silent. And Krosh continued. If we hold him past the summer and he drops off even slightly, the value collapses. We'll look incompetent, reckless. Now, Topmaler spoke. I understand all of that. But listen to me. Lukas isn't some hot form window kid who will disappear next season. He's generational. You've seen it. I've seen it. The numbers, the influence, the tempo control. This is a level that doesn't vanish. He's not even at the start yet. Krosh tapped a pen against his desk, once, twice, thinking. You remember what I previously told you? Topmaler reminded him quietly. Allow me a season in the Champions League with him. If you allow me that, I promise you he will give this club something unforgettable. You promised me 1 season. That's all I need, 1 full season with him. Krosh shut his eyes briefly, because he had said that. I know I promised, Dino, but I couldn't predict this, Krosh replied, tapping the tablet again. Headlines. Transfer graphics. Rumor lists. Valuation charts. Sponsor commentary. International hype. This rise is unprecedented. Hardung leaned forward now. Then our only play is to push through the new contract fast. More salary, higher clause, something around 140 to 160 million. Double the protection. We need his agreement before the season ends. And we need him to want to stay, Krosh added. If the first big Champions League club calls, or Bayern push hard, our leverage evaporates. So the first question we must answer is, what he wants. Topmaler finished. Krosh nodded. Exactly. Hardung checked his notes. And since we cannot legally refuse bids that meet the clause from foreign clubs, the only protection we have is Lukas's intention. If he says he wants to leave, we're forced to negotiate. If he says he wants to stay, we can delay, stall, restructure, renegotiate. We have time. So we wait for him to return, Krosh said. And you ask him. Topmaler's answer had been simple. I will.